Awakening the Infinite Rebirth Talent. Mastering Beast Anthropomorphism. From the adorably innocent willow tree to the unparalleled and independent deity of the willows. From the lowly bloodline of a little white snake to the fake controlling silver dragon. From a celestial scribe inscribing the future to the omnipotent sage of all laws. From the gluttonous Snowball to the god of ice and snow at absolute zero. Chapter 1. Reborn into the Beast Master World. Awakening the Infinite Rebirth Talent. The acrid scent of disinfectant assaulted his nostrils as Yuan opened his eyes amidst a haze of confusion. Before him lay an intricately sculpted dome, the crystal chandelier refracting a myriad of shimmering lights that danced upon the pristine silk bedding. This was neither the ceiling of his familiar rented apartment nor the stark white tiles of a hospital room. He recalled laboring into the early hours to complete a project report, only to be struck by an out-of-control truck as he crossed the street, the searing pain followed by an engulfing darkness. Ugh! He attempted to prop himself up, only to be met with a sharp pain radiating from his left arm. Looking down, he saw that it was tightly encased in plaster, intricately embroidered with elaborate cloud patterns, resembling a delicate ornament. This was not his hand. This hand was fair and slender, with well-defined joints, adorned at the wrist with a jade bracelet of a deep green hue, exuding warmth to the touch. In contrast, his own hands, hardened by years of typing, bore thick calluses on the fingertips. Strange memories surged into his mind like a torrential flood. He was in the Dragoncia kingdom of the Blue Star Federation, a realm where beast masters held the highest esteem. Humans formed contracts with the exotic beasts dwelling within dimensional rifts, summoning them for combat through the beast master space. The rigidly hierarchical system of beast masters underpinned the very fabric of society. His current identity was that of Yuan, the third legitimate son of the prestigious Wu family, one of the four great families of the capital. The original owner had met his demise yesterday during a practice session at the family martial arts arena, accidentally injured by his cousin Wu Lai's fire element beast, the flame claw cat. He had fallen from a 3-meter-high observation platform, striking his hiata, likely cause of the original owner's death, and thus his own rebirth. Third young master, you have awakened? A gentle knock at the door was followed by the entrance of a middle-aged butler clad in a tailcoat, his face adorned with just the right amount of concern. He carried a silver tray upon which rested a steaming cup of pale golden liquid. The head of the family has instructed the kitchen to brew a spirit-nourishing elixir. Since you have just awakened, it would do you good to drink it. Yuan regarded the liquid on the tray, fragments of memory piecing themselves together. This was a beverage made from the wing powder of a first-tier beast, the Moonlight. Butterfly, known to alleviate mental fatigue in this world, it was considered a common low-tier spiritual material. Set it down, he spoke, his voice hoarse from sleep, yet surprisingly harmonious with the original owner's tone. The butler placed the cup on a jade side table beside the bed, hesitating briefly before saying, "Third young master, the family contract ceremony is the day after tomorrow." The head of the family mentioned that if you are unwell, this year's ceremony could be postponed. The contract ceremony? Yuan's heart jolted. In his memories, the original owner was 16 this year, the age mandated by federal law for awakening the Beastmaster space and forming a contract with the first beast. The Wu family, being a top-tier lineage, placed immense importance on the initial contract of their direct descendants. It was said that they would open the family secret realm, providing a selection of elite-level young beasts for the chosen one. However, the original owner's mental power had always been subpar, rated only as Flevelth worst among his generation in the Wu family. In the butler's seemingly concerned tone, Yuan detected an unmistakable hint of disdain. "I understand," he replied coolly, choosing not to elaborate further. Once the butler exited, Yuan leaned against the headboard, his fingertips unconsciously caressing the jade bracelet. He needed time to process this information. Beast masters, dimensional rifts, the contract ceremony concepts that had previously existed only in novels now confronted him as his new reality. At that moment, the jade bracelet on his left wrist suddenly radiated warmth. As if something were trying to emerge from within, Yuan instinctively clenched his fist, but noticed faint azure patterns surfacing on the bracelet, resembling growing vines, creeping up his arm. Detecting host-soul fusion is complete and meets binding conditions. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, startling Yuan. Infinite Rebirth System is activating 10, 50, 100, activation successful. A translucent blue panel abruptly materialized before him, reminiscent of a game interface. Host, Wu Yuan. Level. Apprentice Beast Master Space, not Awakened Mental Power. F68, 100 Beast Master Space. 0, 1 not Open Talent. Infinite. Rebirth Passive. Attribute Points. 0 Current Contracted Beasts. None. Wu Yuan's breath hitched abruptly. A system? A talent? Was this his golden finger? He trembled, focusing his thoughts on the phrase Infinite Rebirth, and the panel instantly revealed a line of annotations. Infinite Rebirth. Tasks assigned by the system allow contracted beasts to reset their levels and undergo rebirth evolution. Post-rebirth, all skills and bloodline imprints are retained, and base attributes are redistributed according to the rebirth path. Reset levels, retain skills and bloodlines, and even evolve? Wu Yuan's heart raced. In this world, the growth of beasts followed a nearly linear path once their levels were solidified. The only way to elevate their limits was through self-evolution, with a success rate of less than 30%. Yet this talent provided his beasts with infinite opportunities for rebirth. As long as he had sufficient materials, even if he initially contracted the most ordinary of beasts, he could continuously rebirth them, enhancing their talents and ultimately forging a mythical evolution path. Bang, bang, bang. The abrupt sound of heavy knocking interrupted his thoughts. Before he could respond, a youth clad in a red bodysuit burst through the door, a mocking smile plastered across his face. "Oh, look who's awake, this sickly one. I heard you tumbled off the observation platform yesterday, scared witless by my flame claw cat." The newcomer was none other than Wu Lai, Wu Yuan's second brother, and a prominent contender for the upcoming contract ceremony. His mental power had achieved level, and he had already pre-ordered an elite-level Crimson Flame Wolf from the family. But Wu Yuan raised his gaze to meet him. In his memories, the original owner had always lived under the shadow of his second brother, not only crushed by his superior talent, but often subjected to public humiliation. "Is there something you need?" Wu Yuan's voice remained calm and unruffled, his indifferent gaze causing Wu Lai to momentarily falter. In the past, Wu Yuan would have either flushed red and been at a loss for words, or cowered with his head down, never able to meet him with such composure. Wu Lai frowned slightly, then scoffed. "You might as well skip the ceremony the day after tomorrow. With inflemental power, even if they gave you a royal-level young beast, you wouldn't be able to form a contract. I reckon you'll only be suitable to keep a rabbit as a pet for your life." He shook the gray summoning array on his wrist, the emblem of a formal beastmaster. "Unlike me, in just 6 months, I shall ascend to the rank of a formal beastmaster, and then I will be able to contract my second beast. The future of the Wu family cannot be entrusted to a waste." Wu Yuan remained silent, merely gazing at the array on his wrist. According to his recollection, the array for an apprentice beastmaster was colorless, gray for a formal beastmaster, and white for a master-level practitioner. These colors represented one's identity and power, serving as the most brutal hierarchical brand in this world. That Wu Lai, noticing his silence, assumed he had struck a nerve and proudly lifted his chin. "By the way, I almost forgot to tell you that Uncle Su has already agreed. Once I contract the Crimson Flame Wolf, he will invite Su Li to witness the ceremony. You think Su Li will consider me far superior to those who hide away in their rooms nursing their wounds?" Su Li, the eldest daughter of the Su family in the capital, was also the object of the original protagonist's secret affections. The memory of that girl, dressed in a white gown and commanding a thunder hawk, was the sole light in the original protagonist's otherwise bleak existence. Wu Lai was clearly intent on provoking him by invoking Su Li's name. Yet, Wu Yuan's mindset had long since evolved. He regarded Wu Lai's arrogant face without a shred of anger, only a flicker of understanding. In this world, where power reigned supreme, the dignity of the weak was rendered worthless. "Are you finished?" Wu Yuan spoke coolly. "If so, please leave. I require some rest." Wu Lai's expression darkened instantly. "You seek death." He slammed his hand on the table, causing the concentrated spirit dew to splash. "Don't think I won't dare to move against you just because you feign indifference. Do you believe I won't unleash the fierce claw cat right now?" Wu Lai. A sharp reprimand echoed from the doorway as a middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit strode in, his countenance stern. He was Wu Zhenxiong, the head of the Wu family and Wu Yuan's father. Wu Lai's arrogance diminished immediately, and he begrudgingly retracted his hand. "Dad, I was merely checking on my third brother. Leave." Wu Zhenxiong's voice was devoid of warmth. Wu Lai dared not utter another word, shooting a resentful glare at Wu Yuan before hastily exiting. The room was left with just the father and son, the atmosphere momentarily thick with tension. Wu Zhenxiong studied his son on the bed, his brow furrowed, eyes filled with complexity. He was a renowned master-level beastmaster in Longsha Nation, having achieved significant military feats with his beast, the Xuanjia Leiwen leopard. Yet his legitimate son had repeatedly failed to meet the standards for mental energy testing, becoming his greatest source of worry. How do you feel? Wu Zhenxiong's tone softened slightly. Much better. The ceremony is the day after tomorrow. Wu Zhenxiong paused. There is a newly hatched wind-whispering rabbit in the secret realm. Although it is merely of ordinary rank, its gentle nature makes it suitable. He clearly intended to find a dignified option for Wu Yuan, allowing him to contract a harmless beast, thereby avoiding too much embarrassment during the ceremony. Had it been the original protagonist, he might have accepted this gift with tears of gratitude. However, as Wu Yuan observed the white hairs at his father's temples and recalled the infinite rebirth panel in his mind, he took a deep breath. Dad, I wish to explore the depths of the secret realm. Wu Zhenxiong abruptly looked up, surprise flashing in his eyes. The depths? The lowest, there are seedlings of elite-level beasts. With your mental energy. I understand. Wu Yuan met his father's gaze with unwavering determination. But I want to try it. He offered no further explanation, nor could he. The secret of infinite rebirth would remain buried within him for the time being. Wu Zhenxiong scrutinized him for a prolonged moment, seemingly searching for something in his son's face. The once timid boy now bore a glimmer in his eyes that he could not comprehend, a mixture of resolve and confidence, akin to a dying ember suddenly igniting into a blazing fire. Very well. Finally, he nodded. I will make arrangements. But remember, should your mental energy become exhausted, abandon your endeavor immediately. Thank you, Dad. Wu Zhenxiong said nothing more and turned to exit the room. At the moment the door closed, Wu Yuan distinctly heard a barely audible sigh. The room fell silent once more, and Wu Yuan leaned against the headboard, his fingers once again caressing the now placid jade bracelet. The panel still hovered before him, the words infinite rebirth shimmering in the soft light. He understood that starting tomorrow, this world would no longer recognize the timid third young master of the Wu family. He would step into that secret realm and contract his first beast. Whatever it may be, he possessed the confidence to elevate it to unprecedented heights with these hands capable of reversing the cycles of fate. Moonlight streamed through the intricately carved window, illuminating Wu Yuan's youthful yet remarkably composed visage. He slowly closed his eyes, beginning to sift through the memories of knowledge regarding exotic beasts, materials, and evolution paths in his mind. His saga as a beastmaster would officially commence with what seemed to be a hopeless contract ceremony. Chapter 2. The Contract of the Withered Willow. The system panel activates. The morning sun pierced through the clouds, casting a golden hue upon the ancestral home of the Wu family. The square at the entrance of the family's secret realm was already thronged with people. The core descendants of the Wu family were clad in uniform silver attire, adorned with the family crest depicting a dark-armored leopard soaring through the clouds. Their faces were predominantly lit with excitement and anticipation, though occasional glances towards Wu Yuan were tinged with pity and mockery. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Wu Yuan had already had the plaster cast on his left arm removed, leaving only a faint circle of scars. He wore the same elegant attire, his posture erect, his gaze calmly fixed on the entrance of the secret realm, which emanated a soft azure glow. Third brother, are you truly certain you wish to enter? Wu Lai. The second brother approached, his tone laced with feigned concern. The elite-level seedlings within possess rather volatile temperaments. Should they harm you, thank you for your concern, second brother. I shall exercise caution, Wu Yuan replied indifferently. Wu Zhenxiong stood upon a high platform, his gaze sweeping across the square before pausing momentarily on Wu Yuan. An elder beside him whispered, head of the family, is it not too reckless to allow the third young master to proceed? Contracting an elite-level beast with F-grade mental strength could very well lead to a mental breakdown. He has chosen this path himself. Wu Zhenxiong's voice was deep. Have the guards remain on standby at the perimeter of the secret realm. Intervene immediately should anything unusual occur. Understood. At Wu Zhenxiong's command. The azure glow at the entrance of the secret realm intensified abruptly. An ancient voice reverberated through the square, resonating with a wave of mental energy. The contract ceremony commences. Proceed into the secret realm in order of seniority. Remember, you have but 1 hour to select the partner most suited to you. The path of beast taming begins with the heart's bond and culminates in life itself. The descendants lined up, stepping one by one into the azure light. Wu Lai led the way, deliberately pausing beside Wu Yuan, shaking a crimson rune in his hand. Did you see this? It's the affinity rune for the fire wolf. As long as you're within 100 meters of it, you can establish a preliminary connection. Unlike some, who can only scavenge what remains outside. Wu Yuan chose to ignore him, watching as Wu Lai's figure disappeared into the azure glow before following suit. The moment he passed through the curtain of light, a dense aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, at least 10 times more potent than that of the outside world. Glimmers of light floated in the air, and beneath his feet lay a moss-covered stone path, flanked by towering ancient trees entwined with luminous vines, while colorful butterflies, the size of a palm, flitted by, scattering delicate points of light as they fluttered their wings. This was the Wu family's secret realm, an isolated world crafted with great effort by generations of ancestors as a nurturing ground for beast taming. According to the rules of the secret realm, the deeper one ventured, the higher and rarer the levels of the extraordinary beasts. The vicinity of the entrance was populated with ordinary-level beast seedlings, while deeper within lay elite-level ones. And in the innermost core area, it was said that traces of king-level beasts could be found, though ordinary descendants were simply unqualified to approach. Wu Yuan pressed onward along the stone path. Occasionally, he caught glimpses of other descendants, most of whom lingered near the entrance, sifting through the gentle, ordinary-level beasts. Isn't that Wu Yuan? How dare he venture deeper? Has he lost his mind? With his F-grade mental strength, an elite-level beast could sever his mental link with a single bite. He probably hoping for a stroke of luck, thinking maybe some blind beast would be willing to bond with him. Whispers trailed behind him, but Wu Yuan remained unfazed. His objective was clear, the depths of the secret realm. With his innate talent for infinite rebirth, he believed that even the most ordinary of beasts could be cultivated into a legendary level, yet he ultimately sought one with a better foundation. To minimize detours along the way, after approximately 15 minutes, the light around him began to dim. The branches and leaves of the towering ancient trees interlaced, nearly obscuring the sky, allowing only scattered beams of light to filter through. A subtle pressure began to permeate the air, emanating from the elite-level beasts, enough to cause the mentally weaker individuals to feel a sense of trepidation. Wu Yuan's mental energy indeed fluctuated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His F-grade mental power in such an environment was akin to a candle flickering in a tempest, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. Yet he gritted his teeth, continuously recalling information about elite-level beasts from his memories. The fire wolf was explosive but temperamental. The wind shadow fox was swift yet difficult to tame. The ironclad bear had astonishing defense, but low intelligence. He required a beast with sufficient potential that could also match his current mental strength. Continuing forward for several hundred meters, he stumbled upon a clearing. In the center of the clearing lay a crystal-clear green lake, surrounded by several boulders half the height of a person, with numerous elite-level beast seedlings frolicking about. A small wolf, covered in crimson fur, bared its teeth at the lake, precisely the fire wolf that Wu Lai had coveted. Not far away, a silver fox with 9 tails chased after specks of light, its movements rapid as lightning. Also present was a palm-sized bird, its feathers gleaming like metal, pecking at the rocks and producing a crisp sound. All of these were elite seedlings meticulously nurtured by the Wu family, each possessing a clear evolutionary path, sufficient to secure the future of a descendant of a prominent family. Wu Yuan inhaled deeply, attempting to unleash his mental energy to establish a connection with these extraordinary beasts. According to the common knowledge of beast tamers, the first step in a contract was mental resonance. Only when the frequencies of both parties' mental energy aligned could the subsequent stages of the contract ceremony commence. He first directed his mental energy towards the metallic bird. As he approached, he immediately encountered a sharp repulsion, akin to being pricked by a steel needle, causing him to grunt in pain as his mental energy dissipated in an instant. Your mental energy level is too low to establish resonance. This voice echoed in his mind. Undeterred, he turned his attention to the 9-tailed fox. This time, the repulsion was less sharp but carried an air of haughty detachment, as if mocking his audacity. The moment a mental connection was barely established, it was effortlessly shattered. After attempting with 5 or 6 beasts in succession, all resulting in failure, his already weak mental energy began to wane, and he felt dizzy, his steps faltering. Is it truly impossible? Leaning against an ancient tree, Wu Yuan gasped for breath, a wave of despondence washing over him. He was acutely aware of his mental energy deficiency, yet he had not anticipated it would be this difficult, lacking even the qualification to establish a preliminary resonance. At that moment, laughter erupted nearby, Wu Lai's voice ringing out. Ha! The fire wolf has indeed recognized its master. Look at those flame patterns. It's undoubtedly a top-tier talent. Wu Yuan lifted his gaze, spotting Wu Lai by the lakeside, the crimson rune in his hand having merged with the fire wolf's forehead. The little creature affectionately rubbed its head against Wu Lai's palm, a faint flame enveloping its form, clearly having completed the preliminary contract. Wu Lai noticed Wu Yuan as well, his expression swelling with pride, and he deliberately called out. Third brother, have you found a suitable partner? Shall I assist you in your search? Oh, I remember there are a few slugs over there. They should be quite fitting for you. Laughter erupted around him, with several nearby descendants joining in on the jest. Wu Yuan closed his eyes, suppressing the irritation rising within him. He knew that anger was futile, strength was the only truth. He forced himself to rise, resolved to delve a little deeper. If elite-level beasts were unattainable, perhaps he could find a special ordinary-level beast? Just as his father had mentioned, the Wind Whisper Rabbit, though ordinary, could at least complete the contract, allowing him to open the beast taming space. Navigating around the lake, he encountered a rocky expanse. The spiritual energy here was evidently much thinner, with even the vegetation growing sparse, clearly not a focal area for nurturing extraordinary beasts. Wu Yuan traversed through the rubble, scanning every corner. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a break in a massive stone, where a hint of green caught his eye. He approached and parted the overgrown weeds that stood as high as his waist, finally discerning the true nature of the verdant hue before him. It was a sapling of a willow tree. Although referred to as a sapling, it resembled more a mere twig that had just begun to sprout. It was no thicker than a finger, standing at less than half a meter in height, with a withered, yellowish stem and a sparse collection of curled willow leaves. Devoid of vitality, the soil around its base was cracked and hard, as though it had not absorbed moisture in an age. Strangely, a rusted iron ring was bound around its trunk, as if deliberately imprisoning it in this place. Is this a willow tree? Wu Yuan was taken aback. The secret realm was known for nurturing formidable beasts with combat prowess or unique abilities. How could such an ordinary plant, one so ubiquitous, possibly appear here? Moreover, it appeared unlikely to survive for more than a few days. He observed it closely for a moment and confirmed that this willow sapling exhibited no energy fluctuations typical of extraordinary beasts. Even the most fundamental signs of life were so faint they were nearly imperceptible. His memory held no records of any willow beast. This entity, far from being classified as ordinary, likely lacked even the qualifications to be included in the beast registry. Perhaps it was merely a discarded seedling carelessly discarded by some disciple. Wu Yuan shook his head and prepared to turn away. Yet, just as he did, the jade bracelet on his left wrist suddenly warmed slightly, detecting a potential contract target. Would you like to view detailed information? The system's voice resonated unexpectedly. Wu Yuan froze, his heart racing. The system was actually responding? Did this half-dead willow tree possess something extraordinary? He immediately focused his thoughts. View. The pale blue interface refreshed before him, lines of information unfurling. Target, unknown willow sapling. Level, 0, ordinary. Attribute, wood. Status, dying, life force depleting. Skills, none. Potential? Special status, bound by spirit ring, bloodline sealed. Contractable, yes, mental affinity 98. A mental affinity of 98. Wu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The elite-level beasts he had previously attempted to bond with had only reached a maximum affinity of 30. Yet this seemingly worthless willow tree achieved an astonishing 98. This signified he could effortlessly establish a contract. What intrigued him further were the lines regarding potential. And bloodline sealed. The system could evaluate the potential of elite-level beasts, yet this willow tree remained shrouded in mystery, clearly not simple. A bold hypothesis began to form in his mind. He crouched down, scrutinizing the willow sapling. Its withered branches and curled leaves indeed showed no remarkable features. However, when his fingers gently grazed the willow leaves, they quivered slightly, as if responding to his touch. Simultaneously, he felt an exceedingly faint warmth emanating from his fingertips, coursing up his arm and into his mind, alleviating the dizziness stemming from his exhausted mental energy. Was this life energy? Wu Yuan's heart stirred, though faint. This energy was pure and gentle, resonating in a remarkable way with his mental force. It was as if parched earth encountered the spring rain. He could distinctly sense his mental energy establishing a connection with this willow sapling. Whatever it was, he would contract it first and ponder later. Wu Yuan hesitated no longer. He retrieved a white contract rune from his pocket, a basic rune provided to each disciple by the family, as long as both parties consented. They could establish the most fundamental master-servant contract. He gently pressed the rune against the trunk of the willow sapling, guiding the remnants of his mental energy to flow into the rune in accordance with the contract ritual. The white rune illuminated with a soft glow, spreading along the trunk and enveloping the entire willow sapling. There was no rejection, no resistance, and he could even sense a faint consciousness responding to his summons, akin to a lost child finding the way home. Contract ritual initiated, mental connection stable. Contract successful. Beast space opened. Gained initial attribute points, 5 points. The system's notifications echoed in succession, and Wu Yuan felt a buzzing in his mind, as if something had been unlocked. A transparent space, approximately 1 cubic meter in size, formed within his consciousness, and the ethereal image of the willow sapling floated serenely within it. Simultaneously, his personal panel updated. Host, Wu Yuan. Level, Apprentice Beast Tamer, 1 beast space opened. Mental energy, F, 42, 100, contract consumption. Beast space, 1, 1, contracted, unknown willow sapling. Talent, infinite rebirth, passive. Attribute points, 5. Current contracted beast, unknown willow sapling. At last, he had succeeded. Wu Yuan exhaled a long breath, his taut nerves instantly relaxing, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Just as he intended to examine the detailed panel of the willow sapling, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. Wu Yuan, what are you doing here? Wu Lai's voice was laced with confusion as he and several disciples approached from a distance, clearly preparing to leave the secret realm after completing their contracts. Upon seeing the willow sapling before Wu Yuan and the remnants of the contract rune on the ground, Wu Lai paused for a moment before bursting into a raucous laugh. Ha! I can't believe my eyes. You contracted such a thing? He rushed over, pointing at the half-dead willow sapling, laughing so hard he nearly fell over. Is this the treasure you were so eager to find deeper in? A nearly withered weed? Wu Yuan, have you lost your mind? Even if you can't contract a beast, there is no need to resort to such a worthless thing that brings shame. The accompanying disciples joined in the laughter. Can this thing even be called a beast? It probably couldn't even defeat a rabbit. I reckon it doesn't even qualify as ordinary. At most, it's merely weed level. Third young master has truly given up. Wu Lai stepped forward, raising his foot as if to kick the willow sapling, cursing, what use is this rubbish? Let me help you. Stop. Wu Yuan suddenly stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of the willow sapling, his gaze icy as he fixed it on Wu Lai, though his mental energy was weak. The aura he radiated at that moment halted Wu Lai's movement midair. What do you intend to do? Wu Lai felt a shiver under Wu Yuan's stare, quickly becoming enraged. What? Protecting this broken tree? What can it bring you? Will it make you a master-level beast tamer, or cause Su Li to glance your way? It is my contracted beast, and it is not your place to criticize. Wu Yuan's voice was soft, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. At that moment, the willow sapling gently swayed, and the few curled leaves unfurled slightly, emitting a faint green light. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Wu Yuan's mind. Detected fluctuations in the emotions of contracted beast, triggering hidden information unlock. Beast name, Adai, temporary. Species, mutated weeping willow, mythical bloodline unactivated. Level, 0, ordinary. Attribute, wood. Status, dying, life force depleting. Skills, none. Potential, mythical, unactivated. Bloodline ability, awaiting awakening, requires. Distributable attribute points, 0, insufficient level. Rebirth conditions, currently unopened. Mythical potential. Wu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, and then it began to race uncontrollably. He gazed at the unremarkable willow sapling before him, ridiculed by all as worthless, and at the panel displaying the words mythical level, not activated. A surge of fervor rushed to his head. No wonder the system indicated unknown potential, no wonder the affinity for spiritual power was so high. It turned out this was no ordinary willow, but a mutated weeping willow possessing mythical bloodlines. It was merely bound by the spirit binding ring, preventing its lineage from awakening, giving it the appearance of a mere scrap. Wu Lai continued his incessant mockery, and the laughter around them never ceased, yet Wu Yuan was utterly oblivious. His focus was solely on the sapling named Adai and its dormant mythical potential awaiting activation. He slowly crouched down, carefully extracting Adai from the parched soil, his movements as gentle as if cradling a rare treasure. He noticed that the rusted iron ring was indeed embedded in the trunk as if it had taken root, explaining why Adai was losing vitality. Let us go, Adai, Wu Yuan murmured, his voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Cradling Adai, he turned and strode towards the exit of the secret realm, indifferent to the jeers and discussions behind him. Wu Lai scoffed at his retreating figure. What a pretentious act. You think holding onto a dead tree is a treasure? I can't wait to see what this waste can bring you. The other disciples shook their heads in dismay, believing Wu Yuan was beyond redemption. Wu Yuan did not glance back. He felt Adai quivering slightly in his arms, not from fear, but from the thrill of reconnecting with life. In his mind, the system panel remained aglow, the words mythical level potential like a beacon illuminating his path in this world. As he exited the secret realm, he found that the square was now sparsely populated. Wu Zhenxiong, upon seeing Wu Yuan emerge with a withered sapling, immediately furrowed his brow, disappointment flashing in his eyes. The remaining clan members who had yet to depart began to whisper among themselves. What is that? Is that what the third young master has contracted? Goodness, isn't that just a common willow tree found in the backyard? How could the head of the family allow him to contract such a thing? Wu Yuan met their gazes head-on, stepping forward to stand before Wu Zhenxiong. Presenting Adai to his father. Dad, this is my contracted beast. Its name is Adai. Wu Zhenxiong looked at the half-dead willow sapling, his lips moved, and he finally sighed. Well, since you've contracted it, take good care of it. The path of beast taming lies in devotion, not in species. He neither scolded nor inquired further, yet weariness was evident in his tone. I understand, Dad, Wu Yuan replied earnestly, not elaborating on Adai's potential. For to do so now would only be regarded as the ramblings of a madman. He resolved to prove through actions that his choice was not mistaken. Upon returning to his courtyard with Adai, Wu Yuan immediately fetched a delicate jade pot, carefully planting the sapling inside, then took the purest spirit spring water, gently pouring it at the roots. As the spirit water seeped into the soil and touched Adai's roots, the withered branches swayed slightly, and a few curled willow leaves began to exhibit a faint hint of green. Beast Adai absorbs spirit water, Vitality 1, current status, weak. The system notification chimed once more. Wu Yuan felt a surge of joy. It seemed that with diligent care, Adai could indeed recover. The mythical potential and the talent for infinite rebirth would become his greatest secret and trump card. He gazed at Adai in the jade pot and softly declared, "From today onward, we shall grow together. I will help you break free from your shackles, awaken your bloodline, and transform you into a true myth." As if understanding his words, Adai's branches swayed gently again, and a newly unfurled leaf glimmered faintly under the sunlight. A smile finally graced Wu Yuan's lips, the first since his rebirth. Thus began his journey as a beast tamer in an entirely unexpected manner, while this willow, deemed worthless by all, would gradually evolve into a world-shaking existence under the miracle of infinite rebirth. Chapter 3. The Banquet of the Four Great Families, where he faced Wu Lai's mockery. 3 days after the contract ceremony, an unusual tension and anticipation filled the air of the Wu family's old residence. In Wu Yuan's small courtyard, the morning sunlight filtered through the intricately carved window frames, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Adai in the jade pot had shed its near-death demeanor. The once withered branches had become somewhat plump, and the previously curled willow leaves unfurled into a healthy shade of tender green, gently swaying in the breeze as if greeting Wu Yuan. "Adai, you're looking well today," Wu Yuan said, slowly pouring a small spoonful of diluted spirit water at the roots, watching the system panel's notifications with a slight smile. Beast Adai absorbs spirit water, Vitality 3. Current status, healthy, weak. Detected an increase in Adai's affinity for wood energy, mental link stability 5. In these past 3 days, Wu Yuan had devoted nearly all his energy to Adai. He utilized the meager monthly allowance accumulated by the original owner to purchase the lowest-tier wood-type spirit stones, crush them into the soil, and even asked the housekeeper for the morning dew, watering diligently each day. Hard work bore fruit. Adai not only escaped the brink of death, but also began to exude a hint of vitality. What delighted him further was that as Adai recovered, the mental link between them grew increasingly clear. At times, when he focused intently, he could even sense the naive emotions Adai conveyed, a pure sense of reliance and joy, akin to an innocent child. What should I allocate these 5 attribute points to? Wu Yuan pondered as he stared at the attribute points on his panel. Strength, agility, spirit, luck, the 4 foundational attributes of a beast tamer. Strength influenced physical robustness and the beast's physical attack bonuses. Agility pertained to reaction speed and evasion capabilities. Spirit directly determined the number and level cap of contracted beasts. And luck was an enigmatic attribute, said to affect the probability of encountering fortuitous opportunities. For other beast tamers, spirit was almost universally prioritized, especially for someone like him whose initial spirit was merely rated F. However, gazing at the line on Adai's panel that read mythical level potential, not activated, he began to entertain different thoughts. Adai's development would require abundant resources. Perhaps luck could yield unexpected rewards. After some contemplation, he ultimately decided to allocate 2 points to luck and see what transpired. Attribute points allocation successful. Luck 2, current 2, 10. As soon as the attribute points were confirmed, Wu Yuan felt the air around him grow fresher, and the previously obscure thoughts became clear. He was uncertain whether it was a psychological effect or if luck had truly activated, but he did not regret this choice. He chose to reserve the remaining 3 points for the time being, intending to observe for a while before deciding. Just then, the housekeeper gently knocked on the door and entered, his demeanor more respectful than usual. "Third young master, the head of the family requests that you prepare yourself for the banquet of the 4 great families this evening. Your attendance is imperative." The banquet of the 4 great families? Wu Yuan's heart stirred. In his memory, this was a gathering held biannually by the 4 prominent families of the capital, Wu, Su, Zhao, Li, ostensibly to exchange insights on beast cultivation, but in reality, it served as a platform for showcasing the prowess of the younger generation and engaging in subtle rivalry. This banquet, coinciding with the contract ceremony, clearly provided an opportunity for the newly contracted beasts to make an appearance. Understood, Wu Yuan nodded in response. He recognized that the fact he had contracted a dai would inevitably be revealed before the four great families, and there was no escaping this banquet. As evening approached, the Wu family's old residence was adorned with lights, radiating warmth and brightness. The plaza before the entrance was filled with an array of luxurious vehicles, among which were the limited edition telekinetic hover cars, their bodies emblazoned with the emblems of prestigious families, reflecting their owner's status. Wu Yuan, clad in a well-fitted black Zhongshan suit, stood quietly behind his father, Wu Jinxiong, receiving the guests arriving for the banquet. He could feel countless gazes upon him, mixed with curiosity and scrutiny, but predominantly infused with unabashed disdain. Is this really the third young master of the Wu family? I heard he has contracted a willow tree. Is that true? The Wu family is a top-tier clan. How could they allow a direct descendant to contract such a worthless creature? Perhaps his mental prowess is too weak to bond with a more formidable beast? Whispers buzzed in his ears like pesky mosquitoes, yet Wu Yuan maintained his composure, occasionally nodding politely to the guests who greeted him. After a few days of contemplation, his temperament had matured significantly from the emotional turbulence of his recent reincarnation. Congratulations. Wu family head boomed a robust voice as a portly middle-aged man strode forward, clad in a golden brocade robe adorned with a vividly embroidered tiger, none other than Li Wanhua, the head of the Li family. Following him was a youth of about 16 or 17, cradling a small beast covered in earthy yellow scales, an elite-grade earth lizard. Li brother, you are too kind, Wu Jinxiong replied with a courteous smile. Your son's earth lizard exudes a calm demeanor. It is undoubtedly a promising specimen. Ha ha, you flatter me, Wu family head, Li Wanhua chuckled, patting his son's shoulder. His gaze swept over Wu Yuan with a hint of amusement. So, this is the third young master? I heard you just contracted a beast. Why didn't you bring it along for everyone to see? Though the words seemed innocuous, they were laced with veiled malice, clearly an attempt to provoke, having heard of the absurdity surrounding a dai. Wu Jinxiong's smile faltered slightly. My son's contracted beast is rather introverted. It would not be appropriate to showcase it. At that moment, another group approached, led by a refined middle-aged man in a blue robe, Zhao Wenshuan, the head of the Zhao family, renowned for nurturing supportive beasts. Beside him, a young man held a jade box, from which the faint sound of melodious bird calls emanated. Greetings, Wu family head, Li brother, Zhao Wenshuan greeted with genteel politeness. His gaze lingered on Wu Yuan for a moment, pausing slightly. I have heard much about the third young master's exceptional talent. Today, seeing you in person, it is indeed impressive. While this remark seemed complimentary, it conspicuously avoided mentioning the beast, indicating he was aware of the underlying circumstances but chose to be discreet. Wu Yuan returned the greetings with a tranquil demeanor. He understood that the true spectacle was yet to unfold. Before long, a fragrant breeze announced the arrival of the Su family. Su Changfeng, the head of the Su family, was an enchanting middle-aged woman clad in a moon-white gown, exuding an air of cool elegance. Following her was a young girl, none other than Su Li, dressed in a light blue dress. With long hair cascading over her shoulders and skin as pale as snow, she cradled a petite thunderhawk, its feathers shimmering with a faint electric glow, evidently having completed its initial growth phase and appearing even more majestic than during the contracting ceremony. When Su Li's gaze fell upon Wu Yuan, she momentarily froze, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes as if she wished to say something, but ultimately, she merely nodded gently in acknowledgement. Wu Yuan reciprocated politely, feeling little emotional turbulence within. He was aware of the original owner's secret affection for Su Li, yet for him now, the pursuit of strength overshadowed any romantic inclinations. Ah, isn't this Wu Yuan? Why are you standing here all alone? Where is your precious willow tree? A shrill voice interrupted. As Wu Lai swaggered over with his scarlet flame wolf, having undergone 3 days of nurturing, the wolf had grown considerably, its crimson fur now more vibrant, occasionally flashing sparks of fire and emanating the imposing aura of an elite-grade beast, capturing the attention of many onlookers. Wu Lai, mind your manners, Wu Jinxiong admonished, frowning. Father, I'm merely joking with third brother, Wu Lai grinned, his gaze drifting towards Su Li, deliberately raising his voice. Third brother, it's not my intention to criticize. But if you've contracted a beast, you should bring it out for everyone to see. Hiding it away serves no purpose. Are you afraid that your willow tree will wilt at the sight of our scarlet flame wolf? Laughter erupted around them. The gazes of many young heirs directed at Wu Yuan, filled with mockery. Wu Lai, reveling in his triumph, provocatively pushed the scarlet flame wolf forward, challenging Wu Yuan. Third brother, why not summon your willow tree so we can all marvel at it? It would be interesting to see what treasure is worth sacrificing the elite-grade beast prepared by the family. Wu Yuan regarded him with calm eyes. My beast requires no assistance from you, second brother. What? Afraid? Wulai pressed, closing in. I see you have nothing of worth. Indeed, a mere tree, even if summoned. It could hardly compete with Miss Su Li's Thunderhawk and would only bring you embarrassment. His words not only mocked Wu Yuan but also dragged Su Li into the fray, making the atmosphere palpably awkward. Su Li frowned slightly, her cool gaze sweeping toward Wu Lai. Wu Lai, that is not an appropriate way to speak. Beasts are not defined by their worth. It is the Beastmaster's nurturing that truly counts. Though she too found Wu Yuan's choice of a willow tree somewhat astonishing, Wu Lai's aggressive demeanor put her at discomfort. Wu Lai, taken aback by Su Li's defense of Wu Yuan, hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. You're right, Su Li. I misspoke. But tell me, third brother, what makes your willow tree so special? Please enlighten us. It could be a valuable lesson for us all. He emphasized the word special with a deliberate inflection, clearly anticipating Wu Yuan's embarrassment. All eyes turned to Wu Yuan, filled with curiosity, derision, and expectation. Even Wu Jinxiong and Su Changfeng looked towards him, evidently eager for an answer. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yuan was about to speak when suddenly a notification chimed in his mind. Detected that the host is facing public skepticism, triggering hidden task. Preliminary display of Odd Die's potential. Task requirement. Summon Odd Die before the crowd and demonstrate at least one special ability, such as a faint life energy fluctuation. Task reward. Would affinity 10. Odd Die gains 1 skill point. Failure penalty. None, but it will lower others' evaluation of the host. Wu Yuan's heart stirred. He had not anticipated the system to issue a task so abruptly. To showcase Odd Die's potential? In its current state, what could Odd Die possibly demonstrate? Instinctively, he reached out to Odd Die, immediately sensing its bewildered emotions along with a faint warmth flowing through their mental link. Very well. It was time to let them know that Odd Die was not a mere waste. A glint of resolve flickered in Wu Yuan's eyes. He raised his left hand, channeling the meager mental energy within him, and followed the summoning procedure, sketching an invisible summoning diagram in his palm, a hallmark of an apprentice beastmaster. With a hum, a pale azure light shimmered, and a half-meter-tall jade basin materialized before Wu Yuan, within which Odd Die stood quietly, its tender green leaves glowing softly in the light. As the unassuming willow sapling was summoned, an immediate silence enveloped the crowd, soon erupting into a cacophony of exclamations. My goodness, it truly is a willow tree. How utterly ordinary. I have plenty of those in my backyard. Is the third young master of the Wu family truly out of his mind? Li Wanhua's son could not contain a derisive laugh. Wu Yuan, is this truly the beast you contracted? My earth lizard could snap it in half with a single bite. A young man from the Zhao family chimed in. Even a standard-grade beast would outperform this weed. Wu Lai laughed uproariously, nearly doubled over. Ha! Wu Yuan, you have not disappointed me. Is this the treasure you have been hiding? He exclaimed, dismissively adding, I wouldn't even consider it sufficient firewood for my crimson flame wolf. As he spoke, he deliberately provoked the crimson flame wolf to bare its teeth at Odd Die, emitting a low, menacing growl. The aura of flames surrounding the wolf surged dramatically, raising the ambient temperature several degrees. In the face of the mockery from the crowd and the wolf's intimidation, Odd Die's branches trembled slightly, seemingly filled with trepidation. Wu Yuan gently stroked Odd Die's branches, whispering, Do not be afraid, Odd Die. His voice, though soft, carried a soothing power. Odd Die appeared to comprehend his words, its trembling gradually subsiding. And instead, it gently rubbed against his fingers, conveying a sense of reliance. At that moment, a miracle occurred. Odd Die's willow leaves began to sway lightly, emanating a subtle green light. These emerald glimmers scattered like fireflies, landing upon the surrounding potted plants. The previously wilting flowers astonishingly bloomed anew at a visible pace, and the withered leaves regained their vitality. Even more astonishing was the fact that a nearby maid, who had inadvertently tripped over a stone and scraped her knee, found a droplet of green light landing upon her wound. In an instant, the bleeding ceased, and the pain diminished significantly. Odd Die has triggered a faint affinity for life energy. The passive skill life perception has begun to awaken. Life perception, the ability to sense the life states of surrounding organisms and release a faint life energy to provide comfort. The system notification chimed, filling Wu Yuan with delight. Though this ability was minimal, it was sufficiently astonishing in this context. The murmurs around them abruptly ceased, and all present stared, dumbfounded, at the unassuming willow sapling, their faces etched with disbelief. How could a mere willow possess healing abilities? Ordinary willows could never achieve such feats. Wu Lai's smile froze in place as he gazed at the blooming flowers and the maid's healed wound, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. No, this is impossible. It must be a coincidence. Reluctantly, he commanded the crimson flame wolf to unleash its fiery aura once more, attempting to suppress Odd Die. Yet this time, the green specks seemed to form an invisible barrier, dissipating the approaching flames. Su Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Adai, pondering aloud. This life energy is remarkably pure and gentle, unlike what one would expect from an ordinary wood-type beast. Zhao Wenxuan nodded in agreement, a serious expression crossing his face. Indeed. Although this willow tree is of low rank, its potential seems far from ordinary. Wu Zhenxiong's previously furrowed brow began to relax, and for the first time, he looked at Wu Yuan with a glimmer of approval and anticipation. Observing the astonished expressions of those around him, Wu Yuan remained calm and composed. This was merely Adai's most fundamental ability. Once it awakened its bloodline and completed its reincarnation, it would undoubtedly unveil even more surprises. He smiled gently, retracting the summoning array, and Adai's form vanished from sight. Second brother, Wu Yuan said to the now pale Wu Lai, you need not concern yourself with my beast's capabilities. Instead, perhaps you should devote more effort to nurturing your own beast, lest you find yourself outshone by a mere weed. That would truly be embarrassing. With that, he disregarded Wu Lai's grim expression and turned to bow to his father and the various family heads. Father, esteemed elders, I am feeling rather fatigued and shall retreat to rest. Wu Zhenxiong nodded. Very well, go. As Wu Yuan turned to leave, a profound silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the fiery glare from Wu Lai. Stepping out of the banquet hall, the evening breeze caressed his face, bringing a refreshing chill that sharpened Wu Yuan's mind. He understood that today was merely the beginning. Having showcased a glimpse of Adai's potential, while it temporarily silenced some critics, it would inevitably attract more scrutiny and challenges. Adai, our journey is still long, Wu Yuan silently affirmed. Adai conveyed a joyful sentiment. Yea. A smile tugged at the corners of Wu Yuan's mouth as he quickened his pace. Only by continuously growing stronger could he truly establish his footing in this world where strength reigned supreme and carve out his own legend. Inside the banquet hall, Wu Lai clenched his fists, watching Wu Yuan's retreating silhouette with a fierce glare. He would never admit to being inferior to Wu Yuan, nor would he allow a mere tree to steal his spotlight. Just wait, Wu Yuan, he hissed under his breath, one day, I will ensure that you and your worthless willow vanish from this world entirely. The crimson flame wolf seemed to sense its master's fury, letting out a fierce roar, laying the groundwork for what appeared to be a serene banquet, but was in fact rife with tension. Chapter 4. Adai devours the spirit energy crystal, level 1. The aftermath of the banquet lingered at the Wu family estate for a full 2 days. The news of the seemingly worthless willow tree that Wu Yuan had contracted, which could release life energy, spread like wildfire throughout the circles of the 4 great families. Some scoffed, dismissing it as mere coincidence or a form of inferior illusion, while others took note in secret, believing that this seemingly ordinary willow might conceal unknown secrets. Notably, the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Wenxuan, who specialized in nurturing auxiliary beasts, even sent someone to express his desire to visit Wu Yuan, only to be politely declined on the grounds that Adai required rest. Third young master, this is from the family head, the steward announced, placing a palm-sized rosewood box on the table, his tone more respectful than usual. The family head mentioned that since Adai possesses a unique affinity for life, these items may prove useful. Wu Yuan opened the box to reveal 3 transparent crystals, each the size of a dove's egg, glowing with a faint white luminescence. Spirit energy crystals? A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Spirit energy crystals are foundational cultivation resources formed by compressing and solidifying the energy of heaven and earth. A level 1 crystal is valued at around 3,000 federal coins. A luxury for Wu Yuan at this stage. The original owner had accumulated barely 5,000 federal coins in monthly allowances, and he had already spent a significant portion on wood-type spirit stones. The family head also mentioned that you need not rush to prove anything. Steady progress is what matters. The steward added, his eyes reflecting a sense of relief, suggesting that the family head's attitude toward the third young master had subtly shifted. Please convey my gratitude to father. Wu Yuan replied, closing the box, warmth blossoming in his heart. This stern father figure might not be as indifferent as he appeared. Once the steward departed, Wu Yuan promptly brought the box before Adai. The little creature in the jade basin was stretching its branches, the tender green leaves glistening in the morning light, appearing far more vibrant than just 3 days prior when their contract was formed. Adai, take a look at this, he said, retrieving one of the spirit energy crystals and placing it beside Adai's roots. The moment the crystal touched the soil, Adai's branches abruptly paused, and the previously swaying leaves tightened, as if a hungry puppy had caught the scent of a delicious meal, tilting towards the crystal. Detected pure spirit energy source. Level 1 spirit energy crystal. Energy contained. 120 points. Beast Adai exhibits a strong desire to absorb. Would you like to permit absorption? The system prompt chimed at an opportune moment. Wu Yuan did not hesitate to select yes. In the next instant, a wondrous scene unfolded. The sturdiest of Adai's branches gently bent down, the tips of its tender leaves, akin to nimble fingers, cautiously touching the spirit energy crystal. A soft green glow emanated from the leaves, spreading like invisible threads, enveloping the entire crystal. With a faint crackling sound, the surface of the transparent spirit energy crystal developed a web-like pattern of cracks, and the flowing white luminescence gradually coursed through the green threads into Adai's branches. The originally transparent crystal dimmed at a visibly perceptible pace, shriveling as if all its vitality had been siphoned away. Wu Yuan held his breath, distinctly sensing through the mental link a gentle, yet pure energy coursing through Adai's roots and into its being. This energy did not carry the strong attribute inclination typical of wood-element spirit stones. Rather, it resembled the most primordial life force, nurturing every inch of Adai's cells. He observed the once feeble flame of life within Ada becoming radiant under this influx of energy, while the previously parched veins, which, for a plant-type beast, correspond to the vascular bundles that transport nutrients, gradually expanded, emitting a subtle hum. Wu Yuan could even perceive the wave of joy transmitted from Ada, akin to a parched sponge finally saturated with moisture, each leaf stretching to its utmost, quivering with satisfaction. The energy contained in this first-level spirit crystal surpassed Wu Yuan's expectations. After a quarter of an hour, when the final glimmer of white light was entirely absorbed by Ada, the crystal completely transformed into a handful of grayish-white powder, scattering in the wind. The transformation of Ada was nothing short of remarkable. The formerly half-meter-tall branch surged nearly 10 centimeters higher, growing sturdier. Its surface adorned with a faint luster as if green blood flowed within. The number of willow leaves more than doubled, each gleaming vibrantly, their edges shimmering with an emerald-like sheen, and the leaf veins distinctly visible, resembling the most exquisite of artworks. Most astonishing to Wu Yuan was the rusted iron ring upon the trunk, referred to by the system as the spirit binding ring, which had shed some of its rust, revealing a shadowy metallic luster beneath, suggesting that the sense of confinement had lessened somewhat. Ada successfully absorbed a first-level spirit crystal, gaining 120 energy points. Energy accumulation has reached the threshold. Level up. Current level, Level 1, Ordinary. Attribute panel updated. Beast name, Ada species. Mutated weeping willow, mythical bloodline not activated. Level 1, Ordinary. Attribute, wood. Status, healthy. Health points, 85, 100. Energy points, 30, 50. Skill, life perception, passive, proficient level. Potential, mythical level, weakly activated. Bloodline ability, awaiting awakening, spirit binding ring looseness 1. Distributable attribute points, 1, strength 0, 2, agility 0, 1, spirit 0, 5, constitution 0, 2 can freely allocate 1 point. The level had indeed increased. Wu Yuan clenched his fist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Though it was merely a minor leap from level 0 to level 1. It validated that his nurturing approach was correct. More importantly, the potential section had transitioned from mythical level, not activated, to mythical level, weakly activated. And signs of loosening appeared in the spirit binding ring, indicating that provided energy continuously, Ada's mythical bloodline was not beyond reach. Where should this single attribute point be allocated? Wu Yuan gazed thoughtfully at the distributable attributes. Strength pertained to the physical attack and growth speed of the branches. Agility impacted reaction speed and energy circulation efficiency. Spirit related to the precision of control over life energy, while constitution determined vitality limits and recovery speed. At present, enhancing Ada's survival capability and energy control was of utmost importance. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to allocate 0. 5 points to spirit and 0. 5 points to constitution. Attribute allocation completed. Spirit 0, 55, constitution 0, 25. The moment the attribute points were confirmed, Wu Yuan felt the mental fluctuations transmitted from Ada becoming clearer. The previously scattered life energy coalesced significantly, and the sheen on the leaves stabilized further. He picked up the second spirit crystal, preparing to allow Ada to continue the absorption, when a cacophony of footsteps erupted outside, accompanied by Wu Lai's arrogant voice. Wu Yuan, come out here. Wu Yuan furrowed his brow, stowing the wooden box away, and approached the window. There stood Wu Lai, flanked by 4 or 5 minions, blocking the entrance to his courtyard. Each was accompanied by their own beast, a soul-colored earth lizard, a spiny thorn pig, and a pitch-black crow, clearly there to provoke. Wu Lai, what do you want this time? Wu Yuan pushed open the courtyard door, his tone icy. Wu Lai cast a sidelong glance at him, surveying the courtyard before ultimately fixing his gaze on the jade basin on the windowsill, scoffing. I heard Dad rewarded you with 3 spirit crystals? What a waste. Giving such fine resources to a worthless tree is far less beneficial than feeding my crimson flame wolf. One of his minions quickly chimed in. Exactly. Third young master, if you have no use for them, why not lend them to Lai Go? The Crimson Flame Wolf is on the verge of breaking through to level 2 and desperately needs spirit crystals. A worthless tree, unworthy of such precious resources. Wu Yuan's expression darkened. What gives you the right to take what was bestowed upon me by Dad? What right? Wu Lai stepped forward, malice evident on his face. Just because your pathetic willow tree will never amount to anything. Meanwhile, my Crimson Flame Wolf is destined to evolve into a king-class beast. Hand over the crystals, and I might let you off with minimal punishment. The Crimson Flame Wolf behind him let out a low growl, and the Thorn Cat raised its spines. The atmosphere suddenly charged with tension. Wu Yuan scoffed inwardly. It seemed that the humiliation from the last banquet had left Wu Lai harboring a grudge against him. However, he had no inclination to be entangled with these individuals now. Ada had just leveled up and needed to stabilize its energy without interruption. Get lost. Wu Yuan uttered a single word, the chill in his gaze causing several of the minions to instinctively retreat a step. You're courting death. Wu Lai, thoroughly enraged, waved his hand fiercely. Teach him a lesson. Don't kill him, but make sure he suffers. A thorn pig charged forward first, its sharp spines glinting ominously as it aimed for Wu Yuan's calf. Though this thorn pig was only a level 2 ordinary beast, it possessed remarkable defense and considerable impact. Wu Yuan's gaze sharpened as he sidestepped the thorn pig's charge, simultaneously channeling his mental energy, softly commanding, Ada, life perception. On the windowsill, Ada appeared to receive the command, its verdant leaves swaying gently, and pale green light dots once again spread out. But this time, instead of healing, the life perception's range was compressed to its utmost, locking onto the thorn pig's movements like a radar. To the left, Wu Yuan anticipated the thorn pig's maneuvering based on the information relayed by Ada, effortlessly evading once more. After 2 consecutive misses, the thorn pig grew agitated, charging wildly and smashing several pots of flowers in the courtyard to smithereens. Useless thing, Wu Lai cursed, signaling to the thorn cat to unleash an acoustic shockwave. The invisible sound wave struck like a blade toward Wu Yuan, rippling the air. This was a level 2 ordinary acoustic skill, capable of causing debilitating headaches to those with weaker mental fortitude, rendering them unable to resist. Wu Lai's face displayed a smug smile, as if he could already envision Wu Yuan clutching his head in agony. Yet he underestimated Wu Yuan, even more so Ada. Just as the sound wave was about to collide with Wu Yuan, Ada's branches suddenly surged forth, forming a green barrier before him. The pale green light dots flowed between the branches, creating a semi-transparent energy shield. The sound wave crashed against the shield, producing a dull thud, the barrier quaking violently, yet remaining intact. Those green light dots absorbed the energy of the sound wave bit by bit, dissipating its force. Ada used life energy to deflect the attack, energy points reduced by 15, current 15, 50. As the system prompt echoed, the cacophony abruptly ceased. It was with a sense of terror that it realized its sound waves had been entirely nullified, even feeling a faint energy rebound, which left it momentarily disoriented. How could this be? Wu Lai gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not fathom how that seemingly defenseless willow tree could withstand the sonic assault of the flame claw cat. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yuan lunged forward, his right hand forming a palm and striking the flame claw cat with lightning speed. Although his mental prowess was limited, this body had been honed through the family's foundational body refinement techniques, endowing him with considerable strength. Caught off guard, he managed to send the flame claw cat sprawling several meters away. Meow! The flame claw cat emitted a mournful cry, struggling to rise, only to be pinned down by Wu Yuan's foot. Stop it! Wu Lai exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger coursing through him. He never anticipated that Wu Yuan would dare to retaliate, and his agility seemed markedly improved. Just as he contemplated commanding the Crimson Flame Wolf to intervene, a stern voice from behind interrupted. Second young master, what are you doing? The head of the family has decreed a prohibition on private dueling. Have you forgotten? Turning around, Wu Lai saw the butler approaching briskly, flanked by 2 guards, their expressions grim. He understood that continuing this altercation would yield no favorable outcome. With a fierce glare directed at Wu Yuan, he gritted his teeth and declared, "We're leaving." Before departing, he couldn't resist issuing a parting threat. Wu Yuan, you'd better brace yourself. During the entrance examination, I will expose you and your useless willow tree for what you truly are. The group departed in disgruntled silence, and the small courtyard finally returned to tranquility. Wu Yuan released his foot, and the flame claw cat shot him a venomous glance before scurrying after Wu Lai. He approached Adai, gazing at the energy value that had dwindled to 15 points, gently caressing the willow leaves. You've worked hard, Adai. Adai's branches brushed against his fingers, conveying a reassuring sentiment of it's all right. Though the luster of its leaves had dimmed, A tenacious spirit emanated from within. Wu Yuan retrieved a second spirit crystal, placing it at Adai's roots. Here, replenish your energy. Having experienced the earlier confrontation, he was acutely aware of the importance of strength. Wu Lai's Crimson Flame Wolf was nearing level 2, while Adai had only just reached level 1, and the gap between them was widening. He needed to swiftly locate a first-tier life essence to facilitate Adai's first rebirth, thereby narrowing the disparity. The entrance examination loomed in Wu Yuan's mind as he observed Wu Lai's retreating figure, a sharp glint flickering in his eyes. According to federal regulations, all 16-year-old beast tamers were required to participate in a nationwide entrance examination, with exceptional performers gaining entry into prestigious beast tamer high schools for further study. As a member of a top-tier family, the Wu family naturally had recommendation slots. However, Wu Yuan understood that given his current circumstances, he must rely on his own abilities to secure a better resource and growth environment. Adai resumed absorbing the spirit crystal, and this time, Wu Yuan stood by, observing the flow of energy while contemplating future plans. He allocated all remaining 3 attribute points to his mental prowess, raising his mental capacity to F53-100. Though the increase was modest, it would enhance his control over Adai. Beast Adai absorbs a level 2 spirit crystal, gaining 120 energy points. Energy value restored to 100. 100. Excess converted to life energy, life value 5. Upon the completion of the second crystal's absorption, Adai's condition was fully restored, even more vibrant than before. Wu Yuan refrained from allowing it to absorb a third crystal. While the energy from the spirit crystals was pure, it was still inefficient for Adai, who needed to activate its bloodline. It would be wiser to save it for emergencies. With no spirit crystals left, it seemed he needed to devise a way to earn some money. Wu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. He recalled Adai's life perception ability. Perhaps he could utilize this skill to venture into the forests outside the city for a stroke of luck? There, he might discover some herbs imbued with life energy to sell for a profit. As this thought crystallized, the system panel flickered slightly, revealing a new prompt. Detected host planning. Triggering side quest. Initial exploration of the forest outside the city. Quest requirements. Within the safe zone outside the city, collect at least 3 types of herbs containing life energy and purify them using Adai's abilities. Quest rewards. Luck 1. Unlock basic herb identification database. Failure penalty. None. Another quest? Wu Yuan felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the 2 attribute points he allocated to luck had indeed begun to bear fruit. He glanced outside at the sky, where the sun was slowly descending, casting a golden hue over the courtyard. Adai's branches swayed gently in the evening breeze, as if cheering for the impending adventure. Tomorrow morning, he would venture outside the city. Resolute, Wu Yuan began packing a few essentials: a basic alloy dagger, a collection basket for herbs, and a small bottle of healing spray for emergencies. These were all he could prepare at present. As night deepened, Wu Yuan lay in bed, yet sleep eluded him. Through their mental connection, he felt Adai's steady life rhythm, akin to listening to the heartbeat of nature. Adai, we will soon grow stronger, he whispered to himself. In the darkness, the willow leaves in the jade basin quivered slightly, as if responding to his anticipation. Their journey of growth was only just commencing, and that spirit crystal waiting to be consumed was but a trivial first step in a long and arduous journey. Chapter 5. The Martial Arts Arena Competition. The willow tree demonstrates astonishing recovery. Morning sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating the martial arts arena. Today marked an auspicious occasion for beast tamers, as the arena thronged with 16-year-old boys and girls from various esteemed families and common households, each accompanied by their contracted beasts. The air thick with a palpable mix of tension and excitement. Wu Yuan stood amidst the crowd, a colorless summoning array flickering upon his left wrist, a symbol of an apprentice beast tamer, indicating that he had just embarked on the initial stage of opening a beast space. Before him, a soft azure glow flickered as Adai materialized onto the specially designed combat platform. After several days of nurturing, Adai had grown to nearly 70 centimeters tall. Its branches stretching gracefully, the willow leaves glistening with vibrant green, swaying gently in the breeze, appearing more lively than ever. Yet, amidst the myriad of diverse beasts surrounding them, this unassuming willow tree still felt utterly out of place. Look, that's the 3rd young master of the Wu family. I heard he contracted a willow tree. Is that true? A level 1 ordinary willow tree? How pitiful. I heard it's a mutated type, but isn't it still ordinary? Look at the leaf family's earth lizard. It's already level 4. Whispers filled the air from all directions, tinged with unabashed disdain. Wu Yuan paid no heed to the murmurs, focusing intently on Adai, transmitting a calming emotion through their mental link. Don't be nervous, just perform normally. Adai's branches brushed against the back of his hand, seemingly acknowledging his reassurance. At the center of the arena stood a middle-aged man in a gray uniform, addressing the crowd with a loudspeaker. His sleeves bore 3 silver patterns, and a faint gray array adorned his left wrist, signifying his status as a formal beast tamer, having opened 2 beast spaces and qualified to contract elite-level beasts. Silence. The man's voice, infused with mental energy, swiftly quelled the clamor. I am Zhang Cheng, the chief judge of this competition. I will now announce the rules of the contest. First, this will be a one-on-one beast battle. The winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. The top 100 contestants will receive generous rewards. Second, during the battles, intentionally maiming opponents or their beasts is strictly prohibited. Violation will result in immediate disqualification. Thirdly, the maximum level for beasts is capped at ordinary level 10, while the rank of beast tamers is unrestricted. However, the use of skills beyond the purview of an apprentice beast tamer is strictly prohibited to ensure fairness. Zhang Cheng paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. I am aware that some of you hail from prestigious families, and your beasts may be on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of ordinary level. Conversely, others may come from humble backgrounds, with their beasts only recently contracted. Yet, I must impart this crucial truth. The journey of a beast tamer is not merely judged by one's starting point, but rather by potential and disposition. With a flourish of his hand, a massive electronic screen materialized above the arena, displaying the roster and match pairings. Now, let the battles commence. First match, Wang Hao vs. Lu Ting. As the chief examiner's voice resonated, a young man and woman ascended to the adjacent combat platform. Wang Hao's beast was a level 3 ordinary iron cocoon, boasting remarkable defensive capabilities, while Lu Ting's beast was a level 2 ordinary swift rabbit, noted for its incredible speed. Under their respective masters' commands, the 2 beasts engaged in combat. The swift rabbit darted around the iron cocoon, seeking an opportunity to strike, while the iron cocoon curled into a ball, absorbing the impacts without sustaining any harm. Ultimately, the swift rabbit exhausted its stamina, leading Lu Ting to concede defeat. Wang Hao is victorious, Zhang Cheng declared, elucidating that despite the iron cocoon's lack of offensive prowess, its level 3 ordinary defense could withstand the full force of a level 2 ordinary attack, exemplifying the advantages of level disparity. Following this bout, many candidates silently calculated their own standing in relation to others. The significance of beast levels was starkly illuminated in that moment. The second match featured Wu Lai against Zhao Kuan. As the chief examiner's voice rang out, Wu Lai strode onto the combat platform with his crimson flame wolf. The wolf had grown to half a meter in height, its crimson fur flickering with faint flames, exuding the pressure of a level 5 ordinary beast, an undeniable standout among its peers. Zhao Kuan's beast, a level 3 ordinary water-spouting fish, appeared somewhat intimidated in the face of the Crimson Flame Wolf's fiery aura. Begin. Crimson Flame Wolf, unleash Flame Jet, commanded Wu Lai, his eyes glinting with arrogance. The Crimson Flame Wolf opened its maw, projecting a small column of flame that struck the water-spouting fish with unerring precision. Though the fish attempted to counter with a spray of water, the disparity in levels proved insurmountable. The water was instantaneously vaporized, and the fish emitted a mournful cry. Losing its fighting capability, Zhao Kuan concedes. Wu Lai prevails. The outcome was nearly instantaneous. Wu Lai raised his chin in triumph, his gaze sweeping over the crowd until it landed on Wu Yuan, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, as if to suggest this was the reality of their differences. Wu Yuan maintained a stoic expression, though internally he analyzed. A level 5 ordinary beast had already mastered the fundamental skill of Flame Jet. Yet it was still some distance from unlocking foundational skills at level 11. Nevertheless, it was already considered top-tier combat strength for the entrance examination. He was acutely aware that with Adai's current level 3 ordinary strength, a direct confrontation held no promise of victory. In the third match, Su Li faced Chen Ming. Su Li ascended the combat platform, cradling her Thunder Eagle, which had reached elite level 4, with its feathers crackling with intensified electrical energy. Chen Ming's beast was a level 3 ordinary groundhog. Thunder Eagle, Thunder Strike. Su Li's voice was cool and authoritative. The Thunder Eagle transformed into a fleeting shadow, descending with a crackling surge of electricity. As the groundhog attempted to burrow underground for cover, it was struck by the current and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Chen Ming concedes. Su Li wins. Yet another swift victory. Su Li's Thunder Eagle not only boasted a higher level, but also demonstrated exceptional mastery of its skills, clinching the win with finesse. As Su Li exited the combat platform, her gaze inadvertently met Wu Yuan's, causing her to pause momentarily before turning away. The matches continued in succession, showcasing a plethora of beast types and varying levels among the candidates. From level 1 ordinary hedgehogs to level 6 ordinary gale birds. From clumsy rock monsters to agile messenger pigeons, The disparity in beast levels often determined the outcomes of battles. However, there were exceptions. One candidate's beast, despite being only level 2 ordinary, evaded numerous attacks from a level 4 ordinary beast through a unique camouflage skill, ultimately wearing down the opponent to secure an unexpected victory. Was this what the chief examiner meant by potential and disposition? Wu Yuan mused, understanding that while level was significant, the synergy of skills and command was equally pivotal. In the 36th match, it was finally Wu Yuan's turn. He took a deep breath and led a Dai onto the combat platform. Sun Hao, a scion of the Li family's collateral branch, commanded a level 4 ordinary thorned pig, the very beast that had caused a ruckus in Wu Yuan's courtyard previously. You again? Sun Hao exclaimed upon seeing Wu Yuan, his eyes flashing with surprise before morphing into delight. What a coincidence, young Master Wu San. Your worthless willow tree is about to be turned into a sieve by my thorned pig today. Surrounding candidates cast curious glances, many eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Begin. Thorned pig, spike charge. Sun Hao commanded without hesitation. The thorned pig, its limbs digging into the ground and spikes bristling, barreled towards a Dai like a miniature tank. Propelled by the strength of a level 3 ordinary beast, generating a fierce gust of wind. A Dai, defend with branches. Wu Yuan ordered calmly. The stoutest branches of a Dai instantaneously interposed before it, intersecting to form a net-like shield, a faint green life energy circulating between the branches, creating a thin protective barrier. Bang! The thorned pig collided violently with the branching shield, producing a dull thud. A Dai's branches quivered violently, several willow leaves shaken loose, and fine cracks appeared where they crossed. A Dai suffered a 10-point impact, life value decreased, current 75, 100. Ha ha, useless. Sun Hao guffawed. How could a level 3 ordinary weakling withstand a level 4 ordinary assault? Charge again. The thorned pig retreated slightly before launching another charge, this time with even greater speed and force. Crack! A sharp sound rang out as one of a Dai's branches was cleanly snapped, a faint green sap oozing from the break. A Dai's life value decreased by 15 points, current 60. 100. Energy value decreased by 5 points, current 95, 100. Wu Yuan, just concede already. Sun Hao jeered triumphantly. If this continues, your willow tree will be reduced to firewood. Laughter erupted around them. I told you this willow tree was useless. It's utterly defenseless. The gap between a level 3 ordinary and a level 4 ordinary was simply too vast. Young Master Wu of the Wu family is bound to be humiliated this time. Wu Lai, standing at the edge of the platform, wore a cruel smile, as if he could already envision a Dai being utterly obliterated. Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. Yet his gaze remained resolute. A Dai, hold on. Utilize life perception to identify its weakness. Despite being struck and losing a branch, a Dai did not falter. Its willow leaves swayed gently as the life perception skill operated at full capacity, relaying the thorned pig's life fluctuations clearly to Wu Yuan. Its left front leg bore an old injury, causing its movements to be less dynamic than the others. Wu Yuan instantly grasped this critical information. Thorned pig, charge again. Sun Hao urged impatiently. Just as the thorned pig prepared for its third charge, Wu Yuan suddenly commanded, A Dai, sweep your branches and target its left front leg. The remaining branches of A Dai lashed out like whips, accurately striking the thorned pig's injured leg. The thorned pig cried out in pain. Its left front leg hit at the site of its old injury, causing its momentum to falter significantly. Now, A Dai absorbed the surrounding life energy. Wu Yuan seized the opportunity, swiftly altering his command. Suddenly, a Dai's roots delved deep into the soil of the combat arena, while the willow leaves unfurled to their utmost extent. Akin to a voracious sponge, beginning to absorb the scant natural energy from the air and the trace nutrients from the earth. A miraculous scene unfolded. New tender shoots sprouted from the break in a Dai's branch, growing at a visibly rapid pace, while the previously cracked branches swiftly mended. Green sap gradually solidifying as the fissures vanished. A Dai self-repairs, life points increased by 10, current 70, 100. Energy points decreased by 10, current 85, 100. How is that possible? Sun Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could an ordinary level beast possess such remarkable regenerative abilities? He was not alone. The surrounding candidates and examiners exhibited similar astonishment. Typically, ordinary level beasts only possess basic self-healing capabilities, yet a Dai's branch regeneration speed transcended the ordinary level, nearing the initial bloodline abilities of elite level beasts. This willow tree is rather peculiar. Its recovery speed is astonishing, akin to an indomitable cockroach. No wonder the third young master of the Wu family dared to use it for the examination. Chief Examiner Zhang Chung slightly straightened his posture. His gaze fixed on a Dai, imbued with curiosity. He sensed that although the life energy of this willow tree was feeble, it was extraordinarily pure. and its recovery mechanism was quite unique. Impossible. It must be a coincidence. Sun Hao gritted his teeth, commanding, Spiny Pig, ignore it, continue the attack. The Spiny Pig charged once more, yet this time, due to an old injury in its left front leg, its speed and strength were significantly diminished. Dui, evade its frontal assault and entangle it with your branches. Wu Yuan seized the opportunity to direct. Dui deftly swayed its branches, dodging the Spiny Pig's charge, while simultaneously launching several slender branches that coiled around the Spiny Pig's hind legs like ropes. The Spiny Pig, unable to evade, lost its balance and tumbled over. Now's your chance, repair with all your might, Wu Yuan commanded. Seizing the moment, Dui absorbed energy fervently, and its life and energy points surged rapidly. Life points increased by 15, current 85, 100. Energy points decreased by 15, current 70, 100. Darn it. Sun Hao, both startled and furious, realized that no matter how he attacked, this willow tree could recover swiftly, as if it were impossible to defeat. Meanwhile, his Spiny Pig, after several charges, had exhausted much of its stamina and energy, particularly the old injury in its left front leg, which made its movements increasingly sluggish. Spiny Pig, Thorn Rain. Sun Hao unleashed his ultimate skill. The thorns on the Spiny Pig's back suddenly detached and shot towards Dui like a torrential rain. This was its area attack skill. Although less powerful than the charge, its widespread coverage made it difficult to evade. Dui, Energy Shield. Wu Yuan instructed solemnly. Dui gathered all its branches, forming a thick shield of green life energy on its surface. PFF, PFF, PFF. The thorns struck the shield, producing a cacophony of sounds. The shield quivered violently before shattering, yet most of the thorn's force was dissipated, with only a few piercing through the shield and embedding themselves in Dui's branches. Life points decreased by 20, current 65, 100. Energy points decreased by 20, current 50, 100. Ha ha ha, let us see how you recover this time. Sun Hao laughed heartily. However, his smile quickly froze. Although Dui had been pierced by several thorns, its recovery ability activated once more. The tissues surrounding the thorns proliferated rapidly, enveloping and expelling the thorns, with the wounds healing within seconds and life points slowly rising again. Life points increased by 5, current 70, 100. Enough. Sun Hao observed his panting, slightly trembling Spiny Pig and glanced at Dui, which, though somewhat disheveled, remained vibrant. He could no longer contain his anger and shouted. I concede. He simply could not endure any longer. His Spiny Pig had exhausted its energy, and the old injury had recurred. While the opponent's willow tree seemed an endless pit, impervious to defeat, continuing would only lead to more severe harm to his beast. A hush fell over the arena, followed by an eruption of discussions. Did he win? The third young master of the Wu family won? Not a victory, but Sun Hao conceded. Yet this was still absurd. An ordinary level 3 defeated an ordinary level 4? That recovery ability is utterly abnormal. It's like an indestructible cockroach. This willow tree seems remarkable indeed. Chief Examiner Zhang Cheng stood, his gaze resting on Wu Yuan and Dui, slowly announcing, Group 36, Wu Yuan wins. He paused, adding, in beast battles, one must consider not only level and attack power but also survival ability, and the recovery capability of this willow tree exceeds that of an ordinary level 1, warranting attention. Receiving the examiner's commendation, Wu Yuan felt a slight relief, conveying a sense of appreciation towards Dui. Well done, Dui. Dui's branches swayed gently, as if celebrating in joy. Wu Yuan descended from the combat platform with Dui, only to encounter the sullen-faced Wu Lai. Winning a match through tricks has made you arrogant? Wu Lai said coldly. Don't think this guarantees you'll pass the exam. You'll see what's in store for you. Wu Yuan cast a nonchalant glance at him. At least I won. Unlike some who rely solely on level to bully the weak. You're courting death. Wu Lai glared at him. This is the training arena. Private fights are prohibited. Wu Yuan reminded, walking past him. Watching Wu Yuan's retreating figure, Wu Lai clenched his fists, his gaze venomous. This match is merely the beginning. I will make you realize that trash will always be trash. Ignoring the threat behind him, Wu Yuan moved to a secluded corner to check Dui's panel. Beast name, Dui. Species, mutated weeping willow. Mythical bloodline not yet activated. Level 1, ordinary level. Attribute, wood. Status, healthy, slight damage. Life points, 70, 100. Energy points, 50, 100. Skills, life perception, passive, proficient, rapid recovery, active, basic. Potential, mythical level, weakly activated. Bloodline ability, awaiting awakening, spirit binding ring loosening degree 15. Distributable attribute points, 0. Dui has awakened a new skill, rapid recovery. Wu Yuan felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the recent intense battle had stimulated Adui's potential. He retrieved his last spirit crystal and placed it before Adui. Quickly absorb it to replenish your energy. There are more examinations ahead. Adui joyfully coiled around the crystal, beginning to absorb the energy. Wu Yuan gazed at the ongoing battles in the distance, his eyes resolute. The competition in the training arena was merely a small hurdle on his path as a beast master. Through this battle, he had gained a clearer understanding of the significance of levels and witnessed Adui's potential. Ordinary level, elite level, king level, legendary level, mythical level. This journey is long and arduous, but with Adui and the talent for infinite rebirth, there lies boundless possibility. Moving forward, let us continue on this path. Wu Yuan murmured. Under the sunlight, Adui's willow leaves shimmered with a vibrant green light, as if responding to his determination. Their legend was just beginning to unfold. Chapter 6. Encountering the talented young girl Su Li, Beast Thunderhawk. The afternoon sun filtered through the energy shield above the training arena, casting intricate patterns of light upon the ground. Wu Yuan sat in the shadow at the edge of the battle platform, observing as Adui delicately consumed the last spirit crystal, its tender green branches shivering slightly with the infusion of energy, as if silently celebrating. Beastmaster Adui absorbs a level 1 spirit crystal, gaining 120 energy points. Health restored to 100, 100, energy restored to 100, 100. Continuous combat stimulation detected. Rapid recovery skill proficiency enhanced, beginner to intermediate. Watching the notifications on his panel, Wu Yuan's taut nerves finally began to relax. Although he had emerged victorious against Sun Hao, the battle had not come easily. There were still several small wounds on Adui's branches, remnants of the thorn boar's sharp spikes, which had become less noticeable due to the rapid recovery skill. He had not anticipated that a level 3 ordinary willow could indeed triumph over a level 4 thorn boar. Its recovery ability was astonishing, almost akin to a perpetual motion machine. The Wu family's third young master seemed far from the wasteful reputation he had been given. The murmurs of the onlookers had shifted from initial derision to surprise and curiosity. Occasionally, candidates passing by would steal glances at Adui, their eyes filled with intrigue. Wu Yuan remained noncommittal, quietly brushing the dust off Adui's branches. The little creature had collected quite a bit of grime during the earlier skirmish. Just then, a cool female voice broke through the air beside him. Your willow is quite special. Wu Yuan looked up to find Su Li standing before him. Her thunder hawk nestled in her arms, cocking its head curiously, its sharp golden eyes surveying Adui. The feathers of the thunderhawk shimmered with a faint blue-violet sheen under the sunlight, with tiny electric sparks occasionally flickering at the edges of its wings, exuding the robust aura of an elite level 4 creature, dressed in a practical white outfit that allowed for ease of movement. Su Li had her long hair tied back in a ponytail, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate collarbone, appearing more capable and grounded than she had at the banquet, where she had seemed aloof. Her gaze fell upon Adui, her clear eyes betraying evident curiosity, yet devoid of any condescension. Miss Su, Wu Yuan nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence. His feelings towards the object of his former secret admiration had evolved to a state of calm acceptance. Exceptional individuals deserve appreciation. But his aim had never been to rely on anyone else, but rather to establish his footing alongside Adui. Su Li, undeterred by his somewhat aloof demeanor, crouched down, aligning her gaze with Adui's. The thunder hawk, nestled in her embrace, diligently preened its feathers, showing no hostility towards the plant-based beast, but instead gently pecked at Su Li's fingers, as if signaling something. It possesses a vibrant and pure life energy, Su Li remarked, extending her finger cautiously towards one of Adui's willow leaves. May I? Wu Yuan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Of course. With his consent. Su Li's fingertips lightly brushed against the willow leaf. In that fleeting moment of contact, her eyes widened slightly, and she murmured, indeed. Its life fluctuations are entirely unlike those of ordinary plant-based beasts. It seems to embody a unique resilience. As a prodigious young woman from a top-tier family, Su Li had encountered countless beasts, having conducted in-depth studies on ordinary plant beings such as pothoes and thorny vines, but she had never encountered one like Adui, which, despite its low rank, emanated such an extraordinary life force. Detected the energy probing from the potential king-level beast, Thunderhawk. Adui displays a friendly demeanor. Su Li, mental power B, develops a strong interest in Adui, triggering a slight increase in affection, current 10, 100. The system notification took Wu Yuan by surprise. He had not anticipated that Su Li's mental power had already reached level B, an exceptional standard among 16-year-old apprentice beastmasters. It was no wonder she had managed to cultivate the Thunderhawk to elite level 4 and could accurately perceive Adui's unique attributes. It's called Adui. Wu Yuan broke the silence, It is a mutated weeping willow I contracted in the family secret realm. Dui? Suli echoed the name. A faint smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of melting ice and snow, a fitting expression. As she watched Dui gently nudge her fingers with its branches, her gaze softened considerably. Is its recovery ability innate? I have never seen an ordinary beast with such rapid self-healing capabilities. This was indeed a question that piqued everyone's curiosity and a point that Yuan needed to address with caution. He could not reveal the secrets of the system or his mythical bloodline, so he opted for a reasonable explanation. Perhaps it is due to its mutation. Its efficiency in absorbing natural energy is particularly high, allowing it to quickly draw from the surrounding environment to heal itself after injury. This explanation was not a lie. Dui's recovery did indeed depend on absorbing natural energy, though the average person was unaware of how efficiently it could do so. Suli nodded thoughtfully, refraining from further inquiries. With her intelligence, she could discern that his explanation was somewhat reserved, but everyone had their secrets, especially in the realm of beast cultivation. She understood well not to pry excessively. Your command during battle was remarkably composed. Suli shifted the conversation, her gaze locking onto Yuan. Faced with a level disparity, you remained unflustered and accurately identified your opponent's weaknesses, which is a rare quality. She had observed the entire battle. Yuan's tactics, while not dazzling, were exceedingly pragmatic, leveraging Dui's recovery to wear down the opponent and seizing fleeting opportunities to strike at their vulnerabilities. Such steadiness and judgment were not traits one would expect from someone with F-level mental power. It was merely luck, Yuan replied, maintaining a balanced tone. He knew that the real test lay ahead. A single victory would not change anything. Suli chuckled softly, clearly unconvinced by his modesty. Luck is also a component of strength, especially on the path of a beast master. Precise judgment and a calm demeanor can sometimes prove more crucial than rank. She paused, then continued, I have reviewed your battle groupings. Your next opponent is Li Hao, the nephew of the Li family patriarch. His beast is a level 5 firehound, proficient in flame attacks, which are particularly effective against plant types. You must exercise caution. Yuan's heart stirred. He recognized Li Hao as the nephew of Li Wanhua, second only to the legitimate heir among the younger generation of the Li family. Known for his arrogant demeanor, the Firehound's flame skills surpassed those of Wu Li's Crimson Flame Wolf. Su Li's proactive warning clearly stemmed from goodwill. Thank you for the reminder, Yuan replied earnestly. I will prepare accordingly. Although your willow possesses strong recovery, flame attacks will scorch its energy and hinder self-healing. Su Li observed Dui and suggested, if possible, try to avoid direct contact and utilize the terrain to your advantage. The Firehound is swift, but its endurance is inferior to that of the Thorned Boar. Dragging the fight into the later stages would be more beneficial for you. Her analysis was astute and thoroughly considered from Yuan's perspective, which increased his appreciation for her. This talented young woman not only exhibited remarkable strength, but also possessed insight and temperament that exceeded her peers. I will take that into consideration, Yuan nodded, genuinely contemplating how to counter the fire attacks, and Su Li's advice aligned perfectly with his thoughts. Suddenly, the Thunder Hawk in Su Li's arms let out a crisp call, flapping its wings, appearing somewhat impatient. Su Li gently stroked its feathers, soothingly saying, All right, we must prepare for the next round. She stood up and addressed Yuan. I hope to see an even better performance from you in the forthcoming examinations, Yuan. This was the first time she had called him by his name instead of young Master Wu. Likewise, Su Li, Yuan also stood, meeting her gaze with ease. Su Li gave a slight nod, cradling the Thunder Hawk, and turned to leave. Before departing, the Thunder Hawk glanced back at Dui, a flicker of acknowledgement seeming to pass through its golden eyes. As Yuan watched Su Li's retreating figure, he found himself deep in thought. The attitude of this genius girl was quite subtle. She did not belittle him due to his humble origins or the ordinariness of his beast, but rather seemed able to perceive his potential and Dui's uniqueness. This perspective, which does not rank heroes by status, is exceedingly rare in a world that reveres strength above all. Dui, did you hear that? The next opponent is the Fiery Hound. Yuan lowered his head and spoke to Dui. Fire is our nemesis. We must devise a strategy to counter it. Dui's branches swayed gently, transmitting a sense of fearlessness through their mental link. Simultaneously, its roots delicately traced a vague pattern on the ground, seemingly simulating a defensive stance. Dui has become alert to the fiery assault, triggering a potential warning, increasing the life energy cycle speed by 5. Yuan felt warmth in his heart. Although the little creature was somewhat naive, it never ceased to surprise him. He began to ponder a countermeasure seriously. The Fiery Hound was a level 5 ordinary beast, proficient in both Flame Jet and Scorching Claw, with flames hot enough to scorch ordinary level plant-type beasts. Although Dui possessed rapid recovery abilities, If its energy were persistently consumed by the flames, the recovery speed would inevitably lag behind the damage, leading to a disadvantage. It was imperative to find a way to counter the flames, at least temporarily. Wu Yuan furrowed his brow in contemplation. He recalled the jungle outside the city. In the medicinal herb identification database awarded during the last system task, there was a plant known as frostleaf grass, which contained a faint icy energy. While it might not entirely repel the flames, it could mitigate some of the burning effects. If he could locate this herb and allow Adui to absorb it, perhaps they would have a better chance. However, with only an hour until the next examination, there was simply no time to venture outside the city. Was a direct confrontation their only option? Wu Yuan hesitated. Just then, his gaze fell upon the green belt at the edge of the training ground. There, a row of ornamental greenleaf grass was planted. Though it lacked the icy energy of frostleaf grass, it was rich in moisture and wooden essence. Perhaps this could work. A glimmer of inspiration flickered in Wu Yuan's eyes. He approached the green belt, plucked several fresh leaves of greenleaf grass, and returned to Adui's side, crushing the leaves and evenly sprinkling them onto the potting soil. Adui, absorb the moisture and energy from these leaves and store them, Wu Yuan commanded. Instantly, Adui coiled its branches around the crushed leaves, and its roots accelerated, absorbing and converting the moisture and wooden energy into its body. Adui absorbs the sap of greenleaf grass, receiving a moisture boost, increasing energy by 10 points. Current 110, 100, excess converted into moisture shield energy. Temporary status acquired. Moisture, damage from flame attacks reduced by 10. Effective. Wu Yuan felt a surge of joy. Although the effect was limited, it was better than nothing. At least it would reduce some damage. He was about to gather more greenleaf grass when the chief referee, Zhang Cheng, announced, "Next, we will proceed with the second round of battles. The following participants, please prepare. Group 52, Su Li versus Zhou Ming." Wu Yuan looked up to see Su Li already on the battle stage. Her opponent was a tall youth whose beast was a level 4 ordinary rock tortoise, renowned for its formidable defense. "Begin. Thunder Eagle, soar high and look for an opportunity." Su Li's voice was cool and steady. The Thunder Eagle ascended like a bolt of lightning, evading the rock tortoise's frontal defense. The rock tortoise curled into a ball, shielding itself within its thick shell, awaiting the Thunder Eagle's descent. Now, lightning strike. Seizing a momentary gap in the rock tortoise's defense, Su Li decisively commanded. The Thunder Eagle dove down, wings enveloped in blue electric light, striking with precision at the crevice of the rock tortoise's shell. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the rock tortoise emitted a pained cry. Smoke, billowing from the shell's fissure, clearly struck by the electricity and suffering significant damage. Once more, the Thunder Eagle executed a graceful turn in midair, launching another attack. This time, the rock tortoise failed to retract its defense in time and was directly struck on the head by the lightning, convulsing and collapsing to the ground. Rendered incapable of continuing the fight, Zhou Ming concedes. Su Li wins. From start to finish, it took merely 3 minutes. Su Li's commands were precise and decisive, and the Thunder Eagle's speed and electric skills harmonized flawlessly, displaying combat prowess far exceeding that of a level 4 elite. The crowd erupted in admiration. Incredible. Is this the genius of the Su family? An elite level 4 Thunder Eagle managing to eliminate a rock tortoise of the same tier in an instant. Her timing is impeccable, almost as if it were calculated. Wu Yuan nodded in silent agreement. Su Li's strength indeed warranted the title of genius. Not only did she cultivate her beast exceptionally well, but her combat awareness and command abilities also surpassed those of her peers. It was no wonder the 4 great families held her in high regard. Even Wu Lai sought to impress her. As Su Li stepped down from the battle stage, her gaze met Wu Yuan's once more, offering a subtle nod of encouragement. Wu Yuan reciprocated with a nod, his fighting spirit ignited further. With such a formidable rival and potential ally, this path might prove more challenging, yet all the more meaningful. Group 67, Wu Yuan versus Li Hao. At last, it was time for Wu Yuan's next battle. Li Hao was a robust youth, his face adorned with a haughty smile. His fiery hound was nearly the size of a medium dog, its body cloaked in orange-red fur, exhaling hot air as its mouth opened, its tail flickering like flames, emanating the intense heat of a level 5 ordinary beast. Oh, isn't this the third young master of the Wu family who won a match thanks to that useless willow tree? Li Hao strode onto the battle stage, his tone more arrogant than Wu Lai's. "I never expected you to make it to the second round, but your luck ends here, facing me." He patted the fiery hound's head with a sinister grin. "My fiery hound loves to chew on wood. Today, let it savor the flavor of this mutated willow tree." Laughter erupted around them, with many of Li Hao's family members cheering loudly. Wu Yuan remained expressionless, simply summoning Adui to his side and whispering, "Adui, are you ready?" Adui's branches stood tall, and the willow leaves tightened slightly, conveying a sense of determination. Begin. Fiery Hound, Flame Jet. Li Hao unleashed his strongest attack without hesitation, evidently aiming for a quick victory to establish dominance over Wu Yuan. The Fiery Hound opened its mouth, projecting a half-meter-long column of flames that surged toward Dui with scorching waves of heat. Dui, energy shield, while simultaneously absorbing the moisture from the ground. Wu Yuan calmly commanded. Dui's branches swiftly intertwined to form a shield, the pale green energy shield enveloped with a thin layer of moisture. The result of the earlier absorption of greenleaf grass. Boom. The flame column collided with the shield, producing a deafening sound as the moisture was instantly evaporated, transforming into a white mist. The shield trembled violently, the green light dimming significantly, yet it ultimately remained unbroken. Dui sustained fire damage, losing 25 life points, current 75. 100. Energy decreased by 20 points, current 90, 100. Moisture status activated, reducing damage by 10, actual life points reduced by 22. Indeed effective. Wu Yuan felt a wave of relief. Although the loss was considerable, it was far better than he had anticipated. How is that possible? Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not expected a level 1 ordinary willow tree to withstand the Fiery Hound's flame jet. Keep firing. Burn through its shield. The Fiery Hound unleashed another stream of flames, but this time, the intensity of the flames was noticeably diminished, as continuous use of flame jet was taxing on its energy. Dui, avoid the frontal assault and maneuver to the side. Seizing the moment, Wu Yuan commanded. Dui's roots swiftly moved across the ground, nimbly avoiding the flames while circling to the side and rear of the Fiery Hound. Now, strike its hind leg with your branches. The branches of Dui lashed out like whips, striking fiercely at the joint of the Fire Hound's hind leg. Howl! The Fire Hound yelped in pain, momentarily halting its movements, and the flames it spewed forth ceased. Damn it! Fire Hound, turn and attack with your fiery claws. Li Hao bellowed. The Fire Hound pivoted, its claw engulfed in flames, lunging towards Dui with remarkable speed. Dui, recover swiftly. Simultaneously, entangle its claws with your branches. As Dui hastily mended the branches scorched by the flames, it flung several limbs, binding the Fire Hound's forepaws tightly. The clash of vibrant life energy with searing flames produced a sizzling sound, and black smoke began to rise from the surface of the branches. Life points increased by 15, current 68, 100. Energy points decreased by 15, current 75, 100. Branches sustained burns, temporarily losing 5 attack speed. Break free, Li Hao shouted in frustration. The Fire Hound struggled vehemently, its fiery wrath intensifying. Dui's branches crackled ominously as they neared the brink of snapping. In that critical moment, Wu Yuan suddenly noticed a lighter-colored patch of fur on the Fire Hound's abdomen, where the flames were comparatively feeble. That was its weak point. Dui, aim for its abdomen and unleash your full strength. Wu Yuan commanded sharply. Dui seemed to sense its master's resolve, channeling the last of its energy into its remaining branches, transforming them into green spears that thrust powerfully towards the Fire Hound's vulnerable belly. A piercing scream erupted as the Fire Hound was struck at its weak point. Its body convulsed, and the flames on its claws extinguished instantly, collapsing to the ground. Rendered incapable of further combat, the arena fell into a profound silence once more. Everyone stood agape, staring at the blackened, smoke-emitting willow tree that still stood tall. Alongside its master, a boy whose demeanor suggested he had merely accomplished a trivial task. A level 3 mutated willow tree of ordinary grade had triumphed over a level 5 Fire Hound of ordinary grade. This time, no one could claim it was merely luck. Li Hao's face turned pale, as if struggling to believe the unfolding reality, muttering, "Impossible, this cannot be." Chief Examiner Zhang Cheng rose, his voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Group 67, Wu Yuan wins. His gaze towards Wu Yuan transformed from initial indifference to deep admiration and intrigue. This boy and his willow tree had conjured a remarkable miracle. Wu Yuan approached Dui, tenderly inspecting its charred branches. But the little creature nudged his fingers with its few remaining healthy leaves, conveying a reassuring sentiment that it was all right. "You've worked hard, Dui," Wu Yuan murmured, filled with gratitude. He understood that this victory was not solely due to strategy, but also a testament to Dui's remarkable resilience and restorative abilities. As he descended from the arena, Wu Yuan encountered Suli once more. She gazed at Dui's scorched branches, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Soon replaced by admiration. "Congratulations, you've won again." "Thank you," Wu Yuan nodded, adding, "Your Thunder Eagle is quite impressive as well. We shall strive towards the 4 prestigious academies together." Suli looked at him earnestly, saying, "Perhaps we can exchange insights on beast cultivation then." This was both a recognition and an invitation. Wu Yuan smiled faintly. That sounds wonderful. I eagerly anticipate it. The sunlight bathed the two in warmth. The electric brilliance of the Thunder Eagle harmonizing with the verdant spirit of Adui, as if foreshadowing future encounters. Wu Yuan knew that the path ahead for him and Adui was long, yet each victory and recognition rendered the seemingly rugged road increasingly clear and bright. Meeting Su Li might just be an unexpected yet perfectly timed beginning on this journey. Chapter 7. System Notification, Mythical Bloodline Activation Conditions Detected. The evening sun bathed the training grounds in a warm orange hue, signaling the final rounds were nearing conclusion. Wu Yuan cradled Adui, strolling out of the bustling crowd. Amidst the rising murmurs and gasps of awe, I can hardly believe that a level 3 ordinary willow tree has triumphed through every challenge. The third young master of the Wu family is on the rise. That feint was simply magnificent. I believe his willow tree is not an ordinary variant. It might possess some rare bloodline. The mockery had vanished, replaced by awe and curiosity. Wu Yuan had engaged in 3 battles that day. In addition to the morning match against Sun Hao and Li Hao, he faced an opponent wielding a level 6 ordinary Ironhorn Rhino in the afternoon. That battle proved exceptionally arduous. With 3 of Adui's branches snapped, they narrowly claimed victory through extreme resilience and Wu Yuan's unforeseen tactics. At that moment, Adui rested quietly in a jade basin, its once charred branches now rejuvenated, budding fresh green leaves from the fractures, brimming with vitality. However, the rusted iron ring coiled around its trunk remained stubbornly embedded, akin to an insurmountable shackle. You must be exhausted. Wu Yuan gently caressed the topmost leaf of Adui, causing the little creature's branches to quiver slightly, transmitting a satisfied purr through their mental link, as if to say it was all right. Beast Adui has undergone 3 extreme battles. Vitality energy activity level increased to 30. Skill proficiency in rapid recovery has reached its limit, intermediate advanced. Detection of sustained flame burn stimulation has yielded slight resistance to fire energy, fire damage reduction of 5. Observing the notifications on the panel, Wu Yuan felt a wave of contentment. Although the examination was arduous, it had facilitated Adui's rapid growth. From initially only being able to defend passively, to now actively employing its branches for precise attacks, and even absorbing environmental energy mid-battle, the little creature's advancements were visibly remarkable. Approaching the exit, a black hover vehicle glided to a stop in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing the familiar visage of the butler, third young master. The family head has sent me to escort you. Wu Yuan nodded, boarding the vehicle with Adui in his arms. The interior was infused with a faint scent of sandalwood, starkly contrasting the earthy aroma of his small courtyard. The butler glanced at the jade basin containing Adui through the rearview mirror, his expression complex. Third young master, your performance today has spread throughout the capital. It was merely luck, Wu Yuan replied nonchalantly. The butler smiled but refrained from further comment, instead handing Wu Yuan a sealed metal box. This is a reward from the family head for you. Wu Yuan accepted the box, feeling its weight. Upon opening it, he discovered 10 level 1 spiritual energy crystals neatly arranged inside, alongside a black card. This is the family's black card, containing 100,000 federal coins. The family head mentioned that you need resources for beast cultivation, so you need not be frugal, the butler explained. Wu Yuan felt a hint of surprise within. 100,000 federal coins plus 10 spiritual energy crystals was indeed a substantial sum. It seemed his father's attitude had shifted from initial disappointment to genuine recognition. Please thank my father for me. Upon returning to his small courtyard, night had fully descended. Wu Yuan placed Adui in the moonlight by the window, retrieved a spiritual energy crystal, and placed it at its roots, then began to tally his gains from the day. In addition to the reward from his father, he had also received a bonus of 500 federal coins and a bottle of primary healing potion for his examination victory. Though modest, it was better than nothing. Adui, absorb the energy and rest well, Wu Yuan instructed, filling a basin with clean water and gently wiping the soot off Adui's branches. After a day of battles, the little creature had accumulated quite a bit of grime, with some leaves still bearing scorch marks from the flames. Even with the effect of the advanced rapid recovery, time was still needed for complete restoration. Adai gently rolled up the spirit crystal, commencing a tranquil absorption of energy, the soft green luminescence flickering rhythmically under the moonlight. Akin to the ebb and flow of breath, Wu Yuan sat upon a nearby stone bench, gazing at the attributes displayed on the panel regarding Adai. Beast name, Adai. Species, mutated weeping willow, mythical bloodline dormant. Level, 3, ordinary. Attribute, wood. Status, fatigued, slight injury. Health points, 9100. Energy points, 8100. Skills, life perception, passive, mastery level. Rapid recovery, active, advanced. Potential, Mythical, slightly activated. Bloodline ability, awaiting awakening, spirit restraining ring looseness 2. Is the spirit restraining ring only at a looseness of 2? Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. Despite having endured 3 high-intensity battles today, particularly the fiery onslaught of the Flame Hound, which should have stimulated the bloodline, the loosening of the spirit restraining ring remained exasperatingly slow. This iron ring felt like a thick cocoon, tightly binding Adai's true potential. He extended a finger, gently touching the rusted iron ring, feeling the cold, hard texture beneath his fingertip, and faintly sensing a subtle repulsion, as if the ring itself bore some form of restriction. What must I do to completely lift this seal? Wu Yuan murmured. The allure of the mythical bloodline was overwhelmingly enticing. The mere thought of Adai potentially evolving into the world tree filled him with anticipation. At that moment, the jade bracelet on his left wrist suddenly grew warm, and a familiar system notification echoed in his mind, detecting the host's continuous probing of the spirit restraining ring, triggering bloodline resonance mechanism. Analyzing the principles of the mythical bloodline seal. 10, 50, 90, analysis complete. Wu Yuan's heart raced, instinctively holding his breath. System notification, activation conditions for the mythical bloodline discovered. Reincarnation is required. A line of golden characters abruptly appeared at the center of the panel, dazzling and impossible to ignore. Following this, detailed information gradually unfolded. Reincarnation task, Phase 1. 1. Core material, Millennium Paulownia Wood Hard X1. Contains pure wood elemental energy, capable of neutralizing the restraining power of the spirit restraining ring. 2. Auxiliary material, Morning Dew X 100 ml. Must be collected as the first drop of dew every morning for 100 consecutive days, containing nascent yang energy. 3. Energy Foundation, Beast level must reach Ordinary level 10. Requires accumulation of sufficient life energy to support the initial awakening of the bloodline. 4. Ritual conditions. On a full moon night, conduct the awakening ritual in a spirit realm rich in life energy. Upon successful activation, a portion of the spirit restraining ring will be lifted, awakening the Sacrificial Willow God bloodline, initial level, unlocking the innate skill Nature's Wrath, resetting level to 1, and potential to elite level, retaining all existing skills. Wu Yuan's eyes widened as he meticulously read through this information. His heart pounding so fiercely he felt it might burst from his chest. The Millennium Paulownia Wood Heart, the 100 days of morning dew, achieving Ordinary level 10, the full moon spirit realm. Each condition was exceedingly stringent, yet this was the first time he had received specific clues regarding the activation of the mythical bloodline, particularly the rewards upon successful activation, which left him breathless. The lifting of the spirit restraining ring, awakening the Sacrificial Willow God bloodline, and directly advancing to the elite level. This meant Adai would bypass the limitations of the ordinary level, directly unlocking foundational skills and bloodline abilities, stepping into the ranks of elite beast tamers. Sacrificial Willow God. Wu Yuan whispered the name, envisioning a colossal willow that overshadowed the skies, its countless branches cascading down to nurture all life and purify everything. Is this your true name, Adai? Adai seemed to comprehend his words, momentarily pausing its absorption of the spirit crystal, its branches gently leaning towards him, conveying a surge of joy and anticipation. As if to affirm, yes, Wu Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure. Once the initial excitement subsided, he began to carefully analyze the feasibility of these conditions. Firstly, the Millennium Paulownia Wood Heart. Paulownia wood itself was a precious wood-type spiritual material, and a millennium-old heart was exceedingly rare. Wu Yuan recalled information from his memory. Materials of this caliber typically only appeared in A-grade dimensional rifts or ancient secret realms. Not only exorbitantly priced, but often monopolized by major factions, making acquisition far from easy. Next was the morning dew. This condition appeared deceptively simple, merely requiring the collection of morning dew, yet sustaining it for 100 days without interruption, and ensuring it was the first drop of dew each morning posed a significant test of patience and time. Fortunately, this condition did not demand excessive resources. Persistence alone could suffice. Then came the requirement of reaching ordinary level 10. Given Adai's current growth rate, with ample resources, attaining the maximum level should not pose a challenge. However, reaching the maximum level of the ordinary category necessitated a substantial amount of spirit crystals or higher-grade energy sources, which would incur significant expenses. The 100,000 federal coins given by his father seemed considerable, yet in the realm of beast cultivation, it barely scratched the surface. Finally, the full moon night and the spirit realm. Waiting for a full moon night was not arduous, as it occurred every month. However, locating a spirit realm rich in life energy proved more challenging. The Wu family's secret realm could barely qualify. But conducting the awakening ritual there required approval from the family head and elders, which, given his current status, would likely be difficult to attain. It appeared that each step would be fraught with difficulty. Wu Yuan rubbed his temples. The awakening of the mythical bloodline was indeed no simple matter. At that moment, the system panel refreshed once more, detecting that the host has comprehended the conditions for bloodline activation, triggering long-term task, Awakening of the Willow God. Task objective: gather all materials and complete Adai's reincarnation task phase 1 under specified conditions. Task rewards: random mythical skill fragment X1, Beast Space Expansion Permission X1. Permanent 1000 mental power, 500 attribute points. Additional task rewards? Wu Yuan's eyes lit up. A mythical skill fragment and Beast Space Expansion Permission were exceedingly precious rewards. Particularly the latter, which implied he could contract more beasts in the future. It seemed the system was encouraging him to expedite the completion of the reincarnation task. The Millennium Polonia would heart. Wu Yuan's gaze returned to this most challenging condition. He activated his personal terminal, connecting to the largest beast tamer trading platform in the Federation, and searched for the Millennium Polonia would heart. Results appeared swiftly. The page displayed only 3 related pieces of information, all marked as sold or not for sale. The sole listing available had a staggering price of 50 million federal coins, accompanied by a note. Requires an additional king-level quality beast egg. 50 million. Wu Yuan gasped in disbelief. This price would deter most scions of prominent families. Not to mention, he currently possessed a mere 100,000 federal coins. With an additional king-level beast egg being even more daunting. It seemed acquiring it through conventional means was nearly impossible. Perhaps he could seek it out himself? Wu Yuan contemplated the woods beyond the city and the dimensional rifts. However, the dangers of A-grade dimensional rifts were exceedingly high. Entry required a master-level beast tamer to lead the way. Given his current status as a novice beast tamer, venturing inside would be tantamount to courting death. It appeared he would have to tackle the other conditions first and gradually find a way to resolve the life energy issue. Wu Yuan quickly made his decision. He first bound the black card given by his father to his personal terminal, then searched for a morning dew collector on the trading platform. This specially crafted collector is capable of precisely gathering the first drop of dew at dawn while preserving its purity, making it a commonly employed tool for nurturing auxiliary spirit beasts. After selecting a reasonably priced collector, Wu Yuan proceeded to procure 21st-level spirit crystals and a vial of elementary wood energy liquid, which are essential resources for ADUI's impending upgrade. Having completed these transactions, Wu Yuan found himself left with less than 30,000 federal coins. Indeed, this is an expensive endeavor, he thought with a wry smile. Nurturing spirit beasts resembles a snowball effect. Continuous investment is required to witness returns. He turned off the terminal and gazed at ADUI. The little creature had finished absorbing the spirit crystal and was now stretching its branches, gently swaying under the moonlight, appearing considerably revitalized. ADUI absorbed a first-level spirit crystal. Energy value restored to 100. Detecting host's planned bloodline awakening route. ADUI resonates strongly. Mental link stability at 10. ADUI, it seems we may have to endure some hardships for a while. Wu Yuan spoke softly. To awaken your true power, we need to locate numerous precious materials and become stronger ourselves. ADUI's branches gently entwined around his fingers, transmitting a wave of resolute emotion, as if to convey that no matter how arduous the journey, it would accompany him. A warmth spread through Wu Yuan's heart as he reached out to cradle the jade basin, placing it prominently by the window. The moonlight cascaded upon ADUI's verdant leaves, reflecting a soft glow, while the rusted iron ring faintly shimmered in the moonlight, seemingly heralding an imminent transformation. He approached his desk, retrieving a blank sheet of paper to outline his forthcoming plans. 1. Collect morning dew daily in preparation for the 100-day period. 2. Swiftly elevate ADUI's level to ordinary level 10, accumulating life energy. 3. Seek avenues for acquiring the heartwood of a millennium-old phoenix tree. Consider attempting family secret realm exchanges, dimensional rift missions, auctions, etc. 4. Investigate spiritual land information near the capital to prepare for the awakening ceremony. 5. Enter the 4 major academies to seek spirit beasts and contract them. Each plan was clearly articulated and brimming with challenges. Wu Yuan's gaze hardened as he looked at the words on the page. He understood that the path to mythology would be fraught with thorns, but with ADUI by his side, an infinite rebirth talent, and an unwavering determination, he was ready to face any obstacle. Just then, a faint sound of something slicing through the air reached him from outside the window. Wu Yuan's eyes narrowed instinctively as he positioned ADUI behind him. A shadow flitted across the courtyard wall, landing behind a rockery, its aura well concealed. Had it not been for Wu Yuan's enhanced mental acuity from recent battles, he would have scarcely noticed it. Who goes there? Wu Yuan demanded in a low voice. Activating his foundational body refining technique, his muscles tensed in readiness for combat. The shadow remained silent for a moment before a hoarse voice emerged, laced with an almost imperceptible note of respect. "Young master, do not be alarmed. I am a guard sent by the family head, tasked with ensuring your safety from this moment onward." Yuan furrowed his brow. "Sent by my father?" Indeed. The shadow stepped forth from behind the rockery, revealing a figure clad in black knight attire, a bronze mask adorning its face. "The family head noted your outstanding performance in today's examination, which has garnered the attention of certain factions. I have been instructed to ensure your safety, particularly regarding your spirit beast." A flicker of understanding passed through Yuan. He recognized his father's intentions. The potential exhibited by Adui would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes, especially within the four great families. Individuals like Wu Lai would never relent. Having a covert guardian would indeed alleviate numerous troubles. "Understood," Yuan replied without further inquiry. "But do not interfere with my actions." "Understood." The shadow inclined slightly, vanishing once more into the night as if it had never existed. Yuan watched the direction in which the shadow had disappeared, deep in thought. This was not merely protection. It served as a subtle reminder that he had stepped into the vortex of this world and could no longer afford to drift aimlessly as before. He turned back to Adui, who remained quietly nestled in the jade basin, blissfully unaware of the earlier commotion. "It seems our time is limited," Yuan murmured. Adui conveyed a reassuring emotion. "Yeah." Yuan smiled, gently caressing the willow leaves. Regardless of how arduous the road ahead may be, as long as Adui was by his side, he felt confident in confronting every challenge. The activation conditions for the mythical bloodline had already emerged. The next step was to methodically fulfill each requirement. The night breeze swept through the small courtyard, carrying with it the distant chirping of insects and the fragrant scents of flora. Yuan's gaze traversed the window, peering towards the myriad lights of the capital. His eyes filled with anticipation and determination for the future. The legend that belonged to him and Adui was only just beginning to pen its most crucial chapter. And that seemingly indestructible spirit restraining ring would ultimately shatter beneath their efforts, blossoming into the radiance it was destined to unleash. Chapter 8. Exploration of the Family Secret Realm. Adui absorbs the life, spring water. The first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, gracefully illuminating the terrace of Yuan's small courtyard. Within a palm-sized metallic vessel lay a few crystalline droplets of dew, reflecting a spectrum of colors in the sunlight. This was today's morning dew, marking the fruitful outcome of Yuan's collection efforts on the third day. Adui, it's time to rise and absorb the energy. Yuan inclined the vessel, allowing the dew to trickle gently into the soil of the jade basin. Adui's branches instantly sprang to life, the tender green leaves quivering slightly as they greedily absorbed the dew imbued with nascent solar energy. After 3 days of meticulous nurturing, the little creature had grown several centimeters taller, its branches sturdier, and the edges of its leaves glimmering with health. Though the spirit restraining ring stubbornly remained embedded in its trunk, as if it had become part of the tree's very growth. Adui absorbs morning dew, 100. Life energy purity increased by 0.1. Current level, 3, ordinary. Energy required for upgrade, 100, 500. Observing the sluggishly advancing progress bar, Yuan nodded slightly. While the enhancement was slow, every little bit added up, and significant results would surely manifest after 100 days. What he looked forward to the most, however, was the family secret realm exploration set to commence today. 3 days prior, he had submitted a request to his father, Wu Zhenxiong, to undergo training in the lower regions of the family secret realm. To his surprise, the application was swiftly approved, and the family head had even instructed the steward to provide him with a passage token, granting access to deeper areas than ordinary disciples. Third young master. The entrance to the secret realm is prepared. The family head insists that you prioritize your safety and avoid venturing into the core regions, the steward respectfully announced, standing at the courtyard entrance with an ancient wooden box containing the passage token. "I understand. Please convey my thanks to my father," Yuan replied, carefully placing Adui into the spirit beast space before strapping on the pre-packed exploration backpack, which contained healing potions, illumination devices, energy compression biscuits, and a specially designed water sampling collector. According to his recollections, the lower regions of the family secret realm housed several naturally occurring life springs, which, while less potent than those in the core areas, served as excellent nourishment for ordinary-level spirit beasts. His objective this time was to locate one of these life springs, allowing Adui to absorb its energy and accelerate its growth. Following the steward through the corridors of the Wu family estate, they arrived at the entrance of a valley shrouded in dense spirit energy. This was indeed the entrance to the family secret realm. Unlike the temporary realm encountered during the entrance examination, this aura radiated a profound emerald hue, as if it contained boundless vitality. At the entrance stood 2 guards clad in sleek black uniforms, their cuffs adorned with silver insignias depicting the Xuanjia leopard. On their left wrists rested gray summoning sigils, unmistakably indicating their status as formal beast masters, formidable in their own right. "Third young master, please present your pass," one of the guards intoned, his expression impassive. Wu Yuan retrieved a jade pass from a wooden box. The stone, of vivid emerald hue, was intricately carved with swirling vine patterns. As soon as the pass was produced, it emanated a soft green luminescence, resonating harmoniously with the aura of the secret realm's entrance. Pass verification successful. Entry to Zone B granted. The guard stepped aside, allowing passage. "Third young master, be advised that low-tier exotic beasts roam the periphery of Zone B. Exercise utmost caution. The time limit for the secret realm is 6 hours. Should you fail to exit in time, we will be compelled to intervene." "Thank you for the reminder." Wu Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, taking a deep breath before stepping into the verdant glow. The moment he crossed through the shimmering barrier, an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy enveloped him, far denser than during the previous summoning ceremony, as though he had entered a natural oxygen paradise. Towering ancient trees surrounded him, their trunks cloaked in luminescent moss, while the air was alive with visible green motes. Occasionally, small luminescent insects flitted by, producing a soft humming sound. The environment here starkly contrasted with that near the entrance to the secret realm. It was more primal and infinitely more perilous. Giant claw marks marred the ground, and scratches from sharp talons adorned the tree trunks, serving as grim reminders that this was no peaceful sanctuary. "Adai, come forth and assist me in sensing the life forces around us." Wu Yuan summoned Adai from the Beastmaster space, placing him in a specially designed backpack on his shoulder, well-ventilated and secure, perfectly accommodating Adai's jade basin. Adai's branches gently emerged from the backpack, the willow leaves quivering slightly as its life perception skill activated to full capacity. A light green energy wave radiated from it, encompassing the life activities within a 100-meter radius. Life perception skill activated, detecting the following life signs in the vicinity. Common level 2, glowing butterfly, numerous, non-threatening. Common level 3, iron-shelled beetle, 3 in number, potential threat. Common level 5, shadow serpent, 1 present, high threat, located 50 meters to the northwest. Unknown energy source, intense life fluctuations, located 120 meters to the northeast, suspected target. 120 meters to the northeast? Wu Yuan's eyes brightened, sensing their target lay in that direction. He immediately adjusted course, cautiously advancing toward the northeast while remaining vigilant of the shadow serpent to the northwest, a creature adept in stealth and venomous attacks. Its common level 5 prowess a significant threat to him at present. Wu Yuan tread lightly, carefully avoiding the dry twigs and leaves underfoot to prevent any sound. Though his foundational physical training was rudimentary, it endowed him with agility surpassing that of an ordinary person. Coupled with Adai's early warning through life perception, he deftly evaded several territories of exotic beasts along the way. As he drew closer to the northeast, the life energy in the air intensified, even radiating warmth against his skin. The surrounding flora flourished abundantly. Colossal ancient trees that once required multiple individuals to embrace were now commonplace, their aerial roots cascading like curtains, obscuring the scenery ahead. "This is the place." Wu Yuan parted the final curtain of aerial roots, and the sight before him took his breath away. It was a circular spring with a diameter of approximately 10 meters, its water a pristine emerald green, akin to the finest jade. The surface of the water was perfectly still, yet it emanated a misty white vapor interspersed with countless green motes, purest life energy in existence. Surrounding the spring were exotic flowers and plants he had never encountered. Some blossoms emitted their own light, while others swayed gently with the flow of energy. Even a few palm-sized transparent shrimp glided through the spring, their bodies radiating a soft glow. High concentration of life energy detected. Primary life spring, energy content, 1,000 points. Spring characteristics. Contains pure life energy, capable of swiftly repairing bodily injuries, enhancing life vitality, and providing special nourishment effects for plant-type beastmasters. Warning: an energy barrier exists around the spring. It must be dispelled before collection can commence. As the system notification sounded, Wu Yuan indeed felt an invisible barrier surrounding the spring, emitting faint energy waves that deterred any external beings. Adai, can you discern the energy composition of this barrier? Wu Yuan inquired. Adai's branches inclined toward the spring, its leaves quivering gently as it conveyed a shared emotional resonance. Barrier energy detected to be of the same origin as Adai's life energy, with type. Energy resonance may be attempted for dispelling. Splendid. Wu Yuan felt a surge of elation. Adai, let us attempt to resonate your life energy with the barrier. The tips of Adai's leaves glimmered with a soft green light as a pure wood-type energy unfurled along its branches, invisibly entwining with the barrier surrounding the spring. Initially, the barrier showed no response, stubbornly maintaining its blockade. However, as Adai persisted in channeling energy, minute ripples began to dance across the surface of the barrier, akin to pebbles cast upon a tranquil pond. Put in more effort, Wu Yuan encouraged. Adai's branches tensed, evidently exerting its full energy. The coherence between its life energy and that of the barrier intensified, causing the barrier's vibrations to grow increasingly vigorous, its previously transparent form gradually thinning, revealing the flowing ripples of the spring's water. With a faint crack, a tiny fissure appeared upon the energy barrier. Almost immediately, the crack spread like a spiderweb, ultimately shattering completely into a multitude of green motes that dissipated into the surrounding air. Energy barrier dispelled. Collection of spring water may proceed. Wu Yuan swiftly retrieved a specially designed water sampling device, cautiously approaching the spring. The water felt warm and smooth to the touch, imbued with a hint of sweetness. Upon contact with his skin, a wave of warmth surged through his pores, instantly dispelling the weariness accumulated from his journey. He filled the device with spring water and presented it to Adai. Adai quickly absorbed this. Adai's branches eagerly plunged into the sampler, voraciously consuming the life spring water. Unlike the gradual absorption of spirit crystal, this process was remarkably swift. The emerald-hued water surged through the branches, transforming within Adai's body into pure life energy, nourishing every single cell. Visible transformations began to unfold. Adai's branches thickened and elongated at an astonishing rate. The once finger-thick trunk swelling to the girth of a wrist, its height instantly surpassing 1 meter. The tender green leaves broadened, their edges shimmering with a jade-like luster. The veins distinctly visible, resembling the finest green veins. Most astonishingly, the corroded iron ring encircling the trunk, under the nurturing of the life spring water, shed its rust at an observable pace, revealing the muted metallic gleam beneath, significantly diminishing the sense of confinement. Adai has absorbed primary life spring water, 1,000 points energy. Level increased. Current level, 3, common level, to 4, common level, to 5, common level. Health, 100, 150. Energy, 100, 150. Skill rapid recovery proficiency reaches the limit, advanced mastery. Skill life perception range expanded, 100 meters to 200 meters. Spirit ring loosened to level 5. Faint mythic bloodline aura emanates. Acquired new skill, life drain, active, allowing the active absorption of life energy from the surrounding environment to convert into personal energy. Leveling up consecutively by 3 tiers. Wu Yuan gazed at the prompt on the panel, overwhelmed with excitement to the point of speechlessness. The effects of this life spring far exceeded his expectations by a factor of 10. Not only did it propel Adui's level to new heights, but it also granted a qualitative leap in skills, even enhancing the looseness of the spirit binding ring by 3. Splendid Adui. Unable to contain his joy, Wu Yuan embraced the main trunk of Adui, feeling the vibrant life energy coursing within. Our efforts have not been in vain. Adui's branches affectionately entwined around his arm, transmitting a wave of euphoric emotion, the leaves rustling, as if in jubilant celebration. At that moment, the ground surrounding the spring suddenly trembled slightly, and a heavy footfall echoed from afar, accompanied by a low growl. Life sense detects a high-threat target approaching. Ordinary level 8 ironclad bear, 100 meters away, rapidly closing in. Wu Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. The ironclad bear was one of the dominators of the lower regions of the family's secret realm, its hide tough and flesh dense, possessing formidable strength. An ordinary level 8's prowess was more than sufficient to easily crush both him and Adui at their current state. This is bad. It's the ironclad bear. Wu Yuan immediately stowed away the gathering device. Adui, we must flee. He summoned Adui back into the Beastmaster space and turned to sprint in the direction they came from. The ironclad bear had a fierce territorial instinct, and the life spring was evidently the core of its domain. Disturbed, the bear would undoubtedly pursue them with relentless ferocity. A deafening roar erupted from behind, imbued with intense anger and pressure, causing the surrounding leaves to cascade to the ground. Wu Yuan glanced back and beheld a massive black bear nearly 3 meters tall, lumbering toward them with heavy strides. Its fur appeared dark gray, akin to being sheathed in iron armor, its eyes aflame with rage. Damn it, it has locked onto us. Wu Yuan's heart raced, and he dared not linger even for a moment, channeling the basic body refinement technique to its utmost to maximize his speed. Though the ironclad bear was less agile than Wu Yuan, each of its strides spanned several meters, rapidly closing the distance. The heavy thuds of its footsteps resounded like war drums, quickening Wu Yuan's breath. Adui, use life sense to find the safest route for me. Wu Yuan silently urged. Life sense activated, optimal route marked. A narrow stone crevice 50 meters to the right front. The ironclad bear cannot pass through. Wu Yuan immediately veered according to Dui's marked path, sprinting toward the crevice. The roars behind them grew increasingly near, and he could even feel the bear's hot breath wafting against his back. Just as he was about to plunge into the crevice, the bear's gigantic paw, accompanied by a howling wind, swiped toward him, aiming directly at his back. Danger! Wu Yuan instinctively sidestepped. The massive paw grazed his shoulder and struck the ground, producing a tremendous boom as the earth was dented by a half-meter deep crater, debris scattering. Though he evaded the lethal blow, the force of the paw's wind sent his blood surging, and a sharp pain radiated from his shoulder, causing him to involuntarily spurt a mouthful of blood. No time to dwell on that. Wu Yuan gritted his teeth against the pain and rolled into the narrow stone crevice. The crevice barely allowed one person to pass. The ironclad bear's colossal physique was entirely incapable of entering, leaving it to roar and ram against the entrance in a frenzy. The tremendous force causing the crevice to tremble slightly, as if it might collapse at any moment. Leaning against the cold stone wall, Wu Yuan gasped for breath. Assessing his condition. Host, Wu Yuan. Level, Apprentice Beastmaster. Mental Strength, F, 60, 100. Status, Minor Injury, Shoulder Contusion, Disordered Internal Qi. Beastmaster Space, 1. 1. DUI, Level 5 Ordinary. Thank goodness it's just a minor injury. Wu Yuan sighed in relief, retrieving a healing potion to apply to his shoulder. As the potion made contact with the wound, a refreshing coolness enveloped him, alleviating much of the pain. He gazed toward the ironclad bear, still raging outside, and felt a wave of apprehension. Had it not been for Dui's timely detection of the route and his quick reflexes, he might have already become a victim beneath the bear's paw. It seems that exploring the secret realm is indeed fraught with peril. Wu Yuan silently resolved to exercise greater caution in the future. Just then, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation emanating from the depths of the crevice. Life Sense detects a weak source of life energy, located approximately 30 meters deep within the crevice. There is something deeper within. Wu Yuan curiously peered into the darkness ahead. It was shrouded in obscurity, exuding an enigmatic aura. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately decided to investigate. Having narrowly escaped the ironclad bear, it would be prudent to explore this unexpected discovery. Perhaps it would yield something valuable. He activated the lighting device in his backpack, and a bright beam pierced the darkness, illuminating the narrow passage ahead. The stone walls on either side of the passage were adorned with peculiar patterns, appearing both naturally formed and artfully carved. As he ventured deeper, the energy fluctuations in the air grew increasingly distinct. It was a type of energy different from that of the life spring, gentler yet imbued with an ancient essence. After traversing approximately 30 meters, the passage opened into a small stone chamber. In the center of the chamber, on a stone pedestal, lay a piece of withered wood, roughly the length of an arm. Its surface crackled, yet emanating a faint pulse of life energy. Special item discovered. Fragment of Millennium Phoenix Wood Heart. Contains energy, 500 points. Item characteristics. Contains pure primal wood energy. Can assist in activating wood lineage. A remnant required for the activation of mythical bloodlines Millennium Phoenix Wood Heart. A fragment of Millennium Phoenix Wood Heart. Wu Yuan's eyes widened, scarcely believing his fortune. The core material he had diligently sought had appeared before him in this manner. Though merely a fragment, it contained 500 points of energy, enough to propel his plans forward significantly. Truly, one need not toil excessively to find what one seeks. Filled with exhilaration, Wu Yuan approached cautiously, gingerly lifting the withered wood fragment. The fragment felt warm to the touch, despite its desiccated appearance. One could sense the pure energy contained within, resonating strongly with Dui's life energy. Detected Millennium Phoenix Wood Heart Fragment. Would you like Dui to absorb it? Absorption will enhance bloodline awakening progress, but it cannot be utilized for the final awakening ceremony. No, not yet. Wu Yuan swiftly decided to reserve it as a research specimen. Perhaps it would lead to clues regarding the complete Phoenix Wood Heart. He carefully stored the fragment away, his heart brimming with joy. Though this secret realm adventure had been perilous, it bore abundant rewards. Dui had leveled up 3 tiers, acquired a new skill. The spirit binding ring's looseness had increased, and he had unexpectedly obtained the Phoenix Wood Heart Fragment. Truly, it was a journey well worth the effort. Just then, the roars from outside gradually subsided, indicating that the ironclad bear had indeed departed. We should head back, Dui. Wu Yuan softly spoke to the Beastmaster space. Dui conveyed a happy emotion. Wu Yuan smiled, turning to retrace his steps along the passage. Upon emerging from the crevice, he found, as expected, that the ironclad bear was no longer in sight. leaving only the massive paw print on the ground as evidence of their harrowing encounter. He oriented himself and proceeded toward the exit of the secret realm. With a DUIS level 4 life sense, combined with the earlier experience, the return journey was significantly smoother, allowing him to avoid several potential dangers. As Wu Yuan once again traversed the verdant light curtain and returned to the entrance, a flicker of astonishment passed through the guard's eyes. Third young master, you have emerged an hour earlier than anticipated. There are certain dangers within. It is unwise to linger. Wu Yuan responded with a calm demeanor, choosing not to mention the fountain of life or the fragment of the ancient phoenix wood. The guard did not press further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The master has instructed you to proceed directly to the main hall upon your return. A thought stirred within Wu Yuan. What matter could his father wish to discuss at this time? He had no time for contemplation and quickened his pace towards the main hall. Sunlight bathed him, carrying the ethereal essence of the secret realm and the lingering warmth of the fountain of life, filling his heart with hope for the future. This expedition into the secret realm had not only catalyzed a qualitative leap in Adai's abilities, but had also solidified his own path. The reincarnation task, though demanding, promised that with each deliberate step, Adai would one day radiate the brilliance he was destined for. The unexpected fragment of the 1,000-year-old phoenix would might well be the key to unraveling the mysteries ahead. Wu Yuan tightened his grip on the pocket that concealed the fragment, his gaze resolute. The legend belonging to him and Adai was just beginning. Chapter 9. The healing skill Life Bloom has been unlocked. Upon entering the main hall, the aroma of sumptuous dishes wafted through the air. The Zeton wood dining table was laden with an array of delicacies. The pale green porcelain bowls brimmed with a rich broth made from the bones of exotic beasts, while amber-hued sauce enveloped the golden roasted spirit chicken. Even the ordinary vegetables exuded a faint spiritual energy, a feast reserved solely for core family members. Wu Zhenxiong sat at the head of the table, a white jade wine cup filled with amber liquid before him. Upon seeing Wu Yuan enter, he gestured towards the seat opposite him. Please, take a seat and savor the newly prepared snow lotus soup. It is beneficial for mental recovery. Wu Yuan complied and sat down. As a maid timely served him a bowl of snow lotus soup. The translucent soup bore delicate petals that dissolved upon contact, releasing a cool energy that cascaded down his throat, instantly revitalizing his mental acuity. Wu Yuan paused momentarily, then nodded with composure. By sheer luck, Adai has reached ordinary level 5. He did not conceal his level increase, recognizing it as a crucial asset for participating in the trials, with no need for subterfuge. A flicker of barely perceptible surprise crossed Wu Zhenxiong's eyes before he regained his composure. Ordinary level 5 is somewhat faster than I had anticipated. He took a sip from his wine cup, adding, however, you must remember, ordinary level 5 is hardly remarkable in the family trials. Your second brother, Wu Lai, has his flame wolf at level 7, while your eldest brother, Wu Lei, boasts a diamond bear at elite level 9. As for several talented members of the collateral branches, their prowess cannot be underestimated. Understood, father, Wu Yuan replied softly, though no trace of trepidation lingered within him. Despite the lower tier of the mutated Weeping Willow, its comprehensive skills were far superior to those of an ordinary elite beastmaster. That is good to hear. Wu Zhenxiong set down his wine cup, continuing. The designated beast for this trial is the iron-spined wild boar from the Black Wind Mountains. Their beast cores harbor earth energy, which may prove useful for your mutated Weeping Willow. However, the iron-spined wild boar typically operates in groups, making them quite formidable. Assess your capabilities and do not feel compelled to pursue a ranking. While his words seemed to be a caution, they were, in truth, a subtle guidance. Wu Yuan felt a stirring within. His father had evidently taken the time to investigate the attributes of the iron-spined wild boar, understanding its potential utility for the mutated Weeping Willow. It appeared that this stern father figure was not entirely indifferent to his well-being. Thank you for the reminder, father. Dinner concluded amidst a relatively quiet atmosphere. As he left the main hall, Wu Yuan intentionally detoured to the family supply store, exchanging his accumulated monthly allowance for 10 low-tier defensive talismans and 3 bottles of potent insect repellent. Not only did the Black Wind Mountains harbor iron-spined wild boars, but they were also home to many stealthy and venomous insects. Preparation was paramount. Upon returning to his small courtyard, the night had deepened. Wu Yuan summoned the mutated Weeping Willow from the beast space, allowing it to absorb the essence of the night, dew, and moonlight. After its reincarnation, Adai now stood even more elegantly, its trunk exceeding 2 meters in height, adorned with emerald-like bark, while golden veins shimmered in the moonlight. The cracks on the spirit lock ring were distinctly visible, yet no longer emitted oppressive energy. Instead, they formed a wondrous energy cycle with the internal imprint of the phoenix wood. The mutated Weeping Willow is absorbing lunar energy. Life energy is slowly increasing. Life perception is releasing energy, Skill Spirit Rain Proficiency at 0-1. Observing the notifications on the panel, Wu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He settled beneath Adai's shade, beginning to outline his plans for the days ahead. First, he would explore the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountains to familiarize himself with the terrain and the habits of the iron-spined wild boars, while also allowing Adai to practice its new skills, striving to elevate its level before the trials commenced. At that moment, a muffled sobbing sound resonated from beyond the courtyard wall, intermittent and laced with unmistakable anguish. Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. His small courtyard was situated in a secluded corner of the family estate, rarely frequented by others. He rose and approached the wall, employing basic body refinement techniques to lightly leap atop the wall. Beyond lay a narrow, bluestone alleyway, where, under the moonlight, a boy clad in coarse cloth huddled in a corner, his hands clasped around his knees, his shoulders trembling violently. The boy appeared to be no older than 13 or 14, a descendant of a collateral branch of the family. Wu Yuan vaguely recalled him, seemingly named Wu Xiaoi, who had contracted a common grass rabbit beast and was typically taciturn. At this moment, Wu Xiaoi's left arm was unnaturally twisted, the sleeve stained with blood, and his face bore the marks of tears and bruises, evidently having been beaten. What happened? Wu Yuan inquired as he jumped down from the wall. Landing in front of the boy, Wu Xiaoi startled at first. Then, upon realizing it was Wu Yuan, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes as he attempted to rise, only to wince in pain from his injured arm, collapsing back to the ground. Third young master, he stammered, his gaze evasive, unable to meet Wu Yuan's eyes. In the Wu family, the status of main branch descendants starkly contrasted with that of collateral branch members. Although Wu Yuan had previously been considered a waste, his identity as a main branch member commanded a certain respect from the collateral descendants. Now, having only recently revealed his potential during the reincarnation ceremony, he was an even greater source of intimidation for those of lower standing. How did you sustain your injuries? Wu Yuan's tone softened, his gaze falling upon the contorted arm. The bone was fractured, and if left untreated, it would lead to lasting repercussions. Wu Xiaoi bit his lip, tears spilling once more. It was Wu Hao and his friends. I accidentally knocked over his flame flower while tending to the spirit herbs in the spirit garden, and he had his fire lizard beast attack me. Wu Hao, a descendant of the second house, had always wielded power through the influence of Wu Feng in the family, often bullying Wu Yuan in the past. It was shocking to learn that he would not even spare collateral branch children now. Wu Yuan's expression hardened. Come with me. Without waiting for Wu Xiaoi to respond, he bent down and lifted the boy into his arms. Wu Xiaoi gasped in surprise, instinctively attempting to struggle, but Wu Yuan held him firmly. Do not move. Your arm must remain still. The boy sensed the strength in Wu Yuan's arms and the absence of hostility in his demeanor, momentarily stunned, his tears forgotten. He had never imagined that the third young master of the main branch would treat him this way. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Wu Yuan set Wu Xiaoi down on a stone bench and retrieved the healing potion he had exchanged from the supply store. Bear with it. I will perform a simple treatment. As the potion was applied to the wound, Wu Xiaoi shivered from the pain, yet clenched his teeth in silence. However, the severe dislocation of his left arm meant that ordinary potions would not suffice. Realignment and energy treatment were essential. Adai, try using the Spirit Rain skill. Wu Yuan instructed the mutated Weeping Willow. Adai's branches swayed gently, and fine luminescent droplets coalesced on its leaves, transforming into a soft green rain that fell upon Wu Xiaoi's arm. Skill Spirit Rain activated. Target's injuries are slowly healing. Detected dislocation of the target's bones. Healing effect of Spirit Rain reduced by 50. The gentle drizzle fell upon the wound, offering a refreshing sensation that alleviated the pain to a considerable extent. However, the misaligned bone showed no signs of realignment, and the surrounding muscles began to spasm due to the energy stimulation. It was evident that Ling Yu could only mend flesh wounds and was incapable of correcting skeletal misalignments. Wu Yuan furrowed his brows, realizing that he must first realign the bone, a process that would undoubtedly be excruciating and could potentially damage the nerves. Wu Xiaoyi's complexion turned pale, his eyes filled with trepidation. As merely an ordinary collateral disciple, he lacked the resources to procure the costly bone-setting elixirs. If his arm were to become crippled, his future within the family would be exceedingly bleak. Observing the fear in the young man's gaze, Wu Yuan felt a stirring within his heart. He recalled the ancient texts that documented the healing abilities of high-tier plant-based beast tamers, which could not only mend injuries, but also facilitate bodily regeneration. Adui. Focus your mind and attempt to envelop his arm with life energy, sensing the position of the bone. Wu Yuan instructed while projecting his mental energy into Wu Xiaoyi's body, endeavoring to locate the misaligned bone. Adui seemed to grasp his intent, as a soft glow emanated from the verdant trunk, and the pure essence of the green wood energy extended along the branches. resembling countless delicate green threads that cautiously entwined around Wu Xiaoyi's arm. Detected host guidance. The mutated weeping willow begins to analyze the target's skeletal structure. Life energy resonates with the target's body. Would you like to initiate body guidance? Yes. Upon Wu Yuan's affirmation, the green threads released by Dui suddenly became animated, as if imbued with life, penetrating the crevices of Wu Xiaoyi's muscles and bones, gently tugging at the misaligned skeletal structure. The intense agony compelled Wu Xiaoyi to cry out, cold sweat instantly beating upon his forehead. Hold on. It will soon be over. Wu Yuan reassured him while assisting Dui in modulating the energy output with his mental power. Dui, slow down. Envelop the bone with energy and gradually realign it. Dui emitted a soft chirp, and indeed, the movement of the energy threads became more gentle. The green energy acted like the most intricate of instruments, meticulously nudging the misaligned bone back into place. This process was exceedingly slow. With each minuscule shift, Wu Xiaoyi would convulse in pain. Beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, soaking his collar. Wu Yuan too was sweating profusely, the intense focus of his mental energy draining him significantly. His F-grade mental power was depleting rapidly, yet he dared not pause. Failure could result in Wu Xiaoyi's arm being rendered utterly useless. Suddenly, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. A plume of black mist erupted from Wu Xiaoyi's wound, remnants of the fire lizard beast's fiery energy, which began to retaliate upon being provoked by the greenwood energy. Detected foreign energy interference. Treatment interrupted. Target wound exhibits energy burns. Condition worsens. This is bad. Wu Yuan's heart tightened as he witnessed Wu Xiaoyi's arm swell abruptly, the skin surface even displaying scorched marks. While the misaligned bone shifted again under the assault of the foreign energy, Wu Xiaoyi was on the verge of fainting from the pain, his lips bleeding from biting down too hard. Dui, purify it. Use the energy of life perception. Wu Yuan decisively commanded, guiding Dui to mobilize the life energy. The golden mark on the inner side of Dui's trunk instantly radiated, a wave of ancient energy intertwining with the green threads. When the golden energy made contact with the black mist, it was as if ice met fire. The black mist hissed and rapidly dissolved. However, the consumption of golden energy was immense. In a mere moment, Dui's leaves lost some of their luster, the energy value visibly dwindling. Energy value remaining 50, 250. Life perception energy consumed 10. Requires 3 days for recovery. Not enough. Wu Yuan stared at the still misaligned bone, anxiety gnawing at him. He could sense Wu Xiaoyi's vitality waning rapidly. If this continued, even if they preserved the arm, permanent damage would ensue. Was there truly no alternative? Dui, release all the life energy without reservation. Imagine the blossoming of life. Wu Yuan conveyed his thoughts through mental energy, uncertain of the feasibility but willing to take the risk. Dui appeared to sense his determination, and the verdant trunk erupted in a dazzling light, golden veins spreading like a web throughout each leaf. Subsequently, countless leaves adorned with golden patterns detached from the branches, transforming into buds poised to bloom in the air. Under the impetus of energy, the buds unfurled at a visible pace. They were flowers of an unprecedented kind, their petals a jade-like green, while the stamens shimmered in brilliant gold. Each bloom releasing an exquisite surge of life energy that surged toward Wu Xiaoyi's arm like a tidal wave. Ding! Detected a special energy form. Mutated Weeping Willow comprehends a new skill, Life Bloom. Skill Life Bloom. Elite level consumes 100 energy points, condensing greenwood essence energy to form a life flower. Upon blooming, it can swiftly repair bodily injuries, regenerate bone tissues, purify foreign energy, and provide strong nourishment to living beings. The intertwining streams of golden and green energy surged into Wu Xiaoyi's arm, the previously misaligned bone emitting a faint click as it automatically returned to its rightful position. The surrounding damaged muscles and nerves visibly regenerated, the charred skin shedding its blackened layer, rejuvenating with vitality, even the bruises upon the arm dissipating rapidly. Wu Xiaoyi's once anguished expression gradually softened, his pale visage regaining color, a warm flow of energy enveloping his entire being, erasing the remnants of pain from earlier blows. As the final life flower blossomed, Wu Xiaoyi's arm had not only returned to normal, but appeared even more robust than before. A faint green luminescence lingering upon his skin. Skill Life Bloom effect concluded. Target's injuries fully healed. Slight enhancement in bodily strength. Mutated Weeping Willow energy depleted. Enters a weakened state, requiring 6 hours for recovery. Dui's radiance dimmed swiftly, its leaves wilting slightly as it leaned against Wu Yuan, transmitting a sense of fatigue. You have worked hard, Dui. Wu Yuan tenderly caressed its trunk, returning it to the Beast Taming space for rest. Wu Xiaoyi stared in awe at his unscathed arm, then glanced at Wu Yuan, suddenly dropping to his knees with a thud, bowing deeply 3 times before him. "Thank you, third young master, for saving my life. Xiaoyi is at a loss for how to repay you." The youth's voice trembled, his eyes brimming with gratitude and reverence. In this family where strength reigned supreme, he had never imagined that someone would expend such precious energy for a mere collateral disciple like himself. Wu Yuan helped him to his feet. "Rise. We are all members of the Wu family. There is no need for such formality. Should anyone bully you in the future, do not hesitate to inform me." Wu Xiaoyi nodded vigorously, tears streaming down his face once more, but this time they were tears of gratitude. He gazed deeply at Wu Yuan before carefully departing the courtyard, as if to avoid disturbing the tranquility of the moment. Wu Yuan stood in place, watching the youth's receding figure, lost in thought. The new skill life bloom that Adui had just comprehended undoubtedly possessed formidable healing capabilities. Capable not only of mending bones, but also purifying foreign energies, an invaluable asset in team battles and explorations. More importantly, this act of rescue had unveiled to him that the potential of the mutated Weeping Willow extended far beyond what he had previously perceived. With the loosening of the Spirit Town ring and the fusion of life energy, perhaps even more powerful skills awaited to be unlocked. He returned to the stone bench and surveyed his status panel. Host, Wu Yuan. Level, Apprentice Beastmaster. Mental power, F, 30, 100. Condition, slightly fatigued. Beast space, 1. 1. Mutated Weeping Willow. Ordinary grade level 5, weakened state. Having expended nearly 80% of his mental energy, he indeed felt somewhat weary. Yet, Wu Yuan was in high spirits. Not only had he acquired a new skill, but more importantly, he sensed the transformative power that strength bestows. In the past, he could barely protect himself, and now he possessed the capability to safeguard others. He whispered the names Wu Hao and Wu Lai, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Those who had once bullied him were soon to pay for their misdeeds. He took out the remaining snow lotus soup, sipping it slowly to restore his mental energy. The moonlight bathed the small courtyard, where faint green energy auras lingered on the bluestone ground, remnants of the life bloom skill. Tomorrow, he would venture to the Black Wind Mountains, not only to investigate the Iron Spine wild boar situation, but also to allow Adui to quickly regain his state in actual combat and become familiar with his new skills. As for the family trial in 3 days, Wu Yuan had a clear objective in mind. He aimed not only to secure a place among the top 3, but also to showcase the true power of the mutated Weeping Willow to all. As the night deepened, Wu Yuan's small courtyard returned to tranquility, yet a new power was quietly accumulating, poised to radiate its brilliance in the forthcoming trial. Chapter 10, The Sparring Arena Brawl. Adui annihilates the fire-type beast. As the morning mist lingered, the sparring arena of the Wu Family Beastmaster Academy was already alive with the sound of shouts and cheers. On the stone-paved ground, dozens of youths clad in fitted attire were practicing their beast mastery techniques, the energy fluctuations of various beasts intertwining, causing the very air to tremble. Wu Yuan stood beneath a banyan tree at the edge of the arena, observing the fierce battles within, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the contract mark on his wrist. After a night of rest, Adui had recovered from his weakened state and was now quietly residing in the beast space. Absorbing the wood-type spiritual energy he transmitted through his mental power. His own mental energy had also restored to 80 out of 100, sufficient to support a moderately intense battle. "Third young master, what brings you here?" A somewhat timid voice called from behind him. Wu Yuan turned to see Wu Xiaoyi, clutching a bundle of freshly trimmed spiritual herbs, standing by the stone steps not far away. The bruise on his left arm had long since faded. Yet his gaze toward Wu Yuan still bore an unmistakable reverence. "Just came to take a look and familiarize myself with the Academy's resources." Wu Yuan replied with a faint smile. "Is your arm all right?" "It's completely healed. Thank you for your concern." "Third young master," Wu Xiaoyi quickly nodded, placing the spiritual herbs on the steps and retrieving an item wrapped in oil paper from his pocket. "This is my family's treasured concentration herb, dried and soaked in water. It's beneficial for restoring mental power. I hope you don't mind." The oil paper still bore the warmth of the boy's palm. Wu Yuan accepted it and opened it to reveal several dark green leaves, faintly exuding the fragrance of plants. He recognized this spiritual herb, although its grade was not high. Its gentle properties made it indeed suitable for daily mental energy maintenance. "Your thoughtfulness is appreciated," Wu Yuan said, accepting the concentration herb. "No one has troubled you since yesterday, has there?" Wu Xiaoyi shook his head, then nodded, his cheeks flushing. "Young Master Wu Hao and the others have been watching me near the sparring arena this morning, saying they would give you a taste of your own medicine." Following his gaze, Wu Yuan noticed several richly dressed youths on the high platform to the east of the sparring arena, pointing in their direction, with Wu Hao leading the group. The fire lizard beast beside him flicked its forked tongue, its scales shimmering with a restless red glow in the morning light, clearly poised for action. It appears there is no escaping this, Wu Yuan remarked, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Perfect, let Adui stretch his limbs. He turned and strode towards the center of the sparring arena, his steps steady, each footfall resonating like a drumbeat, gradually silencing the surrounding practice sounds. All eyes were drawn to this once disdained young master, whose brilliance from the reincarnation ceremony had yet to fade, daring to confront Wu Hao's provocation today, which was itself astonishing. Wu Yuan, you dare to show your face. Wu Hao leapt down from the high platform, flanked by two lackeys, the fire lizard beast following closely, igniting a wave of scorching air upon landing. You ruined my plans yesterday, and now you have the audacity to come to the academy and flaunt your prowess? My presence at the academy is of no concern to you. Wu Yuan halted, his gaze calmly sweeping over his opponent. It is you who has allowed your beast to harm others. According to family rules, you should receive 30 lashes. Rules? In this sparring arena, my word is the rule. Wu Hao's face flushed crimson, feeling the sting of truth. Don't think that contracting a mere wooden beast makes you special. Today, I will show you that the fire-type beast is the strongest. He abruptly waved his hand. Fire lizard, burn that worthless tree to ashes. With a sharp cry, the fire lizard beast surged forward, its mouth gathering a ball of orange-red flames, readying its signature skill, fireball. The searing heat surged forth, causing the bluestone ground to warm slightly, prompting the surrounding students to retreat in fear of the flames. Wu Yuan's gaze sharpened, unfazed by the impending attack. Adui, emerge. A burst of emerald light flashed as the mutated weeping willow appeared before him. After a night of recuperation, Adui's branches stood even more upright, the emerald bark shimmering with a faint luster under the sun, and energy was visibly seeping from the cracks of the spirit-restraining ring, indicating a marked increase in strength compared to yesterday. Mutated weeping willow, ordinary grade level 5. Energy value, 100, 100. Life value, 100, 100. Attribute, wood. Condition, healthy. Skills, life perception, passive, mastery level, rapid recovery, active, advanced, spiritual rain, active, initial level, life bloom, active, initial level, vine entangle, active, advanced. Bind its claws with vines. Wu Yuan commanded sternly. Adui's branches suddenly surged, dozens of barbed green vines unfurling like agile serpents, swiftly weaving into an impenetrable net before him. The fireball launched by the fire lizard beast collided with the net, producing a muffled thud. Flames erupted yet were rapidly extinguished by the viscous liquid seeping from the vines, leaving only a few charred marks. How is this possible? Wu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. His fire lizard beast was an elite level 3, and any ordinary plant-type beast would have withered under such an attack. Fire lizard, use flame jet. The fire lizard beast emitted a low growl, unleashing a stream of flames half a meter long from its mouth, striking towards Adui like a burning whip. This time, the flames were markedly hotter, warping the very air around them. Adui, channel the energy of life perception. Wu Yuan's eyes gleamed with intensity. The golden mark within Adui's trunk suddenly illuminated, an ancient and pure energy radiating along the vines. The originally green vines instantaneously acquired a layer of faint golden patterns, and rather than withering under the scorching flames, they instead radiated with even more vigorous vitality. The golden patterns flowed as if alive, continuously absorbing and transforming the energy of the flames, ultimately condensing several plump droplets of dew at the tips of the vines. Detected fire-type energy conversion. Mutated weeping willow gains 15 energy. What is this skill? One of Wu Hao's lackeys exclaimed in shock. The flames of the fire lizard were actually being absorbed? Wu Yuan paid no mind to the astonishment of those around him. He could distinctly feel that Adui's life force had deepened yet again. The ability to transform foreign energies is precisely what distinguishes the mythic bloodline and emboldens him to confront the fiery beasts with unwavering confidence. Now bind its mouth. At Wu Yuan's command, the stoutest vine shot forth like an arrow, deftly circumventing the flames and ensnaring the neck of the fire lizard beast with unerring precision. The barbs embedded deeply within the gaps of its scales, the vine tightened abruptly, constricting the creature's jaws. A pained hiss escaped the fire lizard, its fiery breath abruptly ceasing as it thrashed desperately against the ground, only to be ensnared further by additional vines, which shackled it like unyielding manacles. Useless. Break free. Wu Hao exclaimed, his brow slick with sweat, urgently urging his contracted beast to unleash a flame impact, even at the cost of its vitality to escape. A glimmer of madness flickered in the fire lizard's eyes as its scales turned a blood-red hue, a surge of ferocious energy erupting from within, attempting to shatter the vines. Indeed, the tendrils binding it began to tremble violently, scorch marks rapidly expanding, with several slender branches snapping entirely. Fool! Release the life bloom. Wu Yuan's tone turned grave. With a clear, ringing sound, Adai emitted a note, channeling golden energy not for transformation this time, but transforming into countless luminous specks that flowed through the vines into the fire lizard beast. The wild flames met the golden points as if ice were encountering the warm sun, swiftly dissipating, the crimson hue retreating, and the creature's struggles weakening. No, impossible. Wu Hao, linked with his beast through mental connection, sensed the rapid depletion of the fire lizard's life force. Wu Yuan, if you dare harm my beast, my second brother will not let you off lightly. Wu Yuan approached the fire lizard, now bound like a dumpling, observing the dimming light in its eyes. You should have anticipated this outcome when you allowed it to injure Xiao Yi yesterday. He raised his hand, placing it upon Adai's trunk. Pouring in his mental energy without reservation, the final strike coalesced the energy of spirit rain into a piercing branch. Adai's branches quivered intensely as all the vines suddenly retracted, lifting the fire lizard off the ground. Simultaneously, a vine adorned with golden patterns rapidly hardened, its tip transforming into a spear reminiscent of jade, glinting with a chilling radiance. Stop! Wu Hao's desperate howl echoed as he attempted to rush forward, only to be thwarted by two vines that sprang forth to block him. With a precise thrust, the piercing branch penetrated the gap in the fire lizard's neck scales, the weak point of its energy core. The golden energy erupted instantaneously, utterly dismantling its final resistance. The fire lizard convulsed violently before falling limp, its eyes extinguished, leaving only charred remnants upon its scales. Mutated Weeping Willow defeats Fire Lizard Beast, Elite Level 3. Earning 80 attribute points. Detected opponent as a Fire-type beast. Life energy absorbed from Fire Essence. Proficiency 1. Vine Binding skill proficiency increased to 127. As the system's notification resonated in his mind, the entire training ground descended into a profound silence. All gazes were fixed in astonishment upon the elegant mutated Weeping Willow and the lifeless body of the Fire Lizard beneath it, their faces etched with disbelief. An Elite Level 1 slaying an Elite Level 3? Especially a Fire-type beast, which is supposed to counter plant types. This utterly shattered their understanding of beast ranks. Wu Hao collapsed to the ground, his complexion as pale as a sheet, the mental link with his contracted beast severed and resulting in a severe backlash. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The look he directed at Wu Yuan was filled with terror, the former arrogance evaporated. According to family rules, those who provoke intentionally bear no responsibility for their beast's demise. Wu Yuan's calm voice resonated throughout the arena. Is there anyone who still believes my Adai is mere deadwood? Several peripheral family members instinctively took a step back, among them those who had bullied Wu Xiaoyi alongside Wu Hao the previous day. Their gazes towards Wu Yuan transformed from initial disdain to profound respect. Wu Xiaoyi stood beneath the banyan tree, fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving. He had never imagined that the once meek third young master, who had quietly endured bullying, could so decisively vanquish Wu Hao. Nor had he anticipated witnessing a direct descendant stand up for a branch family member. Wu Yuan, just you wait. Wu Hao struggled to rise, glaring venomously at Wu Yuan before stumbling away towards the academy, evidently intent on seeking retribution from Wu Feng. Wu Yuan did not impede him, fully aware this was merely the beginning. The second house behind Wu Hao would never allow a waste to rise. Disperse. He waved his hand, signaling the onlookers to depart, then withdrew the vines, instructing Adai to drag the fire lizard's corpse aside. Though the beast core was damaged, it could still fetch a decent price, sufficient to replenish his monthly allowance. The third young master, Wu Xiaoyi, hurried over, offering a clean handkerchief. Are you all right? I'm fine, Wu Yuan replied, taking the handkerchief to wipe the dust from his hands. You may return to your tasks. From now on, you need not fear them while training here. Wu Xiaoyi nodded earnestly, his eyes slightly reddening, turning to gather the spiritual herbs, his steps noticeably lighter than before. Wu Yuan watched his retreating figure, his heart stirred. He understood that today's battle was not merely to teach Wu Hao a lesson, but to dismantle the invisible barrier between the main and branch families. In a world where strength reigns supreme, only by demonstrating sufficient power can one earn true respect. He strode to the center of the training ground, sensing the excitement conveyed by Adai, and opened the beast panel. Following the recent battle, Adai's energy had fully recovered to 100, enhancing its resistance to fire energy further. More importantly, the proficiency of the vine-binding skill had significantly surged, nearing the threshold for advancement. Clearly, practical combat proved to be the most effective means of improvement. Satisfied, Wu Yuan nodded, raising his gaze towards the towering library deep within the academy, realizing it was time to seek information regarding the Blackwind Mountains. Just as he prepared to depart, a hearty voice called from behind, "Third brother, impressive tactics." To think you could slay even Wu Hao's fire lizard. It seems the breakthrough during the reincarnation ceremony was no mere stroke of luck. Wu Yuan turned to see a robust youth striding towards him, broad-shouldered and resembling Wu Jinxiong, his elder brother, Wu Lei. Following him was a towering black bear. Nearly 3 meters in height, its fur resembling steel, with a white crescent-shaped marking on its chest, an elite level 7 diamond bear. Elder brother, Wu Yuan inclined his head slightly, foregoing superfluous pleasantries. Within this household, while Wu Lei was not as aggressive as their second brother, Wu Lai, he had never shown any particular concern for Wu Yuan, leaving their relationship rather indifferent. Wu Lei approached, his gaze resting on Adai, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. This mutated weeping willow possesses an unusual aura. It can counter fire energy? Somewhat knowledgeable, Wu Yuan replied, maintaining composure. Wu Lei chuckled, his tone laced with a hint of warning. Though Wu Hao is overbearing, he ultimately belongs to the second house. By incapacitating his beast today, your second brother is unlikely to let this slide. You would do well to be cautious during the trials in 3 days. Thank you for the reminder, I will be. Wu Lei regarded him intently for a moment before turning away with the diamond bear, his footsteps steady, each step resonating with confidence that shook the ground slightly. Wu Yuan observed his brother's retreating figure, his brow slightly furrowed. The elder brother's attitude was rather intriguing. What seemed a warning felt more like a demonstration of power. It seems that it is not only the second branch of the family that harbors vigilance towards his ascendants. Even the typically neutral elder brother has begun to take heed. The family trial, indeed, shall not be a simple affair. He murmured to himself, a flicker of resolve igniting in his gaze. The more challenging it becomes, the more I must showcase my prowess. He summoned Adai and turned towards the library. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting elongated shadows upon him. The remnants of flames from the training grounds mingled with the fragrant aroma of the flora, as if heralding a greater tempest quietly brewing. Within the library, Wu Yuan discovered records regarding the Black Wind Mountain Range in the first floor section dedicated to exotic beasts. The pages of the aged tome were yellowed, depicting the iron spine wild boar in a fearsome manner, its sharp tusks exposed, and bony spines along its back resembling lethal blades. Adjacent annotations read, Iron Spine Wild Boar, a gregarious exotic beast, elite level 4, level 6, with an affinity for earth, possessing formidable defenses. Its tusks harbor the power to pierce armor, and it delights in feasting upon black wind vines, frequently inhabiting the western valley. Elite level 4, level 6 indeed. Wu Yuan's fingertips traced the pages, perfectly suited for Adai to hone his skills. He continued his search and found in another volume, topographical records of treacherous mountains. References to venomous creatures of the Black Wind Mountain Range, one of which, the Shadow Centipede, piqued his interest. This creature, entirely black, excelled at lurking in shadows. Its venom, while not lethal, could paralyze nerves, making it particularly effective against plant-type Beast Tamer sensory abilities. It appears I must prepare a few more bottles of insect repellent. Wu Yuan committed this information to memory, and as he closed the book, he noticed a faint annotation along the edge of the page. Deep within the western valley lies a companion mineral vein, rich in earth-type energy, where mutated iron spine boars may roam. Mutated species? A thought sparked within him. Mutated exotic beasts usually indicate a higher energy yield, perhaps allowing Adai to level up once more before the trial. When he exited the library, it was already noon. The sun blazed brightly, and the streets of the Beast Taming Academy were sparsely populated, with only a few vendors selling beast feed dozing in the shade. Wu Yuan purchased some spirit fruits imbued with wood-type energy to nourish Adai, but unexpectedly encountered an unwelcome sight at the street corner. Wu Shaoyi was cornered by 3 senior students at the alley's entrance, one brandishing a vine whip, angrily pointing it at him. The boy lowered his head, clutching a spirit herb tightly to his chest, his shoulders trembling slightly, yet he stubbornly refused to back down. More trouble, is it? Wu Yuan's expression hardened as he strode forward. Upon seeing him, the trio's faces paled, especially at the sight of the indistinct shadow of a mutated willow behind him, causing them to recoil in fear. Third young master, we were merely having some fun with Brother Shaoyi. The leader of the students forced a smile. Ignoring them, Wu Yuan approached Wu Shaoyi. What transpired? They wanted to buy my concentrated spirit herb, but offered only half the price, Wu Shaoyi murmured, biting his lip, his voice barely audible. Wu Yuan's gaze turned icy as he looked at the trio. The Family Academy prohibits coercive transactions. Are you unaware of the rules? The 3 turned ashen, daring not to utter another word, and hastily tossed a few silver coins before fleeing. Wu Yuan picked up the coins from the ground and handed them to Wu Shaoyi, only to discover a red mark on the boy's wrist, evidently from the whip. Do they often bully you? Wu Shaoyi nodded, then quickly shook his head, tears brimming in his eyes. They used to be worse. But ever since you saved me yesterday, they have been much more restrained. After a moment of silence, Wu Yuan retrieved a small jade vial from his pocket. This is clearing ointment. Applying it to your wounds will promote rapid recovery. He paused. Join me this afternoon at the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountain Range. I could use a guide. Wu Xiaoyi's head shot up. A glimmer of excitement in his eyes. See, can I? What? Do you hesitate? I dare. The boy nodded vigorously, clutching the jade vial as if it were a precious treasure. Observing his enthusiasm, Wu Yuan couldn't help but smile faintly. He understood that he was not merely cultivating an assistant, but dismantling the entrenched class barriers within this family. These seemingly trivial changes would one day coalesce into a force capable of shaking the very foundations of their existence. The afternoon sun filtered through the leaves, casting elongated shadows upon the two of them. In the distance, the sounds of beast training echoed from the training grounds, and the prologue of a tale of growth and transformation had only just begun to unfold. Chapter 11. Su Li confesses. The protagonist faces an emotional dilemma. The entrance to the Black Wind Mountain Range resembled a gaping maw, eager to devour those who dared to approach. The towering cliffs appeared as if cleaved by a colossal axe, exposing dark, jagged rocks. The mountain winds howled through the narrow gorge, emitting a low, mournful wail. Infused with the damp, decaying scent characteristic of the depths of the forest, along with a faint, indistinct odor that penetrated the nostrils. Wu Yuan's steps were firm as he traversed the slick ground of the valley, carpeted with decaying leaves. A few paces behind him, Wu Xiaoyi followed closely, his body tense, clutching a bulging burlap sack containing insect repellent powder, rations, and rudimentary medicinal supplies. The boy frequently glanced around nervously, instinctively awed by this fabled perilous land. Third young master. Further in lies the western valley where the iron-spine wild boars frequently roam. Wu Xiaoyi's voice was hushed, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. The texts say they travel in packs, with tough hides and thick flesh. Not to worry, Wu Yuan's tone was calm, his gaze sharp as he surveyed the dark, winding path ahead. The cliffs on either side were entwined with deep green, nearly black vines, twisting and turning, shrouding the skies, allowing only scattered, dim specks of light to illuminate the damp moss and exposed roots beneath their feet. The air was oppressively thick, saturated with wood-type spiritual energy, enveloping them like warm, humid waves. Wu Yuan could distinctly feel Adai, nestled within the beast space, radiating waves of eager anticipation. With a flicker of thought, a green luminescence sparkled, and the mutated willow Adai materialized. Upon landing, the emerald-like bark glistened with a smooth sheen, slender branches swaying autonomously, greedily absorbing the pure wood energy permeating the surroundings. Beast name, Adai. Species, mutated willow, mythical bloodline not activated. Level 5, ordinary. Attribute, wood. Status, healthy. Health points, 100-100. Energy points, 100-100. Skills, life perception, passive. Mastery level, rapid recovery, active, advanced. Spiritual rain, active, initial level. Life bloom, active, initial level. Vine entanglement, active, advanced. Adai, sense your surroundings, Wu Yuan whispered. Adai's trunk bore several leaflets resembling eyes that subtly shifted, invisible ripples of mental energy radiating outward, probing the minutest movements within the dense forest. This was the unparalleled environmental perception ability of plant-type beast companions. Suddenly, Adai emitted a sharp, alert chirp. Several branches jabbing towards a slope obscured by massive ferns to the left. Wu Yuan's eyes narrowed with intensity. Almost simultaneously, a brutish, feral howl shattered the tranquility of the forest. The dense ferns on the slope were violently torn aside, as if by an invisible hand. A colossal beast, propelled by a gust of rancid wind, charged downwards. It was a formidable creature, akin to a small war chariot, its body enveloped in coarse, steel-like bristles, dark brown bordering on black. Most terrifying were the bony spines that lined its back, stark white and menacing, resembling inverted daggers, glinting with a metallic sheen in the dim light. Its formidable tusks protruded, slick with dark yellow saliva, and its crimson eyes fixed hungrily on Wu Yuan and Adai, brimming with a savage thirst for destruction. Iron Spine Wild Boar, Elite Level 4. Earth Affinity, Formidable Defense. Charge inflicts armor-piercing effects. It has come. With a commanding shout, Wu Yuan advanced rather than retreating, urging, Xiao Yi, fall back. Adai, ensnare with your vines, target the limbs. As his words resonated, the iron-spined wild boar charged forward with the force of an avalanche. Its massive tusks glinted with a cold light, aimed directly at Adai's core. With a resonant cry, Adai emitted a clear, melodic call, and dozens of verdant vines erupted from its roots and branches like a swarm of startled serpents. These vines appeared even more robust and resilient than those displayed in the training arena, their surfaces glinting with metallic barbs in the dim light. Rather than confronting the beast head-on, the vines adeptly spread low along the ground, skillfully weaving towards the wild boar's rushing joints. Thud, thud. The barbs pierced deeply into the tough hide and bristles of the boar's legs, tightening fiercely. The charging boar collided with an invisible tripwire, its colossal form losing balance and tumbling forward, its tusks furrowing the earth, splattering mud and broken branches. With a furious roar, the wild boar let out a pained cry, struggling to rise, yet its bound limbs found it difficult to exert force. Now, Wu Yuan's gaze sharpened like a blade. "Adai, pierce with your branch." A vine adorned with golden wood grains suddenly straightened, its tip hardening and sharpening at a visible speed. The entire vine transformed into a gleaming emerald spear, glistening with a cold sheen, soaring forth with a piercing shriek towards the boar's relatively vulnerable flank. Thud! The emerald spear accurately pierced the flesh beneath the bristles. However, the anticipated effect of a complete penetration did not materialize. The spear tip sank less than 3 inches before being halted by a dense, earthy yellow aura, a defensive talent instinctively activated by the iron-spined wild boar in its moment of peril, known as rock skin. The spear tip and the yellow aura clashed violently, producing a grating sound that made one's teeth ache, sparks flying. The defense proved to be formidable. Wu Yuan felt a jolt of unease. Just then, a thunderous stampede and furious howls erupted from the slope. The ground trembled violently. "Third young master. More." Wu Xiaoyi's voice broke with alarm. On the slope above, ferns swayed wildly as 2 more slightly smaller, yet equally vicious iron-spined wild boars charged down, their eyes ablaze with fury. Their target was the elite level 4 boar that was temporarily ensnared. The bound boar leader seemed to sense its comrade's support, letting out a roar that spurred its struggling strength, causing the vines entangling its limbs to strain under the pressure, several thinner vines snapping instantly. Adai split the vines, blocked the 2 behind. Wu Yuan's forehead beaded with sweat, a surge of mental energy pouring forth. Faced with 3 elite-level wild boars, one of which was 3 levels higher than Adai, the pressure intensified. Adai's emerald form glowed radiantly, countless new vines sprouting wildly from its trunk and roots. Some continued to tightly constrict the boar leader, while others, like agile green serpents, wove a massive net to intercept the 2 charging boars. Thump, thump. The 2 boars collided violently with the vine net. The immense force caused the net to sag inward, countless vines tearing and snapping. Yet Adai's branches were ceaseless, quickly regenerating at the breakpoints. More vines ensnaring the 2 boars, layer upon layer, staunchly halting their momentum. However, this intense regeneration and binding drained Adai's energy at a terrifying rate. Mutated Weeping Willow energy value, 70, 100, rapidly depleting. Wu Yuan could distinctly sense Adai's fatigue and the overwhelming flow of energy ebbing away like a breached dam. With a roar, the boar leader seized the moment when Adai was distracted by its companions, unleashing a thunderous roar. Its earthy yellow aura surged dramatically, breaking free from most of the constraining vines. Its massive body suddenly stood upright, its tusks, caked in mud, glinting ominously as they charged towards Adai's trunk with tremendous force. This strike contained all its frenzied strength and its earth-based armor-piercing talent, the air ripping apart with a deafening crack. Adai? Wu Yuan's pupils dilated. Without hesitation, he poured his recently restored mental energy into the contract mark. It was imperative to block this attack. Taking it head-on would surely gravely wound Adai. In that critical moment, a voice, cool as moonlight yet imbued with undeniable authority, rang out over the chaotic battlefield like a celestial chime. "Beast, how dare you be so audacious?" Before the sound faded, a stream of ice-blue light, faster than the voice itself, tore through the shadowy forest like a falling star, carrying an aura so frigid it could freeze souls, striking precisely at the boar leader's raised head. Boom. Crack. The ice-blue light erupted. There was no deafening roar, only a chilling, crystalline sound as the ice instantly crystallized and expanded. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. The once mighty elite level 4 boar leader, poised to charge, stood petrified. A thick layer of dark blue ice spread rapidly from where the light struck, enveloping its massive head entirely. Beneath the ice, its furious crimson eyes lost all vitality, frozen in shock before death. An intense cold permeated the air. Even the surrounding tumultuous atmosphere seemed to freeze. Moments later, a dull thud resounded. The enormous boar's corpse crashed to the ground, its ice-encased head striking the rocky earth with a muffled shatter, the ice remaining steadfast. The 2 other iron-spined wild boars, desperately trying to breach the vine net to rescue their leader, were utterly stunned by the sudden, terrifying blow and the instantaneous demise of their leader. The fury in their crimson eyes was replaced by sheer terror. They emitted a short, mournful cry and turned to flee, crashing through the remaining vines, their bodies marked by thorny wounds as they scrambled into the depths of the dense forest, vanishing into the shadows. Adai, having narrowly escaped, trembled slightly, its glow dimmed. Wu Yuan panted heavily, suddenly raising his head to follow the direction from which the ice-blue light had come. Not far away, atop a rock partially concealed by vines, stood a figure, seemingly unnoticed until now. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, illuminating her as if she were the focus of a spotlight. Clad in a flowing water-blue gown with wide sleeves, she appeared like a cascade of moonlight in the dark forest. The hem of her dress swayed without wind, outlining her ethereal figure. A gossamer veil, as delicate as a cicada's wing, adorned her face, glimmering with starlight, revealing only her eyes. Those eyes, clear as the first spring water melting from a snow-capped peak, were pure and deep, reflecting the most subtle corners of the human heart. In this moment, her gaze held a lingering sharpness as she quietly surveyed the chaotic battlefield below. The mountain breeze tousled a few strands of her dark hair that the veil had not fully concealed, swaying gently alongside her flowing blue dress, as if she might take flight at any moment, not of this earthly realm. Wu Yuan's heart, having raced through the throes of life and death, felt as though it had been grasped tightly by those eyes and that moonlit figure, skipping a beat. He recognized the owner of those eyes, Su Li, the cherished daughter of City Lord Su Tianqing, the very girl who had nodded slightly at him during the reincarnation ceremony. He also recognized the powerful ice-type beast hovering beside her, entirely covered in crystalline scales, elegant in form like a small dragon. Surrounded by a faint mist of frost, a formidable elite level 15 ice-type beast. Wu Xiaoyi was utterly transfixed, his mouth agape, his grip on the package slackening. His eyes filled with astonishment and admiration. Su Li's gaze swept over the icy carcass of the wild boar sprawled on the ground, glided past the mutated willow, which, though dimmed, still stood tall, and finally settled upon Wu Yuan's face. Through the veil of starlight, her voice resonated once more, cool and composed, yet devoid of the earlier sharpness, imbued with an ineffable meaning. Third young Master Wu, we meet again. It seems the wild boars of the Black Wind Mountains are not particularly welcoming of your visit. Wu Yuan inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions swirling within him, and clasped his fists in salute, his demeanor neither servile nor arrogant. Wu Yuan is grateful for Miss Su's assistance. He cast a glance at the frozen boar's head. His tone steady. Miss Su's second beast, the cold chi, indeed lives up to its reputation. Su Li descended gracefully from the rocky outcrop, the hem of her aquamarine skirt brushing against the withered leaves on the ground, untouched by dust. The cold chi hovered silently beside her, emanating a faint chill. It was but a trifling effort. She stepped closer, her eyes, clear as ice and snow, pierced through the gossamer veil, intently scrutinizing Wu Yuan as if seeking to peer into his very soul. What intrigues me more is you, Wu Yuan. Her voice paused slightly, and under the moonlight, her eyes seemed to shimmer with a complex array of emotions, curiosity, admiration, and a hint of resolute determination that Wu Yuan found difficult to decipher. On the training grounds, the weak triumphed over the strong, an ordinary defeating an elite, the fire lizard vanquishing Wu Hao. With each word, she drew nearer, the crisp aroma, reminiscent of snow lotus, growing increasingly pronounced. In just 2 short days, you are no longer the person you were yesterday. This transformation, this brilliance, is indeed eye-catching. Finally, she halted 3 feet before Wu Yuan, so close that he could discern the exquisite contours of her face beneath the veil and feel the purity emanating from her, a stark contrast to the bloody wilderness surrounding them. Thus, Su Li's voice took on a gravely serious tone, as clear and precise as pearls striking an icy plate. I have come today to pose a singular question. Tilting her head slightly, she met Wu Yuan's deep gaze, her lips parting beneath the veil to utter words that struck like thunder. Wu Yuan, should I pledge the City Lord's mansion as a guarantee, assisting you in overcoming the obstacles posed by the Wu family's second branch, reclaiming all that you rightfully deserve, and even lending the full strength of the Su family to help you ascend to greatness, would you consent to marry me? Silence. A profound, deathly stillness enveloped the clearing. The mountain breeze seemed to halt, the rustling leaves stilled, and even the distant chirping of insects faded into oblivion. Only the icy aura surrounding the frozen boar's head remained, silently pervading the air. Wu Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape as if an egg could fit within, his entire being as though petrified, frozen in place, forgetting even to breathe. His mind was a blank slate, with only the phrase "would you consent to marry me" echoing in a frenzy. The jewel of the City Lord's mansion had, astonishingly, proposed to the third young master who had only just shed the label of waste. The cold chi floated beside Su Li, its crystalline eyes observing everything with indifference. Wu Yuan's body trembled ever so slightly the moment Su Li's words fell. It was not from surprise or panic, but rather a sensation akin to being struck by an invisible hammer, jolting his heart. Blood surged to his head in one moment and receded completely in the next. Within the depths of his profound gaze, tumultuous waves surged. Each word from Su Li carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. To use the city lord's mansion as a pledge, to eliminate the second branch's hindrances, what tremendous political power was being offered. It was sufficient to completely suppress Wu Feng, Wu Hao, and the entirety of the second branch, to reclaim all that was rightfully his, targeting the very core of the Wu family inheritance. The promise to lend the full strength of the Su family to aid his ascension. This was a commitment that could drive the young talents of Maple Forest City into a frenzy. And all of this came at the price of merely marrying her. Was it not an irresistible temptation? A temptation vast enough to alter the trajectory of his destiny. A multitude of images flashed through Wu Yuan's mind. Wu Feng's disdainful gaze, Wu Hao's venomous howls, his father Wu Jinxiong's concealed helplessness, the deeply rooted fear and alienation of the collateral descendants, and the red mark on Wu Xiaoyi's wrist from being whipped by a vine. With the towering support of the Su family, all obstacles would be effortlessly crushed like decayed wood. He could soar to great heights, trampling those who had once trodden upon his dignity, reclaiming all the glory that belonged to the third young master, perhaps even venturing further. His heart thudded violently within his chest, the rush of blood resonating like thunder in his ears. Power, status, the thrill of vengeance, a radiant future, like the most intoxicating poison. It exuded a captivating fragrance. Yet, just as this overwhelming temptation threatened to engulf his reason, another force surged forth, a fiercer, more rebellious power, erupting from the depths of his soul like a dormant volcano. What did he see? He saw Adui's branches entwined in flames on the training ground, absorbing and counterattacking. He glimpsed the ancient pride stemming from a mythical bloodline. He saw the yellowed pages in the library, inscribed with the footsteps of the mighty. He witnessed the mental energy coalescing at his fingertips, weak yet undeniably real. This was Wu Yuan's own strength. He also saw the transformation in Wu Xiaoyi's eyes. From awe to trust, a voice, cold and clear, reverberated within the depths of his soul, wielding the power to sever all illusions. Wu Yuan, you have been reborn. Bound to the mythical bloodline, do you truly intend to once again rely on others, to ascend through the shortcut paved by a woman? If you acquiesce today, how do you differ in essence from Wu Hao and Wu Lai, who flaunt their family's legacy? The strength in your hands, the bloodline within Adui, do they yearn for a path of ease bestowed by another? Or do they crave the glory earned through your own fists and blades? Carved out in this vast world. Dependence? Almsgiving? No. A torrent of heated, iron-scented blood surged to his throat. That was the pride and defiance from 2 lifetimes roaring forth. It was the absolute will, dormant within his soul, yearning to shatter all shackles and seize control of his own destiny. Wu Yuan's path had never been paved through the reliance on a woman. It felt as though only an instant had passed. The tumultuous waves in Wu Yuan's gaze calmed swiftly, transforming into an unfathomable, cold abyss. All ripples born of temptation were utterly frozen and crushed by that resolute will from the soul. He slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes as piercing as tempered cold iron, penetrating through the veil of starlight to meet Su Li's crystalline, ice-like eyes, which now held a subtle hint of inquiry and tension. His voice emerged, neither loud nor forceful, but exceptionally steady and clear, each word akin to cold stones cast into the silent abyss, carrying the weight of severing all possibilities. Miss Su, you flatter me. Su Li's face, shrouded in the veil, seemed to shift slightly. Wu Yuan's gaze held steadfast, his tone indifferent yet imbued with undeniable strength. As a mere scion of the Wu family, I dare not presume to reach for the jewel of the city lord's mansion. Matters concerning the Wu family shall be resolved by its own descendants using their own strength. My path, too, must be forged by my own hands. Even if it is strewn with thorns and paved with the bones of the fallen, I shall have no regrets. He paused, glancing at the frozen boar, his tone tinged with a faint sense of detachment. The kindness shown today shall not be forgotten. Should Miss Su require my assistance in the future, within my capabilities, I shall not refuse. As for the matter of marriage, I must respectfully decline. He shook his head slightly, a subtle gesture yet laden with the weight of his resolve. I implore Miss Su to retract her offer. Farewell. With that, Wu Yuan turned away, not casting another glance at Su Li, nor waiting for any response from her. He turned around, addressing the still petrified Wu Xiaoyi in a deep voice. Xiaoyi, gather your belongings and retrieve the tusks. We must depart. His movements were crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Approaching the frozen head of the wild boar, he formed his fingers like a blade, concentrating a sharp thread of mental energy that precisely sliced through the crevice between the ice and flesh. With a few audible cracks, he forcefully pried off the two massive tusks, still encrusted with ice shards, and tossed them to the somewhat dazed Wu Xiaoyi. Throughout the entire process, he did not cast a single glance towards Su Li. A Dao also retracted his brilliance, transforming into a stream of emerald light, returning to the beast taming space. Wu Xiaoyi, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly caught the two cold, heavy tusks and scrambled to pick up the bundle on the ground. He glanced at Su Li, who stood beneath the rocky outcrop like a celestial being in the moon palace, then looked at the resolute figure of his young master, striding forward. Gritting his teeth, he trotted to catch up. The sound of their footsteps crunched on the withered branches and fallen leaves, fading swiftly into the deeper shadows of the forest. Only Su Li remained in place, accompanied by the cold chi emanating from the ice serpent beside her. Moonlight flowed silently over her water-blue skirt, as if frozen in time. The mountain breeze whistled through the trees, causing the sheer veil on her face to flutter. The starlight shimmered slightly, unable to conceal the clarity of her revealed eyes. In those ice-like, crystalline orbs, a tumult of emotions surged to an extreme complexity. Shock, anticipation, deep inquiry, and a hint of astonishment and ripples. A reaction she had not foreseen after being so decisively and thoroughly rejected. He had rejected her with such finality, with not a trace of hesitation or longing. Beneath that calm gaze lay an unwavering resolve to sever all ties, an almost obsessive certainty in his own path. My journey must be forged by my own hand. Even if thorns blanket the ground and oceans of blood are crossed, I shall have no regrets. Wu Yuan's calm and resolute words reverberated within her heart, echoing clearly once more. Su Li stood silently for a long time, her lips, veiled by the sheer fabric, seemingly curling upward ever so slightly. The curvature was complex and elusive, far from a smile. Wu Yuan, a whisper escaped her lips, dissipating in the cold night wind, carrying an unprecedented solemnity and a flicker of emotion she herself had not yet recognized. She raised her hand, a trace of ice-blue spiritual energy swirling around her fingertips as it gently brushed against the chilly scales of the ice serpent. It appears to be more intriguing than I had imagined. In a flash of ice-blue light, the figures of the girl and the serpent melded with the moonlight, quietly vanishing as if they had never existed. Only the frozen head of the wild boar on the ground and the lingering chill in the air bore witness to the breathtakingly surreal scene that had just unfolded. In the shadowy mountain forest, Wu Yuan strode forward, each step resonating with stability and strength. Wu Xiaoyi, clutching the heavy tusks and his bundle, followed behind, breathless. His eyes filled with an unprecedented reverence and a touch of confusion as he glanced at Wu Yuan's retreating figure. Wu Yuan's gaze remained fixed upon the impenetrable darkness ahead, yet his eyes were deeper than the forest itself. Su Li's generous offer had been firmly declined by him, seemingly severing a shortcut to the heavens, but also cutting off all potential avenues for retreat and fantasy. Wu Lai Wu Hao. And indeed the entire second house would only become more unhinged upon learning of today's events. The olive branch from the Lord's manor had been rebuffed. In the eyes of some, he had become an arrogant fool, a target more deserving of elimination. The storm was brewing, the winds of crisis swirling ominously. He could distinctly sense an invisible and colossal net descending upon him with increasing speed. The family's internal strife, unknown enmity, and Su Li's unpredictable reaction following her rejection, all would culminate in a cataclysmic eruption 3 days hence during the so-called trial. The crisis coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent. Yet, beneath this heavy burden, a fiercer, more fervent power ignited and surged within his chest, boiling over. It was a battle intent fully awakened, a determination to burn ships behind him. His path had never been a smooth one, since he had chosen to walk it alone. Let the thorns come with greater ferocity. Let the mountains of corpses and seas of blood become the stepping stones to his pinnacle. Dao. Wu Yuan called out silently in his heart. Within the beast taming space, the mutated weeping willow responded with a gentle yet resolute pulse, resonating with ancient tenacity. One person and one willow, their thoughts intertwined. Wu Yuan's gaze was as sharp as a drawn sword, piercing through the thick darkness. Chapter 12, System Update. Fate Simulation Function Activated. The night was as dark as ink, spilling into every crease of the Haifeng mountain range. Wu Yuan and Wu Xiao ignited a campfire in a sheltered hollow. The flickering flames licked the dry branches, emitting crackling sounds and casting their shadows, elongating and shortening, against the rough rock wall behind them. The iron-spined wild boar's tusks, bound by Wu Xiaoyi with vines, stood nearby, their tips glinting coldly in the firelight, a reminder of the harrowing encounter they had just endured. Third young master, Here is the roasted spiritual rabbit jerky. Wu Xiaoyi offered a piece wrapped in leaves. The aroma mingled with the fresh scent of grass and wood, wafting enticingly into the air. The boy's hands trembled slightly, clearly still shaken by Su Li's shocking proposal and Wu Yuan's decisive rejection. Wu Yuan accepted the jerky and took a bite. The meat was firm, imbued with a subtle spiritual essence that would gradually restore his stamina. Observing the boy's hesitance beside the fire, he understood that a multitude of questions swirled within him. Yet he dared not voice them. Speak your mind, Wu Yuan urged gently, his gaze directed toward the impenetrable darkness beyond the firelight. Occasionally, distant howls from unknown beasts echoed from the forest depths, haunting and sorrowful, amplifying the warmth and fragility of their small circle of light. Wu Xiaoyi tightened his grip on the branch in his hand, summoning his courage to meet Wu Yuan's eyes. Third young master, why did you refuse Miss Su? She is the daughter of the Lord's manor. With her assistance, the people of the second house would surely think twice before bullying you. Wu Yuan paused mid-chew. Looking at the boy, Wu Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled in the firelight, filled with a simple awe for power. In his understanding, gaining favor from the Lord's manor was a grand opportunity capable of altering one's fate. Xiaoyi, Wu Yuan's voice lowered. Which do you believe is more secure? Respect gained through reliance on others, or respect earned through your own strength? Wu Xiaoyi was taken aback, scratching his head. It seems that respect earned through one's own efforts is more solid? Not just seems, it is unequivocally so. Wu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Today, I relied on Su Li to suppress the second house. Tomorrow, I could very well be trampled by them if I lose her support. The most unreliable thing in this world is the assistance of others. The only force that can truly protect you is the strength in your own hands. He pointed to Wu Xiaoyi's wrist. Just like you. Yesterday you could only endure when Wu Hao bullied you. But if your grass rabbit beast were to evolve into a battle rabbit beast, capable of shattering stones with a single punch, would they still dare to touch you? Wu Xiaoyi instinctively touched the contract mark on his wrist, which bore only a faint glow, the insignia of an ordinary grass rabbit beast. His expression dimmed. But my grass rabbit beast is at the ordinary level. It can't possibly evolve into a battle rabbit beast. There is nothing that is absolute. Wu Yuan interrupted him. So what if it is ordinary? With the right method, even an ordinary level can unleash elite level power. The key lies in whether you possess the resolve to tread the most challenging path. Wu Xiaoyi stared at Wu Yuan, observing his flickering profile in the firelight. There was not a hint of regret for rejecting an opportunity, only an almost obsessive determination. In the heart of the adolescent, something that had long been constrained by labels such as main lineage, collateral branch, ordinary level, and elite level seemed to have been gently pried open by this statement. I understand now, third young master. Wu Xiaoyi nodded emphatically, stuffing dried meat into his mouth and chewing vigorously, as if swallowing a resolve of sorts. Wu Yuan observed his demeanor, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his lips. He was aware that his refusal of Su Li today was not solely for his own path, but also a demonstration for Wu Xiaoyi. There are no absolute barriers in this world, and what is often termed a chasm is merely the acceptance of one's fate. As the campfire gradually dwindled, leaving behind only a pile of dim red embers, Wu Yuan instructed Wu Xiaoyi to rest while he leaned against the rocky wall, closing his eyes to reflect on the day's battle. The defense of the iron-spined wild boar, bolstered by its rocky hide, had exceeded expectations. Adao's piercing branches, without the energy enhancement of the Phoenixwood core, had utterly failed to breach its defenses. Had it not been for Su Li's intervention, that confrontation would have extracted a significant toll. This realization sharpened his understanding that Adao, an elite level 1, exhibited evident shortcomings when faced with a beast of higher defensive caliber. Adao, how is your energy recovery? Wu Yuan pondered silently. Within the beast mastery space, the mutated weeping willow swayed gently, emanating a robust sensation. After the recent battle and the rich wood element spiritual energy of the Black Wind Mountain Range, its energy had fully replenished, even hinting at signs of a breakthrough. Beast name, Adao. Species, mutated weeping willow, mythical bloodline unactivated. Level, 7, ordinary level. Attribute, wood. Status, healthy. Health points, 100-100. Energy points, 99-100. Skills, life perception, passive, mastery level. Rapid recovery, active, advanced. Spirit rain, active, basic. Life bloom, active, basic. Vine entanglement, active, advanced. Just a fraction away from breaking through to ordinary level 8, Wu Yuan felt a stir of excitement within. If he could ascend a level before the trial, his odds would undoubtedly improve significantly. Wu Yuan glanced at his personal panel. Host, Wu Yuan. Level, Apprentice Beastmaster, 1 Beastmaster space activated. Mental power, E 150-200. Beastmaster space, 1-1, contracted, unknown sapling. Talent, Infinite Rebirth, passive. Attribute points, 30. He began to circulate his basic body refining technique, guiding the thin spiritual energy in the air to nourish his body. The consumption of mental power was slowly recovering, rising from 7,200 after the battle to 150,200. Yet he was aware that this amount of mental power sufficed for ordinary encounters, but against opponents like Wu Lai or Wu Lei, it would likely falter in a protracted engagement. Wu Lei's Diamond Bear was elite level 9, boasting unparalleled Earth-type defense, along with the Earthquake skill. Adao's vines would scarcely restrain it. Wu Lei's Blazing Wolf was elite level 7, remarkably swift, with Flame Claw that inflicted burn effects, perfectly countering wood types. The talented members of the collateral branch, including one who had contracted a wind-type Swift Eagle and another with a poison-type Scorpion, posed formidable challenges. As the names and their beasts flickered through his mind, Wu Yuan's brows knitted tighter. The family trial, though seemingly a mere hunt for iron-spined wild boars, was, in reality, a contest of power between the main lineage and collateral branches, as well as among various factions. His rise would inevitably disturb many vested interests. This trial would likely transcend simple beast hunting. As he contemplated strategies, an unfamiliar sound, akin to the turning of gears, resonated in his mind. Shortly thereafter, a cold system notification chimed in, accompanied by a faint electrical static. Detected host has completed the awakening event of independent will, refusal to depend on external forces, establishing one's own path. System update conditions met. System is updating, 10, 30, 70. Wu Yuan's eyes shot open, astonishment flickering within. System? Update. This system, which had merely displayed panels in his mind, had never undergone any changes. He had assumed it was merely a status monitoring tool. To think it could actually update? System update complete. New core function added. Fate simulation. Fate simulation function description consumes a certain amount of mental power to perform limited future simulations of specified events. The simulation results are influenced by currently known information, personal strength, environmental variables, etc., and are for reference only. First simulation is free. Subsequent simulations cost 50 mental power and 10 attribute points each. Wu Yuan's heart raced. Fate simulation? Predicting the future? This was an extraordinary function. If he could simulate potential dangers in the trial and foresee his opponent's moves and traps, he could prepare in advance and avoid all pitfalls. Immediately initiate the simulation. Target, family trial. Wu Yuan silently chanted, almost unable to contain his excitement. Please specify the scenario or opponent for the simulation. The system replied coldly. Wu Yuan contemplated briefly. Undoubtedly, the greatest threat was Wu Feng. Simulate the encounter with Wu Feng during the trial. Simulation starting. Scene loading, West Valley of the Black Wind Mountain Range. Opponent loading, Wu Lai, Apprentice Beastmaster, Contracted Beast, Blazing Wolf, Elite Level 7. Self-status loading, Wu Yuan, Apprentice Beastmaster, Contracted Beast, Mutated Weeping Willow, Ordinary Level 6, Current Skills, Spirit Rain, Vine Entanglement, Life Bloom. Environmental variables, Ordinary Forest. No special enhancements. Wu Yuan's consciousness felt as though it had been drawn into a blurred illusion. Before him, light and shadow swirled, quickly coalescing into the scene of the West Valley of the Black Wind Mountain Range, somewhat akin to his current surroundings, filled with dense woods and rocky slopes. He saw himself, accompanied by Adao, searching for traces of the iron-spined wild boar in the forest. Suddenly, a figure lunged from the side. A sinister grin etched across Wu Lai's face. Wu Yuan, didn't expect to run into me here. Wu Lai's voice dripped with unmasked malice. Dare to cripple Wu Hao's fire lizard? Today, let you and your pitiful tree meet your end. Crimson Flame Wolf, go. Tear it apart with Flame Claw. A robust, dark red flaming wolf surged forth, its speed akin to lightning, unleashing a scorching gust as it lunged at Adao's trunk. Adao, vine entanglement. Wu Yuan commanded urgently within the illusion. Dozens of vines shot forth, aiming to ensnare the blazing wolf's limbs. Yet the wolf's speed far surpassed that of the iron-spined wild boar. It elegantly twisted midair, evading the vines while its flaming claws struck violently against Adao's trunk. Sizzle. The emerald bark was instantly scorched, leaving a charred claw mark as Adao emitted a pained cry, its health plummeting. Mutated Weeping Willow health points, 145. Is that all you've got? How dare you challenge me? Wu Lai cackled. Crimson Flame Wolf, once more. Flame Breath. The Crimson Flame Wolf opened its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of flames that enveloped Adao entirely. Adao, use Life Bloom. Wu Yuan shouted desperately within the illusion. A golden mark inside Adao's trunk illuminated, barely forming a golden shield on its surface. However, the fire energy from the Crimson Flame Wolf far exceeded that of the previous fire lizard, and the golden shield shattered with a crack. In an instant, flames engulfed Adai's branches, causing the vibrant green leaves to wither and fall. Mutated Weeping Willow energy value, 1,008,030. Detected that the mutated Weeping Willow is on the brink of severe injury, losing combat capability. In the illusion, Wu Yuan's complexion turned ashen as he attempted to summon a die back, but it was already too late. The Crimson Flame Wolf lunged towards him. Its fiery claws aimed directly at his throat. Simulation result: host defeated, gravely injured. Contract Beast Mutated Weeping Willow severely wounded, lost qualification for the trial. Failure cause analysis: 1. Excessive level disparity. The mutated Weeping Willow unable to withstand the Crimson Flame Wolf's relentless assaults. 2. Insufficient defense against fire-type energy. Life energy development too low. 3. Lack of effective ranged attack methods. Unable to pose a threat to Wu Lai. Would you like to save the simulation record? The illusion shattered like broken glass. And Wu Yuan suddenly regained his senses, his back drenched in cold sweat. Although he knew it was merely a simulation, the sensation of pain from the flames and the despair under the claws of the Crimson Flame Wolf felt all too real. The elite level 7 Flame Wolf was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Especially the combination of its speed with flames, it was truly a Dai's nemesis. Save the record. Wu Yuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Failure was not to be feared. What was truly daunting was the ignorance of its cause. The simulation results clearly highlighted his most significant shortcoming. The disparity was a hard truth. But evolving a Dai from a regular level to an elite level within 3 days was evidently impossible. The only solution was to find a way to compensate for the defensive flaws while simultaneously developing new offensive capabilities. Life energy. Wu Yuan glanced at a Dai in the beast space. It seemed imperative to enhance its development level swiftly, perhaps unlocking stronger defensive or even counterattack skills. He also recalled the mention of ranged attack methods in the simulation. Currently, a Dai's attacks were limited to close-range vine entanglement and piercing branches, which placed him at a disadvantage against faster opponents. Could he perhaps enable the vines to possess a throwing capability, or sharpen the leaves to become as deadly as blades? Wu Yuan began to ponder new applications for a Dai's skills. At that moment, a thought struck him, and he issued another command to the system. Initiate a second simulation. Objective: elevate life energy development to 20, then engage in a skirmish with Wu Feng. This simulation will consume 50 mental energy points and 10 attribute points. Confirm? Confirmed. Mental energy deducted by 50 points. Current remaining 100, 200. Attribute points deducted by 10 points. Current remaining 20. Simulation commenced. Scene loading: West Valley of the Black Wind Mountains. Opponent loading: Wu Lai, Apprentice Beast Tamer, Advanced. Contract Beast Crimson Flame Wolf, Elite Level 7. Self-status loading: Wu Yuan, Apprentice Beast Tamer, Initial. Contract Beast Mutated Weeping Willow, Elite Level 1. Life Energy Development Level 20. New Skill: Woodfire Harmony. Temporary Simulation. The illusion unfolded once more. This time, when the Crimson Flame Wolf's flame claw struck towards a Dai, the golden mark on a Dai's trunk suddenly erupted in brilliant radiance. The previously scorched vines displayed a peculiar layer of golden patterns, firmly locking the fire energy within, causing no harm, but rather rendering the vines more resilient and fervent. Skill: Woodfire Harmony. Activated. Briefly absorbs and transforms fire-type energy, enhancing self-attack. How is this possible? Wu Lai in the illusion wore an expression of disbelief. A Dai, utilizing the converted energy, unleashed the piercing branch. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yuan commanded, and a vine entwined with golden flames shot forth, its speed magnified several-fold. The piercing branch, propelled by a searing gust, accurately targeted the vulnerable abdomen of the flame wolf. A howl of anguish erupted from the Crimson Flame Wolf as the strike, infused with its own fire energy, pierced through flesh, blood gushing forth instantaneously. Flame Wolf energy value: 450, 320. Damn it! Wu Lai, both astonished and furious, commanded the Crimson Flame Wolf, Flame Vortex. The wolf rolled on the ground, a swirling storm of flames erupting around it, repulsing the piercing branch while momentarily forcing a Dai back. Yet, the wound on its abdomen, scorched by the flames, did not heal. Instead, it festered further due to the mingling of wood energy. Effect of Woodfire Harmony residual. Inflicts ongoing damage. Now's the time. Spirit Rain. Wu Yuan in the illusion pressed the advantage. A gentle green rain fell, not attacking the flame wolf, but instead showering down upon a Dai. The withered leaves rejuvenated, and the shattered vines swiftly regenerated. Mutated Weeping Willow energy value: 100, 120. Impossible. How can your decrepit tree absorb fire energy? Wu Feng was utterly flustered. It's over. Wu Yuan's gaze turned icy within the illusion. A Dai entangle and pierce. Countless vines adorned with golden patterns surged forth like a tide, and this time, the wounded crimson flame wolf, slowed by its injuries, was ensnared tightly. Following this, several burning golden piercing branches shot out simultaneously, precisely targeting various vital points on its body. A piteous wail escaped the crimson flame wolf as its massive form thrashed violently within the vines before falling still. Simulation result: host narrowly victorious. Mutated Weeping Willow's energy exhausted and weakened. Wu Lai lost combat capability. The crimson flame wolf on the brink of death. Victory key points. 1. Life energy development improvement. Unlocked the Woodfire Harmony skill, countering fire-type energy. 2. Timely sustain of the Spirit Rain skill, ensuring continued combat capability. As the illusion dissipated once more, Wu Yuan exhaled a long breath, his tightly clenched fists gradually relaxing. Although it was merely a simulation, this time he savored the taste of victory. Life energy was, indeed, the key to breaking the impasse. As long as he could elevate its development level to 20, he would unlock skills countering fire types. At that point, not only would he be able to face Wu Lai's Crimson Flame Wolf, but he would also possess the strength to contend with even more formidable fire-type beasts. Enhancing life energy development, Wu Yuan gazed at a die in the beast space, wondering if it required the absorption of more exotic energies or perhaps other conditions. Currently, life energy had only absorbed fire-type essence, with a development value of 11. To elevate it to 20 within 3 days, he must find a sufficient source of exotic energy. His gaze landed on the tusk of the iron-spined wild boar lying beside the campfire. The iron-spined wild boar was an earth-type beast, and its beast core contained pure earth energy. Perhaps he could experiment with having a die absorb earth energy? Xiao Yi, tomorrow we will venture deep into the West Valley. Wu Yuan rose, brushing off the dust from his attire, his eyes gleaming with determination. We not only need to find the iron-spined wild boar, but also seek out a sufficient number of earth-type beasts. Wu Xiaoyi was startled by his sudden fervor and quickly nodded. All right, I will follow third young master. Wu Yuan's gaze shifted towards the depths of the Black Wind Mountains, where the darkness appeared even more profound, yet his resolve was stronger than before. System updates. Fate simulations. These were not the end, but tools on his path. In the trials 3 days hence, he not only aimed to win, but to do so honorably, demonstrating his strength to all. Even if my path is fraught with thorns, I shall tread it step by step with my own feet. The campfire extinguished completely, leaving only a pile of embers. The mountain winds swept through, bringing a deeper chill, yet within Wu Yuan's heart blazed a fervor more intense than flames. Leaning against the rocky wall, he closed his eyes to restore his mental energy. Every ounce of mental energy could prove pivotal in future simulations, potentially determining the outcomes of battles to come. The night enveloping the Black Wind Mountain range remains interminably long. Yet for Wu Yuan, the first glimmer of dawn piercing through the darkness has already emerged. Chapter 13. Divergence in Adai's evolution path, healing or attack. As the first light of day began to break, and the morning mist of the western valley of the Black Wind Mountain had yet to dissipate, Wu Yuan had already awakened. The embers beneath the rocky cliffs had long since cooled, and Wu Xiao lay curled up beside the campfire, deep in slumber. With a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth, likely dreaming of something delightful, Wu Yuan rose with utmost care. The moment his fingertips brushed against the rock wall, he suddenly sensed something unusual. The spot where he had leaned last night still bore faint traces of wood-type spiritual energy fluctuations. He glanced down at his palm, where hints of green energy swirled amongst the lines. Was this the result of the foundational body refinement technique operating throughout the night? No. The ordinary body refinement technique merely nourishes the flesh and would never invoke the attachment of spiritual energy. He suddenly recalled Adai's condition within the Beast Taming space and, with a thought, plunged his consciousness into that realm. Glistening droplets of dew clung to the branches of the mutated Weeping Willow, and the morning light filtered through the barriers of the Beast Taming space, casting an emerald sheen upon the leaves. Most striking were the golden markings on the inner side of the trunk, which, at this moment, appeared slightly brighter than the previous night. With the life energy value quietly rising to 113. How could it increase without absorbing earth-type energy? Wu Yuan furrowed his brow and turned his attention to Adai's root system. Those roots, which had originally been anchored in the void of the space, had, astonishingly, extended a small section beyond the spatial barrier, silently entwining themselves within the crevice of the rock wall he had leaned against last night, slowly siphoning the Earth's elemental energy from the mountain. This creature could autonomously absorb external energy. It could indeed draw upon the morning dew from its surroundings. Wu Yuan felt a mix of astonishment and delight. The deeper the bond between the beast and its host, the more they could share environmental resources. Adai's ability to actively siphon energy while he slept was a clear indication of its growing intelligence. Wu Yuan glanced at the panel, which read, Morning Dew collected, 63, 100 milliliters. Just as he was about to explore further, Wu Xiaoyi suddenly stirred, rubbing his eyes as he sat up. Third young master, is it dawn already? His voice, still thick with sleep, quickly became alert as he recalled their decision from the previous night. Shall we head into the depths of the Western Valley now? First, let us eat something and check our gear, Wu Yuan replied, dividing the remaining spiritual rabbit jerky with him. There are more exotic beasts deeper in the valley, and they are of higher levels. If we encounter any trouble, do not act recklessly. Prioritize your own safety. Wu Xiaoyi nodded vigorously, gnawing on the jerky while also inspecting the bone knife at his waist, his weapon crafted from the toe bones of the grass rabbit beast. Though rudimentary, it was still far superior to bare hands. The contract mark on his wrist remained dim, yet as he touched the mark, the glimmer in his eyes reflected a newfound expectation, diminishing his previous self-doubt. Third young master, do you really think my grass rabbit beast can grow stronger? He asked again, as if seeking confirmation of a belief. Wu Yuan cast a glance at his mark. Today, when we encounter Earth-type exotic beasts, let it come into contact with the energy of the beast core. The divide between ordinary and elite ranks has never been insurmountable. This was no mere platitude. Last night, while simulating fate, he had briefly assessed Wu Xiaoyi's condition, and the system had provided a vague hint. Contract beast, grass rabbit, ordinary rank, 3 potential value elite rank. Can break through bottlenecks through special environmental stimuli. Though he was uncertain what constituted a special environment, allowing the grass rabbit to engage with high concentrations of energy could only be beneficial. Once they were ready, the two made their way deeper along the stream of the Western Valley. The further they ventured, the more robust the trees became, with vines coiling around their trunks like serpents, while sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled spots of light upon the forest floor. The air was thick not only with wood-type spiritual energy, but also perfumed with a heavy earthy scent, a sign of the gathering of earth-type exotic beasts. Be cautious. Their movement ahead, Wu Yuan suddenly raised his hand, signaling for them to halt. His mental acuity had improved since yesterday, expanding his perception range to 3 zhang, enabling him to faintly discern the sound of heavy breathing from beyond the thicket. Wu Xiaoyi tightened his grip on the bone knife, holding his breath in focus. Although his grass rabbit beast possessed limited combat prowess, its instincts for danger were keen, now trembling in the contract space and transmitting a strong sense of unease. After a rustling sound, a ferocious iron-spined wild boar, larger than the one they had encountered the previous day, burst forth from the underbrush. Its tusks stained with dark red blood indicated it had just emerged from a battle, and its small eyes gleamed with ferocity as it fixed its gaze upon the two. Snorting hot breaths. Iron-spined wild boar, elite rank 3. Energy value, 380. Skills, rock skin charge. Remarks, recently victorious in a territorial dispute, currently in a frenzied state. Wu Yuan's heart sank. An elite rank 3 creature, it was considerably stronger than the one they had faced before, and in its frenzied state. Both its defense and attack power would be heightened. Adai, ensnare it with vines. Without hesitation, he issued the command. The beast taming space shimmered, and the figure of the mutated weeping willow materialized before him. Dozens of vines surged forth like agile serpents, aiming to ensnare the wild boar's limbs. Roar! The iron-spined wild boar bellowed, stomping its sturdy legs down fiercely, causing cracks to form in the hard rocky ground. Rather than evade, it charged forward, defiantly braving the tug of the vines. Bang! The collision between the vines and the boar produced a dull thud. The wild boar's rock skin was evidently more resilient than that of the previous day. The impact caused the vines to tremble slightly, failing to secure its movements as intended. It was indeed significantly stronger. Wu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Spirit rain, empower yourself. A light green spiritual rain fell, instantly coating Adai's vines with a lustrous sheen, enhancing their resilience. Nourished by the spirit rain, the vines contracted with renewed vigor, gradually slowing the boar's charge. Xiaoyi, aim for its eyes, Wu Yuan shouted. Though Wu Xiaoyi felt a twinge of fear, he gritted his teeth and charged forward. He maneuvered to the side of the boar, identifying an opening to thrust the bone knife forcefully into the boar's eye socket. Plop! The bone knife penetrated halfway, halted by the tough eyelid. However, the searing pain enraged the boar, which violently tossed its head, sending Wu Xiaoyi flying. Xiaoyi, I'm fine. Wu Xiaoyi tumbled to the ground, rolling several times and emerging covered in dirt, yet he quickly scrambled to his feet, though his complexion was somewhat pale. Third young master, its defense is too tough. Wu Yuan had no time to respond, for the boar had broken free from the vines and was charging at Adai once more. This time, it lowered its head, aiming its barbed tusks directly at Adai's trunk. Now's the time. Piercing branch. Wu Yuan had been awaiting this moment. As the boar lowered its head, Adai's vines suddenly tightened. And a branch, thicker than the others and shimmering with azure golden light, launched forth like a poised spear, piercing toward the boar's unprotected neck. Plop. This time, the piercing branch met no resistance, drawing forth a stream of scorching blood. Iron-spined wild boar energy value, 380-210. The boar emitted a pitiful shriek, its massive body staggering before crashing to the ground, convulsing briefly before falling still. Wu Yuan exhaled a long breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That strike had nearly drained half of Adai's energy. Mutated Weeping Willow energy value, 150. Third young master, you are incredible. Wu Shaoyi rushed over, gazing at the fallen boar with wide eyes filled with admiration. Wu Yuan paid no heed to his praise. He quickly approached the boar's carcass and with a swift motion severed its head. The beast core was nestled deep within the skull, and he carefully extracted a walnut-sized, earthy yellow diamond-shaped crystal, which contained pure earth-type energy. Adai, give this a try. Wu Yuan offered the beast core to Adai's vines. The tendrils of Adai delicately coiled around the beast core, the golden life energy emanating a faint glow. The earthy-hued beast core dimmed at a visibly rapid pace. But after a brief moment, the radiance extinguished, with the development level merely increasing from 113 to 115. Such low absorption efficiency? Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. When absorbing the fire-type beast core, the process, albeit slow, was stable. Yet, the energy from this earth-type beast core seemed utterly incompatible with life energy, resulting in significant loss. Could it be a matter of elemental discord? He pondered. Life is devoid of attributes, thus, the transformation of non-attribute energy into other elemental forms should theoretically facilitate the conversion from wood to fire and fire to earth. By rights, the energy of the earth type ought to be absorbable by the fire-transformed energy, yet the actual outcome was disappointingly subpar. Third young master, what troubles you? Wu Shaoyi inquired, observing Wu Yuan's distracted demeanor. Nothing, Wu Yuan replied, shaking his head as he stowed away the beast core. Let us proceed and seek out a few more. He sensed that the issue might not lie within elemental opposition, but rather in the method of absorption. It was akin to igniting wood with fire being an effortless task, yet nurturing the wood with the flames required a unique approach. In the ensuing 2 hours, they encountered 3 iron-spined wild boars, as well as an elite level 2 earth-type, mountain-crushing armadillo. Wu Yuan directed Adai to deal with them one by one, collecting 4 earth-type beast cores, yet the development level of life energy only rose to 12. Progress remained sluggish. Adai's energy expenditure was substantial. Though the spiritual rain facilitated recovery, the continuous battles left its leaves somewhat wilted. Let us take a moment to rest, Wu Yuan suggested, finding a smooth rock on which to lean, allowing Adai to retreat into the beast space for recuperation. He began contemplating the crux of the problem. Absorbing directly was ineffective. Perhaps it was necessary to absorb during combat? He recalled the first time he absorbed fire energy, which occurred at a critical moment during the battle with the fire lizard. He resolved to test the fate simulation. Consume 50 points of mental power, 10 attribute points. Simulate the influence of absorbing earth-type energy on life energy during battle. Confirm? Confirm. Mental power remaining, 50, 200. Attribute points, 10. Simulation commencing. Scene, West Valley Rocky Shore. Encounter target, Iron-spined wild boar, elite level 4. Battle process. The host commands the mutated Weeping Willow to confront the boar head-on. As it initiates a charge, actively allowing the tendrils to contact its tusks, while simultaneously guiding life energy to absorb its earth energy. Result: the earth energy was overly volatile, exceeding the imprint's carrying limit, resulting in the shattering of 3 tendrils of the mutated Weeping Willow, energy value plummeting to 50. With no significant growth in imprint development. Failure reason: mismatch between absorption timing and energy intensity. As the illusion dissipated, Wu Yuan rubbed his throbbing temples. This outcome was hardly surprising. Forcibly absorbing energy in a state of volatility would only harm Adai. But what if he were to absorb the energy at the moment of death of the beast core? An idea struck him. Reminiscent of how a human soul experiences temporary instability upon death, perhaps the moment of an extraordinary beast's demise also presents a flaw in its beast core energy. Consume 50 points of mental power, 10 attribute points for simulation. Confirm? Wu Yuan hesitated momentarily. With only 10 attribute points remaining, another simulation would leave him empty. Yet, in pursuit of a solution, he gritted his teeth. Confirm. Mental power remaining, 0, 200. Attribute points, 0. Simulation commencing. Scene, West Valley Dense Forest. Encounter target, mountain-crushing armadillo, elite level 3. Battle process. The host commands the mutated weeping willow to ensnare it with tendrils, delivering a piercing strike to eliminate the target. At the moment of the armadillo's death, life energy is promptly guided to absorb its beast core energy. Observation. At the moment of the armadillo's death, the beast core energy exhibited a 0.3-second period of turbulence, allowing life energy to successfully capture this moment, increasing absorption efficiency by 30. Result. Life energy development level elevated from 12 to 128, with faint remnants of Earth-type energy appearing within the mutated weeping willow, triggering an anomaly in the skill, Tendril Entanglement. Anomalous Direction 1. The surface of the tendrils manifests rocky scales, enhancing defense and binding ability, increasing energy consumption by 50. Anomalous Direction 2. The tips of the tendrils coalesce into earth spikes, amplifying piercing damage while sacrificing some binding resilience. Wu Yuan's eyes flew open, his heart racing with exhilaration. He had discovered it. The moment of energy turbulence at death was the optimal time to absorb Earth-type energy. Even more importantly, the simulation results indicated that Odd Dai's skill could undergo a transformation due to the absorption of Earth-type energy. Was this what the system hinted at regarding the divergent evolution route? Direction 1 clearly reinforced control and defense, fortifying the tendrils to better restrain enemy movements, complementing Odd Dai's healing capabilities to create a sustained war of attrition. Direction 2, however, leaned towards offense, utilizing earth spikes to enhance piercing damage, albeit at the cost of some entanglement capacity, making it more suitable for swift resolutions. Each route bore its own merits and demerits. The choice between them would decisively influence Odd Dai's combat style in the trials. Third young master, what is amiss? Wu Xiaoyi noted the fluctuation in Wu Yuan's expression, concern etched on his face. Wu Yuan did not respond immediately, instead gazing at Odd Dai in the beast space. At that moment, Odd Dai was quietly recuperating, a faint earthy glow occasionally flickering across its leaves, remnants of absorbed earth-type energy. He required further information to discern which path was more appropriate for confronting the trials. Wu Feng's blazing wolf was swift and fierce. Sufficient control would be necessary to restrain it, while Wu Lei's diamond bear boasted formidable defense, potentially requiring greater offensive power to breach its defenses. However, with his mental power utterly depleted, he could no longer conduct simulations. We must locate another Earth-type extraordinary beast, Wu Yuan declared, rising with renewed determination. This time, I shall test the new method. He needed to personally verify the differences between the two routes in actual combat to make a final decision. The two ventured deeper into the West Valley, where the trees grew increasingly sparse, replaced by expanses of bare rock, the earthy scent in the air becoming increasingly pungent. Third young master, look over there. Wu Xiaoyi suddenly pointed towards a pile of scattered rocks to the left. There, beside the rocky heap, lay a wild boar, larger than any iron-spined wild boar they had encountered thus far, gnawing at something on the ground. Its back was cloaked in thick, rock-like dark brown skin, its tusks curving like crescent moons. It was unmistakably an elite level for iron-spined wild boar king. Iron-spined wild boar king, elite level 4. Energy value, 520, 520. Skills, rock skin, enhanced. Charge area, stone tread. Remarks. One of the leaders of the Earth-type extraordinary beasts in the West Valley, commanding over a dozen ordinary iron-spined wild boars. Wu Yuan inhaled sharply. An elite level 4 creature with area skills. This was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Yet simultaneously, the energy contained within its beast core would be exceptionally pure, making it the ideal target to validate the new method. Xiaoyi, find a place to hide and do not intervene, Wu Yuan instructed, his tone resolute. But third young master, it is too strong. Obey the command. Wu Yuan's tone brooked no argument. He was acutely aware of the immense risk this battle entailed and could not allow Wu Xiaoyi to be endangered. Wu Xiaoyi bit his lip, ultimately nodding and scurrying behind a massive rock, peeking out with anxious eyes fixed on the battlefield. Wu Yuan took a deep breath, elevating his mental power to its zenith, and whispered, Odd Dai, are you ready? This time, we're going to take a gamble. The mutated weeping willow silently emerged before him, its vines moving autonomously as if propelled by an unseen force, conveying a resolute intent. Excellent. Wu Yuan's eyes narrowed with determination. His target was the iron spine wild boar king. The vines entwined, aiming to restrict its movements. Dozens of tendrils shot forth like arrows, targeting the limbs of the boar king. Howl! The wild boar king abruptly lifted its head, its fierce gaze locking onto Wu Yuan, its massive form rising menacingly. Faced with the approaching vines, it did not flinch. Instead, it let out a deafening roar, its limbs pounding the ground with tremendous force. Skill, rock-shattering stomp. Countless fragments of stone erupted like bullets, and as the vines made contact with the debris, they were shattered into pieces. Indeed, it possessed formidable strength. Wu Yuan had anticipated this. A dye, enhanced with spirit rain, regenerate the vines. A gentle green rain fell, and the broken vines swiftly grew back at a visible rate, once again reaching out toward the wild boar king. This time, the vines did not seek to bind its limbs but spread out like a net, aiming to envelop the boar king's body. Attempting to ensnare me with vines? Utterly delusional. A coarse voice suddenly rang out. Wu Yuan was taken aback. This was not the roar of a beast, but the voice of a human. He beheld a robust youth seated upon the back of the wild boar king. Clad in the attire of a collateral descendant, a defiant smile graced his face. It was Wu Feng. Wu Feng, what are you doing here? Wu Yuan exclaimed, a mix of astonishment and fury flooding him. He had not expected to encounter Wu Lei here, nor to find him allied with the wild boar king. This West Valley is a place I frequent. And you, a waste of the main lineage, dare come here to seek death? Wu Feng patted the wild boar king's back, declaring, this beast is a warrior I have nurtured. It requires a sacrifice to elevate its power. Let it be you. So that was it. Wu Feng was actually utilizing the iron spine wild boar king for cultivation. No wonder this beast's level was so formidable. Wild boar king, shatter that pathetic tree. Wu Feng commanded with a sinister grin. The wild boar king roared fiercely, charging at a die with Wu Feng. Its speed increased manifold. Now is the moment. A glint of brilliance flashed in Wu Yuan's eyes. This was the intense battle he desired. A die, abandon the entanglement. Concentrate energy for the piercing branch. When it approaches, unleash all your might to strike at its neck. The vines of the mutated weeping willow instantly retracted, all energy converging into a single sturdy vine. Its tip glowing with a brilliant azure golden light, subtly tinged with a hint of earthen yellow. Just as the wild boar king was about to collide with a die, Wu Yuan suddenly shouted, now, release all energy and pierce through it. Swoosh. The fully concentrated piercing branch shot forth like a cannonball, accurately targeting the wild boar king's neck. Howl. The wild boar king emitted an ear-piercing wail, its massive form abruptly halting, blood gushing from its neck. Iron Spine Wild Boar King energy value, 5,200. No. Wu Feng's expression shifted drastically as he leapt down from the wild boar's back. At that moment, a spark of brilliance ignited in Wu Yuan's eyes as he commanded a die, absorb. Now, the vines of the mutated weeping willow swiftly coiled around the wild boar king's head. Life energy erupting in a dazzling golden light, instantly enveloping the freshly detached beast core. This time, there was no gradual absorption, only a torrent of energy surged forth. The beast core rapidly disintegrated within the golden radiance, pure earthen energy flooding into a die. Life energy development degree, 1215. A die's trunk trembled violently, its leaves flickering between shades of vibrant green, representing life, and azure gold, symbolizing attack, while even an earthen yellow halo swirled across its surface. What is happening? Wu Yuan observed a die intently, sensing the chaotic energy within, as if two forces were in a fierce tug-of-war. Suddenly, one of a die's vines split into two. One sprouted with dense, rocky scales, remarkably resilient, while the other formed sharp earthen spikes, exuding a chilling aura. Two distinctly different evolutionary paths vividly materialized before Wu Yuan. Wu Lei, witnessing this bizarre scene, was struck with alarm and rage. What have you done to my wild boar king? He bellowed, charging at Wu Yuan. I will kill you. Yet, Wu Yuan had no time to engage him, for within his mind, the system's prompt echoed once more. Detected energy anomaly in the mutated weeping willow. Evolutionary paths have been clarified. Path 1, Life Guardian type. Core enhancements, Spirit Rain, range expanded by 50, additional purification effect, Life Bloom, cooldown reduced to 12 hours, Vine Entanglement, gains rocky defense, binding strength increased. Traits, Energy Recovery Rate 30, automatically triggers a 5 energy shield upon being attacked. Path 2, Armor Piercing Assault type. Core enhancements, Piercing Branch, adds earthen armor piercing effect. Damage increased by 80, Vine Entanglement, tip condenses earthen spikes, inflicting continuous damage. New skill, Wood and Stone Piercing. Costs 50 energy, condenses earthen wooden spikes for linear piercing attack. Traits, attack ignores 10 defense of the target, deals an additional 20 damage to earthen-type beasts. Wu Yuan's heart raced. The advantages of the two paths were glaringly evident. Path 1 leaned towards healing and defense, significantly enhancing endurance and survival capabilities, proving advantageous in prolonged battles and against multiple foes, especially with the reduced cooldown of Life Bloom, which could be life-saving in critical moments. Conversely, Path 2 was purely an offensive enhancement. The armor-piercing effect and the newly added wood, and stone piercing, skill could transform Adai's attack power, sufficient to contend with formidable opponents like the Diamond Bear, albeit with relatively weaker survivability. Which to choose? Wu Yuan's gaze swiftly scanned the descriptions of both paths, his fists clenched tightly, yet his mind felt astonishingly lucid. The greatest threats in the trial were Wu Lai's Crimson Flame Wolf and Wu Lei's Diamond Bear, against the speed and fiery assaults of the Flame Wolf. The defensive and restorative capabilities of Path 1 might offer greater safety. However, when faced with the Diamond Bear's absolute defense, the armor-piercing capacity of Path 2 would be the key to victory. What I seek is not safety, but triumph. A flicker of resolve flashed in Wu Yuan's eyes. Just as Wu Feng's fist was about to strike him, he made his choice. Adai, we shall take this path. His voice, though soft, resonated with undeniable determination. Within the Beast Master space, Adai's trunk exploded with azure golden light, the vine that had condensed the earthen spikes instantaneously thickening, while the other vine adorned with rocky scales began to dissipate. The mutated Weeping Willow has chosen the evolutionary path, armor-piercing assault type. Skill updates in progress. Piercing Branch, enhanced now, includes an earthen armor-piercing effect, damage increased by 80. Vine Entanglement, enhanced tip condenses earthen spikes, inflicting continuous damage. New skill, Wood and Stone Piercing, costs 50 energy, condenses earthen wooden spikes for linear piercing attack. Traits, attack ignores 10 defense of the target. Deals an additional 20 damage to earthen-type beasts. What? Wu Feng gazed at the suddenly imposing mutated Weeping Willow, an inexplicable fear rising within him. Yet the strength in his fists remained undiminished. Get away from me. Wu Yuan's gaze turned icy. Adai, wood, and stone piercing. The mutated Weeping Willow's vines suddenly tightened, intertwining hues of lapis lazuli and ochre illuminating the air. A sharp spike, imbued with terrifying energy, shot forth like a battering ram, striking Wang Feng's fist with a resounding crack. The sound of splintering bones was unmistakable. Wang Feng let out a wretched scream, his body flying backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. His right hand twisted at an unnatural angle. He gazed in disbelief at his mangled hand, then shifted his gaze to Wu Yuan and the ominous mutated Weeping Willow, his eyes brimming with horror and trepidation. Wu Yuan did not pursue. His focus remained solely on Adai. At that moment, Adai's energy levels had plummeted to their nadir, yet the thorns coalescing on its vines radiated a disquieting brilliance. Beast name, Adai. Species, mutated Weeping Willow, mythical bloodline unactivated. Level, 10, ordinary. Attribute, wood. Status, healthy. Energy, 10, 260. Skills, life energy development, 15 life perception, passive, mastery level. Rapid recovery, active, high level. Life bloom, active, high level. Vine entangle, active, enhanced, mastery. Piercing branch, active, enhanced, intermediate. Wood and stone penetration, new skill, active, intermediate. Although drained of energy, Wu Yuan felt the formidable strength emanating from Adai, and a smile crept upon his lips. He had made the right choice. Hiding behind the rocks, Wu Shaoyi stared agape at the scene, never having imagined that the third young master could defeat Wang Feng, who ranked among the top 3 of the collateral line, with a single punch, albeit Adai's attack. Wang Feng struggled to rise, casting a venomous glare at Wu Yuan before hastily fleeing, clutching his shattered hand. He understood that the Wu Yuan of today was no longer someone he could provoke. Wu Yuan paid no heed to Wang Feng's retreat. He called Adai back, directing it to recuperate fully within the Beast Taming space. He then approached the corpse of the Wild Boar King, ensuring nothing was overlooked before calling out to Wu Shaoyi, "Come out." Wu Shaoyi emerged, his eyes wide as he beheld the massive carcass of the Wild Boar King, his excitement rendering him speechless. "Third young master, you are truly, truly remarkable." Wu Yuan smiled, fully aware that this was merely the beginning. Choosing the armor-breaking assault route signified that future battles would be perilous. Yet it also held the promise of overcoming once unattainable foes. He raised his gaze toward the deeper recesses of the Western Valley, where mist curled and swirled, seemingly concealing countless secrets. In just 2 days, the family trial would commence. He needed to ensure Adai swiftly acclimated to its new skills and further enhanced its life energy development. As for Wang Feng, today's encounter was merely a minor punishment. The true contest would unfold in the trial grounds. "Let us find a place to rest, allowing Adai to regain its energy," Wu Yuan declared. "Once it has recovered, we shall delve deeper." He harbored a vague premonition that within the depths of the Western Valley lay something capable of catalyzing a more profound transformation of life energy. Wu Shaoyi nodded vigorously, trailing behind Wu Yuan, his admiration intensifying. He recognized that the third young master he followed was crafting an extraordinary miracle. Chapter 14. the sacrificial rebirth, acquiring wrath of nature. The mist in the depths of the western valley was thick as impenetrable ink, each step seeming to cleave an invisible barrier. Wu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow with his sleeve, his fingertips brushing against a sticky substance. Dried beast's blood from the fierce battle of the previous day, now crystallized into a dark red shell. Adias vines trailed behind him, leaving traces of emerald on the damp rocks, while a few curled, withered leaves drifted down, signifying exhaustion yet to be fully restored. Third young master, perhaps we should take a break? Wu Xiaoyi's voice trembled, his pant legs torn by thorns in the rock crevices, blood beads seeping and forming tiny red spots in the mist. He clutched a bulging cloth bag, filled with the earth-type beast cores they had collected along the way, which now emitted a faint ochre glow, barely illuminating the path ahead. Wu Yuan shook his head, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. We cannot pause. He scrutinized the system panel. Rebirth condition phase 1. 1. Core material, Millennium Wutone wood heart X1, hint, nearby. 2. Auxiliary material, Dondu X 100 ml, 100 milliliters. 3. Energy base, Beast Taming level reaching ordinary level 10. 4. Ritual conditions. On the night of the full moon, conduct the awakening ritual in a spirit land rich with life energy. Upon successful activation, spirit restraining ring fully, awakening the bloodline of the Sacrificial Willow God, initial level. Unlocking the innate skill Wrath of Nature, resetting level to 1, potential at elite level, retaining all current skills. The system had indicated that the necessary materials were in proximity. The first phase of Adias' mythical bloodline activation must not be forsaken. He could distinctly sense the air thickening with pure wood energy, even beginning to resonate with Adias' presence. As the mutated weeping willow's leaves trembled gently in the mist, each vein pulsating with a soft azure light, seemingly guiding their way. Just then, Adai abruptly halted, its vines thrusting toward the left front. Following its direction, Wu Yuan beheld a sheer cliff, cleaved as if by a colossal axe, from which a ghostly blue glow surged, coalescing in the air into pale purple spores that danced upon the breeze. Upon contact with the rocks, those spores erupted, leaving behind scintillating spots of light, akin to scattered stars. What is that? Wu Xiaoyi gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment. He had never encountered such a bizarre sight. As if some ancient being was breathing within the fissure, inhaling and exhaling the essence of the world. Wu Yuan's heart raced. In his mind, fragments of fate's simulation suddenly crystallized, a shattered altar, a withered giant tree, resin flowing with blue light. These images perfectly aligned with the spectacle before him, even matching the number of spores suspended in the air to the minutest detail. It is the altar, he murmured, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. After regaining his mental strength the previous night, the system's only hint had been Western Valley Secret Realm Natural Authority fragmented. At the time, he had believed it to be an ethereal legend, yet it truly existed, and nearby lay a concentration of life energy. He gripped the short blade at his waist, forged from the tusks of the iron-spined wild boar, its edge still resonating with the vibrations of earth energy. Adai, clear the path. The mutated weeping willow's vines surged forth, akin to a multitude of agile whips, obliterating the thorns and rubble obstructing their way. A gentle green spirit rain fell silently, weaving a transparent net in the mist. As the ghostly blue spores landed upon it, instantly transforming into pure wood energy absorbed by Adai. Mutated weeping willow energy, 260, absorbed special energy for minor recovery. As they drew closer, the gap in the cliff widened, ultimately forming a passage spacious enough for three to walk side by side. The rock walls flanking the passage were adorned with ancient engravings, which upon closer inspection revealed a series of sacrificial murals, figures kneeling beneath the colossal tree, clutching beast cores, vines entwining the corpses of extraordinary beasts, and at the apex of the murals, a willow tree overshadowing all life, its branches adorned with stars and the sun and moon. These paintings seemed to depict the methods of sacrifice, Wu Xiaoyi murmured, pointing at the murals. Wu Yuan's gaze was fixed upon the final mural. In the image, a youth resembling him was pouring a blue liquid into a tree hollow, while the roots of the giant tree entwined around 12 distinct Earth-type extraordinary beasts. 12 Earth-type aberrations stirred within him, prompting a glance towards the bundle cradled in Wu Xiaoyi's arms. How many beast cores do we possess? Including the Wild Boar King S, we have a total of 7, he replied. We still require 5 more. Wu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, poised to speak when a violent tremor resonated beneath their feet. From the depths of the passage came the sound of heavy footsteps, as if some colossal entity was advancing. Loose stones tumbled from the rock face, clattering to the ground with a sharp, resonant sound. Be on guard, Wu Yuan declared, shielding Wu Xiaoyi behind him. In an instant, Adai's vines tensed, the tips gathering a brilliant azure glow, a sign that the skill, Woodstone Piercer, was primed for action. Amidst the thick mist, 12 pairs of eerie green eyes slowly ignited. Shortly thereafter, a dozen imposing rock-armored lizards emerged from the tunnel's end, their backs adorned with fleshy, tumor-like protrusions glinting like metal. Each impact of their limbs against the ground reverberated with a dull thud, causing the earth to tremble beneath their weight. Rock-armored lizard, Elite Level 3, X10. Rock-armored lizard king, Elite Level 5, X2. Energy value, 420, 680. Skills, rock armor defense, earth spike puncture, group roar. Note, Guardians of the Willow Spirit Altar, mutated under the nourishment of wood-type energy, possessing combo attack capabilities. Wu Yuan inhaled sharply. 10 Elite Level 3 lizards, plus 2 Elite Level 5 leaders. This assembly was more formidable than yesterday's Iron Spine Wild Boar King. Even more troubling was the system's mention of combo attack capabilities, implying they could coordinate their efforts to form an impenetrable defense or assault formation. Adai, weave the vine net, he commanded decisively. The mutated willow's vines cascaded like a waterfall, intertwining in the air to form an impenetrable net, the mesh shimmering with earthy hues, a testament to the vine's enhanced thorn effect. A roar erupted from the foremost rock-armored lizard king, and all 12 lizards surged forward, akin to armored war chariots charging towards the vine net. Bang! The violent collision echoed through the passage, the vine net swaying violently, countless thorns sparking against the lizards' armored backs, yet failing to pierce that resilient shell. Wu Yuan could distinctly feel Adai's strain. The vine's vitality was swiftly depleting. Mutated Willow's life value, 208, 170. Spirit Rain enhance. He ordered immediately. A deluge of pale green spirit rain cascaded down upon the vine net, swiftly restoring the dented sections, even sprouting new branches to ensnare the lizards tighter. Xiaoyi, have you spotted those blue spores? Wu Yuan shouted, intently observing the battle. Collect them in the bundle. Gather as many as you can. Though Wu Xiaoyi's face paled with fear, he quickly responded, all right. He unbuckled his empty cloth bag, cautiously maneuvering to the side of the passage, lunging towards the floating azure spores. These spores appeared sentient, evading his grasp upon sensing the presence of a living being, and in a flurry, the boy managed to gather a small handful, sealing it just as a burst of spores singed his fingertips. At that moment, the Elite Level 5 Lizard King exerted its strength. The fleshy tumors on its back swelled dramatically, shooting forth several sharp stone spikes. Watch out! Wu Yuan's pupils dilated. The stone spikes whistled through the air, aimed at the vine net's vulnerable spots, poised to tear it apart. Adai, shift from defense to offense. Puncture branch. The mutated willow's vines instantly transformed, launching dozens of azure-glowing puncture branches like venomous serpents, accurately targeting the soft underbelly exposed by the Lizard King's stone spike assault. With a sickening squelch, the puncture branches embedded themselves, eliciting a pained roar from the Lizard King, green blood erupting forth. A fissure appeared in the armor on its back, revealing writhing flesh beneath. Rock-armored Lizard King life value, 680, 550. Effective. Wu Yuan's spirit surged. Though these mutated lizards possessed formidable defenses, their post-attack vulnerabilities were even greater. Seizing the opportunity could yield significant damage. He directed Adai to constantly adapt their tactics, first ensnaring the lizards with the vine net, then exploiting the gaps during their skill executions with the fortified puncture branches. The pale green spirit rain flowed like an inexhaustible spring, perpetually nourishing the vines, ensuring Adai retained its fighting vigor amidst the high-intensity battle. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoyi concentrated on collecting the blue spores nearby. He gradually noticed that these spores seemed to gravitate towards the heart of the conflict. Each time Adai's vine struck a lizard, a new batch of spores would surge forth from the crevices of the cliffs. The boy's cloth bag grew increasingly plump, the spores coalescing into a semi-liquid azure substance, emanating a pulse of unsettling energy. The battle raged for the duration of an incense stick. When the last rock-armored lizard was pinned to the cliff by a puncture branch, Wu Yuan finally exhaled in relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. Adai's energy value had plummeted to a critical threshold, yet its life energy had quietly surged to 168 due to the absorption of the lizard's earth-type energy. Mutated Willow's life value, 80, 260. Life energy, 168. Skill proficiency increased. Puncture branch, enhanced. Woodstone Piercer. Third young master, look at this. Wu Xiaoyi rushed over, cradling the cloth bag. Inside, the azure liquid had solidified into a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, entirely transparent, within which myriad stars seemed to swirl. Wu Yuan accepted the crystal, feeling a gentle yet overwhelming surge of wood-type energy flow into him, revitalizing his weary spirit. System prompt: obtained resin crystal X1, containing pure life energy. This is the blue liquid depicted in the mural, he mused, glancing at the crystal and then towards the increasingly luminous light at the tunnel's end. Let us proceed. It is time to meet the altar's guardian. As they traversed the passage, the view opened up dramatically before them. They found themselves in a circular basin, enveloped in a pale blue barrier, approximately 100 feet in diameter, the ground carpeted in lush green moss that felt like walking on velvet. At the center stood a colossal dead tree, its trunk requiring 10 men to encircle, towering several dozen feet high, its gnarled branches resembling skeletal arms reaching for the sky. Most peculiar was the tree's trunk, riddled with honeycomb-like holes, each oozing a viscous blue resin that flowed down the trunk, pooling into a small puddle on the ground, exuding a rich life essence. Millennial Willow Spirit Wood, Remnant. Level Unknown, Legendary. Status: Dying, Life Force Residue 11. Core Skill: Wrath of Nature, Sealed. Awakening Conditions: 1. Blood Sacrifice from 12 Earth-type Aberrations, 2. Activation with Resin Crystal, 3. Willing Sacrifice of part of life energy by the contractor. A successful awakening grants 1 Millennial Phoenix Wood Heart. As the system prompt faded, 12 beams of light suddenly illuminated the basin's edge, encircling Wu Yuan and a die at the center. The silhouettes of the rock-armored lizards emerged within the light, emitting silent roars, as if urging the sacrificial rite to commence. Gazing upon the Millennial Willow Spirit Wood, a profound awe welled within Wu Yuan. Though this dead giant had lost its life, it still radiated an unsettling pressure, akin to a slumbering ancient deity. It required the blood of 12 Earth-type aberrations. He glanced at the lizards' carcasses strewn upon the ground, combined with the previously collected beast cores. They amounted to exactly 12. He directed a die to drag the 12 rock-armored lizard corpses beneath the Willow Spirit Wood, then utilized a dagger to slice open their hearts, allowing their green blood to flow down the trunk and seep into the honeycomb holes. As the last drop of blood was absorbed, the trunk of the Willow Spirit Wood trembled slightly, and the once dull bark began to exhibit a faint green hue. Wu Yuan retrieved the crystal of the Willow Spirit resin and approached the largest of the tree's gaping holes. The blue resin oozing from the crevice was exquisitely rich, cascading down in a miniature waterfall. He gently placed the crystal into the aperture, and in that instant, the radiance of the entire basin dimmed. As every droplet of blue resin converged towards the crystal, a low hum resonated as the crystal began to spin within the hole, emanating an increasingly brilliant azure glow. Golden patterns emerged on the trunk of the Willow Spirit, pulsating to life as they spiraled up the bark, ultimately forming a magnificent willow leaf design at the crown. Detected that the contractor meets the sacrificial criteria. Would you like to sacrifice 50 points of life energy to awaken the remnants of the Willow Spirit? The system's prompt echoed with an ancient authority throughout the basin. Wu Yuan's heart raced. Sacrificing life energy could potentially lead to irrevocable harm. He glanced at a die within the beast taming space. The mutated weeping willow seemed to sense his hesitation, gently swaying its branches, conveying a resolute thought, as if to say, "It is worth it." Taking a deep breath, Wu Yuan reflected on his journey, from reincarnation to awakening the system, from rejecting Su Li to opting for a formidable offensive route, each step drawing him closer to greater power. Now, the opportunity lay before him, and he had no reason to retreat. With a decisive utterance, he declared his intent to sacrifice. As the words left his lips, he felt a warm energy being forcefully extracted from his body, flowing from his fingertips into the Willow Spirit's cavity. Darkness enveloped his vision, and it felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, making even standing a challenge. Yet, simultaneously, the trunk of the Willow Spirit erupted in dazzling light. The golden patterns danced like a living dragon beneath the bark, roaring with vitality. Incredibly, the withered Willow Spirit began to sprout anew. Tender green branches emerged from the desiccated twigs, growing at a visible pace, soon blanketing half the sky. The emerald leaves shimmered with golden luster, each leaf seemingly containing a miniature world. In the central pool of the basin, the blue resin began to bubble, transforming into a pillar of light that soared skyward, tearing a rift in the barrier that enveloped the basin. Sunlight poured through the fissure, illuminating the nascent willow leaves and refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. The remnants of the Willow Spirit have been awakened. Detected a bond between the contractor and the mutated weeping willow, granting the incomplete authority, Wrath of Nature. All attributes increased by 20. Acquired area skill. First form of Wrath of Nature can summon the Phantom of the Willow Spirit for royal level combat assistance. Phantom level equals that of the user, lasts 3 minutes. Cooldown time of 24 hours. A surge of formidable energy descended, enveloping Yuan and Adai like a gentle tide. Wu Yuan felt not only a complete restoration of the life energy that had been extracted, but also a newfound vigor that surpassed his previous state, with the speed of his foundational body refining technique increasing several-fold. Subsequently, an abundance of life energy burst forth as the willow spirit inserted its trunk into the ground, slowly extracting the heart of the Millennium Phoenix tree and presenting it to Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan accepted the ancient tree's heart from the branch extended toward him, hearing a voice in his mind, take care of it, which gradually faded into silence. Just as he caught the faint echo of the voice, he noticed a notification on the system panel. System prompt. Activation conditions for reincarnation task, Phase 1, are met. A glimmer ignited in Wu Yuan's eyes as he resolutely affirmed the commencement. Adai's transformation was even more astonishing. The once dark green vines had transformed into a shimmering emerald hue, with golden serrations sprouting along the edges of the leaves. The life energy coursing through its main trunk resonated with the golden patterns of the willow spirit, radiating a brilliant glow. Its roots emerged from the earth, resembling countless green dragons, weaving an immense energy network throughout the basin. Beast name, Adai. Species, greenwood spirit willow. Level, 1, elite level. Attribute, wood. Status, healthy. Health points, 1,000. Energy points, 1,000. Skills, life energy development, 20 life perception, passive, subtle level, rapid recovery, active, mastery. Spirit rain, active, mastery. Life bloom, active, subtle. Vine entanglement, active, enhanced, subtle. Piercing branch, active, enhanced, mastery. Wood and stone penetration, active, mastery. Newly acquired skill, first form of wrath of nature. Special status, bound by the spirit ring, unlocked 10. Mythical level, first form of wrath of nature unlocked. Effect, in battle, can summon the phantom of the willow spirit. Phantom inherits 30 of the strength of the mutated weeping willow, possesses skills, willow blade, and root cage. Duration, 3 minutes. Cooldown, 24 hours. Wu Yuan stood in awe, gazing at the marvel before him, and suddenly knelt upon the ground, bowing repeatedly to the willow spirit. The youth felt a warm and dignified aura emanating from the colossal tree, as if the grass rabbit beast within him was rejoicing. System panel displays. Activation conditions for reincarnation task, Phase 1, have been completed. Distributing rewards. Wu Yuan's body began to emanate light, as the energy Adai had transmitted to him post-reincarnation surged forth. Host, Wu Yuan. Level, Official Beastmaster, 3 Beast Taming spaces activated. Mental Strength, C, 1,500-2,000. Beast Taming Space, 1-3, contracted, Adai. Core Function, Destiny Simulation. Talent, Infinite Reincarnation, passive. Attribute points, 500. Stepping out from the brilliance, Wu Yuan noticed the colorless formation had transformed into a gray array. His heart surged with emotion as he approached the grand willow spirit, extending his hand to gently caress its warm bark. He could sense the consciousness within, lacking concrete words, yet transmitting a clear message. Protection, inheritance, natural law. It was time to return. He summoned Adai, carrying the weakened Wuxiao Yi upon his back. The radiance of the willow spirit gradually dimmed, reverting to the withered giant tree, as if all that had transpired was but a fleeting illusion. Yet, Wu Yuan understood that some things had irrevocably changed. Now, Wu Yuan felt confident not only against Wu Feng and Wu Lei but even against stronger adversaries. As they exited the passage, the mist had dissipated, and the remnants of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting a golden net upon the ground. Wu Yuan sensed 2 powerful energies harmoniously circulating within him. 1. The ferocious earth energy bestowed by the phoenix tree heart, and the other, the gentle wood energy granted by the willow spirit, intertwining like yin and yang, perpetually transforming and thriving. Tomorrow marked the family trial. Wu Yuan touched the short blade at his waist, its edge reflecting the glimmer in his eyes. He pondered the mythical skill fragment bestowed by the system. System panel. Mythical skill fragment. Incomplete authority of wrath of nature. Wu Yuan gazed at the system panel. Realization dawning. Ah, so it is this. In the stillness of the Wu family courtyard under the moonlight, Wu Yuan sat alone on a stone bench, honing his weapon. The tendrils of Adai wove a protective net around him, with occasional droplets of dew falling from the leaves, evaporating upon contact with the blade, transforming into wisps of white mist. He recalled the vague image from the Destiny simulation. Amidst a torrential downpour, clad in willow leaf armor, he faced 3 formidable foes alone, while Adai's vines and the phantom of the willow spirit interwove into a verdant ocean. Are you ready, Adai? He whispered. The twisting vines of the mutated willow gently tapped his shoulder, conveying an unwavering resolve. Wu Yuan rose to his feet, sheathing the exquisitely sharpened dagger at his waist. The eastern sky was already tinged with a pale hue, heralding the dawn of a new day. It was time to demonstrate what true wrath of nature entailed. His voice, though soft, resonated through the silent courtyard, imbued with an unyielding determination. The battleground of the family trial would mark the first step in Wu Yuan's ascent. As he wielded his power to shatter all doubts and obstacles, forging a path of strength uniquely his own. Chapter 15, Family Test. Securing qualification for further studies at the academy. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, and the small courtyard on the west side of Wu family fort was bathed in a delicate azure light. Dew weighed down the slender stems of several wild chrysanthemums at the steps, crystalline droplets rolling off the petals and plopping into the mossy crevices of the bluestone slabs, producing a faint sound. The old locust tree in the corner rustled, startling a pair of doves that flapped their wings and soared over the ivy-clad low wall. This corner, long forgotten by the family, now pulsed with a strange ripple of energy. Wu Yuan stood with his back against the weathered brick wall, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. His gaze remained fixed on the towering azure wood spirit willow before him. Following the torrential rain of the previous night, Eidai's branches had sprouted several emerald-hued new leaves, their edges glimmering with a subtle golden sheen, trembling gently in the breeze as if responding to some mysterious call. The young man inhaled deeply, the damp air infused with the sweet, earthy scent of vegetation flooding his nostrils, intensifying the already rapid beating of his heart. The system panel hovered half a foot before his eyes, its dark blue aura causing his pupils to glimmer faintly. 500 attribute points hung in the air like a celestial river, ready to be manipulated at the slightest thought. This was the result of 3 arduous months battling for survival in the West Valley, his only bargaining chip to rewrite his destiny. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the faded jade pendant at his waist, a relic left by his mother, its warm texture momentarily conjuring the glimmer of tears in her eyes at their farewell. "Stay calm," he whispered to himself, his voice raspy as if sandpapered. At the moment his fingertips finally contacted the virtual panel, the entire courtyard trembled violently. Eidai's trunk emitted cracking sounds, the formerly dark green bark splitting to reveal a luminous wooden layer beneath. The newly sprouted leaves unfurled suddenly, liquid light coursing through their veins, tinting the surrounding morning mist a pale green. Detected host intention, initiating a tribute allocation module. As the mechanical voice resonated in his mind, Wu Yuan felt a throbbing at his temples. He forced himself to focus, his gaze sweeping over the skill tree beneath the attributes. First, elevate the level. At the instant he gritted his teeth and made the decision, 200 attribute points transformed into flowing light, infusing Eidai's being. A pale green energy storm erupted, the golden patterns on the vines spreading like a waking dragon, coursing madly along the trunk to every tip. The ground began to quake, the courtyard's blue bricks rising and then being pressed back into place by an invisible force. Eidai emitted a joyful hum, its roots penetrating the compacted soil, reviving the withered grass in its wake. Azure Wood Spirit Willow leveled up to level 10, Elite. Health increased to 1500. New skill unlocked. Photosynthesis restores 1 energy point every 30 seconds in battle. As the system prompts appeared in succession, Wu Yuan observed Eidai's branches weaving a green web. Delicate roots burst forth from the earth, entwining the dying redbud in the corner, its wilted buds swelling visibly. He reached out to catch the falling petals, feeling their warm touch, akin to the pulse of life. The remaining 300 attribute points automatically rearranged in his mind. The progress bar for life energy development must be filled. It was fundamental. As he infused 100 attribute points, the growth rings on Eidai's trunk sprang to life, the golden patterns layering upon one another, ultimately coalescing into a full moon design. The system prompt sounded again. Life energy development increased to 30, unlocking branch skill, energy grafting. Life perception range expanded to 50 zhong, capable of discerning energy flow trajectories. Rapid recovery upgraded to micro level, enhancing spiritual rain effect by 30. Energy grafting, Wu Yuan repeated thoughtfully, savoring the name of this new skill. This signified that Eidai could temporarily absorb the vitality of other plants, rendering it an almost cheat-like advantage in prolonged battles. He recalled the rampant man-eating flowers deep within the West Valley. If he could harness their ferocity for his own purposes, his fingers instinctively tightened, nails digging into his palm, leaving crescent-shaped blood marks. The subsequent allocation was without question. Vines and piercing branches each received an additional 40 points. These 2 core skills must reach master level before he injected 20 points into woodstone piercing, as the enhancement from earth energy would induce a qualitative change in physical attacks. Just as the remaining attribute points dwindled to 100, the air in the entire courtyard suddenly thickened. Warning, detecting drastic changes in the life form of Azure Wood Spirit Willow. detected that the host understands the activation conditions of the bloodline, triggering long-term task, Awakening of the Willow God. Reincarnation task, Phase 2 triggered. Core material, Star Tears X1, Meteorite crystal containing lunar essence. Auxiliary material, Nethervine sap X 50 ml, to be collected in a place of extreme ease. Energy basis, Beast Master level reaches Elite level 30. Ritual conditions, on a full moon night, beside the ancient tree spirit at the convergence of ley lines. Rewards, Spirit Taming Ring unlocks 30, awakening the realm of symbiosis, expanding Beast Master space by 1, 10,000 mental power, 1,000 attribute points. The sudden alarm made Wu Yuan's pupils constrict. The new task panel unfolded in the air. A pattern of a millennium-old phoenix with heart suspended beside a droplet of silver liquid, its surface shimmering with star-like flecks. The words for Nethervine sap in the auxiliary materials glowed with an eerie blue light. But most striking was the energy foundation requirement. Beastmaster level must reach Elite level 30. Star Tears, the name pierced deep into his memory. The remnants of the tome bestiary in his father's study suddenly flashed before his eyes, detailing that on nights of the lunar eclipse, meteorites would fall in the black wind abyss, with the crystallized essence containing lunar energy. That place was the site of a century-long dispute between the Wu family and a certain tribe, said to be so perilous that even Tier 7 monsters dared not approach. The next morning, the training field was already abuzz with voices. Wu Yuan stood at the end of the line, acutely aware of the countless malicious gazes boring into his back. Upon the high platform, the family head, clad in dark armor, surveyed the crowd, his copper bell-like eyes lingering longer on him than anyone else. Third young master, Wu Lai and the others are watching you over there. Wu Shaoyi tugged at his sleeve, his youthful face etched with concern. Following the direction of his finger, Wu Lai was leaning against the railing, toying with a fire starter, surrounded by several distant relatives who were laughing and pointing. The first match had already commenced. Wu Feng commanded the armored rhinoceros to crush its opponent, the armored mantis, raising clouds of dust in the training field. The elite-level beast, at level 7, shook the ground with each step, its heavy armor reflecting the blinding sunlight. Wu Yuan's gaze fixated on the numbers fluctuating on the scoreboard, his throat parched. 3 months prior, he had stood in the center of this arena, chased relentlessly by a Tier 2 porcupine. Wu Yuan versus Wu Lai. The voice of the elder officiant rang out like a bucket of cold water. Laughter erupted throughout the crowd, accompanied by whistles. Wu Lai strode confidently into the arena, his crimson wolf following closely behind, its fiery mane glistening in the sunlight. Third brother, just concede. Wu Lai looked down upon him with a mocking smile gracing his lips, warning him not to let the crimson flame wolf harm him or his cherished weeping willow. The disciples behind him immediately echoed his sentiment, their laughter piercing like needles into the ears. Wu Yuan remained silent, his hand gently caressing Adai's leaves. The cool touch steadied his nerves. As a system prompt appeared, Qingmu Spirit Willow, Elite level 10, versus Crimson Flame Wolf, Elite level 8. He suddenly commanded, Spirit Rain, entangle with vines. A pale green curtain of rain enveloped the arena, instantly dimming the flames engulfing the Crimson Flame Wolf. Emerald vines sprang forth like live serpents, weaving into a dense net before the opponent could react. Wu Lai's expression turned to one of fury and shock. Flame burst. Yet, the supposed raging flames merely scorched through 2 layers of vines before being extinguished entirely by the spirit rain. Piercing branch. Wu Yuan's gaze was as icy as a winter's night. The azure gold branch, accompanied by the sound of air being sliced, lunged towards the belly of the Crimson Flame Wolf, the most vulnerable part of a fire-type beast. Wu Lai hurriedly shouted, roll away. But the Crimson Flame Wolf, ensnared by the vines, was sluggish in its movements and took the blow, letting out a cry of anguish. The stands fell into a profound silence. Wu Zhan furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously drumming on the armrest. Without granting his opponent a moment's respite, Wu Yuan seized the opportunity while the Crimson Flame Wolf struggled and unleashed another skill, Woodstone Piercing. This time, the enhanced piercing branch, infused with earth energy, carved a wound deep enough to glimpse bone through the beast's fur. Wu Lai's face turned pale, and as he caught sight of the coldness in Wu Yuan's eyes, he suddenly shouted, I concede. The arena erupted into a cacophony of commotion. As Wu Yuan recalled Adai, he noticed a flicker of approval in his father's gaze from the high platform. In the subsequent battle against Wu Feng, he deliberately withheld 30% of Adai's strength. Upon witnessing Wu Feng's contracted iron-armored rhinoceros charging through the dust, Wu Yuan activated his life perception. The golden light flickering on Adai's leaves clearly relayed the energy nodes at the rhinoceros's joints. The vines ensnared its hind legs, while the piercing branch targeted the joint of its left foreleg. the emerald vines expertly wrapped around the rhinoceros's hind legs, destabilizing its center of gravity. Just as the azure gold branch struck towards the joint connection, the iron-armored rhinoceros fell to the ground with a thunderous crash, letting out an enraged roar. Wu Feng's forehead pulsed with veins, rock armor. A greystone armor materialized over the rhinoceros's body, rendering Adai's piercing branch momentarily ineffective. Wu Yuan sensed a disturbance in his opponent's aura and suddenly smiled. Adai, let them witness the wrath of nature. A pale blue energy wave spread forth as the ethereal form of the willow spirit slowly coalesced behind Adai. Wu Zhan sat up straight, shock flashing in his eyes. Willow leaf blade. At Wu Yuan's command, countless golden leaves shot forth like flying knives towards the iron-armored rhinoceros, etching a pattern of cracks upon its stone armor. Time remaining for Wrath of Nature first form, 1 minute 20 seconds. Wu Feng's mind became chaotic as he directed the rhinoceros to charge wildly. Seizing this opening, Wu Yuan commanded Adai's main vine to transform into a colossal whip, striking fiercely at the rhinoceros's injured joint, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The iron-armored rhinoceros finally collapsed. I lost. Wu Feng's voice trembled with disbelief. Wu Yuan withdrew Adai into the Beastmaster space. After the trial, Wu Zhan summoned him to the study. Amidst the swirling incense, his father's gaze was markedly gentler than usual. Your journey to the West Valley has led to significant growth. Wu Yuan lowered his head. It was merely good fortune. Wu Zhan tossed him a medallion. This is a recommendation from the 4 great academies. Admissions begin in 3 months. The medallion felt warm in his hand, the engraved beast patterns seemingly eager to take flight. Father, do you know of the starry tier? Wu Yuan inquired suddenly. Wu Zhan paused in his pouring, then resumed as if unfazed. There are rumors of such a thing in the Black Wind Abyss. Why do you ask? Just curious. Wu Yuan refrained from elaborating, having noticed a slight movement from the 3rd shelf of his father's bookcase, where the tome bestiary of border beasts appeared to conceal something behind it. As he departed the study, the setting sun painted the Wu family fortress in hues of gold. Wu Shaoyi approached, cradling a newly obtained beast core, excitedly exclaiming, "Third young master. The clan leader just praised you as a rare genius of the Wu family in a century." Wu Yuan gazed at the divine beast depicted on the 4 great academies medallion, the warmth emanating from his fingertips seemingly heralding distant storms. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Wu Zhenxiong retrieved a sealed letter with a fiery wax seal from behind the bookshelf, marked with a strange wolf head insignia. It seems that old friends have taken notice of this child. Wu Zhenxiong gazed out at the deepening twilight, slowly drawing the long sword at his side, its blade reflecting the complexity of his expression. In the dead of night, the training grounds lay deserted. Wu Yuan stood alone beneath the moonlight, Adai's branches gently swaying in the night breeze. He traced the newly appeared growth rings on the trunk, his thoughts drifting towards the distant Black Wind Abyss. Starry Tier. Ghostly Vine, the spirit of the ancient tree where the earth veins converge, each condition laden with unknown dangers, yet it was precisely these perils that ignited his fervor. Adai, are you ready? He softly asked. The Qingmu spirit willow emitted a joyful hum, the golden glow on its leaves growing even brighter. Wu Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the surge of energy within him. Chapter 16. The 4 Great Academies Admissions. Adai unleashes its domain. Preparations for the Academy admissions competition are underway. Wu Yuan gazed out the window, morning lights spilling through the clouds to blanket the Wu family estate, the distant clatter of armor signaling the changing of the guard. He suddenly recalled the beast cultivation records in his father's study, which detailed the pairing of Qingling grass and moonlight flower to expedite the recovery of wood-type beast masters. Wu Shaoyi entered the living room, suddenly lowering his voice. Some say the highlight of this assessment is the evaluation of beast potential, with combat-type beasts like the iron-armored rhinoceros and crimson flame wolf being the most favored. He cast a glance at Adai behind Wu Yuan, hesitating to continue. Wu Yuan understood his implication. In the eyes of most beast masters, wood-type beasts are ultimately auxiliary roles. Only ferocious beasts like lions and tigers or hybrids of dragon and phoenix bloodlines are deemed worthy of the title genius. Yet, as he stroked the jade pendant at his waist, he recalled the mural patterns on the West Valley altar, beneath the shade of a towering ancient willow. Countless beasts bowed in submission, among them a scroll-shaped beast radiating starlight. Shao-Yi, are you familiar with the scholar immortal from the book? Wu Yuan asked. Wu Shao-Yi shook his head in confusion. Is that some kind of spirit plant? I've never seen it in the bestiary. Wu Yuan gazed at the plaque in the study with the characters ZHWI inscribed, his eyes deepening. That was a fragment he had glimpsed during the intervals of fate simulation, an aged volume unfurling amidst the stars. Words leaping from its pages to manifest as armored warriors and celestial dragons, ultimately coalescing into the ethereal figure of an immortal wielding a brush. The system had flashed a vague prompt at that moment. Mythical species, scholar immortal, lower form. Ink paper crane, scroll worm, scroll. Regrettably, the simulation had abruptly halted, and he had been unable to pursue further inquiries due to the lack of energy. However, that name lingered like a seed buried deep within his heart, and he increasingly felt the need for a second system of abilities, distinct from Dai's natural powers, perhaps one that encompasses the forces of knowledge and principles. On the morning 3 days later, the teleportation array of the Wu family glimmered with a faint blue hue. Wu Yuan stood at the center of the array, his father Wu Jinxiong's dark attire rustling in the morning breeze. The assessment of the 4 great academies consists of 3 rounds: written tests for theoretical knowledge, practical demonstrations of strength, and finally the evaluation of beast potential. Remember, regardless of the circumstances, preserving your life is paramount. As the disorienting sensation of the activated teleportation array washed over him, Wu Yuan heard his father's final whisper, "I will send someone to keep an eye on the starry tier from the Black Wind Abyss." Upon landing, he found himself at the center of a square, designated by the Academy for the setting of secret manuals. Young men and women from various states thronged towards the registration desk, their beasts taking on diverse forms. From light-feathered birds unfurling glassy wings to earth turtles curled into stone spheres, and even a well-dressed youth with a golden-scaled snake flicking its tongue perched on his shoulder. "Look, isn't that the waist of the Wu family?" A sharp voice cut through the crowd, as Wu Lai commanded the Crimson Flame Wolf to push through, a bronze medallion pinned to his sleeve. "You think you can come to the 4 great academies after winning a mere trial by luck? Do not find yourself unable to even pass the written examination." Wu Yuan disregarded the provocation, his gaze captured by the announcement board behind the registration desk. The emblems of the 4 great academies shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. The Celestial Sky Spirit Academy, a floating island, a hall encircled by star trails, where students can awaken the bloodlines of divine beasts through the natural spirit energy. The Azure Depth Spirit Cultivation Sect, focused on the study of spiritual resonance and ancient spell seals, adept at breaching the mental defenses of rare beast species. The Dragon Ridge Combat Spirit Arena, a militarized arena for competitive combat, emphasizing coordinated battles with beast packs and the honing of extreme combat techniques. The Star Abyss Spirit Contract Pavilion, mastering the mutation and breeding of spirit beasts, cross-species fusion techniques, and secret arts that defy fate. The Star Abyss Spirit Contract Pavilion only accepts beast masters who meet the mental energy threshold. Nearby, whispers circulated. It was said that their treasured artifact was half a scroll of the Heaven and Earth Profound Yellow Classic, capable of nurturing spirit beasts that wielded words as blades. Wu Yuan's heart raced, the jade pendant at his fingertips warming slightly. He hastened towards the registration desk and, while handing over his token, inquired, "May I ask what the assessment criteria for the Star Abyss Spirit Contract Pavilion entail?" The elderly registrar adjusted his crystal glasses, scrutinizing the dim-witted bonsai. A mental energy threshold of 1500, mastery of at least 3 basic skills of different attributes, and most importantly, he paused, an innate talent for resonance with spirit beasts. However, I would advise you to consider the Azure Depth Spirit Cultivation Sect. Their wood-based techniques would be quite suitable for your spirit willow. Mental energy of 1500? Wu Yuan discreetly opened his system panel, where the mental energy attribute lingered at 1700. Just as he was about to ask further, he noticed a sudden commotion in front of the announcement board, where the standards and rules for this assessment were displayed. Gasps erupted from the crowd as they intently studied the regulations. Wu Yuan, however, observed that the registration area for the Star Abyss Spirit Contract Pavilion was rather desolate. The elderly man busy polishing a bronze bookmark. The written examination took place in the afternoon, and as Wu Yuan sat on a bench, he found the questions rather straightforward, focusing on the behaviors of exotic beasts across various regions and the principles of energy counteraction. When posed with the question on how to break the corrupted spirit chains, Wu Yuan hesitated briefly before pinning down a solution involving the refining of tendrils with sunlight essence, supplemented by the earth vein's power to isolate corrosion. The practical assessment was to unfold within this mystical realm, with each participant issued a scorecard. Points could be earned by defeating opponents or acquiring scorecards, or by challenging wild spirit beasts. The results would be ranked according to points, with mentors from the 4 great academies seated in a virtual viewing platform to elucidate the rules. As the transport light dissipated, a bluish glow suddenly emanated from the metallic ring on Wu Yuan's wrist. This was the assessment device uniformly distributed by the admissions office. A palm-sized alloy surface displaying a faint green score number, initially set at 0. Below it, a line of small print read, Mystical Realm Time Limit, 12 hours. Top 100 advance based on final score. All participants were prohibited from carrying external storage devices, as the assessment device was embedded with anti-detection runes. Any attempts to breach or transfer it would result in disqualification. The mentor from the Celestial Sky Spirit Academy hovered in midair, his voice amplified by a spell, echoing throughout the entrance of the mystical realm. The interior teems with spiritual energy, yet harbors fierce exotic beasts. Proceed with caution. Wu Yuan caressed the cool surface of the assessment device, his fingertips brushing against the raised star patterns on its back, a hallmark of the Star Abyss Spirit Contract Pavilion. Beside him, the dim-witted bonsai gently shook its branches, silver threads seeping from the soil at its base, silently entwining around the assessment device. This was its newly acquired ability, Spirit Silk Exploration, allowing it to sense the faint energy flowing within the device. This decrepit wood can even conduct reconnaissance? Laughter erupted from behind him. As Wulai's crimson flame wolf pawed at the assessment device, sparks from its claws nearly scorching the apparatus. Let's hope you don't lose the family S quota before you even earn any points. Wu Yuan did not turn around, his attention drawn to the roars of beasts emanating from the depths of the mystical realm. The map on the assessment device slowly unfurled, revealing the geography of this realm known as Falling Star Plains. The eastern region was a canyon strewn with crystal stones, the western part was a fog-laden marsh, and the central ancient woodlands were marked with the most red dots, indicating the concentration of exotic beasts. Let's go, Adai. He cradled the bonsai as he stepped into the transport portal, crushing a few dry leaves upon landing. The light in the ancient woodlands was fragmented by layers of overlapping branches, and the air was thick with a blend of humus and spiritual herbs. Suddenly, the assessment device vibrated twice, a yellow dot rapidly approaching on the map. Please wait. A clear female voice, breathless, called out as a girl in a light green dress emerged from behind a tree, her silver fox alertly arched. My name is Lin Yuan. Can I form a team with you? The display on her assessment device indicated she had already scored 15 points, and the tip of her silver fox's tail was stained with blood, clearly having just engaged in battle. I need someone to help treat Adai's injuries, Wu Yuan stated directly. You handle reconnaissance and healing, while I will take the offensive. Points will be split 70 to 30. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled. Deal. My Moontrace fox can sense energy fluctuations within a 50 zhang radius. I just detected an ironclad bear to the northeast. It has 20 points, but its defense is too strong for me to handle. The sharing function of the assessment device was activated, and the red dot Lin Yuan marked began to move slowly. Wu Yuan instructed Adai's energy roots to quietly probe underground, gauging the ironclad bear's trajectory through the tremors in the soil. It's searching for a water source. We should set an ambush upstream. The pebbles by the stream glistened under the sun, heated by its rays. As the ironclad bear slammed its hefty paw against the water's surface, sending droplets cascading in a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. Wu Yuan signaled for Lin Yuan to retreat while he circled around to the thicket downstream. Adai, ensnare its hind legs with parasitic vines. The pale green vines slithered from the ground like serpents, their tips adorned with barbs, silently wrapping around the bear's robust hind legs. The beast's fur gleamed with a metallic sheen, and as soon as the vines made contact, they were jolted with a tingling sensation. Yet suddenly, fine golden patterns emerged on Adai's branches, a manifestation of the energy absorbed from the morning sun. Now, Wu Yuan commanded sharply, and the parasitic vines surged, their barbs digging deeply into the joints of the ironclad bear. The exotic beast roared in pain, pivoting to swipe at its attacker. But Lin Yuan's Moontrace fox unleashed a moonlight blade, striking true at the bear's eyes. Seizing the moment of the beast's temporary blindness, Adai's thickest main branch, glowing with an earthy hue, swept forth, landing a heavy blow against the ironclad bear's abdomen. This strike, infused with the power of the earth vein, appeared slow yet bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. The massive creature collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, and the assessment device chimed with an alert. Gained 20 points. Current total, 20. Your Spirit Willow can actually utilize both wood and earth abilities simultaneously? Lin Yuan gazed in astonishment as Adai retracted its vines, the bear's blood clinging to the barbs being absorbed by the leaves. Typically, ordinary plant-type spirit beasts could master at most 2 attributes of the same origin. Wu Yuan refrained from elaborating. He understood this was a transformation of Adai following its rebirth, the words attribute affinity flashing on the system panel. He was more concerned about the sudden appearance of a cluster of red dots lighting up on the assessment device. 3 crimson shadow leopards were rapidly advancing towards them, their trajectory unmistakably aimed at their position. It's Wu Lai's group. Lin Yuan's expression shifted, her Moontrace fox's fur bristling. They mentioned wanting to seize your points at the entrance just now. Wu Yuan frowned as he peered into the woods, spotting 3 youths clad in Wu family attire traversing through the trees. The leader's assessment device displayed 85 points, indicating he had already slain a considerable number of exotic beasts. Their spirit beasts were all crimson flame wolves, albeit with lighter manes than Wu Lai's, indicating they were less mature specimens. Hand over your points, or prepare to be beaten. The leading youth sneered as he released his crimson flame wolf, claws raking the ground to leave 3 deep gashes. Young Master Wu Lai said that worthless trash should stay in the garbage heap. Lin Yuan instinctively took a half-step back, her moontrace fox stepping protectively in front of her, gathering moonlight energy at the tip of its tail. However, Wu Yuan restrained Adai's branches, whispering, "Do not engage directly. They are surrounding us." The assessment device's map indicated 2 other crimson shadow leopards flanking them from the sides, forming a triangular encirclement. Thinking of escaping? The leading youth discerned his intentions, commanding the crimson flame wolf to unleash a torrent of fire, driving them to the precipice. The searing waves of heat rushed towards them, prompting Wu Yuan to swiftly erect a rocky barrier with Adai. Yet, this time, the flames were laced with crimson powder, which, upon settling on the barrier, emitted a sizzling sound of corrosion. Suddenly, he recalled the records in the study of exotic beasts. The scarlet shadow leopard is a variant of the crimson flame wolf, capable of secreting paralyzing fire phosphorus powder. Adai, utilize the purifying leaves. Wu Yuan urged urgently. The tender leaves atop Adai unfurled abruptly, releasing a soft green mist that neutralized the fire phosphorus powder into harmless white ash. However, this fleeting defense cost them the optimal moment for retreat. The scarlet shadow leopards on either side had already lunged forward, their sharp claws aiming for the potted plant. Be careful. Lin Yuan's moonlit fox suddenly leaped, shielding against the attack from the left, its pristine white fur instantly marred by 3 crimson gashes. The scoring device flickered with red light, signaling Lin Yuan that her beast had been injured. Wu Yuan's heart constricted sharply. He could vividly feel the moonlit fox's pain and, more acutely, the fury that Adai conveyed. The vines, initially intended for offense, abruptly twisted, forming a semicircular barrier like the ribs of an umbrella, the edges of the leaves glimmering with golden light, repelling the approaching scarlet shadow leopards. Is this a domain? Lin Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. A faint golden halo radiated from Adai, expanding to encompass a diameter of approximately 5 zhong. Within this domain, the air seemed purified, and the fire phosphorus powder disintegrated into azure smoke upon nearing. Strangely, the flowing light patterns at the domain's edge resonated with the starry patterns on the back of the scoring device. The leading youth's complexion turned ashen. Impossible. How could a plant-based entity comprehend domain abilities? Wu Yuan offered no explanation. At this moment, his mind was clear. The insights from understanding the domain that he had perused the previous night resurfaced. The guardian domain is not bestowed upon the merely strong. It requires the beast and its master to share the same will, to use the heart as a shield and the mind as the boundary. It was not that Adai was incapable, but rather that he had never truly believed in this spirit willow, once mocked as a useless entity. Adai, bind their beasts. Wu Yuan's voice remained eerily calm. Within the domain, the vines seemed to be reborn, shimmering with hues of gold and earth as they burst forth from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the limbs of 3 scarlet shadow leopards. These vines had transcended mere restraint. The surface patterns gradually absorbed the fire attribute energy of the leopards, transforming it into nourishment for themselves. We shall forfeit our points. The leading youth, sensing the dire situation, attempted to recall the scarlet shadow leopards, only to find the contract connection severed by the domain. Let us pass. Wu Yuan glanced at the scoring device. Lin Yuan's points were steadily diminishing due to the injury of her moonlit fox. He suddenly turned to Lin Yuan. Can your moonlit fox convert energy? Lin Yuan paused, then nodded. It can transform moonlight into healing energy, albeit with low efficiency. Try using it within the domain. As the pale silver moonlight fell within the golden domain, a miracle unfolded. The previously sparse, healing energy suddenly thickened, enveloping the moonlit fox like a mist, as the 3 gashes visibly healed at a remarkable pace. The scoring device ceased to flicker, instead registering an increase of 5 points, a reward for healing a teammate. Let us collaborate to hunt that Thunderfang wild boar. Wu Yuan observed the purple light dot on the map representing 40 points. Its lightning attacks could be neutralized within the domain. Your moonlit fox will serve to distract, while Adai will lead the assault. For the next 6 hours, an unusual alliance emerged within the ancient woods. An ostensibly ordinary spirit willow upheld a faint golden domain, accompanied by a snow-white fox and 2 synchronously cooperating youths. They never initiated provocations against other competitors, yet consistently identified the most suitable targets for their team, using the domain to counter the lightning beasts, employing moonlight to soothe the rampaging plant spirits. and even utilizing rocky barriers to trap the adeptly burrowing stone-armored mice. The points on the scoring device steadily increased. When Wu Yuan's total reached 210, Lin Wan had accumulated 145 points. As the summoning light at the entrance of the secret realm illuminated, they found themselves perched upon a millennia-old tree, sharing spirit fruits. While the moonlit fox curled up among Adai's branches, and the previously wilted leaves now unfurled and gleamed, with the diamond-shaped markings on the trunk deepening significantly from their earlier state. "Are you truly choosing the Star Abyss Contract Spirit Pavilion?" Lin Wan inquired, glancing at the real-time admission thresholds for the 4 major academies displayed on the scoring device. "The wood-based techniques of the Tsangming Spirit Transformation Sect would be more advantageous for you." Wu Yuan gazed toward the floating recruitment platform of the Star Abyss Pavilion, where an elder was polishing a bronze bookmark and seemed to sense his scrutiny, nodding in acknowledgement from afar. He recalled his father's mention of the Tiers of the Stars, the legends from the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang canon, and the moment when the star patterns on the back of the scoring device illuminated during the domain's manifestation. That was a proof of resonance. Some believe that plants can only depend on the earth. Wu Yuan gently caressed Adai's branches. "But I wish to see if it can reach for the stars." At the exit of the secret realm, the crystal monument displaying the leaderboard was refreshing the final results. Wu Yuan's name prominently appeared in 3rd place, with a score of 210, significantly surpassing the admission threshold of 180 for the Star Abyss Contract Spirit Pavilion. Wu Lai, upon seeing his score of 150, crushed the scoring device in a fit of rage. The elder from the Star Abyss Pavilion tucked away the bronze bookmark and handed Wu Yuan a token engraved with a scroll pattern. "Your Spirit Willow is quite special. Its domain not only provides defense, but also facilitates energy conversion. This is referred to as absorbing spirits in the Xian Huang canon." Wu Yuan accepted the token, feeling its warm and gentle touch at his fingertips. Adai's branches lightly coiled around one corner of the token, as if in confirmation. Sunlight filtered through the intricately carved floral patterns on the token, casting fragmented light spots on the ground, reminiscent of scattered stars. "From this day forth, you shall be a student of the Star Abyss Pavilion." The elder's voice carried a note of amusement. "As for your companion," the Tsangming Spirit Transformation Sect inquired earlier and expressed their willingness to admit Lin Wan despite her lacking qualifications. Wu Yuan turned to Lin Wan, who was conversing with the Tsangming mentor, as the moonlit fox excitedly nudged the new token. He suddenly understood that the notion of effortlessly acquiring points had never relied on plunder or luck, but rather on discovering a harmonious strength, growing together through guardianship and trust. Adai's leaves swayed gently in the wind, as if responding to the distant call of the stars. Chapter 17. First Entry into the Star Abyss. The Fragmented Contract of Wen Yao. The mountain gate of the Star Abyss Pavilion was shrouded in swirling star mist, as the slate-gray stone steps wound upward from the square. Each step etched with intricate star trail patterns that shimmered with fleeting silver light upon contact. The guiding senior sister, named Xinyu, bore a silver star emblem at her waist, said to signify her status as an upperclassman. Her contracted beast was a palm-sized star sparrow, perching on her shoulder, preening its feathers while occasionally tilting its head to scrutinize Adai nestled in Wu Yuan's arms. The academy operated on a point system, and Xunyu's voice rang clear as a spring. Classroom performance, task completion, and exploration of secret realms can all be exchanged for points. Points can be traded for spiritual materials, techniques, and even access to restricted texts. She gestured towards the distant floating cluster of pavilions, known as the Star Residence District, where dormitories were allocated based on rank. F-grade students resided in collective pavilions, A-grade students in individual courtyards, and S-grade students, it was said, could occupy an entire Starfall cottage, complete with a spirit-gathering array. Adai and Wu Yuan's arms gently swayed its branches, the golden patterns on its leaves flickering in and out of visibility amidst the star mist. Suddenly, Xinyu's star sparrow took flight, circling around Adai twice, emitting a clear chirp. "It says your spirit willow is rather unique," Xinyu remarked, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. "The star sparrow is particularly sensitive to beings infused with stellar power. It seems the domain of absorbing spirits that you comprehended in the secret realm is more than mere energy absorption." Wu Yuan recalled the moment when the star patterns on the back of the scoring device had illuminated, unconsciously rubbing the scroll token. "Senior sister, regarding the selection of new students' contracted beasts." "Oh, I nearly forgot to mention that." Xinyu halted at a fork in the path, pointing towards a stone archway inscribed with runes on the left. "The top 10 new students who pass the assessment can choose a beast from the selection platform. However, most of the beasts there are common breeds, like iron-armored rhinos and wind whisper birds, with only a few possessing rare bloodlines." She suddenly shifted her gaze to the insignia in Wu Yuan's hand. "You chose the Star Abyss Pavilion, but there exists a far superior option, the Spirit Pack Pavilion. Spirit Pack Pavilion? Wu Yuan inquired, intrigued. It is a repository for ancient contractual mediums. Shen Yu's voice lowered slightly, where some rather unusual entities reside. They might be a talking stone or a tome imbued with sentience. Most of them cannot be elevated in rank through conventional means, and their very races often remain undefined. Yet they frequently harbor unique abilities. However, she paused. Throughout countless centuries, only a handful of students have forged pacts with them. Wu Yuan's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Unable to be leveled up? This insight could elucidate why the lower forms of the celestial beings in the mythological tomes appeared so nebulous. Perhaps they were not fixed forms, but rather manifestations shaped by the abilities of their pact makers. He expressed his gratitude to Shen Yu, cradling a die as he approached the stone archway, while the last call of the star sparrow echoed behind him, as if issuing a reminder. The entrance to the Spirit Pact Pavilion was meticulously carved from a single block of ink jade, adorned with countless coiling inscriptions that, upon closer inspection, appeared to rise slowly. Wu Yuan pressed the scroll insignia against the door's ring, which emitted a deep, resonant hum as the inscriptions receded like a retreating tide, unveiling a shadowy passage within. In stark contrast to the swirling star mists outside, the interior was suffused with the scent of aged parchment. Towering wooden shelves flanked both sides, laden with an array of containers, glowing insect eggs nestled in a bronze cauldron, swirling mists encased in glass vials, and open wooden boxes revealing yellowed scrolls or bamboo slips. The star patterns on the tiled floor were far more distinct than those outside, shimmering with golden light wherever his toes touched. Indeed, these are not ordinary beast tamers. Wu Yuan murmured to himself. He sensed countless faint consciousnesses appraising him, some with curiosity, others with wariness, and a few exuding a subtle fatigue, like ancient souls that had slumbered for far too long. As he ambled along the shelves, his gaze flitted over the various containers. A one-eyed creature encased within a crystal sphere bared its teeth at him, only to be gently brushed away by Adai's leaves, causing it to instantly retract into a ball. A silk piece adorned with flame patterns attempted to coil around his wrist, but recoiled as it touched Adai's vines, as if afraid of purification. It seems they are not particularly fond of botanical entities. Wu Yuan chuckled softly, just as he was about to turn towards another section. Adai began to tremble violently in his arms, its branches pointing towards the shadows at the end of the shelf. There stood a half-man's height zeatonwood frame, atop which rested a dust-laden copper box, its lid slightly ajar, revealing a corner of a yellowed scroll. Unlike the dim glow of the surrounding containers, this scroll emitted an aura of near-death stillness, as if it were merely an ordinary antique. As Wu Yuan approached and reached out to touch the copper box, the scroll suddenly unfurled of its own accord, the pages rustling without wind. Within the pages, there were no words, only a chaotic gray-white haze, which, at the moment he focused on it, coalesced into a line of twisted text. To forge a pact with this spirit, one must offer blood as a guide, and sincerity as proof. Are you speaking to me? Wu Yuan held his breath. This sensation resonated inexplicably with the fragments of the celestial being he had glimpsed in the fate simulation. The scroll remained silent, but the line of text began to glow with an intense radiance. Recalling Shen Yu's words about the peculiar entities within, he did not hesitate to pierce his fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto the scroll's gray-white pages. The blood did not seep in. Instead, it spread out like a drop on water, weaving into countless fine bloodlines that danced between them. At that moment, the star-patterned tiles of the Spirit-packed pavilion suddenly illuminated, golden light climbing the shelves and ultimately merging into the scroll. The insignia in Wu Yuan's palm became scalding hot, as if something were about to burst forth. With a hum, the pages snapped shut, only to explode open again. Countless golden characters fluttered like butterflies, swirling in the air, coalescing into two ancient, robust characters, pact. These characters hovered in midair, exuding a palpable pressure that made Wu Yuan feel his spiritual energy surging towards the scroll, while Adai concurrently released its life energy, resonating harmoniously with the golden characters. An equal pact could indeed invoke the primordial power of the Star Abyss Pavilion. Suddenly, a cool voice resonated, gender indistinguishable, carrying a metallic timbre. Wu Yuan turned towards the source and beheld a small figure emerging from the scroll, no larger than a palm. She wore a dress fashioned from the scraps of pages, her hair a pale gold, glistening like sunlight reflecting off parchment, with two slender ribbons trailing from her back. Most peculiarly, her eyes shimmered with an inky halo, as if containing infinite words. "Is this you, my pact maker?" she asked, tilting her head to scrutinize him. Mental strength, 1700. Barely meeting the standard. Her voice remained cold, yet upon closer listening, one could detect a hint of curiosity. "However, your spirit willow is quite fascinating. It can indeed harbor spiritual power. "Hello, I am Wu Yuan," he replied, striving to keep his tone gentle. "And what is your name?" "My name is Wen Yao." The little figure straightened her petite form, her tone imbued with an unexpected pride. "I am the manifestation of the fragment of the heaven and earth Xian Huang classic, incomparable to ordinary beasts." She floated over to Adai's pot, poking at its leaves with her tiny hand. "Yet you, despite having a better choice, chose to forge a pact with me. Be mindful, I cannot elevate my rank through conventional training. I shall remain at the elite level for life." This was precisely the flaw Shin Yu had mentioned. However, Wu Yuan recalled the term mythical species from the system prompt, alongside the ethereal images of golden-armored warriors and soaring dragons. "What I seek is not a combatant that can continuously level up, but rather the power of knowledge and principles." Wen Yao's inky pupils narrowed slightly, seemingly taken aback by his response. She circled around Wu Yuan, her ribbons brushing against his insignia. "Do you know of my origins?" "Only heard whispers," Wu Yuan replied, refraining from delving into the fate simulation. "I have heard that the Star Abyss Pavilion possesses a half-scroll of the Heaven and Earth Xian Huang Classic, capable of nurturing beast tamers who wield words as blades." "Wielding words as blades?" Wen Yao scoffed lightly, her voice finally infused with a playful spirit befitting her size. "That is a naive perspective. Words are the carriers of laws, the very essence of heaven and earth." Suddenly, she halted before Wu Yuan, waving her small hand, causing a line of tiny characters to materialize in the air. "Attempt to drive this character using mental strength." Wu Yuan focused intently, extending his consciousness towards the line of text in a manner akin to his connection with Adai. The insignia at his fingertips became searing hot, and the line of characters transformed into a pale golden blade of light, shooting towards a distant shelf and leaving a clean incision in the wood. "This is..." Wu Yuan was astonished. "The word slicing technique, the most fundamental application." Wen Yao casually retrieved the light blade. "When your mental strength increases further, I can teach you the arts of confinement and even life and death." Her tone remained flat, yet it brimmed with an undeniable confidence. Only then did Wu Yuan comprehend that what she referred to as an inability to level up stemmed from her power system not adhering to conventional beast taming ranks. As he gazed at Wen Yao's diminutive figure, he suddenly found the derision directed at botanical entities being mere support, and the notion that Wen Yao was merely elite level equally laughable. "It seems you have come to understand." Wen Yao nodded in satisfaction, settling on his shoulder, her tiny feet playfully kicking at his collar. "Now that we have forged an equal pact, I shall not withhold anything from you. However, 3 things you must remember. First, you must inject 1 hour of mental energy into me daily to maintain my intelligence. Second, you must not force me to interpret secrets beyond your capability. And third..." She paused, a glimmer of mischief flashing in her inky pupils. "I do not like being confined within containers. I shall remain upon your shoulder henceforth." This contrast made Wu Yuan chuckle. Just moments ago, he exhibited an air of ancient authority, yet in the blink of an eye, he revealed a childlike demand. As he was about to acquiesce, the creature in his arms, Adai, unexpectedly entwined Wen Yao's flowing ribbon with a twig and gently tugged it toward himself. Wen Yao raised an eyebrow. "What is this spirit willow attempting to do?" Adai's leaves brushed against Wu Yuan's wrist, and then shook the twig that held the ribbon, as if inviting Wen Yao to join them in the potted plant. Surprised, Wen Yao couldn't help but chuckle. This laughter was as clear as silver bells, completely shedding her previous aloofness. "How delightful. You wish to keep me company? Very well, considering your role as a vessel of spiritual power, I shall permit it." She flew to the edge of the pot, found the largest leaf to sit upon, and secured herself with the ribbon, adding, "But this leaf belongs to me." Wu Yuan gazed at the harmonious scene of 1 person and 2 creatures and felt a sudden sense of reassurance. As he turned to leave the contract spirit pavilion, Wen Yao called out, "Wait. Now that our contract is established, allow me to present you with a welcome gift." With a flick of her delicate hand, a flurry of intricate characters materialized in the air, forming a simple map. This depicted the distribution of the Star Abyss Pavilion's collection, with notable highlights indicating tomes concerning the mutations of nature-based beasts, which would be beneficial for your Adai. The text on the map continued to update, even marking which volumes had been borrowed that day and which were under restoration. Wu Yuan was astonished to discover that beside the annotation for the book on the origins of exotic flora, there was a small note. Chapter 3 contains errors. Do not trust. You are aware of this too? I am the embodiment of scrolls. I am more familiar with the Star Abyss Pavilion's collection than the elders themselves. Wen Yao puffed out her chest proudly, a mischievous glint in her onyx eyes. In the future, just consult me for your book inquiries to save yourself from aimlessly wandering through the sea of literature. As they exited the contract spirit pavilion, the ethereal mists outside had already dissipated, and the setting sun draped the pavilion in a golden red hue. Shin Yu was still waiting at the crossroads. Upon seeing Wen Yao perched on Wu Yuan's shoulder and nestled among the potted plants, a knowing smile flickered in her eyes. It seems you have found a suitable companion. She handed him a jade tablet. This is your student ID. It contains your basic course schedule and dormitory key. By the way, there's a class on spirit botany tomorrow morning that your Adai might find intriguing. Wu Yuan accepted the tablet, but just as his fingertips brushed its surface, Wen Yao interjected with a soft huff. The instructor for the spirit botany class is rather mediocre. His cultivation theories are riddled with flaws. Listen to him, but do not take his words to heart. Xin Yu couldn't help but laugh at this. It seems Lady Wen Yao has quite the opinion about Instructor Zhou. However, she is correct. His theories are somewhat outdated, though his practical experience is extensive. She winked at Wu Yuan. The charm of the Star Abyss Pavilion lies in the unique temperament of each beast. Over time, you will come to understand them. Upon returning to his assigned B-level dormitory, Wu Yuan discovered that the room was more spacious than he had anticipated. By the window, there was a dedicated cultivation rack adorned with several pots of common spirit herbs. Wen Yao leapt down from Adai's leaves and flew to inspect the bookshelf, exclaiming, "Tisk, utterly bare. It needs to be filled." She turned to Wu Yuan and declared, "Tomorrow, we must borrow a few books from the library. The history of beast contracts and introduction to symbolic runes. Your current knowledge is far too meager." Wu Yuan shook his head helplessly. Just as he was about to tidy up, he saw Wen Yao suddenly darting to the desk, her small hand tapping the surface, causing a line of golden text to appear. Monitoring runes detected in the room. Shielding activated. Who would monitor a newcomer? Wu Yuan frowned. It could be someone concerned for your well-being, or perhaps someone with ill intentions. Wen Yao's tone turned cold. Though the Star Abyss Pavilion appears tranquil, it is, in truth, rife with factions. You have contracted with me and brought Adai, a creature of remarkable potential. Naturally, there will be curiosity surrounding you. She floated back to Wu Yuan's shoulder, gently tapping his cheek with the ribbon. Do not worry. With me around, no textual traps can escape my keen perception. As night fell, Wu Yuan watered Adai with spirit spring water and, following Wen Yao's instructions, gradually infused his spiritual energy into her. The moonlight streamed through the window onto the desk, illuminating Wen Yao's white dress with a soft glow. The previously closed scroll behind her began to unfurl slowly, revealing tiny characters as if recording something. What are you writing? Wu Yuan asked with curiosity. The contract log, Wen Yao replied without looking up. It records every growth of you and me. This is the innate ability of the fragment of the heaven and earth mysteries. Suddenly, she paused her writing, her onyx eyes gazing out the window. Oh, I should warn you. Someone will seek to trouble you in tomorrow's spirit botany class. Who? A noble named Zhao Lei, whose beast is an iron-skinned dendrobium. He is convinced that his nature-based prowess is unrivaled. Wen Yao's tone dripped with disdain. He just circled around outside the window. Upon hearing you were attending the spirit botany class, his gaze was far from friendly. Wu Yuan peered out into the thick night, seeing nothing. He looked down at Adai, noticing a droplet of golden dew forming on her leaf, gently rolling along. Adai seems unafraid, he chuckled. She is not afraid. Wen Yao fluttered to the droplet, poking it with her tiny hand. She is gathering energy to teach that iron-skinned dendrobium a lesson. Under the moonlight, Adai's branches swayed gently, as if in response to Wen Yao's words. Leaning back in his chair, Wu Yuan regarded the small figure on his shoulder and the spirit willow in the pot, suddenly feeling that his forthcoming life at the academy might be far more intriguing than he had anticipated. In Wen Yao's contract log, a new line was added. Contractor Wu Yuan, temperament acceptable, spirit willow Adai, potential unknown. First encounter in the Star Abyss, the story begins. Chapter 18. The turmoil of the spirit botany class, Adai's domain traits. The sound of the bell at the hour of the tiger resonated through the towering spires of the Star Abyss Pavilion, gently awakening Wu Yuan with the first rays of soft, golden morning light filtering through the window. The weariness from last night's immersion in the contract log had not yet completely dissipated as he rubbed his brow, his gaze landing on the substantial log sprawled open on his desk. That tome, crafted from an unknown beast's hide, was none other than his contract partner, Wen Yao. At this moment, her diminutive form coiled within the natural cradle formed by Adai's lush green leaves, deeply asleep. Her pale golden hair, akin to the finest tassels, cascaded down to the leaf tips, merging seamlessly with a droplet of dew that had, glistening softly in the early light, resembling a frozen star. Wu Yuan rose cautiously, fearful of disturbing this tranquility. He approached the cultivation rack in the corner, and as his fingertips brushed against the jade bottle containing the spirit spring water, Wen Yao abruptly opened her eyes. Within her onyx pupils, there were not the usual patterns of an iris, but an intricate array of golden characters, alive and flowing as if they were reading the surrounding information in an instant. Awake? Wen Yao yawned lazily, stretching like a cat. The tail, composed of pure light, unconsciously swept across the open pages of the log, scattering tiny glimmers. Wu Yuan, do not forget today's schedule, at the third quarter of the hour. The foundational course on spirit botany in the Qing Tung Stone Tower, and at the hour of the hour. The introductory course on fundamental beast theory in the 100 Beasts Hall. The academic system of the Star Abyss Pavilion emphasizes tailored education and flexible cultivation. Grades 1 through 6 are not determined by age, but rather by cultivation rank. Each month requires a completion of 12 mandatory class hours, with the remaining time being freely devoted to exploring secret realms, nurturing contracted partners, or honing combat skills in vast training grounds. Her voice rang clear, imbued with a rhythm reminiscent of ancient scrolls, while Wu Yuan was pouring the clear, luminous water infused with a hint of spiritual energy into Adai's pot. He paused at her mention of the Academy's tasks. Academy tasks? Are they assigned each semester? Naturally, Wen Yao flitted gracefully to his broad shoulder, her tiny claws deftly arranging her shimmering ribbon. As a lower-grade student, most tasks involve collecting specific spiritual materials, assisting in the guardianship of spirit fields, or documenting the ecology of spirit beasts. Once your cultivation improves and you ascend to higher grades, only then will you be eligible to engage with genuine secret realm cleanups and the safeguarding of boundary nodes. Those are the real challenges. Her delicate hand tapped the azure jade slip hanging from Wu Yuan's waist, a symbol of his status as a student. The surface of the slip revealed a diminutive number 5, indicative of his pitiful initial points. However, with such meager points, he lacked even the privilege to enter the periphery of the lowest tier, the yellow character secret realm. After a brief pause, her tone took on a teasing quality. Moreover, you should adopt a long-term perspective when selecting your courses. Do not solely fixate on spirit plant cultivation. Old Zhang from the Runes class possesses a fragment of what seems to be an ancient bestiary contract, hidden within his dilapidated study. Next time, I shall take you to audit his class. I assure you, it will be immensely beneficial. As she spoke, the morning light had fully enveloped the ancient architectural complex of Xingyuan Pavilion, with its flying eaves and intricately carved beams, casting a warm golden hue upon the glazed tiles. Wu Yuan carefully cradled a dao, a spirit plant that at first glance resembled a roadside willow, yet occasionally shimmered with an imperceptible pale golden glow between its leaf veins. As he traversed the vine-laden corridor, along the corridor, students clad in various uniforms hurried in clusters. Some bore bronze tokens at their waists, signifying their status as elite students. Adorned with their respective family crests, others were accompanied by juvenile beasts of various forms, playfully circling their owners' ankles, emitting soft chirps or hisses. As Wu Yuan passed by, curious gazes invariably lingered a moment longer on the seemingly unremarkable spirit willow in his embrace, exchanging knowing glances among themselves. Look, isn't that the new student from the Spirit Contract Pavilion? TSK. Not only did he contract a tattered scroll, but he also cradles a pot of weeds as if it were a treasure. Truly, TSK. Hush now, he hails from the Spirit Contract Pavilion, which certainly has its peculiarities. The fragmented whispers, as light as dandelion fluff, penetrated Wu Yuan's ears. He walked with steady steps, his expression unruffled, as though those words were merely a gentle breeze brushing past him. However, the spirit, Wen Yao, perched on his shoulder, immediately bristled, a faint golden aura infused with a sharp chill emanating from her form. The script within her obsidian pupils accelerated in flow, emitting a subtle humph. Were it not for the constraints of the contract law, I would ensure these arrogant and ignorant souls, who fail to recognize true jade, experience the wrath of the sealing technique. Let them keep their mouths shut for 100 years. No need. Wu Yuan's voice was calm and unwavering, imbued with a maturity beyond his years. He raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the shimmering wings of Wen Yao, which trembled slightly in her fury. His words as light as dust, scattered by the wind. True value requires no defense. Strength will attest to everything. His profound gaze drifted toward the teaching buildings bathed in morning light. There lay his battlefield for self-validation. The classroom for the spirit plant cultivation course was housed within an ancient stone building, completely enveloped by a century-old vine. The mingling sense of moist earth and fresh greenery filled the air. At the center of the classroom stood a jade platform, warm to the touch like mutton fat, while the ground beneath it was inscribed with intricate, arcane patterns of a spirit-gathering formation, shimmering with a faint silver glow. 30 or so tables, polished from cold jade, were arranged in a circular formation, each bearing a pot of a plant known as the black-leaved orchid, with leaves as dark as night and tightly closed buds. These were the tools for today's lesson. Wu Yuan settled into an inconspicuous corner at the back, carefully placing a dao at the edge of the jade table. Just as he did, An unabashed snicker emanated from the front row. His neighbor, Zhao Lei, had taken his seat unbeknownst to him, clad in silver-gray attire. With the family's cloud and thunder emblem embroidered on his cuffs, he leaned back in his chair with an air of arrogance, casually tapping his fingers on the smooth jade surface. Before him, a pot of exquisitely gilded purple clay held a robust iron-skinned dendrobium, its thick stems of vibrant, deep green, glistening with a metallic sheen, clearly of exceptional quality, exuding an elite aura. Yet, upon closer inspection, a small, darkened blemish near the roots, akin to a minor flaw in a beautiful jade, revealed itself. Isn't that the fortunate Wu Yuan from the Spirit Contract Pavilion? Zhao Lei turned his face, a hint of undisguised disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. His gaze flicked dismissively over the Adeo in Wu Yuan's arms, sarcasm dripping from his tone. Why not choose a proper beast at the beast selection stage? Clutching a plant that couldn't even be identified as a lowly commoner, do you truly expect it to bear extraordinary spiritual fruits? Or is this the level of inheritance from the Spirit Contract Pavilion? He emphasized the word inheritance, drawing muted laughter from nearby students. Wu Yuan remained unfazed, focused solely on adjusting Adeo to a more comfortable position. Wen Yao peeked out from behind Adeo's broad leaves, her obsidian pupils flashing with golden light as a line of subtle script materialized in Wu Yuan's vision. Target: iron-skinned dendrobium. Rating: elite, juvenile. Attributes: wood, minor lightning. Status: roots suffering from fire element energy erosion, approximately 30 vitality loss, potential risks of sluggish spiritual energy circulation. Recommendation: cease the use of fire element stimulating substances such as fire essence oil. Nourish with gentle water wood, attribute spiritual liquid. Wen Yao playfully blinked at Wu Yuan, her iridescent tail gently tugging at his earlobe, conveying a message of tacit understanding known only to them. The resonant chime of an ancient bell echoed through the air as an elder, his hair and beard white and his sleeves still stained with fresh earth, entered the classroom carrying a somewhat worn bamboo basket. It was none other than the instructor for the Spirit Plant course, Zhou Mingyuan. His gaze, calm and steady, surveyed the room before settling on the jade platform at the center. Today's topic is the guidance of mental energy to stimulate growth. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every student's ear. The frail palms of his hands gently pressed against the jade platform, and in an instant, the intricate spirit-gathering formation beneath erupted into a dazzling silver light. The concentration of spiritual energy in the classroom surged several-fold, as if countless tiny points of light were joyfully dancing in the air. The black-leaved orchid, being a water attribute plant, was highly sensitive to mental energy guidance. Within half an hour, those who manage to induce a complete bloom shall earn 10 class points. Zhou Mingyuan succinctly announced the task and reward. No sooner had he finished speaking than the students eagerly extended their mental energy into the pots of black-leaved orchids before them. In an instant, faint azure, soft blue, and even silvery hues, tinged with traces of electric light, illuminated the classroom, intertwining to form a wondrous energy field. Under the dual nourishment of pure spiritual and mental energy, the dark buds of the black-leaved orchids began to tremble, their tightly wrapped petals slowly unfurling to reveal delicate flower stamens within, as the rich fragrance of greenery began to waft through the air. Yet, the pot of black-leaved orchid before Wu Yuan remained steadfast and motionless, its dark leaves growing even more profound amidst the dense spiritual energy, the buds showing no sign of response. You can't even manage basic mental energy guidance? Zhao Lei's voice, deliberately lowered yet piercing, echoed starkly in the quiet classroom, amplifying the mockery. I told you, trash begets trash. Oh no, rather, weeds. I was right all along. The Spirit Contract Pavilion's inheritance seems to be nothing more than a trick. Out of the corner of his eye, Zhao Lei caught sight of Adeo beside Wu Yuan, and suddenly, as if he had discovered a new continent, he snickered. Oh, what is your precious weed doing? Rooting itself into the soil stealthily? Such a lowly, underhanded method of absorption is no different from the weeds by the roadside. Aren't you afraid that this meager spiritual energy will burst your fragile roots? At Zhao Lei's remark, Wu Yuan's gaze sharpened, finally noticing Adeo's anomaly. The seemingly delicate roots had silently extended through the minute crevices at the base of the jade table, with the pale golden tips acting as the most sensitive probes, precisely piercing into the interwoven spiritual nexus beneath the classroom tiles. A surge of far purer, more potent earth-derived spiritual energy was being silently siphoned by Adeo in a manner both predatory and yet remarkably gentle. Upon the verdant blade of the plant, the once resplendent golden dew now appeared as if infused with vitality, becoming increasingly plump and rounded. Within it, a golden nebula seemed to rotate slowly, emanating a pulsating rhythm of life that was nothing short of breathtaking. Wu Yuan understood instinctively. a barely perceptible smile curving at the corners of his lips. In that hidden realm, it was through this almost instinctual, silent communion with the ley lines that Adui had miraculously survived amidst the desolation and withering of all things, ultimately sheltering him. Those seemingly irregular and unconventional actions were, in fact, the most unique and precious instincts for survival that Adui possessed. There was no need for explanation or debate. Yet, amidst this seemingly tranquil standoff, an unforeseen disturbance erupted. Zhao Lei suddenly emitted a muffled gasp, clearly laced with panic. Before him, the valuable Dendrobium officinale began to tremble violently, without warning. The barely noticeable charred marks at its roots now spread like a lit fuse, releasing wisps of acrid, scorched smoke. The robust, lustrous stems rapidly shriveled and withered at a visible pace, as if all moisture had been abruptly siphoned away. The once healthy sheen of elite vigor fading into obscurity, the entire plant exuding an aura of impending demise. What has happened? My Dendrobium. Zhao Lei's face turned ashen. Cold sweat beading on his forehead as he frantically channeled his mental energy, attempting to forcibly soothe and suppress the plant. However, his efforts were akin to a cow sinking into the ocean. Not only did it fail to alleviate the situation, but it also worsened it, causing the charred area to spread rapidly as if alive, consuming the healthy stem. Master Zhou, my Dendrobium, it is suddenly failing. Zhao Lei's voice cracked. Overwhelmed by despair, Zhou Mingyuan furrowed his brows and approached swiftly. His thin fingers grazed the blackened roots of the Dendrobium, a strand of pure, probing spiritual energy delving within. Moments later, his frown deepened, a hint of severity in his gaze. It is an old injury. Moreover, it is a fundamental burn caused by fire energy erosion. Did you disregard medical advice last night and force-feed it concentrated fire essence to stimulate its lightning attributes prematurely? Observing Zhao Lei's face turn pale in an instant. His gaze evasive, Zhou Mingyuan shook his head in exasperation, his tone laced with disappointment and sternness. Such impatience and reckless ambition. This kind of fundamental injury requires at least 3 days of rest with spirit dew applied, during which time no spiritual energy may be utilized for any chance of recovery. Now that the condition has worsened, it may take over 5 days, and it could leave lasting repercussions that will affect its future ascension. Zhao Lei's complexion shifted from white to red, then to a sickly green, akin to a dying workshop. Overwhelmed by the embarrassment and indignation of being publicly reprimanded by his mentor, coupled with the fear and anxiety of his beloved spirit beast suffering a grievous blow, its future clouded. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Wu Yuan's face, which remained calm and composed, even seeming to possess a glimmer of understanding. A surge of uncontainable fury mixed with intense resentment erupted within him like a volcano. It's all your fault. Wu Yuan. Zhao Lei suddenly pointed at Wu Yuan, his voice sharp and twisted with agitation, drawing the attention of everyone around. It's you. It's your worthless wild grass. It seized the ley line energy nodes with such despicable means, causing the spiritual energy supply to my Dendrobium to become imbalanced and chaotic. You've ruined it. You disaster. He felt as if he had found the perfect scapegoat, all of his fear and rage finding an outlet. The surrounding students erupted into a clamor, whispers rising like a tide. Zhao Lei's Dendrobium carries the rare purple lightning bloodline, an elite among the elite. How could it be affected by a wild grass? I told you, the spirit contract pavilion is dubious. That new student contract fragment, perhaps it's some forbidden object? Look at that plant. It seems suspicious. Doubt, suspicion, and even a hint of fear pierced through the air, akin to invisible needles, relentlessly pricking at Wu Yuan in the corner. Yet, Wu Yuan appeared untouched by the tempest around him. His fingertips continued to gently caress Adui emerald leaves, which unfolded gracefully amidst the crowd's murmurs. At that moment, the golden dew, resting at the edge of the leaf and imbued with pure ley line energy and Adui's unique life essence, seemed to be drawn by his touch, quivering gently before silently rolling off and landing perfectly in his outstretched palm. The dew felt cool against his skin, instantly permeating. A surge of indescribable, exuberant vitality coursing through him, akin to the thawing streams of early spring, carrying the power to awaken all things. He glanced at the fleeting golden dew imprint in his palm, then lifted his gaze to Zhao Lei's wilting Dendrobium, its aura dwindling, and to Zhao Lei's face, twisted in despair and rage. Wen Yao's words echoed in his mind like a bell tolling at dawn. Words are the vessels of the laws, the bridges to communicate with heaven and earth. And life itself is the most exquisite, most fundamental, and most vast of these laws. A thought sparked in his mind, luminous as a shooting star across the night sky. Perhaps it could be of assistance. Wu Yuan's voice was not loud, tinged with a tentative uncertainty. Yet it resonated clearly, cutting through the cacophony like a stone thrown into a tumultuous lake, reverberating in the suddenly quiet classroom. Chapter 19. Unexpected Gains from the Runes Class. When Yao's first reincarnation task, Zhao Lei appeared to have heard the most absurd joke in the world, his expression shifting from anger to extreme mockery. You? Help? With that wild grass of yours that can't even stimulate the most basic black orchid? He erupted into exaggerated laughter, brimming with contempt. I see you're trying to poison my dendrobium and completely ruin it. Get away. In a fit of rage, he reached out to roughly push aside Wu Yuan, who stood before the jade table. However, as his hand extended halfway, it froze in midair, for he encountered Wu Yuan's gaze. That gaze was as tranquil as an unfathomable ancient pool, clear and profound, devoid of mockery, arrogance, or anger, radiating an almost absolute conviction, an unshakable trust in himself, in his companion, and in the power contained within this wild grass. It was a brilliance Zhao Lei had never seen in anyone's eyes before, as if Wu Yuan had already ascended to a higher plane, surveying all turmoil below, foreseeing an inevitable outcome with clarity. Wu Yuan did not speak again, nor did he acknowledge Zhao Lei's hand, suspended in midair. He merely raised his own hand slightly, cautiously cradling it. There, it seemed an invisible force was coalescing, a droplet more resplendent and refined than before, swirling with countless golden stardust, slowly taking shape in his palm. This droplet encapsulated the pure spiritual energy drawn from the ley lines by Dui, its resilient life essence, and a peculiar energy stirred by Wu Yuan's calm belief. Under the gazes of onlookers, some filled with skepticism, others with mockery, and many with curiosity, Wu Yuan gently released the golden droplet onto the charred, spreading core of the dendrobium that exuded a deathly aura. Drip. A barely audible sound resonated. The instant the golden dew touched the charred wound, it did not splatter but rather, like a droplet merging into a searing iron, produced a soft hissing sound, instantaneously transforming into a pliant and warm golden stream, akin to liquid metal with life, swiftly permeating along the charred veins. A miracle unfolded in the next heartbeat. The once trembling, shriveled dendrobium, its breath weak, suddenly stiffened. Then, an overwhelming surge of life energy, akin to a slumbering volcano awakened, erupted from within. The withered and desiccated stem segments, akin to being infused with boundless vitality, rapidly expanded and swelled at a visibly astonishing pace, rejuvenating to exhibit a profound verdancy and a metallic sheen. More astonishingly, the grotesque and repugnant charred scars, which had been spreading relentlessly, faded rapidly under the warm, sacred golden halo, akin to melting ice and snow, eventually vanishing entirely. Even the remnants of the old injuries at the roots were smoothed away by this golden torrent of life. The entire process transpired in mere moments. When the last wisp of golden light permeated the dendrobium, dissipating into the ether, the entire plant had been utterly transformed. The stalk stood tall and robust, its hue deep as obsidian jade, with leaves unfurling, veins delineated distinctly, appearing more vibrant than before its injury, and the faint aura of thunder patterns seemed to solidify slightly. It even swayed its leaves gently, conveying an unmistakable sense of joy and comfort, akin to a rebirth after calamity. A sensation that surpassed the potency of the expensive focus elixir previously employed by Zhao Lei by more than 100-fold. The entire classroom of the Qing Tungstone Tower fell into a profound silence. Not a sound could be heard. All the students stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, their faces etched with utter astonishment and disbelief. The raucous doubts and ridicule that had just filled the air were now frozen in place, rendering them comically absurd. Zhao Lei was frozen in place, his outstretched hand suspended in midair, the derision on his face transforming into a clumsy mask that shattered, ultimately dissolving into a blank expression of shock and confusion. He could distinctly feel the unprecedented, vibrant joy emanating from the dendrobium through the soul contract, as well as the residual warmth of its pure and potent healing power. This sensation was so real, so profound, that it shattered all his preconceived notions and arrogance. Wu Yuan slowly retracted his hand, the warmth and purity of the life essence from that droplet of golden dew lingering on his fingertips. He gazed at Zhao Lei's pallid, bewildered face, tinged with a hint of relief from survival, and within him arose an unexpected, serene detachment rather than the anticipated satisfaction of triumph. In his previous life, through countless near-real simulations of fate, he had witnessed too many opportunities lost due to arrogance and prejudice, and had tasted the bitterness of being scorned as a waste and an outcast. Now, confronted with this dramatic reversal, this tranquility perhaps stemmed from his newfound understanding that true strength arises from steadfast belief in one's own path and the bonds with companions. It requires no fanfare nor validation from any skeptics. It simply exists, like the dawn, destined to pierce through all shadows. Instructor Zhou Yuan stroked his snow-white beard, his profound eyes sparkling with excitement, a gleam akin to that of a hunter who has discovered a precious gem. He cast another deep glance at Wu Yuan, his gaze sweeping over the still-closed buds of the on Wu Yuan's jade table, devoid of any disappointment or reproach, instead reflecting a comprehension of deeper mysteries. Excellent. Zhou Mingyuan's voice shattered the classroom's silence, imbued with unreserved admiration and a hint of inquiry. This spirit willow's life energy is pure and immense, containing an extraordinary principle of purification and healing. How could it so effortlessly cleanse the corrosive and scorching essence of fire? He nodded slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Wu Yuan. What is your name? Student Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan replied with a slight bow, maintaining a demeanor of neither servility nor arrogance. Wu Yuan. Zhou Mingyuan savored the name, nodding, his gaze sweeping across the room, his voice resonating. Today as classroom points go to Wu Yuan, 10 points. This announcement landed like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring silent ripples once more. Was it for the pot of that failed to bloom? No. It was for that droplet that reversed life and death, stunning everyone. For the extraordinary power exhibited by that often overlooked wild grass. Zhao Lei suddenly snapped back to reality, his cheeks flushing crimson, burning as if he had been soundly slapped by an invisible hand. He wished to utter something, perhaps an apology, perhaps a challenge, perhaps a reluctant justification. However, upon meeting Wu Yuan's gaze, which remained tranquil and clear, devoid of triumph, mockery, or even pity, only a steadfast determination to pursue his own path. All words were stifled by an unseen force, rendering him mute. That gaze reflected a mirror, clearly revealing his previous narrow-mindedness and absurdity. The class bell rang at an opportune moment, its melodic chime resonating through the air. Wu Yuan cradled Adai and, under the scrutiny of myriad complex gazes, calmly exited the ivy-clad stone tower. The sunlight poured down unobstructed, elongating his upright figure. As soon as they stepped beyond the stone tower's threshold, Wen Yao could no longer contain herself, rolling with laughter on his shoulder, her wings fluttering wildly. What a relief. Wu Yuan, did you see Zhao Lei's expression just now? It was as if he had swallowed 10 pounds of bitter herbs and choked on an egg. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I've told you before, Adai's domain of perpetual vitality is beyond the ordinary. That droplet of golden dew is condensed from the essence of the earth's veins and its intrinsic life force. What can mere fire poison possibly compare? She waved her tiny paw triumphantly. Wu Yuan looked down at Adai basking in the sunlight, its emerald leaves seemingly adorned with a golden edge. At the tip of a leaf, a new, even smaller droplet of golden dew was quietly forming in the morning light, refracting a spectrum of colors. He extended his finger, gently touching the cool dew, a warmth spreading from his fingertip to the depths of his heart. He murmured softly, a subtle yet genuine smile gracing his lips. In that moment, he truly felt that the sunlight of the Star Abyss Pavilion was even warmer and brighter than he had imagined, filled with infinite possibilities. In the shadows of the distant corridor, Zhao Lei stood in a daze, staring vacantly at the robust dendrobium in the pot, as if it had never been harmed. His expression a complex enigma. Yet, the fist hanging at his side tightened imperceptibly within the folds of his wide sleeves, his knuckles whitening from the force. Deep within his gaze, beyond the remnants of shock and shame, a flicker of an indescribable flame, born of reluctance and fighting spirit, began to ignite. All these subtle ripples were keenly captured by Wen Yao's perceptive, dark gold-flecked eyes. She had, unbeknownst to herself, opened her beast skin journal. The tail tip composed of pure light weaving swiftly across the blank pages, leaving behind lines of words streaming with golden brilliance. Star Abyss Chronicle. Year 1 of the new era, August 1st. Morning, prejudice is like dust, though raucous for a moment, cannot conceal the brilliance of true gold. Adai's abilities begin to reveal their brilliance. Wu Yuan's path starts from beneath his feet. The residual warmth of the spirit plant class had yet to dissipate as Wu Yuan, bearing Adai, traversed the corridor bathed in golden light. While Wen Yao excitedly wagged her tail atop his shoulder, Zhao Lei's expression, TSK, was even more unsightly than the withered that Instructor Zhou had failed to cultivate. She playfully tapped the contract journal, the pages rustling, but speaking of which, Old Zhang's rune class is far more interesting than the spirit plant class. You can't possibly guess what is tucked away in his ancient contract essentials. Wu Yuan's fingertips brushed against the tender yellow shoots sprouting from Adai. This spirit willow seemed particularly fond of the spiritual energy of the Star Abyss Pavilion, the edges of its leaves glowing faintly. Isn't the rune class in the afternoon? That's why it's called auditing. Wen Yao replied mischievously, fluttering to his eye level and unfurling the book's body. The 4 ancient characters of the contract journal on the cover suddenly shimmered with a faint light. Old Zhang's class does not discriminate by grade. As long as you can decipher the introductory runes, you may enter. And I dare say, the ancient maps he hides will greatly benefit our reincarnations. The deliberate emphasis on the term reincarnation stirred something within Wu Yuan. Since Dai had unveiled its healing capabilities in the spirit plant class, he increasingly sensed that these 2 words concealed secrets capable of overturning understanding, whether it pertained to Dai's mythical potential or Wen Yao's origins as a book spirit. The runic class is situated on the lower level of the scripture pavilion on the west side of the Star Abyss Tower. In stark contrast to the vibrant atmosphere of the botanical class in the stone tower, this place is suffused with the mingling scents of aged paper and ink. Over 30 rows of bookshelves stretch up to the vaulted ceiling, with yellowed talismans cascading down like suspended brown waterfalls. The elderly figure behind the lectern, clad in a faded gray robe with sleeves stained by mottled vermilion prints, is none other than the old man Zhang mentioned by Wen Yao. He pays no heed to the murmuring students below, his frail fingers diligently tracing runes on the blackboard. The sound of chalk scraping against the stone particularly resonant in the hushed classroom. The universe is the paper, spiritual energy the ink. Those who inscribe runes are the bridges that connect to the laws of nature. Zhang's voice rasped like sandpaper against wood. Today's lesson on the spirit summoning talisman can gather spiritual energy within a radius of 10 feet. Beginners must pay attention to the energy nodes at the turns of the brush. Wu Yuan chose a seat towards the back, just placing Dai at his feet when he noticed Wen Yao suddenly tense, her ribbon-like tail rigid. Her gaze was fixed on a rolled-up beast skin diagram in the corner of the lectern, her pale golden hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind. The characters within her pupils swirling frantically, as though deciphering an ancient code. "What's wrong?" Wu Yuan whispered. "That thing is calling to me," Wen Yao replied, her voice trembling with an unprecedented intensity, not out of fear, but rather a resonance that transcended time and space. A delicate golden light enveloped her, resonating with the dark patterns faintly visible at the edges of the beast skin diagram, as if countless subtle characters collided in the air, creating a tremor. Old Zhang seemed to sense the anomaly, pausing his writing to turn his gaze. When his murky eyes fell upon Wen Yao, a glimmer of brilliance flashed through them. This book's spirit is intriguing. He slowly unfurled the beast skin diagram, stating, "Today's lesson concerns the essence of contracts. Let me show you. This is an ancient contract diagram excavated from a meteor pit 3 centuries ago, and its inscriptions remain undeciphered to this day." At the moment the diagram unfurled, Wen Yao emitted a clear, melodious cry. Uncontrollably, she soared towards the diagram, her small palm pressing against the yellowed beast skin. In an instant, the previously dim patterns on the diagram burst forth with brightness, transforming into countless silver light strands that entwined around Wen Yao, while the characters in her pupils flowed back towards the diagram, resembling an exchange of information spanning millennia. With a low hum, 3 lines of distorted fluorescent characters materialized at the center of the diagram. Though incomplete, they caused Wu Yuan's heart to stop. They were the very same source characters that flashed through his mind upon awakening his infinite reincarnation ability. Soul returns to the void, spirit reincarnates. Requires 5 elements as a guide to break free from shackles. Moon-patterned ink crystal, life force awakens. The characters flickered for merely 3 breaths before vanishing, leaving Wen Yao feeling drained, collapsing back onto Wu Yuan's shoulder, her small face pale. Zhang stroked his beard, observing Wu Yuan with a contemplative expression. "Your book spirit seems fated to be connected with the ancient contracts." He did not inquire further, rolling up the diagram and concluding the class. On their way back to the dormitory, Wen Yao remained silent. It was not until Wu Yuan placed Dai on the nurturing rack and watered her with spiritual spring water that she spoke up, her voice listless. "Those characters. I feel like I recognize them. Reincarnation spell?" Wu Yuan prodded. Wen Yao nodded, the tip of her tail gently tapping on the contract log, causing the pages to flip to a blank one, revealing a new entry. First reincarnation task. Collect 5 types of special elemental crystals. Moon-patterned ink crystal, flameheart sand. Azure water essence. Verdantwood marrow, golden stone soul. Current progress, 0.5. Completion reward, 1,000 attribute points, 1 random mythical skill fragment, 2,000 mental power. Immediately thereafter, the log emitted a gentle white light, reminiscent of a scene from a Destiny simulation. Within the radiance, an ancient scroll's phantom slowly unfurled, with fluorescent characters swirling in the void. Deduction result. The first essential element for reincarnation, the moon-patterned ink crystal, is hidden within the Academy's fragment room, beneath the bronze lampstand. The fragment room? Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. He had seen this place mentioned in the enrollment manual. A repository for the incomplete contracts of past students, perpetually shrouded in resentment due to the lingering unfulfilled desires. Wen Yao's voice quivered with evident trepidation. It was the first time Wu Yuan had witnessed such a demeanor from her. The resentment there can corrode mental power. I once heard the old book spirit say that students who entered became mad, constantly claiming to hear the fragments weeping. She clenched her small fists. But those spell characters, I feel they are significant, as if they are a part of me. Wu Yuan paused for a moment, gently stroking the top of Wen Yao's head. Her hair felt as soft as the finest silk, carrying a distinctive, crisp scent reminiscent of books. Dai's reincarnation requires phoenix wood, while yours requires elemental crystals, he mused. Glancing at Dai, whose leaves were gently unfurling on the nurturing rack. The creature seemed to understand, nuzzling against his fingertips. Since the destiny simulation has pointed the way, we must not miss this opportunity. Wen Yao lifted her head, her inky pupils reflecting Wu Yuan's silhouette, but the resentment. Do you not recall how Dai assisted Zhao Lei in the botanical class? Wu Yuan smiled. Life energy can purify burns. We can take Dai with us. Her life aura may protect us. Dai seemed to respond, a new golden dewdrop forming on her leaf, refracting the evening light outside. Wen Yao gazed at the droplet. Then at Wu Yuan's determined expression, suddenly straightening her small frame, her tail flicking behind her. Then, I'll first go check the map for the fragment room. She forced herself to sound composed, though her voice still trembled slightly. They say it locks up at night. We must enter during the patrol shift change. Wu Yuan watched her muster her courage, feeling a stirring in his heart. He had assumed Wen Yao was merely a book spirit filled with knowledge. Yet today's resonance in the runic class and her current obsession with the reincarnation spell revealed that this little creature harbored deeper secrets than he had imagined. As night deepened, the lights of the Star Abyss Tower flickered to life. Wu Yuan placed Dai at the head of his bed, while Wen Yao nestled within the contract log, her small head poking out, her tail still anxiously swaying. Sleep now, Wu Yuan said, tucking the pages of the log in. Tomorrow morning, we shall venture to the fragment room. Wen Yao nodded, whispering, You must be careful. Wu Yuan acknowledged with a soft gently tapping his fingertip on Dai's leaf. In the darkness, the golden dewdrop silently slipped away, transforming in his palm into an imperceptible warm current, a touch of life's warmth and the assurance to forge ahead. Whether it be the resentment of the fragment room or the unknown elemental crystals, as long as the three of them were together, no obstacle would be insurmountable. At this moment, the words about the fragment room inscribed on the log's title page glimmered faintly, as if heralding the onset of a midnight adventure. Chapter 20, The Guardian of the Fragment Room, The Ivy Trial, Part 1. The night surrounding the Star Abyss Tower always carried a hint of the verdant fragrance of plants. But as Wu Yuan stood before the door of the fragment room cradling Dai, only the musty scent of aged paper lingered in his nostrils, mingled with an almost imperceptible chill, akin to the soft weeping of countless souls. The patrol team had just turned the corner. There was still a quarter of an hour before their return. Wen Yao nestled within the contract log, her inky eyes peering out nervously at the mottled copper door. The lock is a 9 squares talisman lock. I remember the combination of runes to unlock it. With the tip of her tail, she traced 3 twisted runes in the air, causing the 9-square grid on the copper door to glow faintly, and with a click, the hidden lock sprang open. As Wu Yuan pushed the door, a bone-chilling gust of wind rushed towards him. Unlike the crispness of the night breeze, this wind carried with it a fragmented wailing, as though countless sheets of thin paper were fluttering by his ear, lamenting. The fragment room was darker than he had anticipated, with only the moonlight at the end of the corridor streaming through the high window, casting a pale beam of light onto the dust-laden floor. Watch your step. Wen Yao's voice was lowered to a whisper, and the ground was strewn with severed scrolls, some still pulsating with residual contractual spiritual energy. A misstep could ensnare one within. Under the moonlight, Wu Yuan discerned the scene within the chamber. Countless fragmented scrolls lay piled upon the wooden shelves, resembling desiccated bones, while others hovered midair, their edges shimmering with an eerie blue phosphorescence. The walls were enshrouded in cobwebs, within which clung half-decayed talismans, rustling softly at the slightest breeze. Most conspicuous was the imposing bronze lampstand in the center of the room, its column etched with indistinct star maps, and its base thick with dust. Yet the ancient patterns remained discernible, marking the treasure site displayed in the simulation of fate. The ink crystal should be nestled within the lampstand. Wu Yuan slowed his pace, and the creature in his arms, Dai, suddenly quivered gently. Her leaves ceased to unfurl and instead curled slightly, the golden light at their tips shining brighter than usual, as if on guard against an unseen threat. At that moment, the suspended remnants of scrolls began to shake violently. This is bad, Wen Yao exclaimed, raising her voice. The resentment stirred. Before her words could settle, countless shattered characters erupted from the scrolls. They transformed from mere ink marks on paper into sharp, angular symbols, cloaked in a dark luminescence, surging towards Wu Yuan like a disturbed swarm of bees. Regret. Abandon. Hate. Each character was sharply defined, radiating a bone-chilling malice, manifesting the unresolved obsessions of generations of students who had failed to fulfill their contracts. Wu Yuan could even discern several twisted runes among them, the anguish of betrayal by a beast, the despair of a failed contract, and the bitterness of efforts thwarted by the depletion of spiritual energy. This was what Wen Yao referred to as the prison of characters, a mental cage forged from myriad unfulfilled obsessions. Channel your mental energy to drive the characters back. Wen Yao anxiously paced around the journal, and suddenly, the contract log sprang open, the words contract on the cover illuminating, transforming into two golden shields that stood protectively before Wu Yuan. However, the sheer number of dark characters was overwhelming. The shields barely withstood the onslaught before shattering into fragments. The leading character, Hate, grazed Wu Yuan's cheek, leaving a chilling breeze that made his skin prickle. Yet at that moment, he restrained Wen Yao, who was poised to continue invoking the runes. He gazed down at Dai in his arms, whose leaves trembled violently, each vein glowing with golden threads, as if yearning for something. Dai, unfurl your branches and leaves, he commanded softly. Wen Yao was taken aback. Are you mad? Those resentments will tear her apart. But Dai evidently understood. She abruptly spread all her leaves, her previously curled branches instantly unfurling like an umbrella. The golden-tipped leaves possessed a peculiar allure, drawing the encroaching black characters, which were inexorably pulled towards her leaf surfaces. With a soft hiss, the first character, Regret, collided with a leaf and melted away like ice meeting fire, leaving only a faint wisp of gray mist swirling at the leaf's tip. Following swiftly, more characters surged forth, yet each one was similarly absorbed by the leaves, transforming into delicate strands of gray vapor. The golden dew on Dai's leaves quietly slipped away, landing in the densest gray mist. A miracle occurred. That droplet, brimming with vibrant life energy, upon touching the gray mist, burst forth in a gentle golden radiance. The previously frigid and piercing gray mist seemed to awaken with vitality, gradually shedding its darkness, morphing into a light green spiritual mist imbued with the fragrance of flora, which slowly seeped into Dai's roots along the veins of her leaves. This is, Wen Yao gasped in astonishment, her pupils swirling with inscriptions. Is she purifying the resentment, transforming obsession into nourishment with life energy? Wu Yuan offered no response, his focus unwavering on Dai. After absorbing the spiritual mist, her leaves shimmered with increasing luster. Even the newly sprouted tender shoots stood tall. The prison of characters, which could once easily corrode mental energy, had now become a nourishing sustenance for her, as the sharp, resentful words continuously dissolved and transformed upon her golden leaves, emitting subtle hissing sounds, reminiscent of spring snow settling upon warm earth. In less than half a tea's worth of time, the multitude of swirling black characters had dissipated significantly. The mournful sounds within the scroll chamber gradually quieted, and even the piercing wind had softened, replaced by the refreshing scent of herbs emanating from Dai's leaves. Wu Yuan approached the bronze lampstand, his fingertips brushing over the dust-laden base. The star map patterns upon the lampstand illuminated with a golden light, resonating with the energy from his fingertip. He pressed the brightest star at the center of the map, and with a click, a hidden compartment sprang open, revealing a piece of ink crystal the size of a pigeon egg, within which flowed silver moon patterns, as if encapsulating a crescent moon within the dark stone marrow. Moon-patterned ink crystal. Wen Yao fluttered out from the journal, circling the crystal with delight radiating from her small face, exclaiming that they had truly found it. Wu Yuan grasped the ink crystal, its surface cool to the touch, and the moon patterns appeared alive, swaying gently with his movements. At that moment, Dai's leaves brushed against his wrist, sharing in the joy of their discovery. Suddenly, Wen Yao's voice broke through, carrying a complexity. The countermeasure predicted in the fate simulation is for me to use the source text of the contract log to counteract. It would require you to expend at least 30% of your mental energy to shatter the prison of characters. She looked at Wu Yuan, her ink-colored pupils reflecting the light of the ink crystal. You trust her more than the simulation suggested. Wu Yuan glanced down at the spirit willow nestled in his arms, where another tiny golden droplet had formed upon Dai's leaves. She has never let me down, he replied in a calm tone, yet imbued with unwavering conviction. In a previous life within the secret realm, this spirit willow had always found a way to thrive in dire circumstances. This unspoken bond had long been etched into his very being. Wen Yao fell silent for a moment before playfully tapping the ink crystal with her tail. The moon patterns within the crystals suddenly flared to life, resonating faintly with the inscriptions in her pupils. The contract log opened of its own accord, revealing a new line of text on a blank page. Moon-patterned ink crystal, collected, contains lunar power, can stabilize the soul body. Remaining elements: flame heart sand, azure water soul, greenwood marrow, goldstone soul. Lunar power, when Yao mused, swishing her tail thoughtfully. It seems the reincarnation incantation requires a balance of yin and yang, and this ink crystal is likely meant to stabilize my current spirit form. Wu Yuan carefully stowed the ink crystal, cradling Adai as he turned to leave. The moonlight in the scroll chamber had transformed from a ghastly white to a serene glow, cascading through the high windows onto the scattered scrolls, imparting a sense of tranquility as if the dust had finally settled. Those scrolls, once heavy with resentment, now lay quietly upon the wooden shelves, unburdened. Let us depart. It is time to return. As they exited the scroll chamber, the sound of patrolling footsteps echoed distantly. Wu Yuan gently closed the door, the 9-square talisman lock on the copper door resetting automatically, as if no one had ever entered. Upon returning to the dormitory, the horizon had begun to brighten. Wu Yuan placed Adai back on her nurturing rack, watering her with spiritual spring water, watching as she unfurled her leaves, finally allowing himself a sigh of relief. Wen Yao nestled within the contract log, cradling the moon-patterned ink crystal, deep in slumber, her pale golden hair cascading over the crystal, beautifully complementing the patterns within. Just as he settled down to catch his breath, the Academy jade slip on his wrist suddenly illuminated, signaling a new message had arrived. Notification: first-year student Wu Yuan. Gather at the East Spirit Field during the Chun Hour tomorrow to participate in the Qing Tung Fruit Harvesting Mission. Task requirements: collect 20 mature Qing Tung fruits, ensuring the integrity of the peel. Task rewards: 50 basic points. 3 fruits may be retained. Qing Tung fruit. Wu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He had seen this spiritual fruit in the botanical course materials. It grew on a millennium-old vine, with exceptionally tough skin that secretes a paralyzing toxin when ripe, requiring a specially crafted silver knife for harvesting, as even the slightest misstep could damage the fruit and diminish its efficacy. This was evidently not a routine collection task, but rather a trial of precision in spiritual energy control. The foolish plant on the cultivation rack seemed to have caught wind of the term Qing Tinghua, its leaves gently swaying, the tips directing towards the window. Wu Yuan followed her gaze, observing the eastern horizon already tinted with the hues of dawn. The outline of the Xingyuan pavilion gradually becoming distinct in the morning light, while faint calls of spiritual birds echoed from the direction of Dongling Field. He picked up the Academy's jade slip, lightly tapping the confirmation rune with his fingertip. The Qing Tunghua for tomorrow would serve as an excellent opportunity to test the capabilities of the foolish plant. He caressed the leaves of the foolish plant, which responded by brushing its tips against his finger, as if in agreement. Within the contract log, Wenyo turned over, mumbling about Yinxin Sha, seemingly lost in dreams akin to a volcanic rift. Wu Yuan gazed at the brightening sky outside, his fingertip unconsciously stroking the storage bag containing the moon-pattern ink crystal. Before the morning mist over Dongling Field had dispersed, Wu Yuan already stood at the edge of the field, cradling the foolish plant. Dew dampened his sleeves, carrying the unique earthy scent of the spiritual field, mingled with the distant croaks of spiritual frogs, which added a touch of wild charm compared to the corridors of Xingyuan Pavilion. Wenyo curled inside the contract log, only her fluffy head visible, her tail unconsciously tapping against the pages, where the words Qing Mu Sui were repeatedly traced in golden light. It is said that the Qing Tunghua grows on 1,000-year-old vines, yet this Dongling Field hardly seems to possess such ancient history. Wenyo yawned, her inky pupils reflecting the distant rolling greens. The log's predictions indicated that Qing Mu Sui was hidden within the heart of the vine. But which vine was the heart? Surely, one cannot dig up every vine to check. Wu Yuan glanced down at the foolish plant in his arms. This spiritual willow seemed to revel in the essence of the spiritual field, its roots quietly probing through his fingers, tips glowing softly with a golden light, resonating faintly with the soil beneath. Let us first accomplish our task, he thought. His fingertip brushed against the newly sprouted tender leaves of the foolish plant. 20 Qing Tunghua were not an arduous challenge for them. No sooner had he spoken than a commotion arose from the other side of the field. A group of over a dozen first-year students encircled a gray-robed instructor. Among them, Zhao Lei stood out most conspicuously, still clad in a well-pressed silver-gray noble uniform, a bronze token gleaming at his waist in the morning light, flanked by 2 similarly well-groomed followers, animatedly gesturing as they spoke. Isn't that Zhao Lei? Wenyo poked her head out from the log, her tail stiffening instantly. Next to him were Sun Hao and Li Meng, both signs of the Zhao family's collateral branches. Just yesterday, while I was researching in the library, I overheard them discussing how to teach you a lesson. Wu Yuan followed her gaze and met Zhao Lei's eye. The latter's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he lifted the silver picking knife in a mock greeting, though the provocation in his gaze was unmistakable. It seemed he had not forgotten the debt from the spiritual botany class. Wu Yuan replied coolly. Not just forgotten, it's practically etched in his bones. Wenyo scoffed. Look at that iron skin orchid of his. After being scolded by Instructor Zhou, he probably sought out high-grade healing spiritual liquid to salvage it. And who knows what schemes he is concocting now. Just then, the gray-robed instructor cleared his throat, his aged voice resonating through the morning mist. Gather around. The Qing Tunggua and Dongling field only ripens between the hours of Chun and Si. The paralyzing toxins on the skin are weakest at this time, but also test one's control over spiritual energy. When using the silver knife to peel, the infused spiritual energy must be precisely balanced. Too much or too little will either damage the skin or trigger a toxic splash. He gestured toward the seemingly endless expanse of vines behind him. Do you see? This grove of Qing Tung occupies 100 acres, with the oldest vines in the core area yielding the most fruit, but they are also the most perilous. As newcomers, you are only permitted to collect from the outer regions. Anyone daring to venture into the core area will be solely responsible for any accidents that occur. The students nodded in agreement, though their gazes could not help but dart towards the depths of the vine shrouded in thick mist. The Qing Tung there appeared notably sturdier, the vines coiling and intertwining like a massive constrictor, occasionally revealing the purple-black shadows of ripe Qing Tung peeking through the leaves, exuding an alluring wave of spiritual energy. All right, let us begin. The instructor waved his hand, instructing them to gather at the field edge before noon to submit their tasks. Latecomers would forfeit their points. The crowd dispersed instantly, resembling a flock of returning birds darting towards their respective objectives. Zhao Lei led Sun Hao and Li Meng at the forefront, deliberately slowing his pace as they passed Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan Jr. Zhao Lei's voice feigned warmth, twirling the silver knife between his fingers. Is this your first time harvesting Qing Tinggua? Would you like your brother to show you a good spot? The fruit from the old vines in the east is large and round, though the vines are a bit dense, but with your skills, you'll surely manage. Sun Hao chimed in. Yes, yes. Zhao Xiao was last year's harvesting champion. His eye for quality is impeccable. Wu Yuan observed the fleeting calculation in Zhao Lei's eyes, then glanced towards the eastern direction he indicated, where the fog appeared denser. The vines intertwined like an impenetrable wall, with the edges of the leaves displaying an abnormal dark purple hue. Thank you for your kind offer, Wu Yuan said, cradling the foolish plant as he walked in the opposite direction. I prefer to find my own way. Zhao Lei's smile faltered momentarily, then turned into a cold sneer. Of course, after all, your contracted treasure is so unique, perhaps you might discover something others cannot. He nodded at Wu Yuan's back, signaling to Sun Hao, and the trio turned to plunge into the dense fog of the east. He definitely harbors ill intentions, Wenyo exclaimed indignantly. That area in the east is absolutely suspect. I've read in the chronicles of the spiritual field that the Qing Tung and Dongling field has a variant known as the Devouring Vine, which actively entwines living beings to absorb their spiritual energy. Zhao Lei intends to have you wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Wu Yuan did not pause his steps, lightly pressing his fingertip against the roots of the foolish plant. The roots peeking from his palm trembled slightly, as if conveying some form of information. I know, he murmured, but the Qing Tunggua in the east indeed outnumbers those elsewhere. Wenyo was taken aback. How do you know? The foolish plant told me. Wu Yuan gestured toward the spiritual willow in his arms, whose roots were quietly spreading along the ground, subtly sensing the root systems of surrounding Qing Tung. She can perceive the life force of the plants. The more mature the Qing Tunggua, the denser the life energy. As they spoke, they had already entered a relatively sparse area of vines. Here, the Qing Tung was roughly the size of a bowl, with deep green leaves. And clusters of Qing Tunggua hung among the vines, most still green, with only a few displaying the rich purple-black of ripeness. Some students were carefully using silver knives to peel the fruit skins, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. If the infused spiritual energy was too abundant, the skin would crack open, oozing milky white venom, while too little would fail to sever the fibers between the skin and the vine, leaving them helplessly watching the fruit slip away. TSK, this level of precision control is harder than embroidery, Wenyo remarked. Look at that chubby one. He has wasted 3 already. At this rate, not only will he lose points, but he might also end up owing the academy for the spiritual materials. Wu Yuan remained silent, simply placing the foolish plant beneath one of the Qing Tung. The roots of the foolish plant immediately sprang to life, darting into the root of the Qing Tung like a school of agile fish. Moments later, her leaves gently pointed towards a cluster of purple-black fruit, the golden light on her leaves flickering 3 times. This one is ripe, with the least amount of toxins. Wu Yuan understood her meaning and took out the silver knife distributed by the academy, a faint thread of spiritual energy swirling around his fingertip. Unlike the other students, who were cautious and tentative, he directly infused spiritual energy into the knife, gliding the blade gently along the fruit skin. With a swift slice, the skin opened, revealing the plump crimson flesh within, not a trace of venom seeping out, and even the fuzz on the skin remained intact. Wow, how did you do that? Wenyu exclaimed. Wu Yuan placed the Qing Tung Gua into the bamboo basket at his waist. The lingering sensation of resonance with the foolish plant still on his fingertip. The foolish plant can sense the distribution of toxins. I merely followed her guidance to control my spiritual energy, as if she were holding the knife for me. This was the tacit understanding they had developed in their spiritual botany class. A dai possesses an innate sensitivity towards the life forms of plants, while Wu Yuan's mental prowess can accurately capture the information she conveys. The combination of the two proves to be more adept than those students who have toiled for years. Within the span of just half an hour, the bamboo basket has already collected 7 or 8 pristine green vine fruits. As Wen Yao leans over the basket counting, she suddenly taps Wu Yuan on the shoulder. Look to the east. Zhao Lei and the others seem to be venturing deeper, and they're glancing back at us. Wu Yuan lifts his gaze, and through the dense fog to the east, he catches a glimpse of 3 shadowy figures moving about, one of which is Zhao Lei, seemingly gesturing towards him, as if to flaunt the abundance of fruits he has gathered. He is trying to provoke you, Wen Yao huffs. He definitely wants you to venture deeper. Wu Yuan glances at the green vine fruits in the basket, then at a dai. Her root system has inexplicably extended to a greater distance, with the tips of her roots tinged slightly red, as if in caution. Yet several roots pointing east are gently quivering, transmitting a rich signal of life energy. There are indeed many ripe green vine fruits over there, Wu Yuan remarks. But there are also the soul-sucking vines. Wen Yao exclaims urgently, those vines will drain your spiritual energy. A dai can handle it, Wu Yuan reassures. Caressing the leaves of the spirit willow, a dai brushes her leaf tip against his finger, as if in agreement. He recalls how this very spirit willow purified the malevolent words of the cursed scrolls with her life energy. Perhaps her roots can also restrain those aggressive vines. Let us go take a look. The moment they step into the dense fog to the east, the air turns abruptly cold and damp. The entwined vines here are several times denser than outside, thick tendrils intertwining like the body of a python, casting the area into darkness, barely allowing any morning light to penetrate. The ground is littered with decaying leaves, soft to the touch, and a rhythmic thumping sound, reminiscent of a heartbeat, resonates from beneath. This place feels a bit sinister. When Yao retreats into the contract journal, revealing only her eyes. Do you hear that sound? Wu Yuan listens intently. The thumping seems to emanate from the roots of each green vine, their frequencies synchronized, as if resonating with some life force. Meanwhile, a dai's root system is wildly extending beneath his feet, intertwining into a delicate net, closely adhering to the ground, its golden sheen shining brighter than before. She is weaving a protective net, Wu Yuan realizes. A dai has never been this tense, indicating that these vines are indeed formidable. Just then, laughter from Zhao Lei rings out ahead. Wu Yuan, come quickly. There are so many green vine fruits here that they're almost touching the ground. If you don't hurry, we'll harvest them all. Wu Yuan looks up to see Zhao Lei standing not far away amidst the gaps in the vines. His arms laden with a full basket of green vine fruits, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Beside him, Sun Hao and Li Meng wave, but their eyes betray a sense of schadenfreude. Don't go over there. Wen Yao warns sharply. The vines beneath them are not right. Wu Yuan focuses his gaze. And indeed, he notices that the edges of the green vine leaves under Zhao Lei's feet are tinged with a dark purple hue, the tendrils bristling with sharp spikes. Starkly different from the vines elsewhere. Yet Zhao Lei seems completely oblivious, continuing to urge them forward. Take 3 more steps, and you'll enter the trap zone. Wen Yao's voice trembles with urgency. Those dark purple vines are the soul-sucking vines. Once they sense a living creature nearby, they will immediately ensnare it, piercing the skin with their spikes to drain spiritual energy. Wu Yuan halts, refusing to heed Zhao Lei's insistence. He can feel the protective net beneath him tightening rapidly. A dai's roots nearly enveloping his ankles entirely, conveying a clear signal of danger. Why are you too afraid to come over? Zhao Lei's voice sharpens. Are you scared? After all, how can a worthless weed like you dare to enter the true core area of the green vines? Sun Hao chimes in mockingly. Zhao Xiao? I think he knows he can't gather much, and wants to back out at the last moment. Wu Yuan observes their crude taunts, suddenly noticing a detail. The position of Zhao Lei and his companions is precisely within a safe zone formed by several robust green vines intersecting. Although the soul-sucking vines beneath them are dense, they remain still, as if suppressed by some force. They must have something on them. Wen Yao also realizes. Look at Li Meng's wrist. Isn't he wearing a jade bracelet? That's the soul-repelling bracelet, a low-tier defensive spiritual tool that can disperse attacks from lower-tier plants. So that's it, Wu Yuan uses. Zhao Lei must have been prepared, deliberately standing at the edge of the trap zone to lure him in, hoping to see him ensnared by the soul-sucking vines. As Wu Yuan turns to leave, Adai suddenly begins to tremble violently in his arms. Her roots no longer merely defensive, but rather, they extend feverishly towards Zhao Lei's feet, the golden light at the tips of her roots becoming blinding, as if sensing something irresistibly enticing. What's wrong? Wu Yuan presses down on the leaves of the spirit willow. Wen Yao suddenly gasps, the contract journal flipping open with a rustle. And the words Greenwood Essence on the page burst forth with a vibrant green glow. It's the Greenwood Essence, she exclaims, her voice laden with incredulity and excitement. It's right beneath the soul-sucking vines at Zhao Lei's feet. Adai's roots are guiding the direction. Wu Yuan's heart jolts. Following the direction indicated by Adai's roots, he sees Zhao Lei standing atop the stoutest dark purple vine, its roots deeply embedded in the soil, surrounded by the soul-sucking vines that spiral around it, as if guarding something. The reincarnation spell requires Greenwood Essence, hidden within the maternal root of the soul-sucking vines. Wen Yao's voice quivers. The journal's deduction is indeed correct. The green vine fruits are certainly related to the Greenwood Essence. Just then, Zhao Lei, seemingly losing patience, abruptly raises his foot and kicks a nearby green vine. The vine sways violently, causing the surrounding soul-sucking vines to ripple, akin to pebbles thrown into water creating ripples. Wu Yuan, if you're too scared to come, then I'll just take all these treasures, he taunts, deliberately using his silver knife to slice off the largest cluster of green vine fruits. At the moment the skin splits, a rich wave of spiritual energy radiates, agitating the surrounding soul-sucking vines even further. Suddenly, the protective net beneath Wu Yuan tightens. He feels dozens of spiked vines surging from the ground, coiling towards his ankles with the speed of a striking serpent. Be careful, Wen Yao screams. But before Wu Yuan can react, Adai's roots spring into action. The golden tendrils intertwining beneath him swell suddenly, forming an invisible net that precisely ensnares every attacking soul-sucking vine. The spikes strike against the golden roots, producing a crisp sound. Yet they cannot penetrate even a fraction. Strangely, the ensnared soul-sucking vines seem to have met their nemesis. Their originally dark purple bodies rapidly lose color, becoming limp and powerless, their spikes losing their luster. Adai is absorbing their toxins. Wen Yao exclaims, her roots can counter the soul-sucking vines. Wu Yuan finally comprehends that Adai's roots not only serve as a defense, but can also purify these aggressive vines. He gazes at the wilting soul-sucking vines, and then at the still robust maternal vine beneath Zhao Lei's feet, suddenly struck by an idea. Zhao Lei, reveling in his harvest of green vine fruits, suddenly notices that not only has Wu Yuan evaded the vine's grasp, but he is also walking towards him, his step steady, even casually plucking 2 green vine fruits from the roadside, his demeanor as relaxed as if strolling in his own backyard. How can he be unharmed? Sun Hao's eyes widen in disbelief. Zhao Lei's expression darkens instantly. He clearly saw the soul-sucking vines launch an attack. How is it possible that Wu Yuan was unscathed? Could it be that this waste has a soul-repelling bracelet as well? But he distinctly remembers that when Wu Yuan enrolled, he didn't even possess a decent spiritual tool. Impossible. Zhao Lei clenches his silver knife, a sinister glint in his eyes as he fixates on Wu Yuan. This brat must be up to something. Wu Yuan pays no heed to his suspicion, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the maternal root of the soul-sucking vine. The roots of Dui transmitted an increasingly potent sensation, as if urging him. It lies just beneath the Qingmu sway. He drew nearer to Zhao Lei, the ground beneath him swarming with the ever-thickening Shirling vines. Yet, under the purifying influence of Dui's roots, these tendrils could not approach within 3 feet of him. This bizarre scene rendered Zhao Lei and his companions pallid, prompting them to involuntarily retreat a step. What do you intend to do? Li Meng stammered. Wu Yuan offered no reply. Instead, he bent down and gently placed a leaf from Dui at the base of the maternal vine. The moment the leaf made contact with the vine, it trembled violently, as if struggling or perhaps rejoicing. The green glow of Qingmu Sui on Wen Yao's contract log intensified, nearly spilling from the pages. I found it. Wen Yao's voice quivered with elation. Within the root core of this maternal vine lies the purest essence of wood energy. Wu Yuan observed the agitated maternal vine, then glanced at Zhao Lei, whose complexion had turned a ghastly hue, a faint smile curving his lips. It appeared that the yield from this trial of the green vines would surpass their expectations. Chapter 21. The Trial of the Green Vines, Part 2. The tremors of the maternal vine grew ever more violent, dark purple tendrils revealing a web-like pattern of green, as if life surged beneath its surface. The earth beneath Zhao Lei began to crumble, and the once docile Shirling vines suddenly broke free from the constraints of the escape bracelet. Their spikes erect and glimmering ominously in the morning mist. "What on earth is happening?" Li Ming exclaimed, retreating as the jade bracelet on his wrist emitted a piercing hum. Its surface runes blurring as if submerged in water. The escape bracelet had failed. Zhao Lei's expression shifted dramatically, just as he intended to sever the tendrils ensnaring his ankle. The apex of the maternal vine erupted in a cloud of purplish-black mist. The vapor hit the ground and transformed into several toxic vines, lunging towards him as if they possessed eyes. This was no ordinary Shirling vine. It was a mutated variety capable of actively releasing toxic mist. "Be careful," Wu Yuan instinctively warned. Zhao Lei swiftly dodged, the toxic vine grazing his arm and leaving a gash that oozed a blackish-purple hue. As if ink were spreading beneath his skin, he stifled a groan, and the hand gripping the silver knife began to tremble uncontrollably. "It's a variant of the bone-eroding vine." Wen Yao's voice erupted from the log. "The toxin will corrode your spiritual meridians. If untreated, your arm will be rendered useless." Sun Hao and Li Ming were paralyzed with fear, their attempts to assist thwarted by the wildly growing vines. The Shirling vine seemed awakened by the maternal vine's agitation, frantically sprouting and unfurling leaves, weaving a dense wall of vines in mere breaths, trapping the three of them within. Zhao Lei's complexion grew increasingly dire. The blackish-purple hue had spread to his elbow, each movement feeling as though countless fine needles were gnawing at his bones. "Zhao Xiao!" Sun Hao cried, wildly slashing with his silver knife, only to provoke even more vines to attack. "What are we going to do?" Zhao Lei clenched his teeth, remaining silent. Though cold sweat soaked the edges of his brow, he sensed his spiritual energy rapidly draining from the wound, akin to a ruptured vessel, his strength even waning from grasping the silver knife. What weighed heavier upon him was that Wu Yuan stood merely 3 steps away, cradling that inconspicuous spiritual willow, quietly observing his predicament. Was he merely waiting to see him humiliated? A wave of humiliating anger surged within Zhao Lei, just as he intended to utter a defiant retort. A metallic taste filled his mouth, the toxin beginning to corrode his insides. At that moment, Wu Yuan took action. He did not approach the wall of vines. Instead, he raised a Dui to his chest, his fingertips gently brushing the tip of her uppermost leaf. A droplet of golden dew, fuller than before, coalesced upon the leaf, refracting fragmented light in the morning mist, as if encapsulating the vitality of the entire spiritual field within. "A Dui, lend me a drop of dew." The branches of the spiritual willow trembled slightly, the leaf tilting, causing the droplet to roll off the tip. Wu Yuan caught it, his palm radiating a gentle surge of spiritual energy as he encased the droplet into a luminous sphere, directing it towards Zhao Lei, trapped behind the wall of vines. As the golden orb pierced through the tendrils, the frenzied Shirling vines recoiled, as if encountering a nemesis, parting to create a straight pathway. The orb landed precisely on Zhao Lei's wound, lacking any grandiose display, yet a refreshing scent of flora permeated as it infiltrated the wound, visibly diminishing the blackish-purple hue while the excruciating pain transformed into a gentle warmth. What Zhao Lei's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld his arm's wound healing at an astonishing pace, leaving behind only a faint pink mark. As if the earlier agony and toxins were mere illusions, he distinctly sensed the lost spiritual energy returning, flooding his meridians like a soothing stream. And even his breathing became markedly easier. Yu Zhao Lei looked up at Wu Yuan, his lips moved, but he found himself at a loss for words. Should he mock him for meddling, or should he lower his head in gratitude? These conflicting thoughts clashed in his mind, rendering his expression particularly peculiar. Wu Yuan, oblivious to his inner turmoil, merely addressed a Dui softly, "Come back." The roots of the spiritual willow began to retract slowly, the golden tendrils that had purified the Shirling vines retreating like a receding tide back into Wu Yuan's palm, leaving behind a scatter of wilted gray-green tendrils. The vine wall, now bereft of support, crumbled down, revealing the brightening sky outside. Unbeknownst to them, the morning mist had dissipated, sunlight streaming through the gaps in the vines, casting dappled spots of light upon the ground. Wen Yao peeked out from the contract log, her tail curling around Wu Yuan's wrist. "That last action consumed 3 days' worth of life energy I had accumulated." Her tone bore a hint of concern, yet no real reproach. Wu Yuan looked down at Dui. Her leaves were indeed somewhat dimmer than before, the newly sprouted tender shoots wilted slightly, yet the golden veins within her remained vibrant. Sensing his gaze, the spiritual willow gently nudged his hand, as if to convey that it was all right. An unfamiliar emotion suddenly unfurled within Wu Yuan's heart. In his previous life, within the secret realm, He had wielded a DUI's abilities solely to dismantle traps or combat formidable foes, always for survival or gain. But witnessing Zhao Lei's agony just now, he had instinctively commanded a DUI to act. That sensation was distinct from the elation of acquiring moon-patterning crystals or Qingmu Sui. It felt more akin to a heavy stone finally finding its resting place. Is this what it means to protect? Wu Yuan gazed into his palm, as if the warmth of the golden dew still lingered there. Not the protection of treasures, nor of oneself, but the protection of someone who had only moments ago been provoking him. Hey, Zhao Lei's voice broke the silence, tinged with an unnatural stiffness. What on earth is that wretched plan of yours? Wu Yuan met Zhao Lei's complex gaze as he lifted his eyes. The astonishment still lingered on the other's face, but the hostility in his eyes had diminished, replaced by a curiosity and an indescribable awkwardness. Her name is Dui. Wu Yuan replied coolly. She is a spiritual willow. Spiritual willow? Zhao Lei furrowed his brow, evidently unfamiliar with such a spiritual plant that could purify toxins. He glanced down at his arm, then at the inconspicuous green plant cradled in Wu Yuan's embrace, and suddenly felt that his previous mockery had become a jest. Sun Hao and Li Meng exchanged glances, hardly daring to breathe. It was their first time witnessing Zhao Lei display such an expression, especially after having just been rescued. Wu Yuan had no intention of lingering with them. He turned towards the now lifeless maternal vine. The moment Dui's leaf had touched the maternal vine, he sensed the Qingmu Sui concealed within stirring. Now that the maternal vine's defenses had been thoroughly dismantled, it was the perfect time to extract it. He knelt down, his fingertips pressing against the base of the maternal vine. The once vibrant green patterns had dulled, revealing the milky white wood beneath. As his spiritual energy gradually flowed into it, faint cracking sounds emanated from the core of the maternal vine, as if something were being shed. Be cautious. The greenwood sap will lose its energy once separated from the mother vine, Wen Yao cautioned. The contract journal opened automatically, revealing a complex array of runes, which he used to envelop it. Wu Yuan followed suit, drawing the runes, and as his fingertips grazed the root core, he felt a gentle surge of wood energy emanating from it. With utmost care, he detached it, revealing a finger-length, translucent emerald crystal, within which countless leaf veins seemed to flow languidly, exuding a vitality far more potent than that of the green vine fruit. Greenwood sap. Wen Yao's eye sparkled, her tail joyfully thumping against the journal. The second element for the reincarnation crystal is complete. Wu Yuan placed the greenwood sap into a specially crafted jade box. As he stood up, he noticed Zhao Lei still standing there, tightly gripping his silver knife, his expression a complex mix as he observed Wu Yuan's actions. You. Zhao Lei seemed to resolve himself, taking a step forward. About what happened earlier, thank you. His voice was soft, almost muffled, yet Wu Yuan caught every word. He raised an eyebrow but refrained from responding. Zhao Lei appeared increasingly uncomfortable with Wu Yuan's silence, stiffening his neck to add. But don't think this means I owe you anything. The debt from the botanical class hasn't been settled yet. Despite his words, his gaze softened, and he shifted aside to reveal a cluster of ripe green vine fruits behind him. Here, take these. It seems you don't have many in your basket. Sun Hao and Li Meng stared in disbelief, their eyes nearly popping out at Zhao Lei's unexpected gesture of generosity, offering his most prized harvest to someone else. Wu Yuan glanced at the cluster of purplish-black green vine fruits, then at Zhao Lei's top profile, suddenly feeling that perhaps this individual wasn't as insufferable as he had initially thought. He shook his head. No need, I have enough. His bamboo basket already held 19 green vine fruits, and the 2 he had just collected brought his total to 20. Zhao Lei's face flushed crimson, as if angered by the rejection. What do you mean? Are you saying my collection is inferior? Not at all. Wu Yuan pointed to Zhao Lei's basket. You need those points too. Only then did Zhao Lei notice that while Wu Yuan's basket wasn't full, each green vine fruit was pristine, devoid of any scratches. Far superior to the ones he had gathered. He recalled Wu Yuan's calm demeanor during the harvesting and compared it to the injuries on his own arm. Feeling a flush of embarrassment. Zhao Lei turned his head away, though his tone had softened considerably. Since you don't want them, we'll be on our way. With that, he hoisted his bamboo basket and swiftly turned to leave, his pace almost resembling a retreat, with Sun Hao and Li Meng struggling to keep up. As they reached the edge of the vine wall, Zhao Lei paused, his back to Wu Yuan as he muttered, the volcanic range will open for trials next month. If you dare to go, I'll challenge you to another match. Wu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Was this a challenge? Or perhaps a subtle form of camaraderie? We'll see, he called back. Zhao Lei did not look back, quickly disappearing into the depths of the vines with his entourage. The morning breeze swept past, leaving only the withered vines strewn across the ground and a faint scent of greenery lingering in the air. How intriguingly nuanced his attitude has become, Wen Yao remarked, perched on the contract journal, her tail swaying with amusement. Just moments ago, I wanted to see you tied up like a dumpling, and now he's inviting you to the volcanic range? Wu Yuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the creature nestled in his arms. After the earlier exertions, although her leaves retained their vibrant green hue, they lacked some luster. He retrieved a small vial of spirit spring water from his storage pouch, carefully dripping it onto her root system, watching as the droplets seeped in. And her leaves appeared to regain some of their former vitality. Why did you want to save him? Wen Yao suddenly inquired. Given your nature, you shouldn't have concerned yourself with such troublesome matters. Wu Yuan paused for a moment, gently caressing Ada's leaves. Sunlight filtered through the vines, casting a radiant glow, and the golden veins within the leaves seemed to come alive, gently flowing. Perhaps I simply didn't wish to witness someone suffer before me. He recalled a past life where a stranger had been torn apart by a beast while trying to save him. It was then he realized that some powers were not merely for combat, but for protection. However, after enduring numerous betrayals, that understanding had gradually faded. Just moments ago, witnessing Zhao Lei's pained expression had rekindled that forgotten feeling within him. Responding to his thoughts, Ada's leaves trembled softly, producing a faint rustling sound, as if in quiet agreement. The tender shoot at the top stretched vigorously towards the sunlight, akin to reaching out to touch both the sun and his present state of mind. Wu Yuan smiled, holding her a little tighter. Let us go and turn in the task. As they departed the green vine forest, Wu Yuan deliberately took a longer route. The sun had risen fully, the mist over East Spirit Field dissipating to reveal undulating green vines, like a verdant carpet spread across the earth. Many students had already completed their tasks, making their way toward the field paths with expressions of joy from their harvests. As they passed a cluster of low shrubs, Wen Yao suddenly exclaimed, "Look over there." Wu Yuan followed her gaze and saw a few inconspicuous grasses hidden beneath the bushes, their serrated leaves bearing several small red berries at the roots, emanating a faint spiritual energy fluctuation. That blood spirit grass, Wu Yuan recognized. It could be used to concoct low-grade blood-replenishing pills, but it required 300 years to mature, and these specimens were not yet ready. Yet, Wen Yao remained fixated on the berries, her tail quickly skimming over the journal. No, look at their roots. Wu Yuan leaned in closer and discovered that the roots of the blood spirit grass were, astonishingly, golden, quietly penetrating into a nearby withered soul-eating vine, absorbing its residual energy. Within the red berries, he could vaguely see flowing golden light, akin to the dew on Ada's leaves, sharing the same essence. They were influenced by Ada's life energy. Wu Yuan realized, understanding that the energy dissipating from Ada while purifying the soul-eating vine was being absorbed by the blood spirit grass. Wen Yao suddenly became animated. This is a treasure. Blood spirit grass nourished by life energy will have its efficacy tripled. Even if they aren't mature, they can fetch a handsome price. Wu Yuan felt no inclination towards the unexpected windfall, merely casting a glance before turning away. To him, these unexpected gains paled in comparison to the importance of Ada nestled in his arms. Upon returning to the field path, the gray-robed instructor was tallying the tasks. Upon seeing Wu Yuan's basket containing 20 pristine green vine fruits, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his murky eyes. Well done. The instructor nodded, recording the points on his jade slip. You can keep these 3. Wu Yuan accepted the 3 green vine fruits that belonged to him, intending to leave, only to be called back by the instructor. Are you Wu Yuan? The instructor scrutinized him. Old Zhou mentioned you, saying you possess considerable talent in the botanical class. Wu Yuan paused, realizing that old Zhou referred to the mentor from the botanical class. It's merely good fortune, he replied modestly. The instructor smiled, choosing not to elaborate further, instead handing him a black token. The volcanic range trial opens next month. With this, you can enter 3 days early. Wu Yuan took the token, feeling its coldness, the fiery patterns engraved upon it radiating warmth. He raised his head to express his gratitude, only to find the instructor had already turned away to attend to other matters. Was this saved for you by old Zhou? Wen Yao leaned in to examine the token. The volcanic range, perfect for finding flameheart sand. Wu Yuan grasped the token tightly, a warm sensation blossoming in his heart. He had always believed old Zhou held some disdain for him, but it seemed he had been secretly looking out for him. Indeed, there are still many good people. Wen Yao reflected. Wu Yuan recalled Zhao Lei's parting words and the emotions he felt when he had chosen to help him, nodding in agreement. As they left East Spirit Field, the sun had climbed to its zenith. The silhouette of Star Abyss Pavilion was distinctly visible in the sunlight, the ethereal aura swirling among the flying eaves and upturned corners, resembling a living painting. Wu Yuan lowered his gaze to the creature in his arms, Ada, who had already succumbed to slumber. Her leaves unfurled, adorned with a delicate droplet of dew that sparkled under the sun's embrace. The tendrils of vine fruit nestled within the bamboo basket exuded a subtle fragrance, while the storage pouch at his waist contained an unknown token. Yet, within his heart, it felt as though something was quietly transforming. Taking a deep breath, Yuan quickened his pace. He was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The trials of the volcanic range, the remaining reincarnation crystal elements, and the lurking dangers in the shadows all loomed ahead. However, this time, he was no longer alone. Chapter 22. Anomaly in the Beast Master Space. Unlocking the Spirit Ring 15. The window panes of the dormitory still glistened with the morning dew from the East Spirit Field. As Yuan placed Ada on the nurturing rack, a sudden, subtle tingling sensation coursed through his fingertips. It heralded the onset of a breakthrough in his mental prowess. Ever since he grasped the essence of guardianship during the Vine trial, he felt as though something deep within his consciousness was stirring, as if a thin layer of ice separated him from an imminent shattering. Shall we give it a try? When Yuan's head peeked out from the contract log, her tail tipped, gently tapping Yuan's brow. Your mental power has already brushed against the pinnacle of the elite level. Now is the perfect moment to ascend to the king level. Yuan glanced at the panel before him. Host, Yuan. Level, Official Beast Master, 3 Beast Master spaces unlocked. Mental power, B, 9,910,000. Beast Master spaces, 2, 3, contracted, Ada, Yuan. Core function, Fate Simulation. Talent, Infinite Reincarnation, passive. Attribute points, 300. Yuan turned his attention back to Ada on the nurturing rack. Thanks to the nourishment of the spiritual spring water, her leaves had regained their luster. Although the spirit ring still emitted a faint azure glow, this ring, entwined with the roots of the spirit willow since her birth, was said to suppress the frenzied energy of beasts, yet Yuan could not shake the feeling that it resembled more of a shackle. Wait until I stabilize my breath. He settled cross-legged on the mat, tracing a gathering spirit formation on the ground with his fingertips. The spiritual energy from the Star Abyss Pavilion flowed into the formation, enveloping him in a soft blue aura. Surging towards the king level demanded not only the intensity of mental power, but also absolute control over energy. A moment's carelessness could injure his consciousness. Yuan prudently withdrew into the log, leaving only her vigilant eyes trained on the door. The contract log hovered above Yuan's head, automatically flipping to the page detailing the mental power guidance technique. Golden script shimmered along with the flowing spiritual energy, as if safeguarding him. Taking a deep breath, Yuan's consciousness became as tranquil as a still lake, beginning to ripple with layers of disturbance. The mental power he had accumulated over the years surged forth like a silvery tide, repeatedly crashing against an invisible barrier, the boundary between the bronze and king levels. As solid as if forged from star iron. Buzz. Upon the third failed attempt, a sudden sharp pain shot through his consciousness. Cold sweat beaded on Yuan's forehead. And just as he contemplated pausing to recuperate, Ada on the nurturing rack began to shake violently. Her roots tautened, and the azure glow of the spirit ring came alive, racing up her leaves and weaving into bizarre runes along the veins. Ada? Yuan's heart tightened, his mental power spiraling into chaos. At that moment, the spirit ring emitted a soft crack. A fine fissure appeared on the ring's surface, followed by an unprecedented, terrifying aura erupting from within Ada. Not the vitality of vegetation, but a vast pressure reminiscent of an ancient forest awakening, imbued with an energy potent enough to distort light. This is, Yuan shrieked in alarm, the text on the panel flashing wildly. The spirit ring is unlocking. Beast name, Ada. Species, Spirit Willow. Mythical bloodline activated, Stage 1. Level, 17, Elite, Ascending. Attribute, Wood. Status, Healthy. Health points, 1,800, 1,800. Energy points, 1,000, 1,000. Domain, Guardian Domain, Prototype. Skills, Life Energy Development, Passive, Micro Level. Rapid Recovery, Active, Micro. Spirit Rain, Active, Enhanced, Micro. Life Bloom, Active, Micro. Vine Entanglement, Active, Enhanced, Micro. Piercing Branch, Active, Enhanced, Mastery. Wood and Stone Penetration, Active, Mastery. Fury of Nature First Form, Active, Intermediate. Photosynthesis, Passive, Advanced. Energy Grafting, Passive, Mastery. Special Status, Bound by the Spirit Ring, Unlocking 10, Ascending. Fury of Nature First Form, Unlocked. Yuan's consciousness trembled violently under the onslaught of this energy. The once solid barrier now bore spiderweb-like cracks, shattered by a colossal impact. Even more astonishing was that the energy released by Ada was not chaotic. It surged through the mental link they shared, transforming into a golden torrent that ruthlessly crashed against the fissure. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed from the depths of his consciousness. Yuan's vision whitened, and he felt as though the entire world was spinning. When he managed to steady his mind, he discovered that the bronze barrier had crumbled, the silvery mental power being replaced by a purer purple energy, characteristics exclusive to the king level. But the anomaly did not cease. As the spirit ring unlocked to 15, ancient patterns began to emerge on Ada's leaves, resembling totems etched by the stars. Suddenly, the space within the dormitory warped. Tables and chairs gently levitating amidst visible fluctuations, while the runic formations on the walls emitted blinding red light, as if they were on the verge of collapse. Space quaking. When Yuan's voice trembled with panic. Her power is too immense. This space cannot withstand it. Only then did Yuan notice tiny black holes forming around Ada's roots, continuously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. The edges of these black holes shimmered with prismatic radiance, exuding an aura both perilous and sacred, strikingly reminiscent of the descriptions of mythical realms he had encountered in ancient tomes. Ada, suppress your aura. Yuan attempted to soothe her with his mental power, but was repelled by an invisible force. At that moment, the spirit willow seemed to transform. Starry lights coalesced at the tips of her leaves. And though the spirit ring remained partially unshackled, it could no longer contain the occasional surges of potential capable of altering the heavens and the earth. Crack, crack. The tremors intensified. The entire dormitory building swayed gently, accompanied by the startled gasps of students and the sounds of shattering artifacts in the corridor. Yuan's dormitory windows shattered under the force of the energy, and a visible rift in space began to spread from beneath Ada, revealing a swirling nebula within. This is bad. The disturbance is too great. When Yuan clutched the contract log tightly, the pages rustling frantically in the turbulent air. The Academy's protective array is reacting. Yuan glanced out the window and saw the clouds above Star Abyss Pavilion swirling rapidly, forming a colossal vortex, with purple lightning crackling within. He sensed powerful auras swiftly approaching from the direction of the Elders' Pavilion, each exuding an undeniable authority akin to towering mountains. It's the Elders. When Yuan's voice quivered, they must have sensed the spatial anomaly. Without hesitation, Yuan poured all his spiritual energy into the mental link with Ada. He was uncertain if he could contain this force, but he understood that he could not allow Ada to be exposed before the Elders. A beast capable of causing spatial tremors could shake the very foundation of the Star Abyss Pavilion. Perhaps sensing his resolve, Ada's frenzied aura suddenly stilled. The ethereal constellations gradually faded, and the rift in space began to mend slowly. Yet the crack marked 15 on the spirit-binding ring remained vividly apparent, as if heralding the loosening of some confinement. Ada's level had surged from 17 to 25. At that moment, 3 figures silently materialized at the dormitory entrance. The foremost, an elder with a white beard, donned a robe adorned with star patterns, his murky eyes glinting with a keen light. He was none other than Elder Xianxian, the overseer of disciplinary actions within the academy. Flanking him were 2 middle-aged elders, their auras equally inscrutable, their gazes scanning the room like lightning. Such potent spatial fluctuations. Elder Xianxian's voice resonated, his gaze settling upon a die on the nurturing rack, his brow slightly furrowing. Yuan, what transpired in your dormitory? Yuan suppressed the tumultuous energy roiling within him, rising to clasp his fists in a salute. Disciple was merely attempting to enhance my mental prowess. It is possible that an uncontrolled release of energy caused a minor disturbance, disturbing the elders. He deliberately positioned himself in front of the nurturing rack, concealing Ada's spirit-binding ring from the elder's view. Elder Xianxian remained silent, raising his hand to touch the void. A translucent screen materialized in his palm, revealing the trajectory of the recent spatial disturbance, all lines converging upon the nurturing rack's location. A minor disturbance? Scoffed the elder with the red face to the right. This fluctuation could rend the Beastmaster's spatial realm. Do you take us for blind old men? Wenyo trembled in fear, her body clinging tightly to Yuan's wrist. She sensed Elder Xianxian's consciousness sweeping through every corner of the dormitory, not even overlooking the room's crevices. Just as the consciousness was about to brush against Ada, Elder Xianxian suddenly exclaimed, retracting his hand. He regarded Yuan, his expression laden with significance. Your mental prowess has broken through to grade A? Yuan's heart stirred, and he instinctively released the freshly awakened violet mental energy. Fortuitously, there has been some advancement. Elder Xianxian scrutinized his mental energy for a prolonged moment before casting a glance at the seemingly ordinary spirit willow on the nurturing rack, suddenly stroking his beard and chuckling. A promising youth. However, one must progress gradually when enhancing mental prowess. Do not act so recklessly next time. He paused, adding, we shall remember today's events. Should there be any further anomalies, a thorough investigation will ensue. With that, the 3 elders transformed into streaks of light and vanished beyond the window, and the swirling clouds in the sky gradually dissipated, as if the earlier upheaval had never transpired. Yuan did not relax until he felt the absence of those formidable auras. his legs buckling as he sank to the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. That terrified me, Wenyo exclaimed, emerging from Wu Yuan's embrace, gasping for air. Elder Xuanqian's consciousness nearly reached Adai's spirit binding ring. What just happened? Why did she suddenly become so formidable? Wu Yuan turned his gaze to the nurturing rack. Adai's leaves had regained their tranquility, yet the unlocking mark of 15 on the spirit binding ring was strikingly vivid. He reached out to touch the crack. A scorching sensation coursing through his fingertips as if flames were igniting within. I do not know, Wu Yuan's voice was hoarse, but I can feel she is awakening something. The power capable of distorting space is certainly beyond that of an ordinary beast. The fact that even Elder Xianxian was stirred signifies the magnitude of the recent spatial upheaval. Wenyo's eyes suddenly brightened as she tugged at Wu Yuan's sleeve. I know where to investigate. The ancient library in the Elder's Pavilion must possess records regarding spatial anomalies and beast potential. Without waiting for Wu Yuan's response, she transformed into a streak of golden light and dove into the contract journal, the pages flipping to the map section with a rustle. Let us go now. The elders have just departed. The defenses are at their weakest. Observing her urgency, Wu Yuan glanced at the crack on Adai's spirit binding ring before finally nodding. He too needed to uncover the truth about Adai's origins, about this mysterious spirit binding ring, and the mythic potential that had stirred the elders. The ancient library was concealed deep within the Star Abyss Pavilion, guarded by the remnants of past elders' souls. Wenyo appeared remarkably familiar with the layout, guiding Wu Yuan to evade 3 spirit pattern traps and slip through a hidden vent. Hold your breath. Do not disturb the guardian soul, Wenyo whispered, as the scroll hovered between the bookshelves, automatically locating the section marked with records of beast anomalies. The ancient library was tenfold the size of the fragment room. Towering bookshelves reaching the vaulted ceiling, filled with yellowed scrolls and leather-bound tomes, the air thick with the scent of time's lingering sandalwood. Wu Yuan followed Wenyo through the labyrinth of shelves, noticing that most of the books bore no titles, only ancient characters inscribed as numbers. We found it. Wenyo halted before a row of bronze-bound tomes, her tail pointing to one in particular, the Great Primordial Beast Compendium. Said to contain the secrets of beast mastery from the mythic era. Wu Yuan carefully withdrew the tome, and as the pages opened, a pale blue remnant soul drifted forth. Its hollow eye sockets fixating upon them. It's the guardian soul. Wenyo thought quickly, shielding herself with the contract journal, its cover glowing with golden light. In the name of the contract, grant us passage for inquiry. The remnant soul seemed momentarily daunted by the aura of the journal, hesitating before slowly retreating back into the pages. That scared me. Wenyo gasped. Quickly, search for the section on spatial rules. Wu Yuan flipped through the ancient tome rapidly. The yellowed pages depicting various bizarre beast forms, most of which he had never encountered, until he reached the final pages, where a line pinned in vermilion caught his eye. Mythic-level beasts are born to wield rules. They may summon tides, tear apart stars, or distort space. Their power is immeasurable. Their force unparalleled, beyond the capacity of heaven and earth. Hence many are bound from birth. Distorting space. Wenyo's voice trembled, mirroring the upheaval Adai had caused earlier, and the binding refers to the spirit binding ring. Wu Yuan's heart raced. He continued reading, uncovering several fragmented accounts. A former master of the Star Abyss Pavilion had contracted a mythic-level beast capable of manipulating time, resulting in chaotic time flow within the pavilion. In the southern seas, a colossal whale capable of devouring islands appeared, each breath triggering spatial folds. So, mythic-level beasts truly exist, Wu Yuan murmured, tracing the ancient characters with his fingertip. Adai, she is undoubtedly mythic, Wenyo asserted confidently, her tail drawing circles on the page. The spirit binding ring is designed to contain her mythic potential. When you exerted your mental prowess earlier, her power was stirred, leading to the unlocking of 15, which caused the spatial upheaval. Wu Yuan recalled the celestial totems that had manifested around Adai, the black holes capable of consuming spiritual energy, and suddenly understood why Elder Xianxian had so readily departed. Perhaps this cunning elder had already surmised something, merely choosing not to disclose it. Yet the ancient text stated that mythic-level beasts cannot be contained by heaven and earth. Wu Yuan's voice grew heavy. What does that imply? Wenyo fell silent. She continued to flip through the pages, searching for more records, only to find that the subsequent content had long since decayed to dust. The final page bore a faint inscription, "When the myth descends, there shall be calamity." They exchanged solemn glances, each reflecting the gravity of the moment. As they exited the ancient library, the sky was now adorned with stars. Wenyo nestled within the contract journal, her tail rhythmically tapping on the pages, evidently still pondering Adai's origins. Regardless of her beast level, Wu Yuan suddenly spoke, his voice resolute. She is still my Adai. Bound by the secret realms of our past lives and the trials of the verdant vine in this life, this spirit willow is no ordinary beast, but a partner intertwined with my very bloodline. Even if she were to bring forth the so-called calamity, I shall stand by her side to confront it. Wenyo within the journal responded with a gentle hum, a flicker of warmth glimmering in her inky eyes. Upon returning to the dormitory, Yuan was overjoyed to discover that golden dew had once again condensed upon Adias leaves, more abundant than ever before. Though the spirit lock ring remained, the fissure of 15 unlocks emanated a gentle luminescence, as if resonating with his mental energy. He carefully gathered the dew, and just as he intended to turn away, he noticed a new leaf sprouting on the cultivation rack. This leaf was unlike the others. It naturally formed a miniature spatial crack on its surface, slowly inhaling and exhaling the surrounding spiritual energy. It is adapting to the power of the unlock, Wen Yao murmured. Wu Yuan extended his finger, gently touching the new leaf. The moment his fingertip passed through the spatial crack, it felt as though he had brushed against the winds of another realm, carrying the essence of the stars. Outside the dormitory window, Elder Xianchen lingered in the night, gazing at the illuminated window, a complex glimmer flashing in his murky eyes. On the light screen in his palm, the words indicating the mythical level beast taming potential fluctuations were displayed, accompanied by a small note. Unknown bloodline, spirit lock ring, unlock 15. Danger level, unknown. The old fox slowly clenched his fist and turned to meld into the darkness. Perhaps some matters were better left to unfold naturally. Unaware of the elder's scrutiny, Wu Yuan was intensely focused on the spatial crack on the new leaf, suddenly recalling the elder's gaze as he departed, as well as the token from the volcanic trial. It seemed preparations for the journey to the volcanic range were in order. He murmured. Wen Yao peeked from the contract log, her tail pointing towards the starry sky outside. Perhaps the flame heart sand is hidden in a place capable of inducing spatial anomalies? Wu Yuan gazed at the new leaf imbued with spatial power, a flicker of anticipation curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 23, Skill Allocation. An unexpected gain in the antique street. The moonlight in the dormitory carried a chill, and Wu Yuan fixed his gaze on the fluctuating numbers on the panel, his fingertip hovering over the words attribute points for a considerable time. After unlocking the spirit lock ring at level 15, Adai's potential resembled a treasure pried open by a crack, with skills that previously lingered at the micro level now showing signs of a breakthrough. This was indeed the perfect opportunity to enhance strength. The temperature in the volcanic lava zone was exceedingly high, rendering ordinary defensive artifacts utterly inadequate. Wen Yao lay atop the contract log, her tail wrapped around a bronze bell. I checked the record of anomalous treasures and found that some ancient artifacts, like those crafted from volcanic obsidian, possess innate resistance to high temperatures. Wu Yuan nodded. The prices of defensive spiritual tools in regular artifact shops were exorbitant, far beyond his current points. However, the antique street outside Star Abyss Pavilion occasionally offered old items imbued with faint spiritual energy, sold as scrap. Whether he could find a gem depended entirely on his discernment. Let us allocate points to Adai first. He inhaled deeply, his gaze settling on Adai's attribute panel. The words, Life Energy Development, 40, seemed to beckon, while the micro-level tags following other skills reminded him of Adai's precision in purifying the devouring vine during the Qing Tongue trial, an epitome of the micro-level. Yet far from the pinnacle. 300 points, all allocated to Adai. Life Energy Development, 4050. Spiritual Rain, Enhanced, Micro-level Unification. Life Bloom, Micro-level Unification. Vine Entanglement, Enhanced, Micro-level Unification. The moment the attribute points were injected, Adai on the cultivation rack suddenly erupted with a gentle green light. The starry patterns on the leaves seemed to come alive, coursing along the leaf veins and ultimately coalescing into a brilliant point of golden light at the leaf tip. Those skills, which previously required Wu Yuan's deliberate guidance to manifest, now appeared to merge seamlessly with her life instincts. The nourishing power of the spiritual rain and the binding strength of the vines exuded a natural rhythm. It's unity. Wen Yao exclaimed with excitement. The skills and her energy are completely synchronized, unleashing their maximum potential without the need for conscious control. This is a realm only attained through profound skill comprehension in beast taming. Wu Yuan reached out to touch Adai's leaf, distinctly sensing the life energy flowing within her had more than doubled compared to before. The golden dew, which originally took 3 days to coalesce, now rolled gently upon the new leaf, taking merely half a day to take form. Even more astonishingly, as the life energy development surpassed 50, the fissures of the spirit lock ring on Adai's roots subtly expanded further. Spirit lock ring unlock, 15. It seemed that every breakthrough was a jolt against confinement. Wu Yuan murmured. He could envision that when the spirit lock ring was fully unlocked, this seemingly fragile spirit willow would unleash an unfathomable power. The next morning, the antique street outside Star Abyss Pavilion was bustling with activity. The bluestone pathway was lined with stalls, showcasing rusty weapons, fragmented pottery, and jade pendants riddled with cracks, items deemed as refused by ordinary folk, yet potentially concealing undiscovered spiritual energy in the eyes of beast tamers. Be cautious. The crowd is a mix of good and bad. Many stall owners employ illusion charms to mask the true essence of their items. Wen Yao nestled within the contract log, her eyes peering out warily. Last time, a newcomer spent 3 months' worth of points on a Millennium Warm Jade, only to discover it was an ordinary stone tainted by spiritual grease. A Dai, nestled in Wu Yuan's arms, quivered gently, her roots extending along his wrist, swaying slightly in the air. Ever since her life energy development surpassed 50, her perception of spiritual energy had tripled. No object containing special energy could escape her life sense. They halted before a stall brimming with wooden carvings. The stall owner, a burly man with a scruffy beard, was polishing a statue of Guan Yu. Upon noticing Wu Yuan's gaze fixated on a piece of dark wood in the corner, he scoffed, "Little brother, don't bother with that worthless thing. It's a rotten root dug up from under an old locust tree recently, infested with worms and barely holding together. I'd disdain giving it away for free." Indeed, it was an unremarkable piece of wood, entirely charred, its surface riddled with holes, as if struck by lightning or burned in a fire. Devoid of even the most basic wood attribute spiritual energy. However, Adai's roots suddenly tensed, the tips gleaming with excited golden light, fixated intently on the rotten wood. What's wrong? Wu Yuan felt a stir in his heart, subtly releasing a thread of mental energy. The moment his mental energy made contact with the wood, he sensed an extremely faint yet exceptionally pure metallic energy, tightly bound within the core of the wood by some force, an energy distinct from the violent flame heart sand or the gentle Qingmu sway, heavy and condensed, resonating with the unique steadiness of golden stone. It's the soul of golden stone. Wen Yao's voice erupted from the log. The soul of golden stone needed for the rebirth crystal. It's wrapped within the wood essence of this old locust root. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Wu Yuan casually asked, pointing at the piece of rotten wood, "Boss, how much for this? I'd like to take it home for firewood." The bearded stall owner paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Firewood? That junk will only produce smoke. If you really want it, just give me 5 points. Consider it a cleanup of my stall." Wu Yuan readily paid, wrapping the wood in cloth and tucking it into his embrace, turning to leave swiftly, fearful the stall owner might change his mind. Only after traversing 3 streets and confirming no one was following did he stop in a secluded alley, placing the wood on the ground. "Quick, take a look." Wen Yao impatiently flew out from the log, her tail gently tapping the wood. Adai's roots immediately entwined around it, her golden tendrils acting like the most delicate probes, burrowing into the wood's holes. As life energy flowed in, the charred wood began to flake away, revealing what lay concealed within, a silver-white crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, entirely transparent, within which countless tiny metallic particles flowed slowly, emanating an aura of profound weightiness. Discovered special material, soul of golden stone, 1 piece. Note, contains the power of Earth's golden essence, capable of stabilizing the spiritual core of artifacts. The 4th element of the rebirth crystal is complete. The contract log opened automatically, the 3 characters Jinshi Hun radiating a dazzling silver light, forming a square array with the previously acquired Yuan Mok, Qingmu Sui, and Yangtze Sha. The pages began to manifest some vague fragments of incantations. For elements, Wen Yao was so overwhelmed with excitement that tears nearly welled up in her eyes. With just the addition of Bisui Pura, they would have gathered all the elements needed for the reincarnation crystal stone. Wu Yuan carefully stored Jinshi Hun, feeling the lingering heaviness of its energy on his fingertips. As he gazed at the fallen debris from the locust tree, a sudden realization dawned upon him. This old locust tree thrived atop a Jinshi vein, absorbing its essence over the years, and upon its death, it encapsulated the Jinshi Hun within itself. No wonder even the vendor had overlooked it. This was clearly a twist of fate. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wu Yuan placed the Jinshi Hun alongside the other 3 elements. The 4 items floated in midair, each emanating distinct glows that harmonized and formed a perfect energy cycle. The venture into the volcanic range seemed to hold significance beyond merely acquiring Yangtze Sha. Wu Yuan pondered aloud, utilizing fate simulation to deduce that Bisui Pa might be related to the cold springs, which were often found in the depths of volcanic regions where geothermal and cold springs intersect. Wu Yuan nodded, his gaze fixating on the attribute panel displaying Beast Control Space 2. 3. After this point allocation, Adao's strength had surged tremendously. However, facing the potentially high-tier monsters in the volcanic range, the two of them alone would not suffice. Securing a third contracted beast had become imperative. What kind of beast do you wish to contract? Wen Yao inquired with curiosity. The volcanic range is home to many fire or earth attribute beasts. Should we seek one adept in combat? Perhaps a lava wolf or an ironclad rhino? Wu Yuan shook his head and opened the Academy's beast compendium. Although fire and earth attribute beasts align with the volcanic environment, we already possess a Deo who can handle fiery conditions. What we truly need is a companion that compensates for our weaknesses. His finger traced the listings in the compendium. I require a beast skilled in reconnaissance, swift, and preferably capable of surviving in unique environments. The terrain of the volcanic range is intricate, featuring not only lava zones, but potentially toxic marshes and dark rivers. Adeo excels in defense and control, while Wen Yao specializes in support and information analysis. We uniquely lack agility in exploration and assault. Wen Yao's tail tip pointed to a page in the compendium. What about this one? The shadow pattern weasel, incredibly fast, can traverse shadows and is sensitive to energy fluctuations, though its rebellious nature makes it difficult to contract. Wu Yuan regarded the pitch-black weasel adorned with silver patterns in the compendium, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. The shadow pattern weasel's innate ability, Shadow Leap, could precisely mitigate their lack of mobility, and its energy perception might aid them in locating the elusive Bishui Pe. However, the shadow pattern weasel resided solely in Black Wind Ridge, far from Xingyuan Pavilion. Wen Yao sighed. We currently lack the time to journey there. Wu Yuan remained silent, contemplating the potential of finding a suitable option later. He opened another panel displaying his accumulated points and materials. I need to exchange for some items first. Items: Dimensional Tear Talismans, 3, capable of briefly tearing low-tier spatial barriers. Items: Fire-Resistant Pearl, 1, to withstand high-tier fire attacks. Items: Mental Energy Restoration Liquid, 5, for swift recovery of mental fatigue. These were essential supplies for the journey into the volcanic range. The dimensional tier talismans would address any spatial rifts that might arise. The fire-resistant pearl could ensure survival during critical moments, and the mental energy restoration liquid was prepared for contracting the third beast, as coercively binding a rebellious beast often required substantial mental energy. By the way, Wen Yao suddenly recalled, retrieving a black scale from the log. This was found after Adeo purified the devouring vine during the Qing Tung trial. I looked it up. This is a scale from the Xiantai vine, useful for crafting defensive artifacts. Wu Yuan accepted the scale, feeling its icy hardness, with a faint remnant of what energy lingering upon it. The Xiantai vine was an exceedingly rare mutated vine, its scales impervious to water and fire, making it an excellent material for forging defensive artifacts. Perhaps we could seek assistance from Professor Zhang in the crafting class, Wu Yuan mused. Combining the Xiantai vine scales with a bit of Jinshi Hun fragments should yield a commendable wrist guard. Wen Yao's eyes brightened. Professor Zhang appreciates students with innovative ideas. If you articulate the synergy between Adeo's abilities and the characteristics of the Xiantai vine, he might even assist pro bono. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wu Yuan had exchanged all necessary supplies and arranged to meet Professor Zhang tomorrow to forge the wrist guard. Seated before the cultivation rack, he observed Adeo's newly sprouted tender leaves. The leaf bearing a spatial rift was now absorbing spiritual energy, and within its fissures, faint images of the volcanic range could be discerned. Are you ready? Wu Yuan whispered. Adeo's leaf gently brushed against his fingertip, as if nodding in affirmation. The starry patterns on the leaf flickered momentarily, hinting at the awakenings to come during their expedition to the volcanic range. Outside the dormitory window, the figure of the dean appeared once more. He gazed at the illuminated window, where a new message displayed on the light screen in his palm. Target: Wu Yuan. Status: has gathered Yuan Mok, Qingmu Sui, Jinshi Han. Seemingly in search of Bishui Pa. Associated beasts: Elite level 25 Qingmu Ling Lu, level 1 Shuling, level cannot be enhanced. Mental energy: elevated to approximately level A. The dean gently stroked his beard, a glimmer of anticipation shining in his eyes. I hope you will bring me even more surprises. As night deepened, Wu Yuan organized all his materials and conducted a final check on his panel. Host: Wu Yuan. Level: Official Beast Master, 3 beast spaces unlocked. Mental energy: A, 170,000. Beast space: 2, 3, contracted, Adeo, Wen Yao. Core function: Fate Simulation. Talent: Infinite Reincarnation, passive. Attribute points: 0. Items held: Yuan Mok, Qingmu Sui. Jinshi Han, Dimensional Tier Talismans, X3. All was in readiness. Wu Yuan lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, while Adeo emitted a faint rustling sound in his arms, as if bidding him good night. Wen Yao quietly lay beside him, the word contract on the cover glowing softly. Chapter 24. Zhou Mingyuan's Insight. The greenhouse for the spirit plant class was perpetually infused with the damp fragrance of greenery. Yuan held a Dao in the back row of the classroom, watching as Zhou Mingyuan harnessed his spiritual energy to nurture a pot of nether grass. The plant, entirely black, bloomed with scattered white flowers under the gentle care of pale green energy, as though fragments of the night were woven into its petals. Though nether grass thrives in the shade, it does not entirely shun the warmth of sunlight. Zhou Mingyuan's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. Akin to the beasts you have contracted, even those of pure fire attribute require the harmonization of water elements. A true master of spirit plants understands that it is not about forcefully altering nature, but rather about embracing it. His gaze swept across the classroom, eventually resting on Adeo in Yuan's arms, his eyes momentarily pausing. After class, as students gradually departed, Zhou Mingyuan called out to Yuan, "Yuan, please stay back." Once only the two remained in the greenhouse, Zhou Mingyuan approached the cultivation rack and picked up a watering can to tend to a dragon's beard plant. His movements slow and focused. "Your Qingmu Ling Lu is progressing rapidly," he suddenly remarked, his tone inscrutable. Yuan's heart tightened. Zhou Mingyuan was one of the few instructors at the academy specializing in ancient spirit plants, his discerning eye far beyond that of an ordinary student. "It's merely good fortune. Adeo is quite exceptional." Zhou Mingyuan set the watering can down and turned to face him, his murky eyes glimmering with an all-seeing light. "You had quite the bounty from your excursion to the antique street yesterday, did you not?" Yuan's head snapped up. His foray into the antique street had not been public knowledge. How could Zhou Mingyuan possibly know? Seemingly perceiving his astonishment, Zhou Mingyuan chuckled softly. "The golden spirit within the ancient locust tree's roots is a treasure buried by a master stonemason 3 centuries ago. He once remarked that he would await a fated individual capable of harmonizing the resonance of flora and gemstones." He gestured toward Adai, indicating that she was indeed the spirit willow he spoke of. Yuan clutched Adai tightly, her leaves quivering gently as if in response to Zhou Mingyuan's words. "Are you aware that the way your spirit willow absorbs energy resembles an ancient ritual?" Zhou Mingyuan proceeded deeper into the greenhouse, where a withered tree encased in a barrier rested. According to the ancient spirit plants examination, ancient tribes had customs of venerating the willow deity, utilizing life energy to commune with heaven and earth, enabling flora to embody the essence of gemstones and the souls of water and fire. He lightly tapped the barrier with his fingertip, and the surface of the withered wood revealed starry patterns akin to those on Adai's leaves. "This is the remnant root of the soul-consoling willow, purportedly a descendant of the willow deity, though sadly, it has lost its vitality. However, your spirit willow." Zhou Mingyuan's gaze deepened. She not only possesses the capacity to harbor diverse energies, but also purifies malevolence and harmonizes conflict. A feat far beyond that of an ordinary spirit willow. The Wanku Cave within the Academy's forbidden grounds conceals numerous remnants of ancient spirit plants. Perhaps one might uncover records pertaining to the veneration of the willow deity there. Wanku Cave? Yuan's heart stirred. That was one of the most enigmatic forbidden locales of the Xingyuan Pavilion, rumored to be inhabited by countless mutated spirit plants, seldom ventured by even the elders. However, Zhou Mingyuan shifted his tone. "The Wanku Cave is fraught with peril. Given your current strength, venturing there would be futile." Moreover, he paused. "It seems you have a more pressing itinerary?" Yuan replied candidly. "Indeed, I am to journey to the volcanic range today." Zhou Mingyuan was not taken aback, merely nodding. "The ice and fire springs of the volcanic range exhibit intense energy conflict, perfectly suited for observing the extent of your spirit willow's capacity." He produced a blue token from his robe and handed it to Yuan. "This is a temporary admission token for the Wanku Cave. Visit it upon your return from the volcanic range." The token felt warm to the touch, adorned with intricate wood patterns, and upon infusing it with spiritual energy, a vivid depiction of a willow tree emerged. "This token can pacify the spirit plants of the Wanku Cave, granting you some time." Zhou Mingyuan's tone grew serious. "But remember, the remnants there document numerous secrets. Some truths may not be what you wish to uncover." Yuan accepted the token, bowing solemnly. "Thank you for your guidance, master." "Go now." Zhou Mingyuan waved his hand, resuming his task with a watering can. "Oh, and do remember to infuse the protective wristband crafted by Old Zhang with a good measure of your spirit willow's life energy. The molten rock of the volcanic range harbors the core fire essence capable of melting even gemstones." As Yuan departed the greenhouse, sunlight streamed through the glass dome, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. He glanced down at Adai, where a tiny dewdrop had formed upon her leaves, refracting a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. It was the first dew imbued with metallic properties after absorbing the essence of gemstones. "Venerating the willow deity," Yuan murmured. The door to the forging room was perpetually ajar, and the sound of rhythmic hammering resonated from within. Master Zhang, bare-armed, was wielding a massive iron hammer to strike a glowing red-hot iron block, sparks flying onto his bronze skin without leaving a mark. You've arrived? Master Zhang did not lift his head, the hammer falling precisely on the iron block's pattern. The wristband is on the table. Help yourself. Wu Yuan approached the table and picked up the dark iron gemstone wristband. It felt heavier than the previous day, and the surface bore faint green luminescence, indicating the merging of Adai's life energy with the dark iron and gemstones. Dark iron gemstone wristband. King level defense 35, fire resistance 60. Additional skill, solid resonance. Can synchronize energy with the contracted wood attribute beast. Infused with the spirit Willow's energy, Master Zhang set down his hammer, wiping the sweat from his brow. This wristband now feels like an extension of yourself, capable of growing stronger as your spiritual power increases. He cast a sidelong glance at Adai nestled in Wu Yuan's arms. Your spirit Willow is rather intriguing. Yesterday, when I tempered the wristband with the three flames true fire, she managed to sense it from 10 miles away and send a strand of life energy along the spiritual patterns. Wu Yuan was taken aback. He had not deliberately prompted Adai to sense the wristband. Was this truly her instinctive reaction? The core fire essence of the volcanic range is a more troublesome entity than the flame feather eagle, Master Zhang remarked, dragging a burlap sack from the corner and tossing it before Wu Yuan. This contains frost sand, which releases cold air upon encountering high temperatures, capable of temporarily suppressing the tumult of fire essence. Consider it my parting gift. Wu Yuan opened the sack, revealing sand that shimmered with a pale blue glow. Icy to the touch, indeed an excellent substance for countering fire attributes. Thank you, Master. Don't thank me too soon, Master Zhang grinned, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. Upon your return from the volcanic range, I will require your assistance. My pot of clematis has been rather temperamental lately. Have your spirit Willow engage in a chat with it. Wu Yuan chuckled softly. The clematis was notoriously rebellious, and Master Zhang sought to soothe it with Adai's life energy. No problem. As he exited the forging room, the sun had risen to its zenith. Wu Yuan returned to his dormitory to retrieve the already prepared satchel, filled with dimensional talismans, fire avoidance pearls, mental energy replenishment liquids, the Wanku Cave token given by Zhou Mingyuan, and the frost sand from Master Zhang. Wen Yao peeked out from the contract log, her tail tip-tapping the satchel. All set. According to the fate simulation, we will traverse the outer regions of the Flame Feather Eagle territory to reach the Flame Flow Canyon. The Flame Heart Sand is likely located there. Wu Yuan caressed Adai's leaves, where the image of the volcano within the spatial rift grew increasingly vivid, even revealing rolling lava and swirling smoke. Let us be off. The teleportation array of the Xingyuan Pavilion lay deep within the bamboo forest of the rear mountain. An elderly woman with white hair was in charge of the array. Upon seeing Wu Yuan, her murky eyes brightened. Heading to the volcanic range? Quite a few students have ventured there recently. She handed Wu Yuan a teleportation token. Remember to infuse it with your spiritual energy to ensure precise transportation to a safe area. Wu Yuan thanked her, gripping the teleportation token. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the array illuminated with blinding white light, and his body felt weightless, as if pulled by an invisible force, traversing layers of space. When he firmly planted his feet once more, a wave of scorching heat enveloped him. Beneath his feet lay dark red rocks, with a volcano in the distance belching thick smoke, and the sky cast an eerie orange hue. This was the volcanic range, a realm dominated by flames and magma. According to the map, the territory of the Flame Feather Eagles lay to the east, in the Redstone Forest. Wen Yao unfurled the contract log, and the map illuminated with a red warning line upon contact with the volcanic range's aura. We must circumvent the heart of the Redstone Forest, where the Flame Feather Eagle King resides, rumored to have reached the 4th tier. Wu Yuan nodded, donning the dark iron gemstone wristband. As the wristband came into contact with the volcanic range's fire spirit energy, it immediately glowed with a faint golden light, forming an invisible barrier around him that shielded him from much of the heat wave. Adai, cradled in his arms, unfurled her leaves, her roots subtly extending to absorb the fire energy in the air, and the starry patterns on her leaves became increasingly distinct. Adai has acquired the status, Fire Spirit Affinity, Advanced, Life Energy Recovery Speed 50. It seems this environment is quite suitable for her, Wen Yao exclaimed. Perhaps the spirit ring will unlock to level 16. Wu Yuan remained vigilant. The smoother things appeared, the more potential for hidden peril lay beneath. Following Wen Yao's guidance, he proceeded toward the Flame Flow Canyon. Along the way, the rocks were riddled with fissures, and occasionally, molten lava seeped through, solidifying into black, glass-like substances upon the ground. After about half an hour, a dense expanse of redstone forest came into view. The rocks blazed a fiery red, resembling sharp, elongated spears thrusting into the clouds. Above the stone forest, dozens of flame feather eagles soared, their wingspans exceeding 10 feet, their feathers gleaming with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, occasionally emitting sharp screeches. Indeed, there is such an abundance. Wu Yuan lowered his body, concealing himself behind a massive rock as we maneuvered around it. At that moment, a solitary flame feather eagle suddenly swooped down towards us. Its sharp claws glimmered ominously, evidently having detected our presence. "Adai, entangle it with vines," Wu Yuan commanded softly. Golden vines erupted from his sleeve like lightning, deftly ensnaring the wings of the flame feather eagle. Unlike during the Ivy trial, the current entanglement exuded a natural rhythm, devoid of any superfluous movements. This exemplified the essence of unity, where skill and energy synchronized flawlessly, akin to an innate instinct. The flame feather eagle struggled momentarily, only to realize it was trapped, terror flashing in its eyes. Wu Yuan inflicted no harm. Instead, he conveyed a harmless message through his mental prowess before allowing Adai to retract the vines. The eagle, still shaken, flapped its wings a few times, surprisingly refraining from immediate flight. Instead, it circled above them, emitting a low, ominous cry, as if both offering a gesture of goodwill and issuing a warning. It was signaling them to steer clear of the depths of the stone forest. Wen Yao interpreted the eagle's intent, suggesting that indeed, peril lurked within. Wu Yuan chose not to take risks and continued along the periphery of the stone forest. The flame feather eagle persistently circled above them, seemingly escorting them away. As they traversed the crimson stone forest, the scene ahead opened up dramatically. A winding gorge appeared before them, its walls adorned with blackened cavities that periodically exhaled searing gusts of air. This was the Flame Flow Gorge. "I can sense it," Wen Yao exclaimed with excitement. "The energy reaction of the flame heart sand. It's in the crevice of that rock wall ahead." Wu Yuan quickened his pace, heading towards the area where the energy response was strongest. The temperature within the depths of the gorge escalated, and the glow from the Xian iron gold stone bracelet intensified, shielding him from the majority of the heat. In his arms, Adai seemed increasingly exhilarated, the golden light on its leaves nearly coalescing into substance. Just as they approached the rock wall, the ground suddenly trembled violently. A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the gorge. A presence far mightier than that of the flame feather eagle king surged forth, exuding a terrifying pressure capable of melting stone. It was a high-tier demonic beast. Wen Yao's voice quivered with fear. The fate simulation did not predict the presence of high-tier demonic beasts here. Wu Yuan abruptly looked up, witnessing a colossal figure rising from the magma pool at the end of the gorge. It was a lizard exceeding 10 zhang in length, its body cloaked in dark red scales through which molten lava flowed, its enormous eyes resembling burning fireballs, fixed intently upon them. Demonic beast name, Magma Giant Lizard. Level, King level 30. Attributes, dual fire and earth. Skills, magma eruption, earthquake, lava armor. Remarks, one of the overlords of the volcanic range, guarding the birthplace of the core of the earth fire. Wu Yuan's heart sank. A lord-level demonic beast was beyond his current capacity to contend with. He immediately retrieved a boundary-breaking talisman, preparing for an instant retreat. At that moment, the magma giant lizard let out an enraged roar, but it was not directed at them. Rather, it was aimed towards the gorge's upper reaches. Wu Yuan looked up to see dozens of flame feather eagles diving down, attacking the magma giant lizard, evidently trying to prevent it from approaching a certain location. What are they protecting? Wen Yao pondered aloud. Wu Yuan's gaze fell upon the rock wall that the flock of flame feather eagles was guarding, where the energy response was extraordinarily complex. A tumult of the raging flame heart sand intertwined with an exceedingly faint yet remarkably pure chill, an essence of the azure water soul. It turned out that both the flame heart sand and the azure water soul were present within this gorge. Infuriated by the flame feather eagles, the magma giant lizard opened its mouth and unleashed a thick column of lava, instantly incinerating several of the flame feather eagles into ash. Witnessing this, the flock became increasingly frantic in their attacks, yet they could not breach the formidable defenses of the magma giant lizard. "Let's seize the flame heart sand while they are both weakened," Wen Yao urged. Wu Yuan nodded, cradling Adai as he stealthily approached the crevice in the rock wall, taking cover behind the stones. The solidification skill of the Xian iron gold stone bracelet activated automatically, stabilizing the turbulent energy within him caused by the oppressive aura. In his arms, Adai also retracted its presence, its leaves pressed tightly against his chest, with only its roots quietly absorbing the fiery energy from the air, gathering strength. As they drew closer to the rock wall's crevice, the energy response of the flame heart sand intensified. Just as Wu Yuan's hand was about to brush against the crimson glow, the magma giant lizard abruptly turned its head, its burning gaze locking onto him with deadly accuracy. This is bad. We've been discovered. The magma giant lizard roared, abandoning its tussle with the flame feather eagles, its colossal body charging towards Wu Yuan, leaving a trail of molten rock in its wake. Wu Yuan's pupils constricted. Without hesitation, he shattered the boundary-breaking talisman. Chapter 25. The secret treasure of the ice and fire spring. Wen Yao's reincarnation materials assembled. The boundary-breaking talisman shattered under the intense energy shock, like fragile glass. In an instant, a powerful, overwhelming spatial force surged forth, as if countless invisible hands were gripping Wu Yuan's body, manipulating him at will. Wu Yuan felt the world spin around him, his insides clenched as if caught in an invisible giant's grasp, the pain nearly rendering him unconscious. The next moment, he crashed heavily onto the scorching rock, the searing heat seeping through his clothes, scorching his skin and raising a cloud of light smoke. Cough! Wu Yuan clutched his chest, coughing violently, each spasm feeling as though it might expel his very lungs. The forced use of the boundary-breaking talisman had thrown his internal energy into a chaotic state, as if countless tiny currents were racing wildly through his meridians, inflicting unbearable pain. He struggled to lift his head and survey his surroundings. The scenery around him was both alien and strangely familiar. They were still within the perilous terrain of Flame Flow Gorge. Yet they had distanced themselves from the ominous magma pool they had just escaped. Above them loomed a narrow crevice in the rock wall, just wide enough for one person to pass sideways, dim light filtering through the gap and casting mottled shadows. Did we escape? Wen Yao's weak voice trembled with the relief of survival as she peered out from the scroll. Her eyes were filled with vigilance as she carefully scanned the surroundings, her delicate fingers instinctively gripping the edge of the scroll. Wu Yuan took a deep breath, striving to quell the tumultuous energy within him, forcing himself to regain composure. He replied slowly, "For now, we are safe. The random teleportation of the boundary-breaking talisman has brought us to a tributary of the gorge." As he spoke, he worriedly checked on a die in his arms. The little creature's leaves were slightly curled, bearing traces of damage from the spatial fluctuations, clearly affected by the recent tumultuous transit. Yet soon, a die displayed remarkable vitality, its leaves gradually unfurling, roots quietly embedding into the crevices of the rocks, greedily absorbing the precious moisture. A die's life energy, 78. Fire spirit affinity status sustained. Seeing that a die was recovering, Wu Yuan felt a slight sense of relief. However, Wen Yao's next words tightened his heart once more. The flame heart sand and the azure water soul. Her voice dwindled, tinged with an unmistakable sense of regret. For her, the azure water soul was the crucial element for her reincarnation. Missing this opportunity meant that who knows when she might encounter it again. Wu Yuan followed her gaze towards the depths of the gorge, where the muffled roars still echoed, reverberating like distant thunder throughout the valley. The giant lizard remained, and the flock of flame feather eagles had likely not dispersed. Confrontation was not an option. We must devise a plan to return. He gently stroked a die's leaves, his gaze resolute as he spoke. At that moment, a sudden thought struck him. He turned to Ada and inquired, "Ada, can you sense the location of the energy source?" Ada's leaves swayed gently, the tender bud at the tip precisely indicating the direction from whence they had come. The starry patterns on her leaves began to emit a faint glow, as if tracing the trajectory of the energy flow. She could sense it. Wen Yao exclaimed with delight, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. Moreover, it seemed that the energy fields of the flame heart sand and the water spirit were mutually attracting, their fluctuations intensifying beyond what they had previously experienced. Wu Yuan felt a stirring in his heart, recalling Master Zhou's words. Perhaps they were meant to be together. Master Zhou had mentioned that the energy conflict at the ice-fire spring was severe. Perhaps these two elements were the key to balancing that conflict. With this thought, he rose, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and his gaze revealed a resolute determination. We will maneuver back through the crevices in the rock, avoiding the gaze of the giant lizard as much as possible. Utilizing Ada's keen sensitivity to energy, the two of them cautiously navigated the narrow rock fissures. The rock walls were excruciatingly hot, as if intent on scorching everything in their path, with bursts of searing steam occasionally erupting from the crevices, carrying a pungent odor. Fortunately, Wu Yuan wore the Xian iron golden stone bracers, the dark patterns flowing with a green light that resonated harmoniously with Ada's life energy, forming a robust protective barrier that kept the hazardous steam at bay. Simultaneously, this significantly reduced his spiritual energy consumption, allowing him to maintain a favorable condition as they advanced. Upon reaching a relatively open cavern, Wen Yao suddenly called out in alarm, "Stop! There is the presence of flame feather eagles ahead." Wu Yuan immediately pressed himself against the rock wall, his body closely adhering to the cold, rough surface, cautiously peering out. At the end of the cavern, on a platform, 3 smaller flame feather eagles were perched, Their feathers appeared somewhat disheveled, and evident wounds marred their wings. Clearly, they had fallen behind after an earlier battle. At this moment, they were restlessly pecking at the rocks with their sharp beaks, emitting piercing, shrill cries, their eyes filled with anger and unease. Below the platform lay the crevice they had seen earlier, the dazzling crimson glow emanating from the flame heart sand. An opportunity. A glint of sharpness flashed in Wu Yuan's eyes as he decisively proclaimed, "Ada, bind them with vines, but do not harm them." As soon as he finished speaking, golden vines shot out like agile serpents, swiftly entangling the wings of the 3 flame feather eagles. These vines were imbued with powerful life energy, rendering the eagles unable to break free. They emitted frantic cries, struggling desperately in an attempt to escape the confines of the vines. Wu Yuan quickly stepped forward, focusing his mental energy to convey a harmless message to them, while signaling Ada to slightly ease the strength of the vines. Perhaps due to his previous gesture of goodwill, or perhaps calmed by the gentle life energy within the vines, the 3 flame feather eagles gradually ceased their struggles, though they remained warily fixated on Wu Yuan, slowly retreating deeper into the platform. Wu Yuan did not pursue them, but instead approached the crevice in the rock. The vibrant crimson glow was now within arm's reach, almost tangible. He extended his fingertip and gently touched the flame heart sand. At the moment of contact, a torrent of violently potent fire energy surged into his body like a flood breaking through a dam. This energy was overwhelming. Had it not been for the timely radiance of the Xian iron golden stone bracers, which channeled most of the energy into Ada, he might have been overwhelmed by it. Ada's leaves instantly transformed into a resplendent gold, absorbing the fire energy at a rate several times faster than before. The dew on her leaves began to spin rapidly, the golden-red halo intensifying, resembling a miniature sun shimmering upon her. Item acquired, Flame Heart, Sand X3. Ada's new skill, Gold Melting. Splendid. Wen Yao exclaimed, nearly leaping with joy, her face radiant with delight. Now, let us seek the water spirit. According to the energy sensing, it is located near the ice fire spring, less than 100 meters from here. Wu Yuan carefully stored away the flame heart sand and followed Ada's guidance through the cavern. Before them, an expansive vista unfolded, revealing a circular spring with a diameter of approximately 10 zhang at the canyon's base. This spring resembled an extraordinary painting, with one half a boiling, seething crimson magma, exuding intense heat, while the other half was a serene, blue spring, emanating a refreshing chill. The 2 extreme energies clashed violently at the center of the spring, forming a distorted energy barrier that flickered with an eerie light. At the heart of this barrier lay the water spirit, quietly resting upon a floating ice slab, radiating a soft and mysterious blue glow. To their astonishment, a lava giant lizard was sprawled at the edge of the spring, its massive form obscuring much of the spring. It tightly guarded its body with its sturdy limbs, shielding itself from the onslaught of the flame feather eagles. Its eyes, ablaze with fierce flames, were fixed greedily on the center of the spring, revealing a sense of urgency, as if waiting for the opportune moment. It was waiting for the energy balance of the ice fire spring to be disrupted. Wen Yao realized, analyzing the situation, that according to legend, the ice fire spring experienced an energy collapse every 100 years, during which an incredibly rare ice fire spirit core would be birthed. However, it was evident that the time had not yet come. The giant lizard likely intended to forcibly disrupt the balance to seize both the spirit core and the water spirit. Wu Yuan meticulously observed his surroundings, noting the rocks encircling the spring were covered in dense ice crystals and scorch marks, evidence of the prolonged conflict between the 2 energies. Although the number of flame feather eagles had been reduced by more than half, the remaining ones fiercely attacked the giant lizard, soaring through the air, occasionally diving down to strike with their sharp talons and beaks, seemingly guarding the water spirit. "We must obtain the water spirit before the giant lizard makes its move," Wu Yuan whispered, his tone imbued with unwavering determination. He turned to Ada and instructed, "Ada, use your gold melting skill to create a hole in the rock wall. We will circumvent from behind." Ada nodded, her leaves shimmering with golden light as several vines, infused with the properties of fire and metal, shot toward the rock wall like arrows. Upon contact, the vines unleashed intense heat, swiftly melting the rock and creating a small passage barely wide enough for one person to slip through. Once through the rock wall, they found themselves in the shadows behind the spring. From this vantage point, they could clearly see the water spirit emitting a gentle blue light within the energy barrier, starkly contrasting with the turbulence of the flame heart sand. Its glow was pure and soothing, as though it could cleanse the soul. The energy of the water spirit is far too weak. It may not withstand the energy barrier much longer, Wen Yao said anxiously, her brow furrowed and her eyes filled with concern. The giant lizard's seismic attack could destroy the balance of the spring at any moment. Wu Yuan tightened his grip on the Xian iron golden stone bracers, feeling the life energy resonating through Ada's connection. Taking a deep breath, he said to Wen Yao, "Wen Yao, prepare to receive the energy of the water spirit. Ada, use your vines to ensnare the floating ice. I will shatter the barrier." Ada's roots swiftly extended, like agile tentacles, navigating through the boundary of magma and ice water to precisely ensnare the slab of ice. Wu Yuan inhaled deeply once more, channeling all of his spiritual energy into the bracers, activating the solidifying skill. However, this time, he was not aiming for defense. Instead, he concentrated all his power into his right fist, preparing to unleash a strike imbued with the energies of wood, metal, and fire, intending to temporarily tear apart the energy barrier. Now, as the lava giant lizard raised its head, opening its massive jaws to unleash a torrent of magma, Wu Yuan burst forth from the shadows, his right fist aglow with a tricolored radiance, crashing down upon the weak point of the energy barrier with the force of a shooting star. Crack! With a crisp sound, a fracture appeared in the barrier. The vine of a die swiftly surged forth, carrying the floating ice from the fissure, and securely delivered the azure water soul to Wu Yuan's hands. "Seize it." Wen Yao's voice was tinged with an unprecedented urgency, trembling slightly. Wu Yuan grasped the azure water soul, and the blue crystal, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, instantly emanated a bone-chilling cold, creating a violent reaction with the remnants of the fiery heart sand energy lingering in his palm. The two energies collided fiercely in his hand, sparks flying in every direction. Fortunately, the Xiantai Jinshe wristband illuminated with a green glow just in time, harmonizing the conflicting energies, gradually merging them into a gentle flow that slowly surged into the contract log. Item obtained: Azure Water Soul X1. Xiantai Jinshe wristband. Absorbing ice and fire energy grants 10 fire resistance and adds 30 water resistance. Roaring with fury, the lava giant lizard realized someone had snatched away the Azure Water Soul and was utterly enraged. It abandoned its assault on the flame feather eagle, its massive form abruptly turning to lunge at Wu Yuan. Its gaping maw was filled with seething magma, exuding a suffocating heat. "Run!" Without hesitation, Wu Yuan crushed the last of his boundary-breaking talismans, simultaneously commanding a die to unleash all absorbed fire energy, forming a golden firewall before him. This barrier stood firm, temporarily obstructing the giant lizard's line of sight and attack. The space warped once more, this time drawing from his wealth of experience and precise judgment. Wu Yuan set the teleportation coordinates to a concealed cave on the periphery of the volcanic range, a safe point he had meticulously marked on the map before his departure. When he regained his footing, he found himself within a dry and tranquil cavern. The deafening roars of the volcanic range were no longer audible outside. Only the howling winds echoed in his ears. A faint spiritual aura permeated the cave, with glistening droplets of water seeping from the stone walls, creating an ideal resting place. Wu Yuan gently placed a die on a flat rock, watching the intertwined blue-green glow emanating from the contract log, and let out a long sigh of relief. After enduring so many dangers and challenges, he had finally succeeded in obtaining both the fiery heart sand and the azure water soul. "Wen Yao, we are safe here," he murmured softly. The scroll trembled slightly, and Wen Yao's silhouette became considerably clearer than before, her eyes shimmering with tears of excitement. "Wu Yuan, thank you. With the fiery heart sand and the azure water soul, I can finally commence my first reincarnation." On a dais leaves, the golden red energy of the fiery heart sand and the azure energy of the azure water soul gradually intertwined, forming a halo reminiscent of a rainbow. This halo not only nourished the die itself, but also nourished Wu Yuan and the contract log, bestowing upon them a warm and formidable power. Leaning against the stone wall, Wu Yuan felt his internal spiritual energy gradually revitalizing, accompanied by the warm sensation emanating from his wristband. He glanced down at the azure token of the Wanmu cave, where the willow tree pattern seemed to have become more vivid and lively, as if imbued with boundless mysteries due to its absorption of ice and fire energy. "Worship the willow deity, pacify the lingering roots of the soul of willow, the secrets of the Wanmu cave," Wu Yuan murmured, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Outside the cave, the afterglow of the setting sun bathed the outline of the volcanic range in a warm orange hue. A gentle breeze wafted through, bringing with it a refreshing chill. Chapter 26, A Celestial Appearance on Paper, Wen Yao's Reincarnation. The crackling campfire in the cave cast elongated shadows of the three figures against the rough stone wall. Wu Yuan used stones to outline the contours of the reincarnation array on the ground, placing 5 elemental crystals according to the positions of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Moonlight streamed through the crevices at the cave's ceiling, perfectly illuminating the scroll at the center of the array, casting a hazy silver glow. The moon pattern ink crystal contained the power of the moon, perfectly counteracting the volcanic range's heat. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Wu Yuan embedded the final dark patterned ink crystal into the array. The greenwood essence, sourced from the core of a millennia-old tree in the Qing Tung trial grounds. And the gold stone soul, a relic of a master stonemason, combined with the recently acquired fiery heart, sand, and azure water soul, finally completed the 5 elemental components. The contract log quivered gently under the moonlight, when Yao's ethereal form flickering on the pages, her outline now significantly clearer than in the evening. Even the intricate cloud patterns on her white dress were visible. The patterns of the reincarnation array matched those of the ancient array examination recorded in the Wanxiang Return to One array. Her voice carried a barely perceptible tremor. But energy harmonization required absolute precision. Any deviation could lead to. There will be no deviation, Wu Yuan interrupted, his fingertip brushing along the groove at the edge of the array, where Adai's life energy flowed, forming a pale green shield. Look, Adai is already helping us stabilize the energy flow. In the corner, Adai's roots stretched through the crevices of the rocks, droplets of dew condensing on the leaves, dripping along the leaf veins. Each droplet contained the harmonized power of the 5 elements. The golden red was the fervor of the fiery heart sand. The azure was the clarity of the azure water soul. The inky black was the tranquility of the moon pattern ink crystal. The vibrant green was the vitality of the greenwood essence, and the earthy yellow was the weightiness of the goldstone soul. These droplets fell onto the array, bringing the previously rigid stone patterns to life, shimmering with a flowing luster. Wu Yuan gazed at Adai, the greenwood spirit willow that had accompanied him throughout his journey, now radiating a gentle yet formidable power. From a frail sapling during the Qing Tung trial to a partner capable of harboring diverse energies. Her growth trajectory was intricately entwined with his adventures. He reached out to caress her leaves, only to discover her roots quietly dragging something, inching towards the array's center. It was dozens of translucent crystals, some glowing with a green hue of wood energy, others adorned with red patterns of fire energy. Evidently, the spiritual energy crystals Adai had condensed after absorbing energy over the past few days. Her movements were slow, her slender roots trembling slightly as they dragged the crystals. Yet she was remarkably persistent, stacking the crystals one by one at the center of the contract log. Adai, what are you doing? Wu Yuan was taken aback. These crystals were fundamental to her life energy and crucial for her advancement. She had never willingly relinquished them before. Adai did not respond. Merely the tender bud at her tip gently brushed against the back of his hand, as if to offer comfort. When the final crystal was placed, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Detected that the spiritual plant greenwood spirit willow variant is actively refining life energy. The energy correction for One Yao's reincarnation array is complete. Reincarnation success rate, 60 to 90. Special effect, will inherit some life affinity characteristics upon reincarnation. Wu Yuan's heart raced. He crouched down, gently touching Adai's main trunk. This time, he did not sense the usual pure flow of energy, but rather a distinct emotion. Neither the submissiveness of obeying orders nor the exuberance of absorbing energy, but a calm and resolute intention, akin to a companion standing shoulder to shoulder in the storm, quietly offering an umbrella. Wu Yuan's throat tightened, rendering him momentarily speechless. Since the day he formed a contract with Adai, he had always felt like the one in control, the protector of this fragile spiritual plant. Yet at this moment, he realized that this contract had never been a one-way sacrifice. In the unseen corners, Adai was also responding to his trust in her own way. It was as if she were saying, "You must succeed." Wen Yao's voice was choked with emotion, her ethereal form wavering on the pages. Wu Yuan, I can feel it. Her life energy and my soul's resonance are in harmony. Wu Yuan took a deep breath, suppressing the warmth welling in his eyes. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. It's about time. The lunar phase is just right. Infusing his spiritual energy into the 5 nodes at the edge of the array. As his energy surged forth, the 5 elemental crystals simultaneously ignited. The moon pattern ink crystal released an ethereal blue moonlight. The fiery heart sand ignited with a flickering flame. The azure water soul crystallized into delicate ice shards. The greenwood essence sprouted tender green branches, and the goldstone soul emitted a heavy golden radiance. The 5 energies entwined like 5 colorful ribbons, swirling above the array's center, ultimately converging into a radiant column of multicolored light, enveloping the contract log entirely. Thus began the transformation. Wu Yuan stepped aside, clutching the Xiantai Jinshe wristband tightly. The green light on the wristband resonated with Dui's leaves, forming a solid barrier of energy, effectively isolating the occasional roars of the beasts outside the cave. The scroll within the column began to tremble violently, expanding from its palm-sized form as it unfurled in the luminous glow. The characters on its pages danced like silver fish come to life, climbing the light column, gradually coalescing into the outline of Wen Yao. This time, it was no longer a hazy specter. Her hair and the folds of her dress were vividly discernible. Even the tiny star patterns embroidered on the hem, reminiscent of the celestial designs on Dui's leaves. Moon patterning, crystal, soul binding. Wen Yao's voice resonated within the light column, imbued with a power that pierced through the soul. The ethereal moonlight merged into her brow, transforming her previously somewhat illusory visage into something strikingly real. As her eyes opened, it was as if galaxies revolved within her pupils. Flame heart sand, bone-shaping. Crimson flames coursed through her limbs, outlining the shape of her skeleton, as her once delicate figure grew upright, enveloped by a gentle warmth. Azure water soul, pulse condensation. Azure currents flowed through her body, distributing like meridians, rendering her breath soft and prolonged. Verdant wood marrow, flesh rebirth. Tender green branches brushed against her skin, bestowing a healthy glow upon her fair complexion, as if life itself was quietly surging within her. Golden stone soul, spirit forging. A heavy golden light sank into her chest, forming a diamond-shaped mark, the core of the all-knowing codex, radiating a reassuring aura. The 5 energies fulfilled their respective missions in succession, merging and settling within her. When the last wisp of golden light vanished, the multicolored column suddenly contracted, flowing entirely into her being. The cave fell into a brief silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the campfire. Wen Yao stood serenely at the center of the array, having shed her scroll form to reveal a graceful young woman. She wore a moon-white gown, the star patterns on the hem swirling in tandem with the designs on Dui's leaves. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, the tips tinged with a faint green hue, a trace left by the verdant wood marrow. Most striking were her eyes, clear and profound, as though they could see through the essence of all things in the world. Wen Yao? Wu Yuan called tentatively. The young woman turned, a gentle smile gracing her lips. More vivid than any previous apparition, Wu Yuan. Her voice rang clear as jade striking stone, yet bore the serene quality unique to the scroll. I have succeeded. As her words faded, she gently raised her hand, her fingertips tracing the air. The remnants of the reincarnation array on the ground suddenly glimmered, and the scattered elemental dust coalesced under her command, forming 2 ancient seal characters. Guard. The inscription glowed with a soft white light, transforming into a translucent shield that perfectly blocked a falling rock from the cave ceiling. This is the ability of the all-knowing codex? Wu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. He glanced at the system panel. Beast name, Wen Yao. Race, all-knowing codex. Level, King level 1. Attribute, celestial. Status, healthy. Health points, 10, 0, 0, 0, 10, 0, 0, 0. Energy points, 50. 0, 0, 0, 50, 0, 0, 0. Skills, universal analysis, active. Text embodiment, active. Micro-law resonance, active. Void concealment, passive. Wen Yao nodded, lightly tapping the shield, whereupon a myriad of runes immediately emerged. The all-knowing codex can analyze the trajectory of energy flows. This shield is derived from the defense principles of the Xian Tai Jin Shi wristband. She tilted her head, glancing at Dui in the corner, a glimmer of delight in her eyes. Moreover, I can clearly comprehend her thoughts now. She had just said she was pleased that I could become what I am today. Dui's leaves gently swayed, the tender buds leaning towards Wen Yao, as if in response to her words. The dew on the leaves refracted the firelight, casting delicate speckles of light on the ground, akin to scattered stars. Wu Yuan observed the scene, a wave of indescribable warmth surging within him. From their initial contract to their mutual support through countless adventures, the 3 had become an inseparable whole. He approached Wen Yao, noticing that the diamond mark on her chest was gently warming, exuding an aura reminiscent of the Wan Mu Cave token. This mark is the core of the all-knowing codex, Wen Yao mused, stroking the mark, a flicker of contemplation crossing her eyes. It seems to resonate with items infused with ancient knowledge. Just now, when it was warm, I had flashes of vague fragments in my mind, like a map of the interior of the Wan Mu Cave. Wu Yuan's heart stirred. It seems that Mentor Zhou sent us to the Wan Mu Cave not merely to seek records of the sacrificial rituals for the Willow God. Perhaps. Wen Yao smiled faintly, raising her hand to sketch the air, where a faint blue light curtain materialized, revealing a multitude of intricate characters and patterns. This is the analytical function of the all-knowing codex. I just attempted to analyze the energy flow of the volcanic range and discovered that the core fire essence is moving towards the Wan Mu Cave, seemingly drawn by something. Wu Yuan recalled Zhou Mingyuan's mention of the core fire essence and glanced at the increasingly distinct celestial patterns on Dui's leaves, sensing an elusive connection among these clues. However, now was not the time for deep inquiry. They had lingered in the volcanic range for too long, and Wen Yao had just completed her reincarnation, needing a secure environment to stabilize her state. We shall return to the Star Abyss Pavilion tomorrow. Wu Yuan packed their belongings, carefully stowing the remaining elemental crystal fragments. Minter Zhang awaited Dui to pacify his clematis. The expedition to the Wanmu cave with Minter Zhou should also be prioritized. Wen Yao nodded, lightly waving her fingertips to retract the light curtain. She approached Dui, crouching down to gently caress the leaves. From now on, I shall record your stories. The moment her fingertips made contact with the leaves, a soft silver glow emanated from Dui's foliage, as if in response to her promise. That night, Wu Yuan slept particularly soundly. By the campfire, Wen Yao leaned against the stone wall, having somehow acquired a blank scroll, her fingertips inscribing something upon its pages. The golden characters shimmering before swiftly vanishing into the paper. Dui quietly extended its roots between the two, as if guarding this hard-won tranquility. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the fissures in the cave's ceiling, they had already embarked on their journey back to the Star Abyss Pavilion. Wen Yao had reverted to her previous form, perched on Wu Yuan's shoulder, utilizing the abilities of the all-knowing codex to analyze the flora, rocks, and even the energy flows in the air along the way, occasionally exclaiming in realization. How intriguing that the feathers of the flame feather eagle contain trace amounts of golden stone soul essence. No wonder they thrive in the volcanic range. This seemingly ordinary wild grass actually stores dual attribute energy at its roots, making it an excellent material for crafting antidotes. As Wu Yuan listened to the melodious sounds beside him, the discoveries shared by Wen Yao brought an involuntary smile to his lips. Meanwhile, Dui unfurled its leaves, basking in the morning sunlight, its roots occasionally peeking out from Wu Yuan's sleeve to gently touch Wen Yao's fingertips, as if engaging in a silent exchange. While passing through the redstone forest, the flame feather eagle that had once escorted them away suddenly swooped down from the sky, landing before Wen Yao, clutching a dark red feather in its beak. It was the tail feather of the flame feather eagle king, imbued with pure fire attribute energy. It seems to be offering us a gift, Wen Yao remarked, accepting the feather with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. The analysis revealed that this feather could enhance the potency of fire attribute skills, and it bore the energy mark of the Wanmu cave. Wu Yuan took the feather, indeed sensing an aura similar to that of the Wanmu cave token. He handed the feather to Adai, who gently coiled his roots and accepted the offering, causing the crimson glow upon his leaves to intensify. It seemed the Wangu cave indeed harbored numerous secrets. Wu Yuan lifted his gaze towards the direction of the Star Abyss Pavilion, shrouded in swirling mists, resembling a realm of the divine. As he stepped into the teleportation array, a flash of white light engulfed him, welcoming him with the familiar fragrance of the bamboo grove. The outline of the Star Abyss Pavilion gradually came into focus, accompanied by the verdant aroma of the botanical classroom's greenhouse, the metallic scent from the forging room, and the distant shouts from the training grounds, all evoking a profound sense of familiarity. Let us first pay a visit to Minter Zhang, Wen Yao suggested, for my clematis might have stirred quite a commotion. Wu Yuan nodded with a smile, leading Wen Yao and Adai toward the forging room. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the bamboo forest, casting dappled shadows on the ground, elongating their silhouettes as they huddled closely together. Chapter 27, Daily Life in the Star Abyss, the Third Beastmaster. The forging room resembled a fervent furnace, with waves of heat surging forth, carrying an essence distinctively associated with the art of metalworking, surpassing even the scalding magma of volcanic veins. As Wu Yuan reached the doorway, a strong and acrid scent of iron assailed him like a tidal wave, enveloping him entirely. Upon raising his eyes, he beheld Minter Zhang, his bronze torso bare, muscles taut and rippling with each swing of his hammer, the oversized tool appearing almost weightless in his grip. Each strike of the hammer landed precisely upon the thinnest veins of the glowing black iron, sending forth sparks that burst like splendid fireworks, crackling and falling to the ground, scorching little blackened spots into the floor. "Kid, you still remember to come back?" Minter Zhang's deep voice resonated from beneath the hammer, his focus unwavering as he continued his labor. "Are those wrist guards of any use atop the volcanic peaks?" "Thanks to the Minter's wrist guards, they've thwarted quite a bit of magma," Wu Yuan hurriedly replied, revealing his black iron wrist guards. The intricate patterns upon them glimmered with an ethereal green light, seemingly brimming with boundless vitality, having absorbed some elemental energy of ice and fire, thus enhancing their attributes. Only then did Minter Zhang slowly set down his hammer, casually wiping the beads of sweat from his brow with a rough cloth. His sharp, triangular eyes scanned the wrist guards, then flicked toward a die nestled in Wu Yuan's arms. his brow furrowing slightly. "There is something amiss with your spirit, Willow." A jolt of unease shot through Yuan, his mind racing to formulate an explanation. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, Mentor Zhang clicked his tongue, a hint of astonishment infusing his tone. "The fiery spirit energy of the volcanic veins is quite domineering. Yet her leaves bear no scorch marks whatsoever. Instead, they seem even more vibrant." With that, he gestured toward a large flower pot in the corner, draped in black cloth. "There. That is the clematis. Let her converse with it." Yuan sighed in relief, cautiously cradling a die as he approached the large flower pot. The moment he lifted the black cloth, a sharp wooden thorn shot forth, infused with an unruly ferocity. The clematis was as black as ink, its petals sharp as poisoned blades, with the edges of its leaves tinged dark red, evidently mutated due to chaotic energy. "A die? Try to envelop it with life energy," Yuan whispered, his voice soft yet resolute. A die seemed to comprehend his words, her delicate roots gradually probing into the soil, her golden vines resembling gentle satin as they tenderly entwined around the clematis's stem. This time, the life energy a die released was extraordinary, adorned with faint starry patterns, as if humming a soothing and tranquil melody. Initially, the clematis struggled vehemently, its black petals quivering violently in an attempt to pierce through the vine's embrace. Yet, as time passed, under the careful nurturing of that warm energy, its thorns gradually retracted, and the dark red leaves began to exhibit a hint of vibrant green. "Fascinating," Mentor Zhang observed, arms crossed, an expression of surprise flickering in his eyes. "This is not merely suppression, it is a process of harmonization. The roots of the clematis have been scorched by the earth's fire, accumulating a great deal of violent energy. Yet your spirit willow's energy can traverse the meridians, gradually guiding the fire energy away." Half an hour slipped by quietly, and the clematis fell completely silent, a soft glow emerging from its black petals. When a die withdrew her roots, her leaves appeared slightly wilted, clearly having expended considerable energy. Noticing this, Mentor Zhang casually tossed over a jade vial. "This contains spirit spring dew. Let her replenish." He scratched his head, his expression turning somewhat grave. "By the way, old Zhou came by a few days ago, rummaging through ancient texts about the soul-restraining willow and inquiring if you had ventured to the Wangu cave. I plan to settle my affairs first before going," Yuan replied, catching the jade vial and cautiously dripping a few drops of spirit spring dew onto a die. Miraculously, her leaves unfurled instantly, radiating with renewed vitality. "There is a spirit-devouring vine deep within the Wangu cave, which exclusively absorbs the spiritual energy of living beings. Ensure your spirit willow prepares ample life energy." Mentor Zhang resumed his hammering, his gaze firm as he addressed Yuan. "Go now. Do not linger here and be an eyesore. I still have a batch of heart-protecting mirrors to complete." As they departed the forging room, Wen Yao poked her head out from Yuan's collar, her voice delicate and bright. "Mentor Zhang seems to know something. His gaze upon me earlier felt like he was confirming something." At that moment, she had reverted to her palm-sized book form, its cover adorned with intricate star patterns, indistinguishable from an ordinary contract beast carrier at first glance. This was their prearranged tactic to temporarily conceal the existence of the all-knowing codex. The mentors at the Star Abyss Pavilion are all quite formidable. Yuan gently caressed the cover of the book, his eyes deep and resolute. Mentor Zhou is aware of a die's uniqueness. Mentor Zhang is sensitive to the flow of energy. They may have surmised something but chose not to confront it directly, allowing us some leeway. Upon returning to the dormitory, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the desk, suffusing the entire room with a golden hue. Yuan placed a die in a flower pot by the window, carefully watering her with some spirit spring dew, and set Wen Yao upon the desk. "For the next few days, we shall rest within the academy and clarify the information regarding the Wangu cave." Wen Yao gently fluttered on the desk, the pages of the book automatically flipping open to reveal blank inner pages. "The library holds the secret realm examination of the Star Abyss Pavilion. It should contain records of the Wangu cave. Moreover, I've discovered I can directly extract knowledge from the book." Early the following morning, Yuan took both companions to the library. The grand edifice, suspended amidst the sea of clouds, was an imposing structure formed by countless stacked scrolls, the shelves towering beyond sight. The air thick with the scent of aged ink and a faint aura of spiritual energy. The guardian of the library was an elderly man wearing reading glasses, who, upon spotting a die in Yuan's arms, immediately brightened his murky eyes. "The little one from the botanical class? Old Zhou was here yesterday borrowing the ancient spirit plant compendium." Yuan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, making his way directly to the section on secret realm scrolls. Wen Yao leaped from his shoulder onto a row of bookshelves, her pages fluttering rapidly like a nimble butterfly in search of a target. Soon, she alighted upon a yellowed tome. Exclaiming, "This is it." Wu Yuan eagerly retrieved the secret realm examination of the Star Abyss Pavilion, but his excitement quickly waned as he found the entries on the Wangu Cave scant, with most warnings about its extreme dangers and prohibitions against entry. Just as disappointment began to settle in, Wen Yao's pages touched the ancient text, emanating a soft blue light. A miracle occurred. The previously indistinct script suddenly became strikingly clear, and even additional lines of smaller text appeared. At the lower depths of the Wangu Cave lies the mother nest of spirit plants, a place of ancient spirit plant propagation, which can only be accessed with the heart of the soul-restraining willow. The spirit-devouring vine guards the mid-level, fearing the essence of gold and stone and the dew of life. The entrance's maze forest is, in fact, a remnant of the ancient formation that shifts stars and constellations, requiring one to walk according to the trajectory of the stars. I knew something was amiss. Wen Yao's voice emanated from the pages of the book, laced with a hint of triumph. The contents inscribed within had been obscured by a unique ink, revealing themselves only to the discerning eye of the omniscient codex. Wu Yuan felt a stir in his heart, recalling the willow motif etched upon the medallion gifted to him by Zhou Mingyuan, while Adai's connection to the soul-guarding willow became increasingly apparent. It seemed evident that Adai would play a pivotal role in their expedition to the 10,000 Wood Cavern. He committed the information to memory, just as he was about to delve into other materials when he noticed Adai's branches delicately extending from his embrace, resting gently upon the pages. The leaves perfectly shielded him from the glaring sunlight. As they stood by the window, the morning rays piercing directly onto the text, causing discomfort to the eyes. "You truly know how to care for others," Wu Yuan chuckled, affectionately adjusting Adai's branches, his heart brimming with warmth. In the subsequent days, the trio formed an extraordinary and harmonious rapport. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight streamed into their dormitory, Wu Yuan would venture to the training grounds to practice the fundamentals. Adai would obediently perch upon his shoulder, basking in the sun, its tender roots occasionally dangling down to gently wipe the beads of sweat that formed on his brow. Meanwhile, Wen Yao, reduced to the size of a scroll, nestled in his pocket, would intermittently remind him that his left oblique muscles were not engaging correctly, advising that his spiritual energy should circulate at a swifter pace. Conclusions drawn from her extensive analysis of numerous martial arts texts. In the afternoons, they would invariably convene at the library. Wu Yuan would occupy a seat by the window, diligently studying the intricacies of beast mastery bloodlines, while Wen Yao spread herself across the table, extracting key points for him. "Look at this page. The fire attribute bloodline of the flame feather eagle originates from the ancient Juke. If nurtured with the essence of gold and stone, it can evolve into the burning sky wings, which perfectly explains why the flame feather eagle from the redstone forest gifted us its tail feather. And this, when Xianbing sand encounters the essence of the earth fire, it can coalesce into the ice fire pearl, capable of dispelling myriad toxins. Perhaps Instructor Zhang anticipated our encounter with the fire essence when he provided us with Xianbing sand." Wu Yuan listened intently, his pen swiftly recording the salient points on paper. Occasionally, as he glanced up, he would witness the sunlight being artfully obscured by Adai's leaves, leaving only gentle dapples of light upon the pages. He feigned ignorance of the scene, yet warmth enveloped his heart. One evening, feeling fatigued from reading, Wu Yuan unknowingly succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the table. Wen Yao peeked out from the pages, observing his weary visage, and with a gentle tap of her fingertip, she sketched a tiny willow leaf upon the open pages. The lines were delicate and fluid, imbued with a playful charm. Once finished, she tilted her head in satisfaction, as if to showcase her creation. Just as she was about to retreat, a diminutive willow leaf suddenly descended, its tip adorned with a crystalline droplet of dew, which softly landed on the paper. The inked willow leaf blurred into a hazy green, reminiscent of Adai's leafy silhouette. Wen Yao hummed softly, adding a small star pattern beside it with her fingertip. In response, Adai shook its leaves, releasing another droplet that cast a faint halo around the star. The two engaged in this playful exchange, and by the time Wu Yuan awoke, the pages were a tapestry of blurred ink and water stains, resembling an abstract painting rich in meaning. He looked at the suppressed laughter of Wen Yao and the gently quivering leaves of Adai, shaking his head in resignation, yet unable to suppress a smile. These warm and fulfilling days passed for 5 days. During this time, under Wen Yao's meticulous guidance, Wu Yuan's spiritual energy became increasingly refined and pure. While Adai's life force had returned to its peak condition, the star patterns on its leaves glowing brightly at night. One afternoon, a classmate unexpectedly visited their dormitory. "Wu Yuan, Instructor Zhou requests your presence tomorrow." That evening, he consolidated the information he had gathered from the library, along with Instructor Zhang's hints and Wen Yao's analyses. spreading out a simple map of the 10,000-wood cavern on the table. Wen Yao leaned over the map, pointing to a location in the mid-layer. The soul-devouring vines fear the essence of gold and stone. We possess the essence of gold and stone, and with Adai's life energy, we should be able to cope. But what exactly is the heart of the soul-guarding willow at the base layer? Adai's leaves gently tapped the map at the location of the mother nest, its tender buds shimmering with a red light, as though responding to some mysterious force. Perhaps it pertains to you. Wu Yuan gazed at Adai, his eyes filled with anticipation and trust. Instructor Zhou mentioned you are a descendant of the soul-guarding willow. Perhaps this heart is something that needs your awakening. Suddenly, Wen Yao's pages fluttered, revealing a new analysis. Abnormal energy fluctuations detected in the direction of the 10,000-wood cavern, resonating with the frequency of the remnants of the soul-guarding willow. Wu Yuan folded the map, his gaze steadfast. Whatever it is, I shall discover it when I meet Instructor Zhou tomorrow. First, I must consolidate my knowledge and elevate Wen Yao's tier, and we must also seek a third beast companion, ensuring we are thoroughly prepared before entering the 10,000-wood cavern. Adai's leaves pressed reassuringly against the back of his hand, as if offering encouragement and support. Wen Yao gently closed her pages, the star patterns on the cover and Adai's leaves glowing simultaneously, casting intertwining glimmers in the dim dormitory. The night in Xingyuan Pavilion was serene and profound, while the lights of the library remained illuminated, silently safeguarding countless undisclosed secrets. Chapter 28. Instructor Zhou's Apprenticeship and Research Insights. The greenhouse for the spiritual botany class always carried the moisture of the morning dew. As Wu Yuan entered, cradling Adai, he found Zhou Mingyuan crouched before a cultivation rack, meticulously adjusting the angle of a leaf on a mirror grass plant with tweezers. The leaves of this grass were smooth as mirrors, reflecting the surrounding flora. Even the veins of the leaves were distinctly visible. You're here, Zhou Mingyuan remarked without looking up, skillfully correcting a skewed leaf with precision. Have a seat. There's freshly brewed spiritual tea on the stone table. Wu Yuan settled beside the stone table, placing Wen Yao atop it. At that moment, Wen Yao still appeared in her scroll form, though the star patterns on her cover glimmered brighter than before, the edges radiating a soft golden light, easily detectable to anyone observing that her energy tier had significantly elevated. Your contract scroll has evolved? Zhou Mingyuan set down the tweezers, lifting his teacup for a sip, his gaze resting on Wen Yao with a scrutinizing, yet unintrusive, intent. Wu Yuan had anticipated this question and replied with composure, by a stroke of luck. I broke through the bottleneck using some Ember Heart sand powder I brought back from the volcanic region. I never expected it would actually work. He deliberately obscured the details of the reincarnation, merely stating it was an evolution. Zhou Mingyuan smiled knowingly, a flicker of understanding in his murky eyes. Ember Heart sand belongs to the fire element, while your scroll's core leans towards the yin aspect. Achieving a harmonious evolution is indeed no small feat. He then glanced at Adai and Wu Yuan's arms, adding, what is more remarkable is that your spiritual willow seems to have benefited as well. The star patterns on its leaves have become more defined. Adai's leaves swayed gently, the tender bud nudging Wu Yuan's wrist, as if in response to Zhou Mingyuan's words. Did Instructor Zhou summon me regarding the 10,000-wood cavern? Wu Yuan proactively shifted the conversation to the main topic. Zhou Mingyuan nodded, rising to walk deeper into the greenhouse, where a half-person-sized crystal orb stood, within which floated countless tiny green light dots, resembling a condensed forest. Take a look at this. He tapped the crystal orb with his fingertip, and the light dots coalesced into a three-dimensional projection of the 10,000-wood cavern. One area flickered with red light. This is the energy map of the 10,000-wood cavern that I've monitored using the resonance of flora technique. The red zone indicates the habitat of the soul-devouring vines. And here, he pointed to a green dot at the very bottom of the projection, is the location of the spiritual plant mother nest. Over the past month, the energy fluctuations there have become increasingly frequent, aligning perfectly with the signs recorded in ancient texts preceding the ritual for awakening the willow spirit. Wu Yuan leaned in for a closer look, noticing that the trajectory of the light dots surrounding the mother nest bore a resemblance to the star patterns on Adai's leaves. For 37 years, I have delved into the study of ancient spiritual flora, constantly in pursuit of the key that could trigger the ritual. Zhou Mingyuan's voice carried a hint of nostalgia as he remarked, it was only upon seeing your spirit willow that I became certain. The descendant of the soul guardian willow is indeed the key to unlocking the ceremony. He turned, his gaze earnest as he addressed Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan, I wish to take you as my disciple, inviting you to join my research so that together we may unravel the mysteries of the sacrificial willow deity and the mother nest of spiritual flora. Wu Yuan was taken aback. Zhou Mingyuan was the acknowledged authority on ancient spiritual flora within the Star Abyss Pavilion. Countless students longed to be under his tutelage but were met with rejection. The fact that he would extend such an offer was astonishing. Master, please do not rush to answer, Wu Yuan said cautiously. Zhou Mingyuan waved his hand dismissively, retrieving a wooden box from his storage ring and sliding it across the table toward Wu Yuan. Inside this box is the 9-turn spiritual ginseng essence, capable of nurturing the very essence of spiritual flora, along with 3 copies of the fragments of ancient spiritual flora, which contain numerous cultivation techniques that have long been lost. If you are willing, all of this shall belong to you. Furthermore, you may freely access the resource library of the Star Abyss Pavilion, as long as it pertains to your research. The moment the box was opened, an intense fragrance of medicine wafted through the air, causing Dui's roots to instinctively reach out, clearly thirsty for the spiritual ginseng essence. Wen Yao, too, began to flutter on the table, a corner of her pages flipping open to reveal her hurried notes. 9-turn spiritual ginseng essence contains 9 types of spiritual energy from heaven and earth, capable of repairing damage to the essence of spiritual flora, worth a fortune. Faced with such abundant resources and a rare opportunity, Wu Yuan found no reason to decline. He rose to his feet and performed a deep bow toward Zhou Mingyuan, saying, Disciple Wu Yuan pays his respects to Master. Zhou Mingyuan's eyes sparkled with a smile of approval as he helped Wu Yuan to his feet, exclaiming, Good, good. I know you have also dabbled in the art of beast taming. In truth, spiritual flora and beast taming share a common origin. Many paths of evolution for tamed beasts can be traced back in ancient records of spiritual flora. He gestured toward Wen Yao, just like your scroll. While the world believes that contracted beasts have only one path to evolution, they are unaware that certain special species can attain rebirth through reincarnation. This has been mentioned in the records of all spirits, albeit in fleeting references that have long been dismissed as mere legend. Wu Yuan was taken aback, surprised that Zhou Mingyuan was aware of the existence of reincarnation. He glanced at Wen Yao and noticed her pages trembling slightly, clearly astonished as well. However, evolution and reincarnation are fundamentally both about the activation of potential, Zhou Mingyuan continued, seemingly oblivious to their surprise. There is no need to fixate on which method is superior. Some tamed beasts are suited for gradual evolution, while others require a dramatic rebirth. The key lies in whether the contractor can discover the most suitable path for them. This statement illuminated Wu Yuan's understanding. He had previously believed that Wen Yao's talent for reincarnation far surpassed ordinary evolution, but now he realized that, regardless of the method, the essence remained in the connection and comprehension between the contracted beast and its master. Just like Dui, who had not undergone reincarnation, yet could continuously transform by absorbing various energies, which in itself was a unique path of growth. Indeed, Master, Wu Yuan nodded. I previously had my priorities inverted, always seeking shortcuts while neglecting the resonance of energy with them. Understanding is what matters. Zhou Mingyuan nodded in approval. Your ability to allow the spirit willow to harbor multiple energies without discord, along with enabling the scroll to complete its evolution, demonstrates your exceptional talent for energy harmonization, which is precisely the capability most needed in the study of sacrificial rituals. He picked up one of the fragments and handed it to Wu Yuan. Take a look at this. It details the steps of the willow deity ritual. It mentions the need for gold and stone as a foundation, ice and fire as a guide, and flora as a bridge. Does it not resemble your experiences in the volcanic range? Wu Yuan accepted the fragment, and Wen Yao immediately glued herself to it, her pages rapidly scanning the content. Indeed, her voice brimmed with excitement. The reference to gold and stone as a foundation pertains to the goldstone soul, while ice and fire as a guide refer to flame heart sand and azure water soul. The flora as a bridge points directly to Dui. Thus, I maintain that you are the chosen one. Zhou Mingyuan chuckled. These conditions are indispensable, yet they fortuitously align with your path. He stood up. Come with me. I shall show you my laboratory, where you will find the fruits of my years of research that may inspire you. Zhou Mingyuan's laboratory was concealed behind a barrier at the back of the greenhouse. Passing through an archway woven from vines, Wu Yuan was left in awe at the sight before him. Countless glass petri dishes meticulously arranged, each nurturing a variety of peculiar spiritual flora. There were the starry grasses that emitted a soft glow, their leaves revealing star maps as they turned. The iron walnut trees bearing metallic fruits as hard as steel, and a half-dying plant whose roots were connected to a complex array, the very remnants of the soul guardian willow he had encountered earlier. I have nurtured this remnant of the soul guardian willow with a spirit-gathering array for 10 years, allowing it to maintain a flicker of vitality. Zhou Mingyuan indicated toward the plant. Observe the root patterns. Do they not resemble those of your spirit willow? Wu Yuan scrutinized the two, discovering that their patterns indeed shared a common origin, though Dui's were more complete, enriched with the rhythm of celestial movements. Over there is the ancient cultivation array I have replicated, Zhou Mingyuan gestured to a stone formation in the center of the laboratory, where a green crystal was embedded at its core. This is a symbiotic array, allowing spiritual flora of different attributes to share energy, much like how you enable the spirit willow to integrate both goldstone and ice-fire energy. However, my array can only sustain itself for 3 hours, while your spirit willow can achieve permanent fusion. This exemplifies the distinction between the natural and the artificial. Wen Yao soared above the stone array, her pages emanating a blue light as she began to analyze the structural arrangement. Master, there is a flaw in the arrangement of the array's nodes, she suddenly interjected, her voice resonating clearly within the laboratory. If the central crystal were replaced with a dual attribute yin-yang jade and the angles of the 3 array feet adjusted, the duration of sustainability could be extended. Zhou Mingyuan was momentarily stunned, his eyes suddenly alight with brilliance. What did you say? Please repeat that. Wen Yao landed at the edge of the array, pointing at the array feet. Here, and here, the angles are off by 3 degrees, leading to energy loss during circulation. The yin-yang jade can automatically harmonize attribute conflicts, precisely compensating for this flaw. She swiftly sketched a modified array diagram on the ground, which, compared to the original, was merely a subtle adjustment, yet seemed to enhance its very essence. Zhou Mingyuan knelt to the ground, comparing the array diagrams, and, after a moment's contemplation, suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. Yes, that's it. How did I not think of this? The symbiotic properties of the yin-yang jade perfectly address the issue of attribute conflict. His gaze toward Wen Yao brimmed with astonishment and admiration. Your scroll has not only evolved, its wisdom has increased tremendously. Wu Yuan silently expressed relief, grateful that Wen Yao had presented her suggestion through the analysis of the array, making it sound more like an ability gained from evolution rather than knowledge acquired from reincarnation. Perhaps the energy she absorbed during her evolution had heightened her sensitivity to the flow of energy. Zhou Mingyuan, without a hint of suspicion, merely marveled. Excellent, excellent. You too, master and disciple. One has a natural talent for energy harmonization, while the other possesses unique insights into structural analysis. You are truly born for research. He turned to Wu Yuan. It appears that taking you as my disciple was the most astute decision. For the next 2 hours, Zhou Mingyuan elaborated on his speculations regarding the Sacrificial Willow deity ritual, while Wu Yuan occasionally contributed his own insights. Some derived from Dui's growth, and others subtly suggested by Wen Yao. When Wu Yuan proposed that the sacrificial ritual might not be to awaken the willow deity, but rather to harness its power to repair the mother nest of spiritual flora, Zhou Mingyuan leaped to his feet, brimming with excitement. That makes sense. The ancient texts state that when the willow deity dies, all trees wither. Perhaps the mother nest has already sustained damage, and the true purpose of the ritual is to restore it. He began to pace the laboratory. I had been trapped in a misconception, believing it was to awaken the divine, while neglecting the fact that the mother nest is the root of the matter. As Wu Yuan observed his excited mentor, his own interest in research intensified. He discovered that when he focused on analyzing the flow of energy and comparing it to ancient records, the thrill of unraveling mysteries was no less exhilarating than the victory achieved in beast battles. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Zhou Mingyuan finally brought the day to a close. Let us pause here for today. Return and thoroughly examine the fragments. Starting tomorrow, report to the laboratory every day. He handed Wu Yuan a silver token, the laboratory's admission pass, granting access to all areas except for the innermost core zone. Upon leaving the greenhouse, Wu Yuan found himself cradling a wooden box and ancient tomes, while Wen Yang was engrossed in deciphering the text on the pages of the latter. I never expected Mentor Zhou to value you so highly, Wen Yang remarked with a playful tone, observing how Zhou's eyes had regarded Wu Yuan as though he were a rare treasure. Wu Yuan glanced down at a die, whose leaves bore traces of spirit ginseng fluid, evidently absorbed in secret moments before, now stretching contentedly. Perhaps we truly can unravel those mysteries, he mused, brushing his fingers over Wen Yang's pages, and with your reincarnation, we might find even more clues within the mother nest. The pages of Wen Yang's tome quivered gently in response. Back at the dormitory, Wu Yuan dropped 3 drops of the 9-transmutation spirit ginseng fluid into a dye's pot. The instant the elixir seeped into the soil, a dye's roots eagerly expanded, its leaves visibly deepening in verdancy, the life energy surging from 98 to a full 100, even glowing faintly with a green luminescence. A dye's life energy, 100 overflow, gaining the passive skill life feedback, able to transfer excess energy back to the contract holder. A gentle energy emanated from a dye, flowing into Wu Yuan's veins, invigorating him from the fatigue that had settled during the day's contemplations. This spirit ginseng fluid is extraordinary, Wen Yang exclaimed. If we had a bit more, a dye might unlock a new form ahead of schedule. Wu Yuan chuckled, Mentor Zhou has already provided us with ample resources. The rest we must rely on ourselves. He opened the ancient spirit plant fragment, and Wenyang immediately leaned in, as annotations and interpretations began to manifest on the pages, transforming the arcane classical text into comprehensible content. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on the pages, while a dais leaves gently swayed, shielding them from excess light. Once again, the trio fell into a harmonious tranquility, but this time, their objective was clearer: the spirit plant mother nest of the 10,000 Woods Cave and the secrets surrounding the worship of the Willow God. Chapter 29, Wenyang's Advancement. The initial emergence of the Ice Serpent. The resource vault of the Star Abyss Pavilion lay nestled within the mist-shrouded mountainside, overseen in rotation by 3 elders. When Yuan presented the token given by Zhou Mingyuan, elderly, the guardian of the vault, raised an eyebrow. Zhou's new disciple? Quite a rare visitor. He waved his hand, opening a hidden door in the stone wall. Enter, but remember, aside from the top-level forbidden zone, you may choose freely. Just ensure you settle with your points. Beyond the hidden door was a lengthy corridor, flanked by shelves brimming with various resources, the thunderfruit crackling with lightning, the icy Xianbing jade, and the fragrant 1,000-year-old spirit mushroom. Following Wenyang's list with precision, Wu Yuan located the necessary items: 10 pounds of concentration grass to stabilize mental strength, a piece of Yin-Yang jade to complete the symbiotic formation, and 3 vials of spirit refinement liquid to enhance beast energy purity. Do we have enough points? Wenyang, nestled within Wu Yuan's pocket, inquired as the pages unfolded to display his student points. With the first prize from the Qing Tung trial and the research subsidy from Zhou Mingyuan, they had just enough to exchange for these resources. Sufficient, Wu Yuan replied as he placed the items on the settlement counter, watching his points plummet from over 50,000 to 8,000 without a hint of regret. These resources were crucial for Wenyang's advancement, well worth the cost. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wu Yuan immediately commenced the preparation of the spirit refinement liquid, following the formula in the ancient spirit plant fragment. He combined the liquid with Fireheart sand powder in a 3:1 ratio, then added a drop of a Dais Life Dew. A Dais Life feedback skill was now capable of actively outputting energy. This dew not only contained wood attributes, but also bore a faint essence of golden fire, perfectly counterbalancing the spirited nature of the spirit refinement liquid. We can begin, Wu Yuan declared, pouring the mixture into a jade bowl, from which Wenyang swiftly emerged, transforming into a beam of white light that settled within the bowl. The liquid within the jade bowl instantly boiled, golden patterns radiating along the pages of Wenyang's tome, intertwining with the star patterns on its cover. Wu Yuan clenched his fists, channeling all 1,000 attribute points from his reincarnation task into Wenyang, distributing 500 points to energy, 300 points to health, and 200 points to enhance the skill of universal analysis. Beast name, Wenyang. Species, Omniscient Codex. Level, Sovereign level 10. Attribute, Celestial. Status, Advancing. Health, 100, 001, 8000. Energy, 500, 008, 0000. Skills, Universal Analysis, Active Fusion. Analysis speed increased by 50, can perceive the essence of energy. Text Manifestation, Active Fusion. Material Hardness increased by 30. Law Resonance, Active Fusion. Void Concealment, Passive. The attribute points have taken effect, Wenyang exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement as the star patterns on the pages glowed luminously. Quickly, use the mythic skill fragment. Wu Yuan promptly retrieved the iridescent fragment, shaped like a page inscribed with indistinct runes. Indeed, the random mythic skill fragment awarded by the system. He pressed the fragment against Wenyang's cover, and it seamlessly integrated, causing the pages to flutter violently before settling on a blank page, revealing a line of golden text. Acquired mythic skill, Time Rewind, fragment, can trace the energy change trajectory of a target within the last 3 hours, usable once a week. Time Rewind. Wu Yuan's eyes lit up. This skill seemed tailor-made for analysis and research, exceptionally useful for tracing the growth trajectory of spirit plants or restoring energy fluctuations during battles. The advancement lasted a full 3 days. When Wenyang finally emerged from the jade bowl, her tome's cover had transformed into a soft golden hue. The star patterns now adorned with delicate streams of light, as if fragments of time were swirling within. She gently fanned the pages, causing ripples in the surrounding air. And to their astonishment, half a cup of spirit tea on the table began to flow back into the teapot, an indication of the faint effects of Time Rewind, fragment. Level 10 Sovereign, Wenyang exclaimed, soaring around the dormitory in elation. Now, when analyzing the energy map of the 10,000 Woods Cave, we should be able to discern even finer fluctuations. A Dais Leaves leaned in closer, brushing against Wenyang's pages, the star patterns on its leaves resonating with those of Wenyang, emitting a soft green glow. After a month of nurturing with the 9 transmutation spirit ginseng fluid, Adai's roots had become agile enough to stretch freely within Wu Yuan's sleeves, even briefly leaving the soil to move about, maintaining a life energy level above 95. Its skill in gold melting had also grown more adept, enabling it to condense absorbed fire energy into sharp golden blades. Throughout this month, Wu Yuan dedicated his mornings to studying in Zhou Mingyuan's laboratory, and in the afternoons, he accompanied Wenyang and Adai to delve into the ancient spirit plant fragment. Under Zhou Mingyuan's guidance, his understanding of the Willow God ritual deepened considerably, even positing the theory that the spirit plant mother nest might serve as an ancient genetic repository for spirit plants, earning him Zhou's high praise. Your thoughts are quite expansive, Zhou Mingyuan remarked, examining Wu Yuan's diagram of the mother nest structure. The ancient text suggests that the mother nest can birth countless trees. Perhaps it indeed harbors the primal information of innumerable spirit plants, with the ritual serving as the key to awaken this information. He handed Wu Yuan a notebook. This contains my observations on the characteristics of the spirit eater vine. Though it is fierce, the spirit-eating liquid within its vines makes for excellent material to create manifestation talismans. Certain invisible spirit plants within the 10,000 Woods cave can only be seen with these talismans. Wu Yuan took the notebook, and Wenyang immediately scanned it with universal analysis, storing the content in her database. At that moment, however, Wenyang's pages began to tremble violently, revealing a line of red task prompts. Wenyang's second reincarnation task triggered: collect sands of time, fragments of space, and the core of life. Task reward: 2,000 attribute points. 30 completion of the mythic skill time rewind. Unlock the omniscient eye, temporarily able to perceive the illusory. The second reincarnation task. Wu Yuan and Wenyang exchanged solemn glances, each reflecting the weight of the moment in their eyes. The 3 elements required for the task are all located within the WNM cave. The mid-level is guarded by the devouring spirit vines, the depths conceal the mysterious forest, and the core area remains an enigma, presenting challenges that surpass the initial encounter by several tiers. It appears imperative to venture into the WNM cave promptly. Wu Yuan dismissed the task prompt. However, there was still a matter of significance to address. He spoke of seeking the third spirit beast. Zhou Mingyuan had previously mentioned that it would be prudent to explore the WNM cave with 3 spirit beasts of complementary attributes. ADO specializes in support and energy harmonization. WNYO excels in analysis and defense, yet they still require a beast proficient in offense or control. The QLing Pavilion ought to have a suitable candidate. WNYO proposed, as they receive fresh spirit beast eggs and younglings daily. I can utilize the universal analysis to assess their potential. The QLing Pavilion is situated adjacent to the central square of the X-in-UN Pavilion, characterized by its circular architecture, divided into 3 levels. The first level houses common spirit beasts, the second level features elite varieties, and the third level showcases rare breeds of lord level and above, accessible only through the recommendation of an elder. As Wu Yuan entered the first level, he was enveloped by a cacophony of sounds: the low whimper of the flame fox, the howl of the wind wolf, and the scuttling of the iron shell tortoise. He refrained from making an immediate selection, allowing WNYO to discreetly release her analytical power to scan the nearby spirit beasts. This thunder-patterned leopard exhibits commendable potential, yet its temperament is excessively volatile, rendering it unsuitable for a contract. That water spirit tortoise possesses formidable defense, but alas, its speed is woefully inadequate for the intricate terrain of the WNM cave. In a corner, a shadow mouse can blend into the surroundings, but its energy level is too low, limiting its evolutionary potential. WNYO's voice resonated in Wu Yuan's mind as she systematically eliminated unfit options. They proceeded to the second level, where the spirit beasts were evidently more rare: a winged rabbit with feathers, a nether butterfly capable of emitting toxic mists, and a stone bear curled in a corner, casting a vigilant gaze upon the newcomers. The stone bear possesses sufficient defense and strength, but its singular attribute makes it susceptible to fire. WNYO's tone wavered, noting that the WNM cave is rife with fire attribute spiritual plants, which may render it unsuitable. Wu Yuan nodded, preparing to ascend to the third level when, unexpectedly, a commotion erupted from the first floor, accompanied by an intense chill that seemed to freeze the very air around them. What is happening? Wu Yuan frowned, turning back toward the first level. There, at the center display, a throng had gathered around a pedestal, where a concerned attendant desperately maintained a barrier with his spiritual power. In the center of the barrier, an ice jade box that had originally sealed a small white snake had cracked open, and wisps of frigid air seeped from the fissure, instantly coating the ground in frost. This was the egg of the extreme cold snake, received 3 days prior. It should not have reached the breaking period yet. Why had it awakened so suddenly? Beads of sweat formed on the attendant's brow as a thin layer of ice formed on the barrier, its frigid essence overwhelmingly potent. And my spiritual power is nearing its limit. Wu Yuan leaned closer, peering into the split of the ice jade box, where a pair of ice blue eyes glimmered through the crevice, observing the world beyond. Those eyes were devoid of the naivety typical of juvenile beasts. Instead, they bore a wisdom that transcended age, as if they could see into the depths of one's soul. When its gaze swept over the crowd and ultimately settled upon Wu Yuan, it halted abruptly, the flow of extreme cold energy slackening slightly, as if tinged with curiosity. This snake, WNYO's voice was laced with astonishment. The analysis reveals that it is not an ordinary silver moon snake, but one that harbors remnants of the Ice Phoenix's bloodline, with a potential rating of king level. Yet its energy is exceedingly unstable, seemingly suppressed by some force. Having broken its seal too early, it may not endure for long. A realization dawned upon Wu Yuan, the Ice Phoenix bloodline. King-level potential. This would perfectly complement the team's lack of strong control and ice attribute offense, harmonizing beautifully with ADOS fire and wood attributes, and WNYO's celestial essence. Furthermore, the way this small white snake gazes at him is no mere coincidence. Attendant, this small white snake, Wu Yuan began. But suddenly, the ice jade box emitted a sharp crack, the fissure widening, and the small white snake slithered forth. It was entirely snow white, save for its ice blue eyes. Measuring scarcely half a foot in length, yet exuding an aura of cold that caused the temperature around it to plummet. It did not strike at anyone. Rather, it gracefully descended from the pedestal, ignoring the astonished gasps of the crowd, and made a beeline towards Wu Yuan. Upon reaching his feet, it paused, gently nudging its head against his pant leg, a glimmer of dependence evident in its ice blue eyes. It seems to recognize you? WNYO's voice brimmed with incredulity. Wu Yuan crouched down, extending his hand. The small white snake hesitated briefly before slowly climbing into his palm. Its cool scales pressed against his skin, yet they were not painfully cold. Instead, they imparted an inexplicable sense of affinity. He could feel that the overwhelming chill within the small white snake, upon contact with him, had softened considerably, even resonating faintly with the life energy that ADO had bestowed upon him. Is this a sign of bond? The attendant stood aghast. This snake egg was retrieved from the frigid northern tundra, having never interacted with anyone. How could it? Wu Yuan caressed the small white snake's scales. A nascent hypothesis forming in his mind. Perhaps it is linked to the azure water soul he absorbed? The azure water soul is a substance of utmost cold and Yin, and the ice phoenix bloodline of the small white snake also belongs to the Yin category. There may exist a connection between the two. I wish to form a contract with it. Wu Yuan addressed the attendant, inquiring about the necessary procedures. The attendant snapped back to reality, hastily gesturing dismissively. No need for formalities. This snake is ferocious. No one dares to claim it. Your ability to bond with it is a tremendous aid to us. However, he hesitated for a moment, cautioning that it had broken its seal prematurely, and its bloodline is unstable. It requires nurturing with Ice Essence Jade, lest it suffer a bloodline reversal and perish. Ice Essence Jade, there's a piece on the 3rd floor, a trophy from our last expedition to the frigid northern tundra. If your level is insufficient, I can assist you in applying for temporary borrowing. Just as Wu Yuan was about to respond, WNYO interjected. No need. She flew in front of the small white snake, her pages glowing with blue light, revealing through analysis that its bloodline suppression originates from a spirit-locking nail embedded in its tailbone, not a natural occurrence. As long as the spirit-locking nail is removed and nourished with the energy of the azure water soul, it can stabilize. The small white snake seemed to comprehend, its tail gently curling upwards. Indeed, at the base of its tailbone lay a tiny black, nearly imperceptible without close inspection. The spirit-locking nail? A chill flickered in Wu Yuan's eyes. This was clearly a man-made constraint. Someone had intentionally suppressed the small white snake's bloodline, planning to act once it was weakened. Let us take it back. Wu Yuan carefully cradled the small white snake, resolving to seek assistance from Minter Zhang regarding the removal of the nail, as his refining techniques are the most meticulous. As they departed the QL-ing pavilion, the small white snake had already fallen asleep in his palm. Its ice blue eyes closed, resembling 2 tranquil gems. WNYO alighted upon his shoulder, whispering, "Let us give it a name." Wu Yuan gazed at the small white snake in his palm, recalling its chilling aura and its docile demeanor. Let us call it Being Air. The small white snake appeared pleased with this name, nuzzling against his palm and sinking deeper into slumber. Wu Yuan turned his attention to the system panel. Spirit beast name, Being Air. Species, Silver Moon Shin Snake. Level, King Level 1. Attribute, Ice. Status, Unstable, restricted by Spirit Locking Nail. Skill, Extreme Cold Freeze, active, initial level. Breath, Suppression. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wu Yuan placed Being Air in a plush-lined box. ADOS roots quietly extended, weaving a faint green energy shield around the box, both insulating Being Air's cold aura and nourishing it with life energy. Tomorrow, he would seek Mentor Zhang for the Spirit Locking Nail, after which they could prepare to venture into the WNM cave. Wu Yuan looked at Being Air in the box, then glanced at WNYO and ADO, a sense of reassurance swelling within him. As night deepened, the dormitory remained tranquil, the only sounds being the rustling of WNYO's pages, the soft glow of ADOS leaves, and Being Air's steady breaths. Wu Yuan lay on his bed, his fingers gently tapping the edge, his mind lost in contemplation. The moonlight outside was just right, casting a delicate halo upon Being Air's box. Chapter 30. The initial release of the Spirit Lock, Ice Air's first reincarnation mission. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the lattice windows of the Star Abyss Pavilion, they fell upon the velvet box wherein Ice Air resided. The soft golden light mingled with the frost upon Ice Air's scales, refracting into a myriad of shimmering hues. When Wu Yuan awoke, the first sight that greeted him was the gentle sway of Adai's roots outside the velvet box, and the faint green energy shield continued to hum with stability. Ice Air had already awakened, gazing at him with serene ice-blue eyes, her tail tip occasionally brushing against the velvet, sending a barely perceptible chill into the air. How is she? Wu Yuan extended his hand, and as his fingertips made contact with Ice Air's scales, he sensed a much more subdued coolness than the night before. Freed from the oppressive spirit lock nails, the icy energy within her was still somewhat restless, yet it no longer exhibited the frenetic turmoil it had upon her initial unsealing. Wen Yao emerged from the pages of a book, the blue light emanating from the pages sweeping over Ice Air. The energy fluctuations have stabilized at 60. The residual effects of the spirit lock nails remain, yet they no longer pose a threat to her life. Mentor Zhang's refining chamber is located in the Eastern Star Forging Hall. We should proceed there at once. With great care, Wu Yuan cradled Ice Air in his palm, while Adai retracted its roots and rolled its leaves into a tubular form, concealing itself within his sleeve. The trio traversed the corridor bathed in the morning light, occasionally encountering early rising students who couldn't help but cast curious glances at the pristine white serpent nestled in Wu Yuan's hand. While the Star Abyss Pavilion housed numerous ice-type spirit beasts, the sight of such pure white and those lively ice-blue eyes was indeed a rarity. The entrance to the Star Forging Hall was forged from ancient ironwood mixed with mysterious dark iron, adorned with intricate flame runes that radiated a palpable warmth. As Wu Yuan approached the door, it creaked open automatically, and a resonant voice called from within, "Come in. Old Zhu informed me yesterday that you would be arriving today." The interior of the hall was more orderly than expected, devoid of the usual chaos found in blacksmith shops. Only a few refining furnaces floated in midair, slowly rotating while exhaling flames of various hues. A middle-aged man clad in a black leather apron stood before a jade table, wielding a gleaming silver hammer to strike a piece of dark red metal. His fingers were thick, yet surprisingly precise, each blow landing perfectly on the metal's grain. Mentor Zhang. Wu Yuan approached to pay his respects. This particular Zhang was a master artisan of the Star Abyss Pavilion, reputed for crafting treasures imbued with the power of laws. Although his temper was somewhat irritable, he was fiercely protective of his creations. Without lifting his gaze, Zhang gestured toward a jade plate beside the table, placed the little serpent there. When his eyes fell upon Ice Air, he paused his work, raising an eyebrow. A bloodline of the Ice Phoenix? Quite a promising specimen, though it appears to have been tampered with. Wu Yuan placed Ice Air on the jade plate. The little creature seemed somewhat anxious, curling up slightly, but upon seeing Wu Yuan's encouraging gaze, she gradually relaxed, presenting her tail vertebra toward Mentor Zhang. Quite perceptive. Zhang nodded in approval, retrieving a small silver tweezer from his waist, its tips surrounded by a fine golden flame aura. The spirit lock nails were crafted from cold iron mixed with bone-eroding water, specifically designed to counteract bloodline powers. The removal will be somewhat painful, but bear with it. Ice Air seemed to comprehend, giving a gentle nod as her ice-blue eyes tightly shut. Mentor Zhang spoke no further, his fingers deftly maneuvering the silver tweezers towards the small black spot on her tail vertebra. His movements were so swift they were nearly imperceptible, followed by a soft ping as a nail, smaller than a grain of rice and glimmering with a dark sheen, was extracted. The moment it left Ice Air's body, It emitted a piercing shriek, transforming into a wisp of black smoke before dissipating. Ice Air's body quivered noticeably, a visible wave of cold energy erupting around her, forming a delicate layer of ice crystals along the edges of the jade plate. However, this time, the chill carried a refreshing vitality, devoid of the previous stagnation. She flicked her tail, turned around, and nuzzled Zhang's fingertip, as if to express her gratitude. "Ah, this little one is quite understanding," Zhang remarked, a rare smile gracing his features. He retrieved a small jade vial from a drawer. "This is ice essence ointment. Apply a bit to the wound daily, and it will heal completely within 3 days." Wu Yuan accepted the vial with gratitude and was about to take his leave when Zhang suddenly interjected. "In the illusory forest of the 10,000 Woods Cave, the flow of time differs from the outside world. Wen Yao's time reversal ability may prove useful, but be cautious not to venture too deeply into the core area. The chaotic laws there are not something even the elders dare to approach lightly. Thank you for the warning, Mentor." Wu Yuan's heart stirred. Zhang's words were clearly a cautionary note. It seemed that the depths of the 10,000 Woods Cave were more perilous than he had anticipated. As they left the Star Forging Hall, Ice Air frolicked joyfully in Wu Yuan's palm, her ice blue eyes sparkling with ease. Just then, a notification sound echoed in Wu Yuan's mind, accompanied by a crystalline glow that emanated from Ice Air's brow. Detected that the spirit beast Silver Moon Xian Snake's bloodline shackles have been released, deepening the bond with the host, triggering the first reincarnation mission. Mission name: The Whisper of the Ice Phoenix's Feather. Mission requirements: 1. Collect the Eternal Ice Crystal from the extreme north ice field. 2. Seek the Core Fire Essence from the Burning Sky Volcano. 3. Retrieve the Nether Water Orchid from the Misty Marsh. Mission rewards: 1,500 attribute points. Unlock the Ice Phoenix Bloodline skill Icebound 1,000 Miles, Beginner, and obtain the Ice Spirit Pearl, which can purify Ice-type energy. Mission hint: the required materials are not located within the 10,000 Woods Cave area. It is advisable to complete the mission in stages. Wu Yuan halted his steps, and Wen Yao immediately leaned in. A reincarnation mission? The materials are distributed across the extreme north ice field, Burning Sky Volcano, and Misty Marsh. These 3 locations are notorious perilous grounds on the continent. Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. The extreme cold of the extreme north ice field, the searing flames of the Burning Sky Volcano, and the toxic miasma of the Misty Marsh. Each location was daunting enough to deter even high-ranked spirit beast masters, let alone someone who had only recently joined the Star Abyss Pavilion. Yet, seeing the hopeful gaze of Ice Air in his palm, he clenched his fist. "It's all right. These materials can be sought after gradually." Ice Air seemed to sense his determination, nuzzling her cheek against his fingertips and emitting a soft hissing sound in response. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wu Yuan followed Mentor Zhang's instructions, dipping a jade hairpin into the ice essence ointment and gently applying it to the wound on Ice Air's tail vertebra. The moment the ointment touched her skin, it transformed into a cool stream that permeated her body, and Ice Air blissfully closed her eyes, her surrounding chill becoming increasingly pure. "It's time to visit Mentor Zhou." Wu Yuan tucked Ice Air into his clothing, allowing her to draw warmth from his body, and resolved to share their speculations about the Mother Nest and Wen Yao's new skill with him, hoping to glean some useful information. Wen Yao flipped through the pages, projecting neatly arranged notes into the air. "I have marked the records about the Mother Nest from the fragment of ancient spiritual plants and the directions that time reversal can analyze. This should be of assistance." As always, Zhou Yuan's laboratory was cluttered with ancient texts and spiritual plant samples, the air infused with a faint medicinal aroma. Upon seeing Wu Yuan enter, Zhou, who was adjusting a purple vine, looked up. "Have you removed the spirit lock nails?" "Yes, thanks to Mentor Zhang." Wu Yuan gently revealed Ice Air from his garments. "Mentor, this is my newly contracted spirit beast, named Ice Air, a silver moon Xian snake with an ice phoenix bloodline." Zhou Yuan set aside the vine, scrutinizing Ice Air with a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. "An ice phoenix bloodline. No wonder I sensed an unusual chill emanating from you earlier. This little one had spirit lock nails affixed, likely not merely to suppress her bloodline." The situation in the extreme north ice field has been quite tumultuous recently. Wu Yuan's heart quickened. What does the mentor know? "Recently, I received word that the Ice Clan tribes in the extreme north ice field clashed with members of the Shadow Pavilion, who are reportedly seeking a secret technique to purify divine beast bloodlines." Zhou Yuan pondered aloud. The method used to affix Ice Air's spirit lock nails bears a striking resemblance to the tactics of the Shadow Pavilion. However, do not be overly concerned. The Star Abyss Pavilion has a long-standing relationship with the Ice Clan. If trouble arises, they will surely lend their aid. Wu Yuan nodded, taking out the notes organized by Wen Yao. "Mentor, this is my recent research on the spirit plant nest, along with the time reversal ability acquired by Wen Yao after her advancement." It may help us decipher the energy flow trajectory of the nest. Zhou Mingyuan accepted the notes, and as he read, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Upon seeing the animated simulation of spirit plant growth created by Wen Yao using the time reversal skill, he clapped his hands in delight. Excellent. What a remarkable time reversal ability. With this skill, we might be able to reconstruct the complete process of the Lu God Festival. He pointed to a flickering light spot in the illustration. This is the energy core of the nest, recorded in ancient texts as the pivot of the ritual. The source of all trees, yet the precise method of activation has remained a mystery. Can Wen Yao's skill trace back to the energy fluctuations of ancient times? Currently, it can only trace back within 3 hours, Wen Yao's voice interjected. However, if we can come into contact with the nest itself, perhaps we can utilize its residual temporal marks to retrieve information from a more distant past. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Zhou Mingyuan's eyes. Though the nest of the 10,000 trees was merely a branch, it undoubtedly held traces from ancient times. By the way, have you reviewed the notes on the soul-eating vine I provided? I have. You mentioned that the soul-eating liquid can be used to create a manifestation talisman. There is more to it. Zhou Mingyuan retrieved a ceramic jar from the cabinet. This is a spirit-blocking powder refined from the vines of the soul-eating vine. Sprinkling it on oneself can temporarily shield against the perception of spirit plants, which is particularly useful in the mid-layer against the soul-eating vine. Additionally, this is a mirage-breaking pill. The illusions in the misty forest can affect mental fortitude, and consuming this will help maintain clarity. Wu Yuan accepted the jar and vial, a warm feeling swelling within him. Zhou Mingyuan, though seemingly strict, always thought of his well-being. Mentor, we plan to enter the 10,000 trees cave this afternoon. Zhou Mingyuan nodded, refraining from dissuasion. The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Remember, safety is paramount. The research on the nest is not urgent. If you encounter insurmountable danger, crush this. He handed Wu Yuan a jade talisman embossed with the emblem of the Star Abyss Pavilion, a communication talisman that could directly contact him. Thank you, Mentor. As he left the laboratory, the sunlight poured through the leaves, casting a dappled pattern of light. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wu Yuan began to sort through the equipment for their expedition into the 10,000 Trees Cave. Wen Yao's compiled Spirit Plant Atlas of the 10,000 Trees Cave, which marked known hazardous species and exploitable resources, Adai's prepared life resin, capable of rapid wound repair and neutralizing certain toxins. Bing Air's extreme cold freezing skill scroll, which Wu Yuan exchanged for with points, enabling Bing Air to temporarily enhance her skill as potency. Zhou Mingyuan's spirit blocking powder, the mirage breaking pill, as well as Wu Yuan's own healing potions and a reserve of spirit plant nutrient solution. Finally, the dark iron dagger obtained from the Qing Tung trial, which had been refined a second time by Master Zhang, capable of easily slicing through the vines of high-tier spirit plants. Wen Yao hovered in midair, categorizing these items into a waterproof beast hide bag. The outer layer of the 10,000 Trees Cave consists of ordinary spirit plant zones, which we can traverse quickly. We must be particularly cautious in the mid-layer, where the soul-eating vines reside. According to the notes, they fear fire and ice, which Adai and Bing Air can counter. What about the illusions in the misty forest? Wu Yuan inquired. My void concealment can block some mental disturbances, coupled with the mirage-breaking pill, we should be able to endure. If necessary, I can also analyze the energy nodes of the illusions to discover a means of breaking them. Adai's leaves gently swayed nearby, its roots reaching out from Wu Yuan's sleeve to grasp a small handful of flame heart sand, which it had collected over time, containing pure fire attribute energy that could enhance Bing Air's ice skills in critical moments. Bing Air coiled around Wu Yuan's wrist like an exquisite white jade bracelet, her ice blue eyes curiously surveying the busy duo, occasionally flicking out her forked tongue to taste Wu Yuan's skin, bringing a refreshing sensation. With all preparations complete, Wu Yuan slung the beast hide bag over his shoulder and conducted a final check of the trio's conditions. Beast name, Wen Yao. Level, King level 10. Status, healthy. Core skills, time reversal, residual. Universal analysis, enhanced. Beast name, Adai. Level, elite level 25, on the verge of breakthrough. Status, healthy. Core skills, life feedback, gold melting, guardian domain. Beast name, Bing Air. Level, King level 1. Status, stable, residual effects of spirit locking nails being eliminated. Core skills, extreme cold freezing, beginner. Let us go? Wu Yuan took a deep breath and pushed open the dormitory door. The entrance to the 10,000 Trees Cave from the Star Abyss Pavilion lay deep within a bamboo grove in the western foothills, where an ancient stone archway stood. Its lintel carved with the powerful characters the ruins of 10,000 trees, surrounded by a faint green mist, a manifestation of the life energy emanating from the cave. Guarding the entrance were 2 sentinels clad in green armor. Upon seeing Wu Yuan present his student badge along with Zhou Mingyuan's hand command, they immediately granted passage. Once inside, follow the bluestone path. Do not stray from the main route for 3 hours, lest you lose your way. At the mid-layer boundary stone, there are energy records, so remember to log your entry time. Thank you. As Wu Yuan stepped through the stone archway, an overwhelming scent of vegetation enveloped him. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air exponentially higher than that within the Star Abyss Pavilion. Tiny green motes danced in the air. Wen Yao's pages immediately flipped open, emitting an excited hum. The spirit plant energy here is extraordinarily vibrant. It will be much easier to analyze. Bing Air also lifted her head from Wu Yuan's wrist, her ice blue eyes scanning the surroundings warily, her nose twitching as she seemed to discern the scents in the air. Adai's leaves unfurled, greedily absorbing the surrounding life energy. The starry patterns on its leaves glowing brighter. It was just one step away from breaking through to the Lord level. Wu Yuan gripped the dagger tightly, his gaze sharply observing the surroundings. Towering trees, reaching dozens of zhang high, flanked the path, their trunks entwined with luminescent vines, while the ground was thickly carpeted with fallen leaves, soft underfoot. Occasionally, unknown insect chirps and distant beast roars could be heard. Wen Yao, can you identify any high-tier spirit plants nearby? Scanning. 300 meters to the left, there is a blood-condensing flower, elite level. 50 meters to the right, there's a bone-eating grass, normal level. No presence of king level or above has been detected. Wen Yao's voice came through clearly. But the energy fluctuations of these spirit plants were quite chaotic, as if disturbed by something. Wu Yuan's heart tightened. Could it be the soul-eating vines? Uncertain. But that possibility cannot be ruled out. Let us quicken our pace and reach the mid-layer boundary stone as soon as possible. Wu Yuan nodded, hastening his steps. Adai's roots stealthily emerged from his sleeve, gliding along the ground to quietly freeze the bone-eating grass along their path. The edges of these grass leaves bore serrated barbs that secreted paralyzing toxins. Although they posed no threat to Wu Yuan, becoming ensnared would be troublesome. Bing Air remained vigilant, her body taut at the slightest rustle in the surroundings, a glint of coldness flashing in her ice-blue eyes, the aura of extreme cold shimmering around her, deterring low-tier venomous insects concealed in the dark. The trio advanced silently through the tranquil forest. Sunlight filtered through the layered leaves, casting shifting patches of light on the ground, while the scent of vegetation in the air gradually grew complex, faintly mixed with a hint of blood. We are nearing the mid-layer boundary stone. Wen Yao's voice took on a serious tone. 500 meters ahead, the energy fluctuations are abnormal, with numerous signs of spirit plant deaths, likely the work of the soul-eating vines. Wu Yuan halted, tightening his grip on the jar containing the spirit-blocking powder. Bing Air, prepare for extreme cold freezing. Adai, be ready with life energy at any moment. Let us investigate. He took a deep breath and strode towards the boundary stone. The fallen leaves beneath his feet grew thicker, revealing broken vines and withered tree trunks, while the air became increasingly heavy with a metallic scent. At last, a towering stone monument appeared in the clearing ahead, inscribed with the 5 characters of, alongside a stone pedestal embedded with a crystal ball, clearly intended for recording entry times. Scattered around the monument were several skeletal remains, resembling low-tier beast tamers, their bones marked with signs of corrosion, evidence of the soul-eating vine's influence. Wu Yuan knelt to examine a wolf-shaped skeleton, noticing black viscous residue lingering in the bone seams. These beast tamers must have inadvertently wandered into the mid-layer, only to be drained of their energy by the soul-eating vine. Wen Yao soared above the bones, her pages emanating a blue glow. Analysis revealed that the time of death for these bones was no more than 3 days ago, indicating that the soul-eating vine had recently been quite active. At that moment, Bing Air suddenly emitted a sharp shriek directed at the dense forest behind the stone monument. Her ice-blue eyes fixated on a particular spot, an aura of frost rapidly expanding around her and crystallizing into a layer of white frost upon the ground. Wu Yuan quickly turned, following Bing Air's gaze, and beheld countless inky tendrils slowly writhing in the shadows of the thicket, each adorned with fleshy, suction cup-like growths that opened and closed rhythmically, producing a hissing sound. The soul-eating vine. Wu Yuan's expression hardened as he swiftly opened a ceramic jar, scattering the spirit-repelling powder over himself and the 3 beasts. The grayish-white powder, upon contact with the air, transformed into a translucent membrane, isolating their presence from the surrounding environment. The writhing soul-eating vines seemed to lose their target, their movements gradually slowing as they withdrew back into the shadows. That was close. Wu Yuan exhaled in relief. The spirit-repelling powder had indeed proven effective. However, Wen Yao remained vigilant. They had merely retreated temporarily. The powder's effect would only last for 2 hours. We must locate the traces of the time sand before its efficacy expires. Wu Yuan glanced at the crystal ball beside the monument, placing his palm against it. The crystal ball illuminated with a soft glow, revealing the current time, 3:45 p.m. The time we registered was also at 3:45 p.m. We must leave the mid-layer before 3:45 p.m. He withdrew his hand and fixed his determined gaze into the depths of the forest. Wen Yao, can you pinpoint the location of the time sand? Wen Yao's pages fluttered rapidly before settling on a page shimmering with golden light. According to ancient texts, the time sand typically appears near spatial rifts where energy is chaotic. The twisted valley in the mid-layer is likely to be the most probable location. It would take approximately an hour to reach from here. Then let us set forth. Wu Yuan gripped his dagger firmly. Iser, remain alert. Adiwa. Prepare your molten skill. Should we encounter the soul-eating vines, disrupt their tendrils first. Adiwa nodded gently, its roots coiling within Wu Yuan's sleeve, poised for action. Iser leaped from his wrist, transforming into a streak of white lightning, landing on his shoulder, her ice-blue eyes scanning their surroundings warily. Wu Yuan inhaled deeply and stepped into the depths of the mid-layer forest of the 10,000 Trees Cave. Chapter 31. Clues of Star Tears, Whispers of the Wutong. The moment Wu Yuan entered the dense forest of the mid-layer, he distinctly felt the surrounding light dim slightly. Towering ancient trees intertwined above, forming a dense canopy that fragmented the sunlight into scattered patches, which fell upon the moss-covered ground like fallen stars. The scent of vegetation in the air was several times more pungent than in the outer layer, with a faint hint of decay lingering within. The spirit-repelling powder's effects were still in play, but the energy field of the surrounding spiritual plants felt peculiar. Wen Yao's pages quivered slightly, the blue lights swirling at their edges. They appeared to have been distorted by an unseen force, with roots reaching deep into the earth while leaves grew in the opposite direction, defying the natural growth patterns of ordinary plants. Wu Yuan looked down at his feet, where a section of an old tree root emerged from beneath the layer of decaying leaves, manifesting an eerie spiral. The bark was riddled with fine cracks through which amber-colored viscous sap oozed, falling to the ground and instantly transforming into tiny green flames, disappearing in an instant. This is a characteristic of reverse-growing wood. Wen Yao's voice took on a serious tone. Ancient texts recorded that such reverse growth phenomena only occurred in areas where the laws of time and space were disrupted. Minter Zhang was correct. The flow of time here is indeed problematic. Suddenly, Iser leaped from Wu Yuan's shoulder, her ice-blue eyes intently fixed on a bush blooming with purple flowers. The petals of the bush were opening and wilting at a visibly rapid pace, completing the cycle from bloom to decay within a single breath, only to sprout new buds again, repeating the process as if a loop had been pressed. The flow of time is 3 times faster than that of the outside world. Wen Yao quickly calculated the result. If we remain in the mid-layer for 1 hour, only 15 minutes will elapse in the external world. Yet the consumption on our part is tangible. The effect of the spirit-repelling powder will accelerate its passage. We must hasten our pace. Wu Yuan nodded, switching the dagger to his right hand while gently stroking Iser's back with his left. Maintain vigilance and proceed in a straight line. Adiwai's roots had now fully penetrated the ground, spreading out like an invisible network of perception. Its leaves tinged with red, a sign of having absorbed an excess of life energy, emanating an aura just a step away from that of a lord-level entity, causing the surrounding low-tier spiritual plants to tremble. Even the most aggressive bone-eating grass curled its leaves, hesitant to approach their path. As they journeyed onward, a circular clearing suddenly appeared ahead. In the center stood a fractured stone monument, its surface overgrown with vines, faintly revealing several ancient seal characters. Unlike the orderly boundary stone of the mid-layer, this monument was made of an unfamiliar grayish-white jade, its surface adorned with spiderweb-like golden patterns that pulsed gently in rhythm with breathing. This is the energy mark of the mother nest. Wen Yao instantly flew to the monument, the blue light from her pages resonating with the golden light of the stone, revealing through analysis that this monument was an ancient boundary stone, marking a branching node of the spiritual plant mother nest. The formation of the 10,000 Trees Cave is likely tied to an energy explosion from the mother nest. Wu Yuan approached the stone, his fingertips brushing against the cold surface, and an influx of fragmented images flooded his mind. Colossal trees blocking the sky, tree trunks oozing golden sap, countless spiritual plants venerating in the dawn light. The vision ultimately freezing on a crack that pierced through heaven and earth, from which grayish air gushed forth, instantly freezing the entire forest. The time reversal has been triggered. Wen Yao's voice brimmed with excitement. These are fragments of ancient memories left by the monument. The 10,000 Trees Cave was not a natural formation. It was born from a portion of energy that erupted from the core of the mother nest after it suffered severe damage in ancient times. taking root and forming a secondary realm through the spatial rift. A spatial rift? Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. Is this related to the chaotic flow of laws mentioned by Mentor Zhang? Not just that. Wen Yao's pages flipped rapidly, piecing together the memory fragments into a blurry map. Look here, she pointed at the grayish air in the diagram. This energy possesses attributes of annihilation, completely contrary to the life attributes of the mother nest. In ancient times, there must have existed a being capable of wielding both the laws of life and death simultaneously, triggering a cataclysmic battle here. Suddenly, Ice Air let out a shriek directed at the base of the monument, where a half-decayed blackened tree trunk was partially exposed beneath the vines. The patterns on the trunk bore a faint resemblance to the star patterns on Dui's leaves, though they appeared much older and more robust. Wu Yuan pushed aside the vines, discovering that the trunk was not affixed to the monument, but rather extended from the depths of the earth. Its surface covered with a thin layer of ice crystal through which faint golden wood grain could be seen. Is this wood on wood? Wen Yao's blue light scanned the trunk, suddenly emitting a short, buzzing sound. No, this is not right. The life energy contained within this wood is extraordinarily pure, thousands of times stronger than ordinary Wutong wood, and her voice faltered, filled with incredulous astonishment. Within its growth rings, there is actually embedded Dui's life mark. Wu Yuan felt a surge of inspiration and immediately directed Adai's roots towards the segment of withered wood. The instant they made contact, Adai's leaves trembled violently, emitting a crisp humming sound. The starry patterns on its leaves and the golden lines on the withered wood illuminated simultaneously, forming a complete celestial map. Detected resonance between the beast Adai and the ancient spiritual root, triggering the second reincarnation clue. Reincarnation material stardust tear information fragment unlocked. One originates from the ancient core area of the stars, requiring the passage of 10,000 years of thunder tribulation to take shape. 2. The last recorded appearance is related to the time-space rift in the core area of the 10,000 Woods Cave. The system's prompt and Wen Yao's analysis resonated together. Indeed, this is the remnant root of the 1,000-year-old phoenix tree. A complete phantom of the phoenix tree emerged on Wen Yao's pages. Its main root should still be deep within the 10,000 Woods Cave. This remnant was torn away during the Great Battle, and due to the contamination of the mother nest's energy, it had not completely withered. Observing Adai's leaves unfurling with excitement, Wu Yuan finally comprehended why Mentor Zhou always claimed that Adai's lineage was extraordinary. The ability to resonate with the ancient phoenix tree suggested that Adai's origin was likely related to the legendary world tree. However, the system indicated it was near the time-space rift in the core area, and Wu Yuan recalled Mentor Zhang's warning. Even the elders dared not venture there lightly. There was no need to rush. When Yao put away the chart, this remnant root was at least 30,000 years old, and the residual energy was sufficient to help Adai reincarnate to the monarch level. Once we find the sands of time, we may be able to trace back to the precise location of the phoenix tree's main root. Adai seemed to understand, gently wrapping its roots around the remnant root, beginning to slowly absorb the energy within. A faint golden aura surged through the roots into Adai's body, making the starry patterns on its leaves increasingly distinct, even beginning to emit a soft golden light as the elite-level bottleneck rapidly loosened. We must act swiftly. The effect of the spirit evasion powder lasts only for 1 hour. Wu Yuan vigilantly scanned the surroundings, realizing that the earlier energy resonance had likely attracted the nearby, soul-eating vines. Adai, just absorb a portion. We cannot take this remnant root with us. Reluctantly, Adai retracted its roots, brushing its leaves against Wu Yuan's wrist as if to express gratitude. Wu Yuan concealed the remnant root with vines once more. The energy environment here was unique and would not be easily disturbed by other spiritual plants in the short term. As they continued forward, the surrounding light grew increasingly dim, and the air was thick with a metallic tang. Suddenly, when Yao halted mid-air, her pages taut. Ahead, there is a strong energy reaction. It is not the soul-eating vines, but rather the presence of living creatures, and there is more than one. Wu Yuan promptly signaled for Bing Air to be on guard, while he gripped his dagger tightly, cautiously peering around the trunk of a massive tree. Ahead, in a clearing about 100 meters away, several creatures resembling wolves, but with vine-like tails were tearing at the corpse of a lion-shaped beast. Their fur shimmered a deep green, their eyes a murky yellow, and the drool pooling on the ground immediately corroded it into small pits. They were the vine wolves, primal beasts of the mid-level of the 10,000 Woods Cave, known for their pack behavior and venomous fangs and claws. Wen Yao swiftly relayed information. Their vine tails can absorb spiritual plant energy, making ordinary physical attacks ineffective against them. What was more troublesome was that the lion-shaped corpse at the center of the vine wolves was entwined with several even thicker, soul-eating vines. Competing for the energy of the corpse, the two seemed to have reached a peculiar balance. refraining from attacking each other, but harboring immense hostility towards intruders. A few of the vine wolves had already sensed the commotion, baring their teeth to reveal their stark white fangs and emitting a low growl. The spirit evasion powder is ineffective against these ferocious beasts. Wu Yuan lowered his voice, stating that forcing their way through would waste too much time. They would take a detour. Just as he intended to turn, he noticed a lone vine wolf suddenly convulsing and collapsing, its body visibly withering at a rapid pace. As a segment of soul-eating vine coiling around it quickly expanded, its color shifting from pitch black to an eerie dark green. The soul-eating vine was devouring the vine wolf's energy. Wen Yao exclaimed in astonishment, "They are evolving." Indeed, the mutated soul-eating vine suddenly detached from the vine wolf's corpse, striking like a black whip towards its companions, draining their energy and growing even larger, with sharp barbs sprouting along its tendrils. "We cannot allow them to continue evolving." Wu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Wen Yao, analyze their weaknesses. Bing Air, prepare for extreme cold, and Dai, shield us with your protective domain. As soon as the orders were given, 3 startled vine wolves lunged towards them, their venomous claws slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Dai's roots burst forth from the ground, weaving into a pale green energy barrier. The claws of the vine wolves struck the barrier, emitting a hissing, corrosive sound, yet they could not penetrate it even a fraction. The heart of the vine wolves is located at the 3rd rib on the left side of the chest, where there are no vines for protection. The core of the mutated soul-eating vine is 3 inches from the root. It fears high temperatures and extreme cold. Wen Yao's analytical voice coincided with Bing Air's hiss. Wu Yuan focused on a vine wolf that had leaped onto the barrier, channeling spiritual energy into his dark iron dagger before hurling it with force. The dagger shot forth like a bolt of black lightning, accurately piercing the left chest of the vine wolf, green blood gushing forth as it let out a piercing wail, its body rapidly stiffening. Simultaneously, Bing Air leaped from Wu Yuan's shoulder, transforming into a white streak, exhaling an extreme cold breath. Just as the mutated soul-eating vine was about to strike at Bing Air, it was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture, the icy crystals spreading along the tendril, encasing several surrounding vine wolves in place. Dai, melt the metal. The starry patterns on Dai's leaves erupted with golden light. A scorching current surged through the roots into the ice sculpture, and the immense impact generated by the intertwining ice and fire instantly shattered the frozen vine wolves and soul-eating vines into fragments. The dark green liquid splattered onto the ground, neutralized by the life resin Dai promptly released, preventing secondary corrosion. The remaining vine wolves scattered in fear. Wu Yuan did not pursue them, aware that every moment was precious. He retrieved his dagger, noticing that the green venom adhering to the blade was being isolated by a thin golden membrane. This was the purification rune added during Minter Zhang's second forging, now proving invaluable. The energy fluctuations from the mutated soul-eating vine were peculiar. Wen Yao's blue light scanned the battlefield, revealing that within it, besides the primal energy of the soul-eating vine, there was a faint trace of a boundary stone aura, akin to mimicking the devouring laws of the mother nest. Wu Yuan recalled the remnant root earlier. Are you suggesting that the soul-eating vines are absorbing other creatures to evolve into a capability akin to that of the mother nest? It is highly probable. Wen Yao's voice turned grave. The energy imbalance in the 10,000 Woods cave may be due to these mutated spiritual plants disrupting the original ecological balance. If left unchecked, the mid-level will inevitably be completely devoured, posing a threat even to the outer layers. This reminded Wu Yuan of Minter Zhou's research on the Willow God sacrifice. Perhaps the ancient ritual's original purpose was to suppress this uncontrollable devouring force. As they traversed the clearing occupied by the vine wolves, the trees ahead gradually became sparser. Yet the energy fluctuations in the air grew increasingly chaotic. Irregular fissures began to appear in the ground, from which silvery sand particles emerged, dissipating into light points upon landing, characteristics of the sands of time. The twisted valley is near. Wen Yao pointed towards a transversing canyon ahead, where the cliffs on either side exhibited a bizarre spiral formation, as if twisted by an invisible hand. Observe the rock layers on the cliff. Each layer belongs to a different era. This is the external manifestation of the time-space rift. Wu Yuan stood at the canyon's edge, looking down. Gray-white mist enveloped the valley floor, where countless light points could be seen floating, coalescing into the sands of time. Yet, more striking was the towering, dead giant tree at the valley's center. Its trunk so robust that it would require a dozen people to encircle it, while its crown had long since decayed, leaving only bare branches reaching skyward, resembling a colossal hand grasping at the heavens. As the pupil of Wu Yuan constricted, he distinctly observed the golden patterns resembling those on the boundary marker etched upon the trunk of the colossal tree. Could it be the main trunk of the mother nest? No, it was the boundary tree. The analysis presented by Wen Yao sent a tremor through Wu Yuan's heart. This ancient spiritual root, once utilized to suppress the fissures in space, had ultimately succumbed. Those sands of time were fragments of the temporal laws that had dispersed after its demise. Just then, the mist in the valley surged, and a massive creature, its body cloaked in stone armor, emerged from the fog. Its head resembled that of a lizard, adorned with a pair of wooden horns, and its eyes were swirling gray vortices. This was the guardian beast of the middle layer of the 10,000 Woods Cave, the time-corroding stone dragon. The effect of the spirit avoidance powder was rapidly fading. Wen Yao cautioned, stating that the time-corroding stone dragon could manipulate the flow of time around it, making it perilous to be targeted by its gaze. Wu Yuan glanced at the alluring sands of time at the valley's bottom, then at the imposing figure of the stone dragon, and suddenly noticed several pale golden wood shavings scattered near its feet. The patterns on those shavings bore an uncanny resemblance to the remnants of the ancient parasol tree he had previously discovered. "Dui, can you sense it?" Wu Yuan whispered. Dui's leaves quivered violently, its roots pointing toward the valley floor, emitting an urgent hum. There was a familiar aura there. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yuan tightened his grip on the communication talisman. It appeared that obtaining the sands of time, while simultaneously confirming the clues regarding the parasol, would inevitably lead to a fierce confrontation. He instructed Bing Air to gather the extreme cold energy, while Wen Yao prepared to analyze the energy nodes of the stone dragon. And Dui elevated its life energy to its zenith. A new battle was about to unfold amidst the turbulent space-time currents of the Twisted Valley. And the secrets hidden deep within the 10,000 Woods Cave, along with the key to Dui's reincarnation, seemed inextricably linked to the boundary tree and the sands of time at the valley's bottom. Chapter 32. Surviving Desperation. Wu Yuan's coordinates vanish. The roar of the time-corroding stone dragon shook the canyon, causing stones to tumble from both sides. Its gray eyes swirled as the air around it seemed to solidify. Wu Yuan suddenly realized that his movements had slowed. The trajectory of his dagger left afterimages in the air, and even the extreme cold energy emitted by Bing Air appeared to be submerged in viscous mud, its freezing speed dramatically reduced. It is manipulating the local flow of time. Wen Yao's pages fluttered wildly, blue light flashing urgently. Cracks appeared in the stone armor of its left forelimb. That was the weak point of its energy cycle. Clenching his teeth, Wu Yuan infused his legs with spiritual power, forcibly breaking through the temporal confinement, and darted toward the stone dragon's left forelimb like an arrow. Dui's roots had already broken ground, transforming into countless resilient vines that ensnared the stone dragon's limbs, attempting to hinder its movements. However, as soon as these vines touched the stone dragon's stone armor, they rapidly turned a withered yellow, not from corrosion, but as if they had instantaneously completed the process of thriving to decay under accelerated time. Dui? Wu Yuan's eyes widened in despair. But he saw Dui's leaves erupting with a brighter golden light, new roots continuously emerging and wrapping around, battling against the erosion of time with its life energy. At that moment, the time-corroding stone dragon violently shook its head, gathering a gray energy sphere at the tips of its wooden horns, hurling it violently toward Wu Yuan. Before the energy sphere even struck the ground, the surrounding rocks began to weather and shatter as if their existence was being siphoned away by time. There's no escaping this. Wen Yao's pages snapped shut, shielding Wu Yuan as golden runes densely appeared on the surface, forming a void barrier powered by her primordial energy. When the energy sphere collided with the barrier, Wen Yao let out a muffled cry of pain, and the edges of the pages began to blacken, while several pages containing ancient secrets disintegrated into ash. Wen Yao, taking advantage of the moment when the stone dragon was distracted by its attack, Wu Yuan dashed to its left forelimb, his dark iron dagger coalescing with all his spiritual power, fiercely stabbing into the crack in the stone armor. A sharp sound echoed as the dagger was deflected, leaving only a shallow dent on the armor, while the crack visibly began to heal at an astonishing rate. It is recovering at an accelerated speed due to the laws of time. Wen Yao clutched her damaged pages, her voice labored. Ordinary attacks are futile. Bing Air, in a state of panic, circled in the air, determination flashing in its ice-blue eyes as its surrounding chill surged violently, even causing a brief stagnation in the flow of time. It was exhausting its bloodline power, attempting to freeze the stone dragon's temporal cycle with ultimate frost. However, this force was too vast for its petite form, and it began to tremble uncontrollably, with fine droplets of blood seeping from its scales. Bing Air, come back. Wu Yuan's heart raced. He could distinctly feel the mental link with Bing Air fluctuating violently, a sign of the beast nearing its limits. Bing Air had only recently been born, its bloodline still unstable. Forcibly overextending itself would jeopardize its life. Before Bing Air could respond, The time-corroding stone dragon sensed the threat, its thick tail sweeping towards Dui's vine barrier with a howling gust. Wu Yuan instinctively spread his arms to shield Bing Air, but a flash of white light darted past, revealing Bing Air's form suddenly becoming transparent, transforming into sparkling ice crystals as it was forcibly drawn into the beast taming space within his chest, the space autonomously protecting the contract beast on the brink of collapse. Bing Air. Wu Yuan reached out in desperation but grasped only a chilling void. The beast taming space in his chest throbbed with sharp pain, signaling Bing Air's descent into slumber. Without Bing Air's restraint, the time-corroding stone dragon's attacks surged forth unimpeded. Its tail, imbued with gray temporal energy, struck against Dui's vine barrier with a bone-crunching snap, reducing dozens of resilient roots to ash in an instant. Dui's leaves wilted abruptly, losing much of their vibrant green hue. Yet it remained steadfastly positioned in front of Wu Yuan, the few remaining primary roots deeply embedded in the rock, forming a final line of defense. Dui retreat. Wu Yuan's eyes burned red, yet Dui's roots held him firmly in place. He then noticed the intricate star-like patterns covering Dui's roots, dimming rapidly as it burned its own potential to delay the onslaught of temporal energy. Wen Yao, enduring the agonizing pain of her shattered pages, soared to the stone dragon's head. The remnants of her pages unfurled dramatically, enveloping the dragon's cranium. Time reversal, extreme analysis. Her voice, though weakened, resonated with unwavering determination. Its core lies within the stone bead in its throat. That is the source of its temporal energy. The pages projected a diagram of the energy flow within the stone dragon, revealing a walnut-sized stone bead, glowing gray, slowly rotating within its throat, surrounded by energy lines connected to its stone armor. Now is the moment. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Wu Yuan clenched the communication talisman given by Mentor Zhang tightly in his palm. He had not intended to use it, but he recognized that he was now in a desperate situation. Yet, just before the talisman was about to shatter, he glimpsed Dui's wilted leaves and Wen Yao's damaged pages, prompting a sudden change of heart. He could not allow the sacrifices of his companions to be in vain. With a fierce determination, Wu Yuan bit his tongue, letting a drop of his essence blood spill onto the dark iron dagger. The dagger erupted with a blazing red light, fueled by his own blood, activating the purification rune that Mentor Zhang had inscribed. Dui, lend me some energy. Dui seemed to comprehend his intent. The remaining golden energy surged through its roots into Wu Yuan's body. He felt a searing power rise from his dantian, merging with the dagger's red glow, transforming into a sharp crimson streak aimed directly at the stone bead within the stone dragon's throat. Sensing the mortal threat, the time-corroding stone dragon let out a deafening roar, gray temporal energy flooding from its throat. Wen Yao's pages disintegrated under the onslaught of this energy, her form becoming translucent, yet she expended her last strength to pin the energy diagram to the dragon's throat. With a piercing sound, the dagger found its mark, plunging directly into the stone dragon's throat. The collision of the crimson streak with the gray energy erupted into a cataclysmic explosion. Wu Yuan was hurled backward by the shockwave, crashing heavily against the mountainside, a metallic taste filling his mouth as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The time-corroded stone dragon emitted a piercing wail, fissures appearing in the stone beads of its throat, as gray energy surged chaotically. It violently thrashed its head, warping the surrounding space. The rock strata on either side of the canyon undulated like tides, revealing unfathomable rifts, gashes in space torn apart by the explosive energy of time. The barrier of the core zone was breached. Wen Yao's voice was but a whisper, almost inaudible, clutching something in her hand. Her figure transformed into a final wisp of azure light, merging into Wu Yuan's brow. Hurry, go in. Dui crawled over, his battered form laboring, gently tapping Wu Yuan's cheek with the remnants of his leaves, while his roots pointed towards an expanding rift in space. On the other side of the rift, a dense, multicolored mist swirled, revealing distorted shadows and floating remnants of colossal trees. This was the heart of the Wanmu Cave. Although the time-corroded stone dragon was wounded, its ferocious gaze remained fixed on Wu Yuan, and beneath its fractured stone armor, new limbs were regenerating at an accelerated pace. Wu Yuan struggled to rise, cradling Dui in his arms. The leaves brushed against his face, as if offering solace. He cast one last glance at the enraged stone dragon before resolutely leaping into the rift leading to the core zone. The rift was filled with violent torrents of chaotic energy. Wu Yuan felt as though his body were being tugged and squeezed by countless hands, his consciousness oscillating between clarity and haze. Suddenly, Dui emitted a soft chirp, radiating a gentle green light that formed a thin shield, isolating him from the tumult. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, until Wu Yuan finally felt solid ground beneath his feet. Stumbling to regain his balance, he discovered himself in a completely alien space. Here, there was neither sky nor earth, only fragmented continents drifting in the void and twisted giant trees. The air was thick with an almost palpable life energy, yet laced with a disquieting aura of annihilation. In the distance, golden lightning occasionally flashed across the fabric of time and space, the sparks of colliding laws. Dui had completely lost consciousness. His leaves had turned brown, leaving only a faint pulse of life. Wu Yuan hastily retrieved life resin, carefully applying it to Dui's roots. Upon contact, the resin transformed into a golden warmth, seeping in, but could only barely sustain his vitality. Wen Yao? Wu Yuan called out in his mind, yet received no reply. The blue light at his brow dimmed, indicating that Wen Yao, too, had exhausted her energy and succumbed to slumber. The beast containment space within his chest remained silent, and Ice Girl was still in her deep sleep. In that moment, Wu Yuan felt utterly forsaken by the world. He surveyed his surroundings. This core zone was even more bizarre than Master Zhang had described. On a distant floating continent, he could see countless massive growth rings, each encasing different vistas. Some were lush forests, others frozen tundras, and some even depicted star-studded night skies. Drip, drip. An unknown sound of dripping water reached his ears. Following the sound, he beheld a massive golden droplet suspended in the void, its surface reflecting his silhouette, while within it, a complete tear of a star, radiating dazzling golden light, was ensconced. Wu Yuan's heart raced. He recognized that golden droplet as the legendary time amber, a divine object said to freeze time, and encased within was the tear of a star that Dui required for rebirth. Just as he prepared to approach, the time amber began to tremble violently. The ancient giant tree murmured in a deep voice, "Outsider, you have finally arrived." At the Star Abyss Pavilion, Zhou Mingyuan's laboratory was alive with activity. The purple leaf vines unfurled their leaves on the jade rack, while spirit dew collected from the previous night slid down the veins, pooling into small puddles on the blue stone table. Zhou Mingyuan, magnifying glass in hand, meticulously observed the spore sacs at the tips of the vines. The copper kettle on the table had been dripping for over a quarter of an hour, according to the plan. Wu Yuan should have returned from the middle layer of the Wanmu cave by now, nearing the laboratory entrance. Strange. He set down the magnifying glass and delicately tapped the star chart with his fingertip. The area representing the Wanmu cave glowed faintly green, and the crystal ball mark for the middle layer was distinctly visible, yet Wu Yuan's spiritual coordinate was conspicuously absent. The spirit blocking powder could conceal spiritual plan awareness, but it could not obscure the specially crafted coordinate talisman of the Star Abyss Pavilion, unless... Zhou Mingyuan's heart sank, and he snatched up the communication jade talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. The talisman glowed briefly before fading, yielding no response. He hastily approached the window, gazing towards the west where the Wanmu cave lay. The sky there, which should have been a pale blue, was now shrouded in a gray mist, as if the light had been distorted by some unseen force. Master Zhang. Zhou Mingyuan's voice pierced through the wall, reaching the adjoining star forging hall. Master Zhang, who was currently tempering dark iron, nearly dropped his silver hammer when he heard the shout. He tore off the fire-specked leather apron and strode in hastily. "What is it?" "I was just at a critical juncture." But upon seeing Zhou Mingyuan's taut expression and the anomalies on the star chart, he asked, "Has Wu Yuan encountered trouble?" "The coordinates have disappeared, and there has been no response from the communication talisman." Zhou Mingyuan pointed at the gray patterns along the edge of the star chart. "The spatial barrier of the Wanmu cave is fluctuating abnormally. That recent surge of energy seems to indicate that the core zone's law barrier has been breached." Master Zhang's brow furrowed deeply. Is that kid out of his mind? The core zone is no place for him. He turned to leave, the dark iron boots thudding heavily against the ground. "Prepare the teleportation array. I'm going to rescue him." "Wait." Zhou Mingyuan grasped his arm, lowering his voice significantly. "Do you forget the pavilion rules? The core zone is a forbidden area. No one may enter without an elder's decree. You could lose your position as a master craftsman. If I lose it, then so be it." Master Zhang forcefully shook off his hand, muscles beneath the black leather apron tensed like iron. "That kid carries a little snake with the bloodline of the Ice Phoenix, and Dui's roots can invoke the resonance of the Phoenix. Wen Yao is an ancient book spirit. Do you think I can't see that? These three little ones gathered around him are a fated opportunity. If they perish in the Wanmu cave, our Star Abyss Pavilion will lament for 1,000 years." Zhou Mingyuan fell silent. Did he not understand Wu Yuan's uniqueness? That ancient scroll of spiritual plants had been revitalized in Wen Yao's hands, Dui's sensitivity to the mother nest's energy, and the clues tied to the shadow pavilion from Ice Girl, all pointed to an impending storm, with Wu Yuan as the pivotal variable at its center. "I will seek the pavilion master." Zhou Yuan seized the bronze token on the table, the engravings of phoenix flowers swirling in the morning light. You prepare the array. In half an hour, regardless of success or failure, we must wait at the outskirts of the Wanmu cave. Master Zhang watched as he hurried away, then slammed his fist against the wall, causing fine cracks to spiderweb across the dark iron surface. Chapter 33. The Tear of the Stars Manifest. A DUI breaks through level 30. Meanwhile, in the core zone of the Wanmu cave, Wu Yuan leaned against a fragment of a floating giant tree root, chewing on bitter spiritual leaves. This was the only edible item he had managed to find nearby, after being crushed. The leaves yielded a cool juice that slid down his throat, barely suppressing the surging qi and blood within him. He had been here for 3 days, or at least, he felt it had been 3 days. In this space distorted by the laws of time, the alternation of day and night was utterly erratic. Sometimes sunlight would rise from beneath his feet, while at other times, stars would blanket the void at midday. Dui remained in a deep slumber in his arms. Yet his leaves had gained a bit more luster. The effects of the life resin were magnified several times within the core zone. The golden warmth not only repaired his roots, but also gradually nourished the star patterns on his leaves. Wu Yuan could sense that although Dui's life fluctuations were faint, they were steadily growing at a stable frequency, as if accumulating strength for a breakthrough. It appeared that the environment here was, in fact, a fortuitous opportunity for Dui. Wu Yuan murmured softly to himself, applying the last vestige of life resin onto Dui's main root. This potion, distilled from the essence of the devouring vine, was initially intended as a defense against the venomous creatures of the mid-level, yet it had inadvertently transformed into Dui's elixir of life within the core zone. He raised his hand to his forehead, where the blue light still flickered dimly, no longer shrouded in the pallid gray of death. The fragments of Wen Yao's pages seemed to be reassembling, and sporadic flecks of light emerged from beneath the skin, as if countless words were awakening. Wu Yuan attempted to communicate using his mental powers, but only encountered a warm, chaotic void. She was in the process of self-repair, merely requiring time. A subtle tremor emanated from the beast guardian space within his chest. Wu Yuan cautiously extended his spiritual energy. Discovering Bing Air curled up in a small nest made of ice crystals, her ice blue scales covered with a delicate golden membrane. This was the rich life energy of the core zone nourishing her phoenix bloodline, while the residual chill from the spirit-locking nail was gradually being stripped away, dissipating as white mist through the fissures of the space. Everything was improving. Wu Yuan sighed in relief, leaning against the remnant roots as he closed his eyes. The battle with the stone dragon had nearly drained his spiritual energy. Had it not been for the golden energy bestowed by Dai in the final moments and Wen Yao's void barrier, he might not have even had the chance to enter the core zone. His consciousness sank into a meditative state, leaning against the remnants as he began to circulate the spiritual energy within him. Unlike Dai and Bing Air, the energy of the core zone felt like a double-edged sword to him, while the abundant life energy could mend his meridians. The mingled aura of annihilation would incessantly erode his spiritual power. He had to perpetually shield his heart meridian. For a moment's carelessness could result in being torn apart by the conflicting energies. During these 3 days, apart from tending to Dai, he had been studying the droplet of time amber and the encased star tears not far away. The golden droplet hovered in the void, 100 feet away, and the ancient giant tree's visage had not reappeared. Yet, Wu Yuan could distinctly sense the star tears within the amber emanating a beckoning aura, resonating with Dai's life imprint. Suddenly, a soft crack echoed in his ears. Wu Yuan's eyes flew open. The ancient giant tree's aged face was slowly taking shape, its patterns flowing in a manner that perfectly coincided with the starry markings on Dai's leaves. Outsider, do not be alarmed. The raspy voice resonated once more, this time devoid of aloofness, imbued with a touch of gentleness. I am the remnant soul of the guardian tree, having watched over this core zone for millennia, awaiting one who can awaken the spirit resonance of the phoenix tree. Wu Yuan tightened his grip on the dark iron dagger, standing alert. Who are you? Why do you say you await me? Who I am is no longer significant. The time amber trembles gently, the star tears within emit a soft golden light. The little one in your arms is a seedling of the world tree, requiring the star tears as a catalyst to awaken its true power. And you are the only one who can coax it to willingly sacrifice its energy. This bond is the key to the ancient covenant. A seedling of the world tree? A tempest of astonishment surged within Wu Yuan. He had always believed Dai to be merely a unique spirit plant, unaware that it was, in fact, a descendant of the legendary world tree that supports the very fabric of existence. No wonder it resonated with the phoenix wood. No wonder its life energy was so pure. Then why do you wait for me? Wu Yuan pressed, his gaze fixed on the time amber. What is the connection to the ancient war in the wood cave? The annihilation energy of the mother nest, and the death of the guardian tree? What does it all mean? The patterns on the surface of the time amber suddenly became chaotic, the golden droplet roiling violently, as if resisting something. The ancient voice emerged, laden with painful breaths. Cannot speak. The laws, the bindings. Wu Yuan then noticed countless tiny silver threads entwined around the amber, resembling fragments of time. Each tremor dimmed the amber's glow a little more. It appeared that the remnant soul of the guardian tree was also bound by some force, unable to express itself freely. Very well, I shall not inquire further. Wu Yuan softened his tone, gesturing toward Adai. It requires these star tears to evolve, but its level is insufficient. Forcing absorption would lead to its demise. Do you possess a way to help it elevate its level? The tumult within the time amber gradually subsided. The ancient giant tree's voice tinged with a hint of relief. You understand it well. The growth of the world tree has never been instantaneous. Do you see those floating continents? Following its guidance, Wu Yuan gazed toward the fragmented land, where the images embedded within the tree rings were slowly transforming. Tender green shoots sprouted from the frozen snowfields, golden raindrops fell from a star-studded night sky, and countless light points suddenly burst forth in the dense forests. That is the gift of time. The ancient voice echoed with a distant resonance. Each continent holds the memory of an era's spirit plants. By touching them, one can absorb the purest life energy. Let your little one cultivate there. Within half a month, it shall break through to level 30. Wu Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. Could those memories pose a danger? Danger? The ancient voice chuckled, imbued with an air of ancient sorrow. The world tree is, by nature, a vessel of memories. For it, these are nourishment, not poison. As for you, the time amber turned toward Wu Yuan, the surface of the golden droplet reflecting his image. Within that reflection, a faint blue light flickered at his forehead. The beast guardian space in his chest emanated an ice blue glow, and his palm was entwined with a delicate green thread. 3 types of beast guardians, possessing affinity with spirit plants, resistance to ice, and a contract with the book spirit. The ancient voice exclaimed in awe. After millennia, you are the first to embody all 3 powers simultaneously. Perhaps you truly can bring an end to that unfinished war. Before Wu Yuan could respond, the time amber suddenly contracted violently, the golden droplet shrinking by half, the visage and patterns on its surface vanishing entirely, leaving only the transparent shell encasing the star tears, quietly suspended in the void. My remnant soul shall fade, await it. The final words dissipated into the ether, and the time amber fell into complete silence, leaving only the star markings on the star tears gently swirling, resonating weakly with Adai and Wu Yuan's arms. Wu Yuan gazed at the hushed amber, a torrent of emotions surging within him. The words of the guardian tree's remnant soul acted as a key, unlocking countless mysteries. The ancient war, the secrets of the mother nest, Adai's origins, each pointing towards a distant and grand truth. First, I shall elevate my strength. Wu Yuan suppressed the tumult in his heart, gingerly cradling Adai from his embrace and placing it at the edge of the floating continent. This land was embedded with the scenery of a lush forest, countless light points surging from the tree rings, settling upon Adai's leaves like fireflies. Adai's leaves trembled gently, the withered yellow hue fading at a visible pace, revealing a glimmer of golden sheen through the vibrant green. The star markings seemed to come alive, flowing along the leaf veins, while new tender shoots began to sprout from the tips of its roots. Indeed, it is effective. Wu Yuan let out a sigh of relief, turning to another continent showcasing a snowy landscape. He retrieved Bing Air from the beast guardian space, placing her upon the ice crystals at the edge of the snowy plain. The moment Bing Air's body touched the land, her ice blue scales illuminated, surrounding light points transforming into snowflakes that fell upon her, thoroughly cleansing the last remnants of the chill from the spirit-locking nail. Having completed these tasks, Wu Yuan sat cross-legged upon the giant tree's remnant roots, beginning to circulate his spiritual energy to heal his injuries. The energy concentration in the core zone far exceeded that of the outer realm. Each breath allowed him to inhale substantial pure spiritual energy, coursing through his body, mending his damaged meridians, and even beginning to challenge the barriers of higher realms. Time became indistinct, and Wu Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, a burst of pale green spiritual energy erupting from his palm. He could distinctly feel that his cultivation had surged significantly, with his mental power reaching, King level 10,000, 50,000. This elevation and level not only signified the potential to contract more beast guardians, but also meant that his energy augmentation for Adai and Bing Air could increase by 30%. He glanced at Adai, involuntarily inhaling sharply. In a mere 3 days, Adui's form had astonishingly doubled in size, its leaves unfurling like a resplendent canopy, the starry patterns shimmering under the sunlight, exuding a subtle aura of dominion. Its roots delved into the floating continent, continuously absorbing the vital energies of the forest's memories. The elite-level bottleneck thoroughly loosened, poised for an imminent breakthrough to the Lord level. Bing Air had also awakened, coiling atop the highest point of the snowy expanse, its ice-blue eyes more animated than before. Upon spotting Wu Yuan, it transformed into a streak of white light and glided towards him, affectionately rubbing against his wrist. Wu Yuan could sense the heightened vitality of its ice phoenix bloodline, the potency of its extreme cold freeze skill having at least doubled. Is Wen Yao still not awake? Wu Yuan pressed his brow. Although the blue light there had brightened somewhat, it remained unresponsive. At that moment, Dui suddenly emitted a melodious hum, the starry patterns on its leaves erupting into dazzling golden light. The floating continent trembled violently as countless forest memories surged into its being like a torrent of gold. Dui's body began to grow rapidly, its roots breaking through the soil, entwining with the remnants of the surrounding giant trees, and as its leaves unfurled, it managed to sustain a small green domain in the void. Beast Tamer Dui has broken through to Elite Level 30. Unlocking skills, Star Guardian. All allied units within the domain receive life regeneration bonuses. Growth of all things accelerates the energy cycle of spiritual plants in the area. Energy fluctuations detected, resonance with star tier deepens, reincarnation conditions, level, have been met. As the system prompt sounded, the amber of time suddenly trembled again. The golden droplets enveloping the main root of the phoenix tree slowly melting away, revealing the main root that radiated brilliant golden light. The starry patterns on the main root synchronized perfectly with Dui's markings, as if they were one and the same. Wu Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. Just as he intended to have Dui absorb the main root, a fissure unexpectedly opened in the void, and Zhou Mingyuan along with Mentor Zhang stumbled through it. Wu kid, you're not dead. Mentor Zhang's roar was cut short as he was struck speechless by the sight before him. The floating, fragmented continent. The giant tree remnants entwined with starry patterns, the elite level 30 Dui, the aura of Bing Air, and the star tier. Zhou Mingyuan's gaze fell upon the amber of time and the phoenix tree, and he gasped, the amber of time from the boundary tree. The star tier, have you unearthed the core treasures of the 10,000 Woods Cave? Wu Yuan observed the two weary mentors, and then glanced at the soon-to-reincarnate Dui, a smile breaking across his face, surviving against the odds, the growth of his companions, and the two mentors disregarding the prohibitions to come to their aid. The time spent in this core area, though perilous, had unexpectedly become his swiftest period of growth. Mentors. It's a long story. Wu Yuan stood up, patting Dui's leaves. We may need to stay here for a few more days. Once Dui completes its evolution, we'll return to the Star Abyss Pavilion. Mentor Zhang looked at the elite level 30 Dui, and then at Bing Air's pure ice phoenix aura, suddenly breaking into a wide grin, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Stay. We must stay? Not just for a few days, but even for months. Just the right opportunity for me to witness the capabilities of this world tree sapling after its evolution. Zhou Mingyuan shook his head in exasperation. Yet his gaze fell upon Wan Yao's sleeping brow, a flicker of comfort in his eyes. He retrieved a jade box from his sleeve and handed it to Wu Yuan. This is the gathering spirit jade from the pavilion, which can accelerate Wan Yao's recovery. Though the core area is fraught with danger, it is indeed the best training ground for you. Wu Yuan accepted the jade box, warmth surging in his heart. He looked at Dui, who was absorbing the star tier, and then at the joyfully swimming Bing Air, finally directing his gaze to the tranquil blue light at his brow. Chapter 34. When Yao awakens, Dui transforms. At the full moon of the core area of the 10,000 Woods Cave, the gentle warmth of the gathering spirit jade still lingered on his fingertips as Wu Yuan pressed it to his brow. In an instant, the jade transformed into a stream of luminous white light, seeping into his being along his skin's patterns. The rush of warmth was even more powerful than he had imagined, akin to a lively brook, precisely merging into the dormant blue light at the center of his brow. A faint hum resonated from the depths of his consciousness. Wu Yuan distinctly felt the fragmented pages of his memories accelerating their reassembly under the nourishing glow, the originally blurred outlines of words gradually sharpening. Even as tiny golden glimmers overflowed from his brow, coalescing into fleeting inscriptions in the void. Wu Yuan, a melodious voice, reminiscent of jade striking against stone, suddenly echoed in his mind, imbued with the confusion of awakening, causing Wu Yuan's heart to leap. He instinctively pressed his hand to his brow. Feeling a warm thrum beneath his fingertips, the long-dormant blue light was becoming increasingly radiant, as if a miniature sun and moon were gently rotating within. Wen Yao, you're awake. Wu Yuan's voice brimmed with uncontainable joy. The blue light surged fervently, and countless ethereal pages unfurled behind him, ultimately coalescing into a translucent, slender figure. The girl donned a long white gown adorned with scroll patterns, her inky hair cascading down, her brows and eyes still retaining traces of drowsiness from her recent awakening. Holding something golden and glittering, resembling sand, in her hands. Her clear eyes, akin to the vast starry sky, curiously surveyed her surroundings. This is the core area of the 10,000 Woods Cave. One Yao's gaze swept across the floating, fragmented continent, finally landing on the star tier within the amber of time. A glimmer of astonishment crossing her features. How long have I been asleep? Your aura has grown significantly stronger. Before I fell asleep, I held the sands of time in my hands. You've kept it safe. Before long, she exclaimed, oh truly. I thought I wouldn't be able to retrieve the sands of time. Wu Yuan chuckled and shook his head, briefly recounting the events of recent days. When he mentioned that Adui was indeed a sapling of the world tree, when Yao's ethereal form noticeably quivered. The world tree, she murmured, raising her hand to caress the void, her fingertip tracing a path that solidified into ancient script. The ancient texts record that the roots of the world tree can connect to the spiritual realms of the heavens, and its leaves can reflect the paths of the stars. If it truly awakens, perhaps it can purify the annihilation aura of the mother nest. Before her words could fully settle, Adui, nestled in Wu Yuan's embrace, suddenly quivered violently, the starry patterns on its leaves resonating intensely with the star tier in the amber of time. Golden specks of light overflowed from the star tier, as if drawn by an unseen force, swirling around Adui and forming a rotating cocoon of light. Detection indicates that Beast Tamer Adui meets the reincarnation trigger conditions. The second reincarnation task has commenced. Core material, star tier X1, a meteorite crystal containing the essence of the moon, has been locked. Auxiliary material, essence of the nether vine X 50 ml, to be collected in a place of extreme darkness, has been gathered. Energy foundation, Beast Tamer level has reached elite level 30, conditions met. Ritual conditions, full moon night. By the ancient spirit of the tree at the convergence of ley lines, current environment meets requirements. Reincarnation direction, unknown, special evolution of the world tree bloodline. As the system prompt abruptly sounded, Wu Yuan looked down at the cocoon of light in his arms, witnessing Adui's roots frantically growing, penetrating into the remnants of the giant tree below. Those remnants were indeed the main roots left by the boundary tree, now emitting a faint earthy glow, interconnected with the ley line energies of the floating continent, forming a vast network of energy. The convergence of ley lines, so the remnants of the boundary tree are the ancient spirits of the tree. Zhou Mingyuan stroked his beard, a gleam of understanding in his eyes. Though the time laws in the core area are chaotic, the moon phases still follow the lunar trajectory. Tonight at the third watch, it will be the full moon. Mentor Zhang, unable to contain his excitement, paced around the cocoon, occasionally probing with his spiritual energy. Essence of the nether vine? When did you gather this? This is the main ingredient for refining the breaking through elixir. The place of extreme darkness is fraught with peril. I collected it previously during my other ventures. Wu Yuan explained. Bing Air swam over from the snowy continent, its ice-blue eyes curiously fixed on the cocoon of light. The life energy emanating from Adui starkly contrasts with its ice phoenix bloodline. It is warm and immense, akin to the tender shoots breaking through the thawing earth in spring, exuding an instinctive aura of familiarity. Tentatively, it extended its claws to touch the golden specks on the outer layer of the light cocoon, which immediately transformed into fine threads that entwined around it, coalescing at the tip of its claw into a crystalline green flower. It appeared they shared a harmonious bond. Wu Yuan chuckled softly, cradling Bing Air in his arms. One Yao's ethereal form drifted beside the light cocoon, her fingertips gently tapping to envelop Adui in a barrier imbued with the essence of scrolls. During reincarnation, the vital energies of heaven and earth will be invoked. Although the core zone is isolated from the outside world, the thunder tribulation is indispensable. I shall utilize the power of the scrolls to stabilize the space and prevent energy shockwaves from reaching you. Time gradually flowed as they awaited. The sky above the core zone indeed began to exhibit peculiar transformations, as countless fragmented continents projected into the void, coalescing into a colossal full moon. The silver radiance cascaded down like a tangible stream of water, bathing the entire core zone in a pristine glow. The floating continents began to resonate, the memories sealed within their rings transforming into luminous specks that converged towards the remnants of the town-guarding tree's roots, intricately tracing the patterns of spiritual soil upon the ground. The moment had arrived. Zhou Mingyuan spoke solemnly. Wu Yuan promptly retrieved a jade vial containing the essence of the nether vine, carefully pouring it over the light cocoon. The chilling liquid, upon contact with the golden cocoon, strangely exhibited no clash. Instead, It transformed into wisps of inky vapor that seeped into the cocoon through its crevices. Adui emitted a contented hum, as root-like patterns began to emerge on the surface of the cocoon, resonating with the spiritual soil patterns below. The tiers of stars within the amber of time broke free from their bindings, transforming into a golden meteor that fell into the light cocoon. In an instant, the energy of the entire core zone surged, as the remnants of the town-guarding tree erupted in a blaze of golden light, countless visible spiritual veins extending from the ground, entwining around the cocoon and forming an altar woven from roots. This is the spirit-soil symbiosis array, Instructor Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. The legendary formation through which the world tree communicates with the earth actually exists. Under the enhancement of the array, the light cocoon began to expand vigorously, as Adui's original form of the verdant willow was being reshaped. Wu Yuan could distinctly feel its life energy ascending at a terrifying pace. The elite-level barriers crumbling like paper, while the pressure of a king-level presence surged forth like a tidal wave. Even more astonishingly, a human form began to materialize within the cocoon. The once sprawling leaves gradually folded into slender lines of limbs, the stout primary root condensing into the shape of a torso, as starry patterns flowed along the contours, as if outlining a splendid green gown. It is transforming. Wu Yuan's breath quickened involuntarily. The transformation of spiritual plant-type beastmasters is exceedingly rare, especially that of a descendant of the world tree. This signifies that Adui will possess a more agile form, and may even awaken more formidable wisdom. Just as the human outline was on the verge of completion, the core zone's full moon was suddenly shrouded by dark clouds, and where the silver light had vanished, violet-black thunderclouds began to coalesce. Lightning danced within the thunderclouds, exuding an aura interwoven with destruction and rebirth. The transformation's thunder tribulation had finally arrived. It's here. Zhou Mingyuan summoned a shield inscribed with runes. The thunder tribulation of spiritual plant transformation is exponentially more ferocious than usual beastmasters, and we must ensure it can withstand the first 9 strikes. No need. Wen Yao's voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. The thunder tribulation of the world tree must be endured by it alone. But I shall guard this place, preventing any petty disturbances. As her words fell, the first purple lightning tore through the clouds with a deafening roar, striking down towards the root altar. Adui, I seem to have anticipated this, as countless roots suddenly shot forth from the light cocoon, weaving into a massive net mid-air that forcefully blocked the heavenly thunder. The purple currents coursed through the net and eventually transformed into pure energy absorbed by the roots. Good lad, he actually knows how to refine his body with thunder. Instructor Zhang watched in delight. Following closely, the second and third strikes of thunder descended, each more powerful than the last. The golden barrier on the outer layer of the cocoon gradually shattered under the onslaught of the tribulation, revealing the initial form of a humanoid within. It was the silhouette of a slender girl, the starry patterns on her green gown shimmering brilliantly in the thunder-esque light, with each strike of heavenly thunder. Her form became clearer. Bing Air perched on Wu Yuan's shoulder, her ice-blue eyes fixated on the center of the tribulation. She could sense that Adui's life energy was becoming increasingly refined amidst the thunder tribulation, that warm power now infused with a hint of thunder's dominance, evoking both curiosity and envy within her. When the 9th strike of heavenly thunder fell, the light cocoon shattered entirely. The figure of the girl in the green gown finally emerged in its entirety, her waist-length emerald hair resembling the freshest willow branches, tips adorned with specks of starlight. Her skin was as pale as congealed fat, yet faintly revealed a woody texture. Most striking were her eyes, whose pupils were comprised of countless tiny annual rings, turning as if revealing the passage of time. She stood barefoot upon the root altar, her gown billowing in the wind, embodying Adui's transformed visage. Yet at that moment, her complexion appeared somewhat pale, a trickle of golden sap escaping from the corner of her mouth. This was the blood of a spiritual plant-type beastmaster. Not yet finished. Zhou Mingyuan's tone suddenly grew grave. The most terrifying aspect of the transformation's thunder tribulation is the final primordial purple lightning, the ultimate test of the laws of heaven and earth against the transformation of the aberrant. Before his words could conclude, a fissure suddenly opened in the center of the thunderclouds, and a bolt of purple lightning, 10 times thicker than the previous strikes, began to coalesce, intermingled with black and white currents that exuded a destructive aura that even Wu Yuan found unsettling. This lightning tribulation had surpassed the realm of king level, subtly brushing against the powers of higher laws. Adui tilted her head back, her eyes devoid of fear, only filled with resolve. She formed seals with her hands, and behind her, a phantom of a towering ancient tree materialized, its trunk etched with ancient sacrificial patterns, the very manifestation of the ritual dedicated to the Willow God. The phantom unfurled its massive canopy, seemingly intent on braving the primordial purple lightning. No, she cannot withstand it. Wu Yuan's heart raced with alarm. Dui had just transformed. Her foundation unsteady. Even with the augmentation of the Willow Goddess phantom, there was no conceivable way she could endure this lightning tribulation imbued with the power of loss. Almost instinctively, Wu Yuan thrust Bing Air into Zhou Mingyuan's arms, unleashing his spiritual power without reservation. The king-level mental strength formed a protective shield, surging forth into the realm of the tribulation. Wu Yuan, come back. Instructor Zhang roared in an attempt to intervene, only to be halted by Wen Yao. His bond of power may alter the outcome. Wen Yao's gaze fell upon Wu Yuan, as the phantom of pages radiated a gentle glow, shielding him from the surrounding tumultuous residual lightning. Wu Yuan rushed to stand before Dui, shielding her behind him, faced with the primordial purple lightning capable of rending space. He hesitated not for a moment, channeling all his spiritual energy into his palm, coalescing a green barrier formed from the affinity of spiritual plants mixed with mental strength. Boom! The primordial purple lightning crashed down violently upon the green barrier. Wu Yuan felt an overwhelming force surge into his body, his bones cracking under the unbearable strain. While his skin was instantly charred black, the green barrier held for a moment before shattering completely, with the remaining thunder cascading down upon his back. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Wu Yuan's body fell backward like a broken kite. Just as he was about to hit the ground, warm arms caught him. It was Dui. The girl cradled him, her eyes for the first time glistening with tears. The golden droplets rolled down, landing on Wu Yuan's charred wounds, emanating a wondrous healing radiance. The scorched skin visibly sloughed away, fresh flesh sprouting anew, and even the fractured bones began to tingle with a soothing itch. Why did you act so foolishly? Dui's voice trembled with tears, yet it bore an unwavering strength. She lowered her gaze upon Wu Yuan, the rings of time within her eyes reflecting his figure. Previously, it was I who was under your protection. Now, the roles have reversed. Gently, she placed Wu Yuan at the edge of the altar and turned to face the still dissipating thunderclouds. In this moment, Adai's aura surged, magnified several times compared to before. The ethereal shadow of the willow deity, summoned for the ritual, perfectly overlapped with her form. And the power of the spirit soil within the remnants of the boundary tree surged wildly into her being. Beastmaster Adai has completed her second rebirth, evolving into the spirit soil willow sovereign, level 1 of the monarch class. Unlocking talent. Symbiosis with spirit soil can establish connections with any ley line and harness the power of the earth, little universe. Root systems evolve into an independent space, containing the laws of life. Unlocking skill. Protection of the willow deity summons the ethereal shadow of the willow deity, granting immunity to one fatal injury. The newfound power coursed through Adai's body as she raised her hand, lightly pressing against the remnants of the thunderclouds. Countless emerald roots erupted from the void, entwining the last vestiges of thunder as if they possessed life, purifying it into pure energy. The dark clouds dispersed, and the silver glow of the full moon once again bathed the surroundings. The root-laden altar slowly sank into the earth, leaving only the silhouettes of Wu Yuan and Adai embraced together. Bing Air wriggled free from Zhou Mingyuan's embrace, transforming into a streak of white light that dashed to Wu Yuan's side, nuzzling against his cheek, her ice-blue scales radiating a soothing chill. The ethereal presence of Wen Yao floated over, her fingertip gently touching Wu Yuan's brow, a luminous script merging into him, completely healing his remaining wounds. Coughing slightly, Wu Yuan sat up and gazed at the green-skirted maiden before him, unable to resist reaching out to tousle her hair. Adai, you look wonderful now. A faint blush tinted Adai's cheeks, adorably reminiscent of tender new leaves. She grasped Wu Yuan's hand, golden tears sliding down once more, dripping onto their clasped hands and transforming into a starry mark. Wu Yuan, she said earnestly, her gaze imbued with an unwavering resolve beyond her years. From now on, I will protect you. Mentor Zhang stroked his chin, marveling. The world tree has taken form and evolved into the spirit soil willow sovereign. This lad has truly stumbled upon incredible fortune, or rather, immense opportunity. Zhou Mingyuan smiled slightly, his gaze sweeping over the faintly discernible shadow of the little universe behind Adai and Wen Yao's increasingly solid form, finally resting on Wu Yuan. It seems our return to the Star Abyss Pavilion is imminent. I wonder what expressions the old fellows will wear upon seeing Adai in her current state. Wu Yuan chuckled. He looked at his companions, Adai, reborn and transformed, Wen Yao, fully awakened, Bing Air, growing ever stronger, and the two mentors who had steadfastly supported him, his heart brimming with an unprecedented strength. The core area of the 10,000-wood cavern still floated with fragmented continents, the laws of time still distorted. Yet at this moment, in Wu Yuan's eyes, this space, once fraught with peril, had become a cradle witnessing growth and bonds. Beneath the moonlight, the green-skirted maiden nestled beside the youth, the ice-blue creature curled at his feet, and the ethereal shadow of the scroll quietly hovered. This scene, within the void of the core area of the 10,000-wood cavern, formed a silhouette titled Hope. Chapter 35. Promotion to Core Student, Wu Yuan's Thoughts. The spatial fissures of the core area of the 10,000-wood cavern slowly closed behind them, and the fragrant breeze, imbued with the essence of flora, was barred by the unique spiritual barrier of the Star Abyss Pavilion. Standing at the center of the teleportation array, Wu Yuan watched as the runes beneath his feet gradually dimmed, finally feeling the true sense of returning home. The journey home was surprisingly smooth. Wu Yuan spent most of his time in meditation, his monarch-level mental energy flowing like a rushing river, each cycle refining his meridians to become even more resilient. Adai would occasionally revert to her form as the spirit soil willow sovereign, her roots extending to the bottom of the spiritual vessel, absorbing the power of spirit soil from the world. The shadow of the little universe behind her grew increasingly solid, and occasionally, one could glimpse several never-before-seen spiritual herbs thriving within. Bing Air was filled with curiosity about Adai's little universe, often sneaking in to roll about, emerging covered in golden spirit soil, much to Wen Yao's amusement. Look, she treats Adai's spirit soil as if it were snow. Wen Yao's voice was laced with laughter as the ethereal image of the scroll displayed Bing Air's playful antics. When Wu Yuan lifted his gaze, he caught Adai brushing the spirit soil from Bing Air's fur. The green-skirted maiden's profile appeared exceptionally gentle in the radiance of the spiritual vessel. His heart stirred. He intended to say something, but then he noticed Wen Yao's gaze turning towards him, her clear eyes seemingly harboring stars, causing him to feel inexplicably bashful. Steady yourself. Mentor Zhang clapped him on the shoulder, his coarse voice tinged with unmasked weariness, yet it added a touch of intimacy. This teleportation has taken a full 3 hours. This old body of mine is nearly falling apart. Zhou Mingyuan was carefully placing a fragment of the boundary tree's remnants into a jade box when he looked up and smiled. To return with the spirit soil willow sovereign and the remnants of the star tears, I'd say even 3 days would be worth it. His gaze fell upon the green-skirted maiden beside Wu Yuan, filled with sentiment. Adai, curiously tugging at her waist-length green hair, watched as the stardust at the tips floated gently in the afterglow of the teleportation array. After her transformation, she was filled with wonder at everything, and at this moment, she was secretly using her roots to grasp Wu Yuan's garment hem, resembling a timid young beast afraid of losing its way. Bing Air perched upon Wu Yuan's shoulder, her ice-blue scales occasionally brushing against his cheek, emitting soft purring sounds. Wen Yao stood on the other side, her simple white scroll-patterned dress fluttering gently in the flow of spiritual energy. Unlike her previous translucent form, she appeared much more solid now. Even the tiny inscriptions embroidered on her skirt seemed to swirl. The effect of the spirit-gathering jade exceeded expectations, stabilizing her corporeal form entirely. First, let us report back to the academy, Zhou Mingyuan said, securing the jade box. The dean is already aware of our early return and has specifically instructed you to visit his office immediately upon your arrival. Wu Yuan felt a stir within. The dean seldom summoned students unless there was a significant matter, and it was evident that the harvest from this expedition to the 10,000-wood cavern had caught the attention of this steadfast pillar of the pavilion. As they walked along the white jade avenue of the Star Abyss Pavilion, passing students and mentors glanced their way. Upon seeing the green-skirted maiden beside Wu Yuan, many displayed expressions of astonishment. It was rare for a spirit plant-type beast to take form, and Adai's subtle, yet palpable monarch-level pressure, along with the resonance of the spirit soil, all hinted at her extraordinary nature. Is that Wu Yuan? He actually returned alive from the 10,000-wood cavern? Who is that girl in the green dress beside him? Her aura is so unique. Look at the stardust at the tips of her hair. Whispers echoed around them. Yet Wu Yuan had no time to heed them. He could sense Adai's nervousness, the grip of her roots on his garment tightening slightly. He gently patted the back of her hand, whispering, "Do not be afraid. This is the Star Abyss Pavilion. It is quite safe here." Adai lifted her head, the rings of time in her eyes reflecting his figure, her tense shoulders gradually relaxing as she softly replied with a gentle That response was as melodious and clear as a mountain stream flowing over jade stones, warming Wu Yuan's heart inexplicably. The dean's office was located on the highest level of the Star Abyss Pavilion, within the Star Picking Tower, constructed from millennia-old ironwood. A plaque inscribed with observing subtlety and recognizing truth hung at the entrance, said to harbor a formation capable of discerning illusions. Zhou Mingyuan stepped forward and gently knocked on the door. After 3 dull sounds echoed, a voice, old yet robust, called from within, "Come in." As the door swung open, a faint scent of sandalwood wafted through. In the center of the room, behind a zetonwood desk, sat an elderly man with white hair and beard, the dean of the Star Abyss Pavilion, Qianqinzi, dressed in a simple gray robe. He held a translucent tortoiseshell between his fingers. As his gaze swept over the group, it lingered on Wu Yuan and A Dai for quite some time. Dean Zhou Mingyuan and Minter Zhang both saluted simultaneously. Wu Yuan followed suit, bowing slightly. Student Wu Yuan pays respect to the dean. Qianqinzi waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats. Yet his gaze remained fixed upon Wu Yuan. The matters concerning the 10,000 Woods Cavern have already been communicated to me by Ming Yuan through the message talisman. Shilong, the remnants of the boundary tree and the sapling of the world tree, you have unearthed the very secrets of that place. His tone carried a hint of jest, but his eyes sparkled with admiration. To confront the lordly Shilong at the elite level and earn the recognition of the world tree sapling, even provoking the transformation thunder tribulation, Yuan. Are you aware that you have created a miracle unseen in the Star Abyss Pavilion for a century? Wu Yuan felt a chill in his heart, about to express humility, but was halted by Qianqinzi's raised hand. There is no need for modesty. I observe your fortune. The Ziwei star is concealed, yet not obscured, signifying a potential dragon lurking in the depths. Your journey to the 10,000 Woods Cavern not only enhanced your strength, but, more importantly, you preserved your original intent. To shield the beast from the thunder tribulation. This step, not every elder in the pavilion possesses such resolve. He retrieved a crimson token from his drawer. Inscribed with the word core, its edges adorned with fragmented spirit stones. This is the core disciple token of the Star Abyss Pavilion. With this token, you may freely enter and exit the forbidden areas of the library, and each month you will receive 3 portions of royal-grade cultivation resources. Wu Yuan accepted the token, feeling its warmth, sensing the immense spiritual power contained within. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Qianqinzi continued, "But remember, the identity of the world tree must not be easily revealed. With the northern nest in turmoil and the southern demon clan stirring, should the petty scions learn of the world tree's existence, they will stop at nothing to seize it." He paused, turning his gaze to A Dai, "Little girl, now that you have taken form, you may consider yourself half a disciple of the Star Abyss Pavilion. I have here a spirit concealment jade, capable of masking your aura fluctuations, wear it daily." A milky white jade pendant floated before A Dai. The girl instinctively glanced at Wu Yuan, and upon receiving an affirming nod, she reached out to take it, softly uttering, "Thank you, Director." Qianqinzi chuckled, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing. "Good child. Ming Yuan, ensure that Wu Yuan's subsequent cultivation resources are drawn from the pavilion's treasury, unbound by the usual restrictions. As for that spirit soil willow, let it reside with Wu Yuan in the student dormitory. Externally, we shall declare it a rare wood-based beast." "Yes, Director," Ming Yuan replied respectfully. As they departed from the star picking tower, the core token in Wu Yuan's palm still radiated warmth. Instructor Zhang patted him on the back, laughing heartily. "Young man, the director is grooming you as the next generation pavilion master. Don't forget your old man when you make it big." Ming Yuan, more composed, looked at Wu Yuan and said, "Come with me to the Research Institute. We should analyze the remnants of the star tiers and fragments of the boundary tree. Perhaps we can unravel more mysteries regarding the ancient war." The Research Institute of the Star Abyss Pavilion was nestled deep within the back mountain. A complex of structures comprised of numerous glass domes, showcasing an array of peculiar ores, plant specimens, and beast bones. Ming Yuan's exclusive laboratory lay at the deepest part, its entrance engraved with intricate ceiling formations. "Come in." Ming Yuan dispelled the formation and stepped inside first. In the center of the laboratory stood a metallic platform adorned with various precision instruments, while in the corner, cultivation pods housed several luminescent spirit plants. He placed the remnants of the boundary tree on the testing platform, and a pale blue light immediately enveloped the fragments, causing a flurry of dense data to manifest on the screen. Though the remnants of the boundary tree are scattered, this fragment still retains the imprint of time's loss. Observe the energy fluctuations here. Do they not resemble the aura of your Wenyao? Wu Yuan leaned in for a closer look and indeed found a subtle resonance between the energy frequency of the fragment and the scholarly aura emanating from Wenyao upon her awakening. Wenyao approached the screen, her fingertip gently tracing a peak on the fluctuation graph. This is a remnant of the seal of time. Ancient texts record that during the ancient war, the boundary tree served as a medium to seal a portion of the nest's power. The nest? Wu Yuan furrowed his brow. The remnants of the boundary tree indicated that I might conclude that unfinished war. Could it be that the nest has not been entirely eradicated? Ming Yuan sighed. Strictly speaking, The ancient war merely drove the nest back to the frigid northern reaches. It was not completely eradicated. It has been lying dormant all these years until 3 months ago, when the northern outpost reported the discovery of numerous beast companions infected by the aura of annihilation. He shifted the topic, pointing to another instrument. But let us set this aside for now. Hand me the remnants of the star tears. I shall see if I can extract the essence of the moon, which may aid in further purifying Binger's bloodline. Yuan promptly retrieved the jade vial containing the ashes of the star tears. As the golden powder was poured into the instrument, the temperature in the entire laboratory dropped several degrees. Binger leapt down from his shoulder, approaching the device, her ice-blue eyes filled with yearning. For the next 2 hours, the laboratory was filled solely with the hum of the instruments and occasional murmurs of discussion. Yuan assisted in recording data, while Wenyao intermittently pointed out relevant passages from ancient texts. Adai quietly sat in a corner chair, curiously observing the flickering instruments, her fingers unconsciously twirling the wisps of light at the tips of her hair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Yuan finally paused his work. Rubbing his tired eyes, preliminary analysis results are in. The essence of the moon can be extracted, but it will take 7 days. Binger, you shall remain in the laboratory for these 7 days. I will prepare the purification array for your bloodline. Binger excitedly rubbed against his trousers, emitting a clear chirp. Yuan added, wait a moment. He then produced several golden leaves that were floating above the central crystal platform. These were the leaves that Adai had shed during their journey to the 10,000 Woods Cavern. These samples were brought back from the 10,000 Woods Cavern. Yuan indicated the crystal platform. Adai's leaves contain the life laws of the world tree. I attempted to analyze them and discovered that their cellular structure reconfigures with the fluctuations of the earth veins energy, which may be the principle behind the spirit-soil symbiotic talent. Yuan leaned in closer to observe, witnessing the starry patterns on the leaves slowly undulating under the activation of spiritual energy, casting intricate energy diagrams. Wenyao's ethereal form drifted beside the diagram, her fingertip tracing a path that gradually aligned with the patterns on the diagram. These patterns resemble the earth vein runes recorded in ancient texts. Wenyao spoke softly, but they are more intricate, as if infused with the power of time's laws. That is precisely what I believe. Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. If we can decipher these runes, we may uncover a method to purify the aura of annihilation. Yuan, your bond with Adai is the strongest. Could you attempt to guide her energy to clarify the patterns on the leaves? Yuan nodded, gently placing his palm on the crystal platform. His mental energy flowed into the leaves like a gentle stream, and he could distinctly feel the connection with Adai. With a thought, the girl's voice resonated in his mind. I understand. A burst of golden light erupted from the leaves, the starry patterns fully unfurling, projecting an exceptionally clear energy diagram on the wall, with tiny points of light flowing within the diagram, as if simulating the operation of the earth vein. We succeeded. Yuan excitedly recorded the data. Look here, these nodes are the key to energy conversion. Yuan gazed at the diagram on the wall, then turned to Wenyao, who stood quietly assisting, a warm current surging in his heart. He had never imagined that he would one day partake in such research. Surrounded by companions who silently supported him, as they left the research institute, twilight had enveloped the back mountain. The winding stone path was illuminated by soft streetlights, casting elongated shadows of the trio. Instructor Zhang had departed for another matter, leaving only Yuan, Wenyao, and Adai. Adai appeared somewhat fatigued, swaying slightly as she walked. Just as Yuan was about to suggest she lean against him for a rest, Wenyao suddenly chuckled, breaking the silence. In the past half-month, you have gazed at Adai more times than you have at my scrolls by 17. Yuan halted, as though struck by a spell of immobilization. He abruptly turned his head to look at Wenyao, the young girl tilting her head in his direction, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips. The moonlight cascaded down upon her pure white dress, delineating her slender silhouette. Why are you still counting this? Yuan's cheeks flushed with warmth as he instinctively defended himself. She has just taken form and is still ignorant of many matters. Naturally, she requires more care. Besides, at her essence, she is still a plant, necessitating extra attention to fluctuations in spiritual energy. The more he spoke, the more he felt a burgeoning sense of guilt, his voice dwindling to a whisper. In truth, even he was unaware that for the past half-month, his gaze had unconsciously followed Adui, watching her clumsily learn to walk, observing her curious fingers brush against leaves, and cherishing the moment she first smiled after taking form, her lips curving into a delicate dimple. Wenyao halted in her steps, turning around to regard him earnestly, her clear eyes shimmering like the purest crystal under the moonlight. But yesterday, when you called her name, Adui, your lips curved by half a centimeter. Uffed. Yuan nearly choked on his own saliva, breaking into a fit of coughs. He instinctively raised his hand to touch his ear, which was indeed radiating heat, as if a flame were kindling within. Dui stood beside them, gazing at the two with bewilderment, unable to comprehend their exchange. However, upon noticing Wu Yuan's intense coughing, she gently patted his back, her root-like fingers exuding a coolness reminiscent of the forest, strangely calming his restless heart. Wu Yuan opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. He gazed into Dui's concerned eyes, and then glanced at Wen Yao's teasing expression, feeling as though a stone had been cast into his heart, sending ripples of emotion throughout. He had always believed his connection with Dui was merely a responsibility of a beast tamer to their charge. Yet Wen Yao's words served as a mirror, reflecting the deeper significance of his feelings. That concern seemed to transcend ordinary bonds, imbued with a tenderness he had not even recognized within himself. Wen Yao observed his flustered demeanor, the mirth in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by a complex emotion. She brushed a loose strand of hair behind her ear and softly murmured, "Let us go. It's late, and the dormitory gates will close soon." With that, she turned and continued down the stone path, her white dress merging with the twilight, leaving behind a faint fragrance of parchment in the air. Wu Yuan watched her retreating figure, then lowered his gaze to Dui, who was still gently patting his back, his heart a tumult of feelings. He knew that something had quietly shifted since the night of the full moon in the Wanmu cave. The night breeze rustled through the trees, carrying the distant clamor of the dormitory area. Wu Yuan inhaled deeply, taking Dui's hand as he hastened to catch up with Wen Yao. The moonlight elongated the shadows of the three, intertwining them like an unfinished tapestry. The night at Xingyuan Pavilion was just beginning. Chapter 36. The Mysterious Black Jar and Dui's Thoughts. The morning light in the laboratory was always tinged with a soft gold filtered through the glass dome. Wu Yuan stared at the pulsating energy graph projected before him, his fingertips absent-mindedly tapping on the alloy table. Zhou Mingyuan was using a spiritual energy probe to examine the leaves that Dui had shed. The starry patterns on the leaves glimmered brightly in the morning light. The earth vein runes he had encountered in the Wanmu cave now flowed along the patterns, a slow dance of energy. "Look here." Zhou Mingyuan suddenly pointed to the lower right corner of the graph. "Yesterday, we thought this was merely the noise of energy dissipation. But after you guided Dui to infuse her spiritual energy, this fluctuation perfectly overlaps with the temporal law imprint of the remnants of the boundary tree." Wu Yuan leaned in for a closer look and indeed saw a small cluster of pale blue light, swirling along an unusual trajectory. Reminiscent of the reincarnation patterns described in ancient texts, Wen Yao glided to the side of the projection, her delicate fingertip resting at the center of the light cluster. And the phantom of the book instantaneously unfolded, flipping through dozens of pages. The ancient spirit plant treatise mentions that when the world tree coexists with the earth veins, it draws upon its own life laws to transform the energy of oblivion into the power of spiritual soil. These light points are the pivotal nodes of that transformation. Dui sat in the corner on a vine chair, her emerald hair cascading over her knees, attempting to gently touch the detection instruments with her roots. Hearing the words world tree, she suddenly raised her head, her ring-like eyes reflecting the graph. "I think I can feel it." Wu Yuan turned to her, watching as the girl conjured a wisp of pale green spiritual energy at her fingertip and lightly flicked it towards the leaves. In an instant, the azure light points in the projection erupted, transforming into countless delicate streams that surged into the lines of the earth vein runes. The previously chaotic energy graph suddenly becoming orderly, resembling a star map that had been meticulously arranged. "This is it." Zhou Mingyuan sprang to his feet, his eyes slightly reddened. "The core of the energy of oblivion is desolation, but the life laws of the world tree allow it to flow. We've discovered the key to purification." Wu Yuan gazed at the swirling azure light in the graph, a memory surfacing from the words of the boundary tree's remnants in the Wanmu cave. It appeared that the so-called end of the unfinished war was never about destroying the mother nest, but rather about finding a means for the energy of oblivion to be reincorporated into the cycle of the world. Just as he was about to speak, Wen Yao chuckled softly. "You stared at this fluctuation for a quarter of an hour yesterday, far more focused than when I was flipping through ancient texts." Wu Yuan felt a flush rise to his face, ready to defend himself, but Zhou Mingyuan clapped him on the shoulder. "Stop dawdling. This discovery is worthy of the top journal in the pavilion, Xingyuan Xingjian. I'll write the report, and you'll be the second author. It's what you deserve." Wu Yuan was taken aback. Xingyuan Xingjian typically only published the research of elders and core mentors. For a student to have their name attached was already a rarity, let alone being the second author. Just as he was about to decline, Zhou Mingyuan waved his hand. "If it weren't for your ability to establish a mental connection with Dui, and if you hadn't noticed this anomaly, we would never have grasped the key. This isn't a moment for modesty. Allowing more people to understand the method of purification is far more important than anything else. The bell for the morning class chimed outside, and Bing Air peeked out from the cultivation chamber, her ice blue scales shimmering in the morning light. It seemed her bloodline purification had reached a critical point, as she had recently taken to snuggling up to Wu Yuan's shoulder, now nuzzling her head against his ear and emitting faint purring sounds. Oh, right, Zhou Mingyuan suddenly recalled, pulling out a core student token from the drawer. The dean said you could select 3 king-level resources from the treasury. Today is a perfect opportunity. I'll take you there. The treasury of Xingyuan Pavilion was hidden 3 levels beneath the star-picking tower, sealed by a 9-layered mystic iron array. The custodian was an elderly steward with hair as white as snow. Upon seeing the token handed over by Zhou Mingyuan, his murky eyes brightened. Ah, is it young friend Wu Yuan? The dean has specifically instructed that you may enter the inner treasury. The inner treasury was half the size of the outer one, but was filled with jade boxes and spiritwood racks. On the left side, 3 fist-sized thunder cores crackled with energy within their crystalline confines, while on the right, a jade box contained a frost soul herb, its chills seeping through, coating the air with a thin layer of frost. King-level resources were classified into 3 categories: body tempering, auxiliary spirit, and enemy control. Zhou Mingyuan picked up a glowing red crystal. This is the Qiyang Jade, capable of tempering the meridians. Your spiritual power is at the king level. Your physical body needs to catch up. Wu Yuan accepted the Qiyang Jade, feeling its heat in his palm. As soon as he probed it with his spiritual energy, he sensed his meridians subtly swelling. It was indeed a remarkable item. Just as he intended to place it into his storage pouch, he suddenly caught sight of a wooden rack in the corner, where a dull, grayish clay jar was perched on the bottom shelf. Its mouth sealed with wax and lacking a label, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding treasures. What is that? He inquired, pointing at the jar. The old steward stroked his beard. Ah, that was unearthed 3 years ago during a cleanup of the old treasury. It contains some black soil, but no spiritual energy fluctuations can be detected, so it was carelessly left here. Wu Yuan approached and lifted the jar. It was surprisingly light, yet the surface bore several fine cracks, as if corroded by something. Just as he was about to break the wax seal, Dui suddenly pressed his hand down. Her voice tense. Don't touch it, there are bad things inside. Wen Yao floated over, the pages of her phantom book rustling above the jar. Her expression grave. The patterns on this jar are exorcism runes, but they are nearly worn away. Whatever is inside, even if it isn't malevolent, is certainly not ordinary. A thought flickered in Wu Yuan's mind. The fact that both Dui and Wen Yao were on high alert indicated that this black soil was anything but simple. He returned the ceramic jar to its original place, yet his fingertips quietly etched the pattern of the cracks on its surface. Those fissures, when gathered together, resembled a diminutive outline of a nest. Select the red sun jade, ice spirit grass, and this, he said, pointing at a roll of beast hide gleaming with a silvery sheen on the shelf. It was the hide of the silver moon leopard, perfect for crafting a robe that could conceal one's presence, ideally suited for a dye. The old steward nodded, placing the 3 items into a jade box before handing it to Wu Yuan. As they exited the treasury, Zhou Mingyuan suddenly chuckled. You certainly have an eye for selection. The red sun jade fortifies the body, the ice spirit grass can serve as a supplementary material for Bing Air, and the silver moon leopard hide is intended for a dye. Isn't it? Wu Yuan tightened his grip on the jade box, but remained silent, only to hear gentle footsteps behind him. Adai was gazing down at her shoelaces, her emerald green hair veiling her face, with only the starry glimmers at the tips of her hair quietly twinkling. By the time they returned to the dormitory, dusk had nearly settled. Wu Yuan handed the silver moon leopard hide to Adai, saying, Minter Zhou mentioned that this hide can conceal your presence. It will suit you perfectly. The girl accepted the hide, her fingertips lightly tracing the silvery patterns, and suddenly looked up at him, her eyes shimmering like fallen starlight. Can I make clothes myself? The vines in the 10,000 trees cave weave leaf skirts. This seems possible too. Wu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Of course. Just let me know what tools you need, and I'll borrow them. Wen Yao was seated at the writing desk by the window, perusing the proof of Star Abyss green manuscript that Zhou Mingyuan had just delivered. Upon hearing their conversation, she suddenly raised her eyes. I know the address of the tailor shop. Shall I accompany her to buy needles and thread tomorrow? The evening sun streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Wen Yao's pristine white skirt, where delicate inscriptions shimmered with golden light. Wu Yuan observed her, then glanced at Adai, who was experimenting with wrapping the hide around herself, and felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility, reminiscent of the days in the 10,000 trees cave before encountering the stone dragon, where only the fragrant essence of nature lingered. Bing Air returned from the cultivation chamber, seemingly thriving after a successful bloodline purification. It had grown significantly larger, its icy blue scales now adorned with additional silver streaks. It leaped into Wu Yuan's embrace, curiously observing Adai's manipulation of the hide, before turning its head to glance at Wen Yao, ultimately burying its head into Wu Yuan's neck, purring softly. Wu Yuan stroked Bing Er's head, suddenly sensing its tail gently sweeping across his hand, as if in a display of affection. When he looked down, he met Bing Er's innocent gaze, which reflected his own face, Adai's verdant skirt, and Wen Yao's profile as she turned the pages, encapsulating an entire gentle twilight within those eyes. Outside the window, along the white jade avenue, returning students chatted and laughed as they strolled by. Wu Yuan, cradling Bing Er, watched Adai and Wen Yao huddled together, engrossed in discussing the cut of the hide, and suddenly recalled the dean's remark about a lurking dragon in the depths. Perhaps the abyss held not only storms, but also the starlight that settled on their shoulders, akin to the soothing sounds of Bing Er's purr, the glimmers at Adai's hair tips, and the soft breeze that whispered past the pages of Wen Yao's book. At that moment, in the Star Abyss Pavilion dormitory, only the gentle sound of needles threading through the hide and the soft laughter of the girls could be heard. Bing Er yawned, burrowing deeper into Wu Yuan's embrace, seemingly unaware of why his heartbeat had quickened or why Wen Yao's fingers hesitated over the pages, feeling only the warmth of the embrace, so comforting that it made it want to close its eyes. April in the Star Abyss Pavilion was always wrapped in fine rain. Outside the glass dome, dark clouds loomed low above the star-picking tower's eaves. Rain drizzled at an angle, leaving fine trails of water on the alloy window panes. Yet, the laboratory was warm, bathed in the soft blue light of a holographic projection. Zhou Mingyuan was using a spirit power pen to sketch on a diagram, depicting the dynamic trajectories of the reincarnation patterns that Wu Yuan and Adai had recorded the previous week, with azure and blue points slowly swirling in the projection, resembling a small fragment of a starry river. This set of data requires a comparative experiment, Zhou Mingyuan remarked, lifting his gaze to Wu Yuan and tapping the edge of the projection with his fingertip. After the midterm assessment, take 2 days off, and you and Adai should visit the geophysical monitoring point to measure the impact of the different depths of the Earth symbols on the reincarnation patterns. Wu Yuan had just nodded when his student badge in his pocket suddenly vibrated. A faint golden light curtain sprang up, displaying a notice from the Academy's Academic Affairs Office. The midterm assessment week for Star Abyss Pavilion has begun. Core students are required to participate in practical combat training with lower grade students. Observation or competition optional. Please confirm your registration within 3 days. Practical combat training? Wen Yao floated over, her delicate fingers tapping the light curtain, causing the virtual pages behind her to flutter gently. In previous years, core students only acted as judges. But this year is intriguing. They can also compete. She turned to Wu Yuan, a hint of a smile in her eyes. You've just been promoted to core. You should make a showing at the lower grade arena, letting those little ones who are always inquiring about the newcomers under mentor Zhou see. Wu Yuan remained silent, his gaze landing on Adai in the corner. The girl was sitting in a rattan chair, focused on sewing a short jacket from the silver moon leopard hide. The edges of the hide were intricately woven with tiny star patterns from vines, the silver white and vibrant green intertwined, shimmering softly in the morning light. Upon hearing practical combat training, she paused in her stitching, looking up at Wu Yuan, her eyes reflecting the raindrops outside. Are we going to fight? It's not a fight. It's a sparring session, Wu Yuan clarified as he gently brushed aside the stray threads entangled in her hair. It's just a friendly competition with other students. There's nothing to fear. However, Adai shook her head gently, her fingertips gliding over the star patterns on her jacket. The vines in the 10,000 trees cave say that fighting hurts. After a brief pause, she added, but if it's what Wu Yuan needs, I'm not afraid. Bing Er poked its head out from the cultivation chamber, its icy blue scales shimmering in the warm light. It had been progressing well with its bloodline purification, now noticeably larger than the previous month. At that moment, it leaped into Wu Yuan's arms, nuzzling against his chin and purring, as if expressing support for Adai. Zhou Mingyuan observed this scene and suddenly chuckled. It's good to go play. Your spiritual strength is at the king level, but your practical experience is lacking. The intensity of the lower grade sparring is just right. Besides, he glanced at the small white mist forming at Adai's fingertips, a result of her unrefined life energy. It's a perfect opportunity to test your trio's coordination. Our trio? Wu Yuan was taken aback. Wen Yao's literary principles can control the field. Adai's vines can provide offense and defense, and you will serve as the central guide, Zhou Mingyuan concluded, putting away his spirit power pen. In the previous purification experiment, your mental connection was already quite stable. Engaging in practical combat will help you hone your skills, benefiting future research. Wen Yao suddenly laughed lightly. He probably finds it hard to let Adai take action. She waved the ancient book page she had just turned, revealing a note in Star Abyss Pavilion student record that mentioned a wood-type student whose vines had been charred by a fire-type beast during last year's lower-grade sparring, leaving him in tears for half a class. Wu Yuan felt a flush rise to his face and was about to defend himself when Adai suddenly grasped his wrist. Her fingers were cool, but her palm bore the sweet scent of vine sap. "My vines are not afraid of burning," she said earnestly. "They will bloom, just like they did during the last purification diagram." Chapter 37, Prelude to the Midterm Examination. When the rain ceased, Wu Yuan filled out his name on the registration form. The senior responsible for registration looked up, slightly startled. "Wu Yuan? Are you the core student mentored by Zhou? Are you sure you want to register for the lower grade group?" "Yes." The senior scratched his head and marked a check on the form. "All right then. But I must warn you. There are some formidable figures in the lower grades this year, like Li Yu from Class 3. His rock-type beast, the stone-armored rhinoceros, has just advanced to Elite Level 20, and last week it shattered an opponent's defensive array during sparring." Wu Yuan paid little heed to this. As he stepped out of the academic affairs office, he found Adai crouched by the flower bed at the edge of the white jade avenue, gently brushing the drooping rose petals with her vines. Wen Yao floated behind her, holding a freshly plucked phoenix tree leaf, inscribing the character moisten on its surface with her spirit power. The charred tips of the leaf visibly unfurled at a remarkable speed, slowly revealing tender green. "What are you up to?" Wu Yuan inquired as he approached. "Helping them awaken," Adai replied with a smile, her starlit hair cascading down onto the flower petals like scattered fragments of stars. "Wen Yao says that words can help them remember they are alive." Wen Yao collected the leaves of the phoenix tree and glanced at Wu Yuan. "Have you just finished registering?" "I've reviewed Li Yu's profile. The stone-armored rhinoceros excels at utilizing the spike formation, boasting formidable defense, yet its intelligence is rather limited. Its weakness lies at the junction of its abdominal armor." She paused and added, "However, do not expect me to inscribe the word break in advance. Overusing the script method depletes spiritual energy, and I certainly do not wish to be immobile after our spar." Wu Yuan chuckled. He crouched down, observing the vine at Adai's fingertips entwining the rose stem as it climbed upward. At the tip of the vine dangled a tiny golden dew, a manifestation of her refined life energy, purer than during their last encounter in the laboratory. "Tomorrow's sparring session. There's no need to force yourself," he murmured. "If you cannot win, simply withdraw. No one will judge you." Adai shook her head, gently dripping the golden dew onto the rose's roots. Suddenly, slender green shoots emerged from the soil, coiling around the vine. "Last time, you helped me select the right fur. This time, I'll assist you, Wu Yuan." She blinked, her year-round eyes reflecting the hues of the rainbow at the horizon. "Moreover," she continued, "Wen Yao mentioned that winning would allow us to exchange for osmanthus cake at the cafeteria. The sparring competition was to be held at the Star Abyss Pavilion's martial arena. The arena was a semi-open circular platform, with a central floor of black iron and crystal columns embedded at the edges to measure spiritual energy. The surrounding stands could accommodate thousands. By the time Wu Yuan arrived, the seats were already filled with students, gathered in small clusters, conversing animatedly. Occasionally, fluctuations of spiritual energy escaped from the crowd, indicating that some were testing their abilities before the match. Over there, Wen Yao floated beside Wu Yuan, her fingertip pointing towards the eastern stance. Zhou Mingyuan was perched on the railing, engrossed in a volume titled Practical Combat with Beasts. Accompanied by an elderly man in a gray robe, the Deacon Li, responsible for assessments of the lower grades. Upon spotting Wu Yuan, Zhou Mingyuan waved, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Adai clutched the hem of Wu Yuan's garment, her head slightly bowed. Today, she wore a short coat made of silver moon leopard skin, the silver patterns on its fur glistening softly under the sunlight, perfectly concealing the star pattern markings on her neck. The crowd was overwhelming, with a chaotic mix of spiritual energies, and she felt somewhat uneasy, her fingertips subtly entwining around Wu Yuan's wrist, the vine wrapping delicately around his sleeve. This was their private token of reassurance. "Do not be anxious," Wu Yuan reassured, patting the back of her hand. "We have 3 matches before it's our turn." As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal columns at the center of the arena suddenly illuminated. The judge, a middle-aged mentor, stood upon the black iron platform and declared loudly, "Next match, Class 3's Li Yu versus core student Wu Yuan." The crowd below fell into a hushed silence, soon erupting into murmurs. "A core student? Competing against lower grades? Isn't that the one mentored by Zhou Mingyuan? I heard he developed a method to purify the annihilation energy. Why is he here for a sparring match? Zhao is quite unfortunate, isn't he? No matter how formidable the stone-armored rhinoceros is, can it truly rival a core student?" Li Yu entered the arena from the western entrance. Tall and with skin bearing the bronze hue from years of interaction with Earth-type spiritual energy. He was followed closely by a rhinoceros, nearly half his height. its dark gray armor adorned with intricate patterns. Its hooves struck the black iron floor with a dull thud, unmistakably the stone-armored rhinoceros. Hearing the comments from the audience, Liu frowned and exclaimed, "Minter, my opponent is a core student? This is unfair." The judging Minter cast a glance at Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan volunteered to compete in this tier. It adheres to the regulations. He paused, adding, "He is permitted to use only spiritual energy and cannot employ psychic pressure above grade A." Liu then relaxed slightly. His gaze toward Wu Yuan now laced with provocation. "Since it's voluntary, I shall hold nothing back." Wu Yuan remained silent as he ascended the stage, with Wen Yao floating beside him, whispering, "Do not trust the judge. While psychic energy is not to be used for suppression, it is essential for sensing the stone-armored rhinoceros's spiritual energy flow. Before it activates the spike formation, its abdominal armor will accumulate energy." Adai stood half a step behind Wu Yuan, her fingertips resting at her side, the vine concealed within her sleeve quietly unfurling, its tip glistening with a tiny droplet of dew. The spar begins. As the judge's command fell, Liu immediately raised his hand. Stone-armored rhinoceros. Activate the spike formation. The stone-armored rhinoceros let out a low roar, its hooves striking the black iron platform with force. Suddenly, the ground beneath erupted with the sound of cracking, and numerous gray-black stone spikes surged forth, fanning out toward Wu Yuan. These spikes towered to half a person's height, their tips gleaming with a cold, hard light, exuding the heavy pressure characteristic of Earth-type spiritual energy. Liu's signature move. Gasps arose from the audience. Zhou Mingyuan set aside his book, leaning forward slightly, while Deacon Li stroked his beard, his gaze scrutinizing. Now, Wen Yao's voice echoed in Wu Yuan's ear. Her pale fingers swiftly traced the air, condensing spiritual energy into delicate golden strokes, forming the character soft. That word hovered half a foot before the stone spikes, and golden light danced between the strokes. Strangely, it emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations but spread like ink diffusing in clear water, instantly softening the once rigid stone spikes, their tips bending slightly, with some stone fragments cascading down as though they had been rendered malleable. Liu was taken aback. "What is happening?" "Stone-armored rhinoceros. Increase your strength." The stone-armored rhinoceros roared again, channeling spiritual energy into the spikes, yet they merely quivered, remaining limp, with the foremost spikes curving like grass bent by the wind. Textual laws. Deacon Li suddenly interjected, his voice low but clear enough for Zhou Mingyuan to hear. "Is this young girl from the Spirit Contract Pavilion? To wield the soft character so effortlessly is quite remarkable." Zhou Mingyuan smiled knowingly. "Indeed, it is more than that. Just observe." In that moment when the spikes softened, Wu Yuan subtly tilted his head. "Adai." He did not issue a specific command, yet Adai instantly understood. The vines hidden within her sleeve shot forth like emerald lightning, spiraling up the softened stone spikes, their slender forms surprisingly resilient, deftly navigating the curves to ensnare the stone-armored rhinoceros's limbs. Liu finally reacted. Defense. The patterns on the stone-armored rhinoceros's armor illuminated, heavy earth-type spiritual energy coalescing into a protective shield. However, Adai's vines did not collide head-on. Instead, they slipped into the crevices of the armor. Curiously, the golden dew at the tip of the vines suddenly burst open, transforming into countless tiny specks of light that infiltrated the rhinoceros's energy shield. Moo! The stone-armored rhinoceros emitted a low, pained, and bewildered roar. Its shield began to melt, not shattered, but rather as if warmed, gradually becoming transparent. Even more bizarrely, tiny green shoots emerged from the crevices of its gray-black armor, budding into delicate yellow flower buds that soon blossomed into small white flowers, no larger than a fingernail, their petals dusted with golden sparkles. What is this ability? Liu's face paled. He could sense the stone-armored rhinoceros's spiritual energy surging chaotically. The earth-type energy, which should have been heavy and stable, was now lively and disordered, with some energy even being siphoned away by the tiny flowers. It is the law of life. Zhou Mingyuan explained softly, utilizing pure life energy to evoke the vitality within matter, no matter how resilient the earth-type energy. It cannot withstand the transformation of a withered tree blossoming in spring. Wu Yuan chose not to pursue further advantage. He raised his hand, signaling Adai to retract the vines. Gazing at Liu, "Do you wish to continue?" The stone-armored rhinoceros shook its head, its limbs giving way as it collapsed to the ground. The small white flowers continued to bloom upon its armor, swaying gently in the breeze. Liu gritted his teeth, retrieving a spirit stone from his pocket to feed the stone-armored rhinoceros, muttering, "I concede." The judge hesitated for a moment before announcing, "Wu Yuan is victorious." The audience fell silent for a few seconds before erupting into fervent discussions. Was that textual magic? Writing could soften stone spikes? And those flowers, blossoming on an armored beast? What sort of wood-type ability is this? The core student indeed stands out, yet it seems he hasn't taken action. It was entirely those two young ladies who handled everything. Wen Yao withdrew her spiritual energy and gently alighted on Wu Yuan's shoulder, slightly swaying as she expressed her fatigue. I mentioned the depletion of spiritual energy. And now even floating is a struggle. A Dai hastily approached Wu Yuan, tiptoeing to inspect his sleeve, where the vines had ensnared him earlier. The silver patterns on the silver moon leopard skin glimmered momentarily, and she felt relieved, whispering, "It's not damaged." As Wu Yuan was about to speak, Li Zhishe suddenly descended from the viewing platform, landing on the Xiantai stage. He approached the stone-armored rhinoceros, lightly touching the small white flowers on its armor with his fingertips before sniffing. These flowers exhibit no spiritual energy fluctuations. They are genuine blooms? Indeed, Adai affirmed. They were stimulated by life energy and will wilt shortly. Li Zhishe turned his gaze to Wu Yuan, the scrutiny in his eyes transforming into solemnity. You are Wu Yuan? Zhou Mingyuan did not deceive me. Your synergy is indeed intriguing. He paused, lowering his voice suddenly. Come to the Academic Affairs office after the match. I have something to show you. Wu Yuan was taken aback, just as he was about to inquire what it was. Li Zhishe had already turned away. Zhou Mingyuan, on the platform, winked at him, evidently privy to some information. As they descended the training ground, many students gathered around, eager to inquire about Wen Yao's text rules and Adai's vines. But Wen Yao deflected them with her excuse of needing rest due to insufficient spiritual energy. Adai closely followed Wu Yuan, clutching a petal that had just fallen from the stone-armored rhinoceros. The golden light upon it had yet to fade, and she carefully tucked it into the line-bound notebook Wu Yuan had purchased for her. What does Li Zhishe want with you? Wen Yao leaned on Wu Yuan's shoulder. Her voice languid. I'm not sure, Wu Yuan replied, gazing towards the direction of the Academic Affairs office. Perhaps it pertains to our sparring? Unbeknownst to him, Bing Er had scurried over from the cultivation pod and was now squatting on the steps at the entrance of the training ground. Upon spotting Wu Yuan, it wagged its tail and bounded over, nuzzling against his leg. A tuft of a phoenix tree leaf clung to its icy blue scales, likely from its dash over. And Wu Yuan bent down to pluck it off. Just as his fingertips brushed against the scales, he paused. Recalling how Zhou Mingyuan had casually mentioned while organizing materials in the laboratory yesterday, Li Zhishe visited the Northern Territory in his youth and studied the mutated flora surrounding the mother nest. He might possess an old dossier regarding the petrification of living things. Wu Yuan glanced down at the petal in Adai's notebook, his mind drifting to the cracked jar resembling the outline of the mother nest tucked away in the treasury. Sunlight, breaking through the rain, fell upon the crystal columns of the training ground, refracting into a spectrum of colors. He suddenly felt that this seemingly straightforward sparring might be more than just a display of strength. Adai tugged at his hand, pointing towards a nearby flower bed, osmanthus cake. Wu Yuan followed her gaze, noticing the cafeteria chef wheeling a cart over, laden with steaming baskets emitting a sweet aroma. He chuckled, taking Adai's hand as they approached. Since we won, I'll buy you 2 boxes. Wen Yao huffed lightly from his shoulder. You do have a conscience. Remember to save me a piece. I can smell that it's made with spiritual osmanthus, which replenishes spiritual energy. Bing Er trailed behind them, emitting cheerful purrs. Sunlight filtered through its icy blue ears, revealing delicate blood vessels within, resembling red threads frozen in ice. Wu Yuan patted its head, and the heaviness in his heart regarding the Northern Territory and the mother nest was suddenly softened by the sweet scent of osmanthus cake. Perhaps, as the dean said, a concealed dragon lurks in the abyss. Within that depths are tempests and hidden reefs, yet at this moment, surrounded by warm fragrances, holding hands, and the sound of fluttering pages resting on his shoulder, it was enough to walk steadily towards the next chapter of their journey. The door to the Academic Affairs office was not far ahead, and Li Zhishe's figure had already vanished beyond it. Wu Yuan cradled 2 boxes of osmanthus cake, watching as Adai cautiously poked at the steamer's lid with her fingertips, suddenly feeling that regardless of what Li Zhishe wished to reveal, as long as the 3 of them could maintain such synergy, there was nothing to fear. The wind blew through the training ground, carrying the scents of iron and grass. The petal in Adai's notebook stirred gently, as if responding to something. In the distance, the star-picking tower was hidden among the clouds, revealing only half of its eaves, resembling a poised pen, waiting to inscribe a new tale. Chapter 38, Beast Master Combination, Bing Er's Anomaly. The wooden window of the Academic Affairs office was ajar, and the post-rain breeze wafted in the fragrance of locust flowers, settling upon the old dossier on the desk. Li Zhishe was employing spiritual energy to brush away the dust from the dossier's cover, on which 5 dark golden characters embroidered the title chronicles of the Northern Territory, the frayed edges indicating it had been perused countless times. Please, take a seat. He gestured towards the wicker chair before the desk and turned to retrieve a ceramic pot from the bookshelf. Pouring a cup of light green tea and sliding it towards Wu Yuan. This is infused with spiritual locust honey. It alleviates fatigue. Just as Wu Yuan seated himself, Wen Yao floated up from his shoulder, circling the dossier. Is this the dossier from the Northern Territory? You mentioned having something to show Wu Yuan. Is it this? Li Jishir did not answer directly but stroked his beard with a smile. Let us first discuss the recent sparring. Young Miss Wen Yao's use of the character soft was skillful, and young friend A Dai's vines were quite spirited, yet your trio's synergy lacks a certain layer. Wu Yuan paused, gripping the teacup. Please, enlighten me, esteemed advisor. You are the core, yet have merely acted as a transmitter. Li Jishir tapped his fingers on the table. When Wen Yao writes the character soft, if you could use your mental energy to draw upon the surrounding Earth's spiritual aura in advance, the character's efficacy could extend 3 feet. When a Dai stimulates her vines, if you could assist her in stabilizing the rhythm of her life energy, those small flowers would not bloom for but a fleeting moment. Your mental connection is stable, yet not entwined into a singular cord. He opened the dossier, revealing a yellowed page adorned with a vermilion illustration. On the left side was a wolf with wings, and on the right, a tree blossoming with ice crystal flowers, connected in the center by a faint golden stream. This depicts a pair of beast masters from 30 years ago in the Northern Territory. The wolf excels in wind, and the tree in ice. Individually, their strength is not top tier, yet through their cooperation, they manage to freeze a tentacle of the mother nest. Relying on cooperation? Wu Yuan inquired. Relying on bonds. Li Jishir pointed at the red line. The wolf fears fire, so the tree uses icy mist to shield it. The tree fears wind, so the wolf uses its wings to protect it. Between beast masters and their beasts, as well as amongst the beasts themselves, there must be this consideration of knowing each other's weaknesses and protecting them for true harmony to exist. Wen Yao suddenly exclaimed softly, "Are you saying we must not only understand each other's strengths, but also each other's fears?" She glanced at Wu Yuan and added in a hushed tone, "For instance, when I use the text rules and exhaust spiritual energy, Wu Yuan must prepare restorative pills in advance. A Dai is timid, so Wu Yuan must shield her from those students approaching to ask questions." Li Jishir laughed heartily. Exactly. Now let us discuss domains and rules. He flipped to another page, where the ink characters read, "Rules are the bones, and domains are the skin. Without bones, the skin cannot stand. Without skin, the bones cannot be protected. Wen Yao's text rules are the bones, but you lack your own domain to support them, hence the excessive depletion of spiritual energy. A Dai's life rule is the bone. Her vines constitute a half domain, yet they are too weak. If you can assist them in expanding the domain, the efficacy of the rules can become tangible." Suddenly, Wu Yuan recalled the scene during the purification experiment. At that time, he had enveloped a Dai's life energy with his mental energy as he infused it into the leaves, allowing the cycles and the projection to flow seamlessly. Are you suggesting that my mental energy can serve as their domain's framework? Not merely that. Li Jishir closed the dossier. You may have heard of evolution, yet you might not be aware of bond evolution. When the bond between a beast and its master is profound enough, sometimes they can ascend naturally without the need for spiritual energy catalysis. Just like the flowers blooming upon the stone-armored rhinoceros, that was a Dai's life rule awakening the vitality within it, a faint response of bond reaction. Wu Yuan's heart stirred profoundly. He recalled Binger. Ever since her bloodline purification, she had taken to burrowing into his embrace. Sometimes, while he practiced, she would lie by his feet, the silver patterns on her scales shimmering in rhythm with his spiritual energy. Could this be considered a bond? Lost in thought, a gentle snore suddenly emanated from his arms. He had not realized when Binger had followed him from the training grounds, now curled up on his lap, a petal from a locust tree clinging to her icy blue scales. It seemed she had understood the words of Deacon Li. As she lightly brushed her tail against Wu Yuan's hand, Wu Yuan gazed at Binger, his expression softening. This little one possesses an extraordinary bloodline, though she has yet to fully awaken. If you truly comprehend the essence of a bond, you might help her tread an unconventional path. Lowering his gaze, Wu Yuan stroked Binger's head, suddenly reminded of a secret nestled deep within his heart. He could reincarnate a beast, not merely evolving, but beginning anew with memories intact, cleansing the impurities within their bloodline. Previously, he had hesitated to explore this ability, fearing it too extraordinary, but upon hearing Deacon Li speak of bond evolution, a thought sparked within him. "Thank you for your guidance, Deacon." He rose, stating, "I know what must be done." Deacon Li waved his hand with a smile. "Take the scroll to study. Knowing about the Northern Territories sooner is better than later." He retrieved a jade vial from his drawer and handed it to Wu Yuan. "This is the Lingxi pill, which will aid in solidifying the spiritual connection among the three of you, a token for your little friends." As Wu Yuan exited the administrative office, the sunset cast a warm glow upon the white jade pathway. Wen Yun clutched the scroll, flipping through it eagerly, while Adai carefully handled the jade vial, his fingertips gently tracing the intricate patterns on its surface. Wu Yuan, how should we practice the coordination that Deacon Li mentioned? Wu Yuan glanced at her. Then at Wen Yun floating nearby, you two should engage in a spar. Wen Yun abruptly halted her flipping of the scroll. A spar? I use the laws of writing while she employs vines. Not a true battle. Wu Yuan clarified. You write an attack aiming at Adai, who will use her vines to defend. Then Adai will entangle you with her vines, and you will write a counter. There's no need to determine a winner. Simply see if you can anticipate each other's next moves during the exchange. Adai's eyes sparkled, like a game of hide and seek. I could guess Wen Yun will write trap, so I'd have the vines encircle in advance. Wen Yun could anticipate I would entangle her feet, then write light to make my vines heavier. That's about right. Wu Yuan nodded with a smile. He then looked down at the little creature on his lap. Binger, I need to help you with something. It may hurt a bit. Are you afraid? Binger nudged his chin, a soft rumble emanating from her throat, as if to say she was not afraid. By the time they returned to the dormitory, darkness had enveloped the sky. Wu Yuan placed Binger into the cultivation chamber, pouring half a vial of Lingxi Pill's essence into it. This will enhance your strength. It requires pure spiritual energy as a catalyst, and this pill will stabilize your spirit. He pressed his fingertips against the chamber wall, closing his eyes to channel his spiritual energy into Binger's bloodline. It was a peculiar sensation, akin to grasping a chill light, within which lay delicate silver threads, remnants of her yet-to-awaken bloodline imprint. It begins, he whispered, his spiritual energy weaving along the silver threads, as if untangling a tangled mess. Suddenly, Binger shivered, the silver patterns on her scales flaring to life, and the liquid in the chamber began to bubble. Wen Yun and Adai stood by the chamber, holding their breaths. Wen Yun quietly inscribed the character for peace at the chamber's entrance, the pale golden strokes merging into the liquid, while Adai allowed the vines to coil outside, their tips adorned with glistening dew, ready to infuse life energy at a moment's notice. Sweat trickled down Wu Yuan's forehead. This was far more taxing on his spiritual energy than he had anticipated. The impurities in Binger's bloodline surged forth with the guidance of his energy, causing the liquid to gradually turn a light gray. He could sense Binger's discomfort. She trembled yet emitted no whimper, her eyes fixated on him, her icy blue gaze reflecting his face. Just a little longer, Wu Yuan spoke softly, quickening the rhythm of his energy. Suddenly, the silver patterns on Binger's scales erupted, transforming into countless fine streams that penetrated her body. The gray liquid in the chamber instantly became clear, and Binger's form shrank slightly, her scales gleaming like silver tempered by ice, with a tuft of pure white fluff adorning the tips of her ears. She gently bumped against the chamber wall, prompting Wu Yuan to swiftly open the door. The little creature leaped into his arms, nuzzling her head against his damp forehead, her purring now a resounding chorus. Is it done? Wen Yun inquired, leaning closer to poke at Binger's ear tips. She seems to have become even cuter. Wu Yuan nodded with a smile. The obstructions in her bloodline have been cleared. Future evolutions will proceed more smoothly. He looked down at Binger, suddenly noticing a new depth in her eyes. Previously filled with innocence, they now glimmered with a hint of gentle warmth, gazing at him unwaveringly. The following morning, a circle of vines encircled the space on the east side of the training grounds. Adai stood amidst the vines. A small flower fashioned from silver moon leopard skin nestled in her verdant hair, while Wen Yun floated opposite her, the hem of her white dress dotted with morning dew. I'm about to make my move, Wen Yun declared, golden light gathering at her fingertips, yet she hesitated to write immediately, instead glancing at Wen Yun. You must keep a close watch. Do not let me truly injure Adai. I will not harm Wen Yun either, Adai quickly added, her vines swaying gently, devoid of the previous sharpness. Wu Yuan, standing outside the circle, nodded. Let us begin. Wen Yun's fingertip danced, and the character for entwined descended from the air. As the pale golden strokes touched the vine circle, Adai abruptly raised her hand, instead of having the vines block forcefully. She guided them to gracefully entwine around the strokes of the character, as if weaving a green garment for the words. The spiritual energy of entwine dissipated instantly, yet the vines followed the trajectory of the strokes, gently wrapping around Wen Yun's wrist. Quite quick on the uptake, Wen Yun chuckled softly, her fingertips writing the character for fragile. This time, Adai did not move the vines. Instead, she allowed the dew at the tips to fall to the ground, bursting into a thin veil of green mist. As the character fragile passed through the mist, its strokes momentarily blurred, landing on the vines and merely causing a few leaves to tremble lightly. Watching this unfold, Wu Yuan suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Deacon Li's words about twisting into a rope. When Wen Yun wrote the character for entwine, her eyes darted to Adai's wrist. when a die invoked the green mist. She subtly pressed her lips together. Though they exchanged no words, they anticipated each other's next steps through their small gestures. As the sun reached its zenith, the two finally ceased their movements. When Yuan floated back to Wu Yuan's side, leaning against his arm in exhaustion, "I'm utterly drained." Yet strangely, despite employing so many laws of writing this time, it seems less taxing on my spiritual energy than before. A Dai approached, a freshly plucked phoenix tree leaf in her hand, its surface woven with vines into a tiny character for you, she murmured softly. When you wrote light, I understood you were concerned the vines might be too heavy on me. So I wanted to reciprocate. Wen Yun blinked in surprise, accepting the leaf, her fingertip inadvertently brushing against the Dai's hand. A Dai did not shy away as she usually did. Instead, she gently curled her fingertip around Wen Yun's. Wu Yuan suddenly chuckled. He glanced down at the drowsy Binger nestled in his arms, then at Wen Yun and a Dai, who were engrossed in examining the phoenix tree leaf, and he pondered that perhaps the bond Deaconly spoke of need not be deliberately cultivated. Just like this moment, as Wen Yun quietly poured the essence of the Lingxi pill into a Dai's hand, a Dai entwined her vines around Wen Yun's waist to steady her balance, while Binger gently brushed against the hem of their garments with her tail. In the distance, the bell from the star-picking tower rang, signaling the end of class. As students chatted and laughed, strolling past, cradling Binger, Wu Yuan watched Wen Yun and a Dai's figures elongated by the sunlight, and recalled the phrase from the scroll, "A bond is not a rope, it is the wind." Invisible, yet capable of guiding each other's paths to converge into one. He gently caressed the scroll nestled in his arms. As the small courtyard of the dormitory was filled only with the soft sound of morning dew falling on the vines and the quiet laughter of the young maidens, Binger stifled a yawn and nestled closer to him, as if she sensed that the journey ahead was one they would embark upon together. Chapter 39. The realm is built by the heart. Patterns emerge from thought. The leaves of the locust tree in the dormitory courtyard rustled softly in the evening breeze, reminiscent of someone quietly turning the pages of a book. Wu Yuan sat on the stone steps, with Binger curled up in his embrace, her pointed ears brushing against his wrist. The silver patterns on her scales shimmered gently with his breath. Ever since her bloodline was purified, this little creature had taken to staying close to him, as if she could perceive his thoughts through his skin. On the stone table lay the chronicles of the northern frontier, with a jade bottle of spirit-whispering pills sent by Deacon Li leaning against the scroll. The pale azure sheen of the bottle reflected the moonlight, resembling a piece of jade submerged in water. Wen Yao hovered above the scroll, her fingertips poised delicately above a vermilion illustration, where a winged wolf and an ice crystal tree were depicted, their connection illuminated by a faint golden light that sparkled under the moon's glow. Suddenly, she murmured softly, her pristine white skirt brushing against the edge of the scroll. "Wu Yuan, do you think this flow of light resembles the spiritual energy that flowed from your fingertips when you assisted Binger in refining her bloodline?" Wu Yuan lifted his gaze, his fingertip hovering over the red line in the illustration. Indeed, the serpentine curve of that light flow almost mirrored the trajectory of his mental energy as it traversed the silver threads of Binger's bloodline. He recalled Deacon Li's words about bonds being like the wind, formless yet capable of guiding light flows toward one another. Deacon Li also stated that realms are akin to skin, while laws are like bones. Wu Yuan stroked Binger's scales. She closed her eyes in contentment, her tail gently sweeping across the back of his hand. Yet, concerning the realm of beast taming, the illustration revealed no boundaries. Wolves are adept with the wind, which knows no confines. Trees are masters of ice, which should have limits. How did they blend so naturally? Suddenly, a Dai, squatting beside the stone table, looked up, her fingers weaving a small nest for Binger out of vines, the verdant tips of her fingers delicately layering a thin vine upon the scroll. "Is it like how when Yao and I practiced together?" she whispered. I urged the vines to circumvent her characters without force, following the strokes of the words instead. "Is it not the same for wind and ice?" Wu Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. He recalled stories he had heard in a tea house before his rebirth, where elders spoke of the 33 heavens in the celestial realm, each presided over by a deity, yet connected by a rainbow bridge, with clouds and mist serving as boundaries that were also limitless. They spoke of the 18 layers of hell, each governed by its own set of punishments, yet intertwined by the threads of karmic fire, inseparably linked. At that time, he had considered it mere myth, but gazing now at the illustration of the wolf and tree, he suddenly perceived that those ancient accounts might conceal the true essence of realms. Perhaps realms are not merely skin. He reached for the jade bottle of spirit-whispering pills, pouring out 3 pale azure pills. Infusing them with his spiritual energy, intricate patterns emerged on their surfaces, resembling 3 miniature nets layered upon one another. Wen Yao leaned in closer, her skirt almost brushing against the pills. "Layered?" Like the star-picking tower, one atop the other? Like the 33 heavens? Or the 18 layers of hell? Wu Yuan pinched one of the pills between his fingers and offered it to Binger. The little creature nudged it with her nose, and the pill transformed into a stream of pale azure light, merging seamlessly into her scales. Each layer of heaven in the celestial realm follows its own path. Yet they are united by the rainbow bridge. Each layer of hell has its own rules, yet they are rooted in karmic fire. Perhaps we too are similar. Binger has her icy domain. When Yao possesses her literary realm, Adai has her life domain, each a layer, yet bound together by bonds like a rainbow bridge. Binger suddenly chirped and leapt down from his embrace, curling up on the stone table. She gazed up at Wu Yuan with ice-blue eyes reflecting the moonlight, her scales shimmering as the silver patterns brightened, casting a faint blue halo around her. It was not an intentional display of spiritual energy, but rather a spontaneous resonance upon hearing the term icy domain. Wan Yao traced the character for domain in the air with her fingertip, the pale golden strokes hovering next to Binger's halo, surprisingly unfazed by the cold. Instead, gently swaying. Are you suggesting that we do not need to merge into a single domain? Each of us has our own. Yet together we can form a cohesive whole. Deacon Lee said that without skin, bones cannot be protected. Wu Yuan caressed Binger's head, and she rubbed her cheek against his fingertip as tiny ice crystals floated up from the halo. Your laws are like bones, he mused. But bones must grow on their own skin for stability. If Wen Yao's literary laws were to manifest within Binger's icy domain, the words would freeze rigid. If Adai's vines intertwined within Wen Yao's literary realm, their roots would suffer from the strokes of the characters. It would be better for each to construct their own layer and then connect them using mental energy. Adai suddenly tugged at his sleeve, her vine-tipped fingers gently entwining around his wrist, radiating warmth from the plants. Then, what should my domain be like? She gazed down at her vines, where a dewdrop clung to the tip, reflecting the locust tree of the courtyard. Deacon Lee said my vines are half a domain. Should I not let them grow denser? Wu Yuan looked at the soil by her feet, which was deeper than elsewhere. With several tender vines emerging from the earth, remnants of her attempt to root them using her mental energy the previous night. Dew adorned the vine leaves, and a faint green light flowed through the leaf veins, reminiscent of spring buds just awakening. He suddenly recalled Adai mentioning that she once lived in the mountains, where she adored watching vines climb old trees. Your domain should encompass soil, trees, and streams, Wu Yuan spoke softly, like the forests in your memories, where vines can freely climb and little flowers can bloom without fear of being overwhelmed or disturbed. Adai's eyes sparkled instantly, as if illuminated by starlight. She instinctively urged the vines, and suddenly several slender tendrils emerged from beneath the stone table, climbing up the table legs to weave a small vine circle on the surface, from which two pearl-sized white flowers unexpectedly blossomed. This was not a deliberate exertion of spiritual energy, but rather an instinctive release of energy born from joy upon hearing the words mountain forest. Wen Yao floated to the vine circle, her fingertip brushing against the little white flowers, and suddenly laughed. Then what about my domain? Surely it cannot just be a room filled with brushes and ink. She conjured a character for writing in midair with a golden glow, only to shake her head and disperse it. The words I write should have a place to land. Yet I do not wish to be confined by paper. Wu Yuan recalled how she appeared when she used her literary laws. The pale golden strokes flickered in the air like rootless duckweeds. Deacon Lee had remarked that she lacked a domain to support her, draining her spiritual energy. He suddenly glanced at the scroll on the stone table, where the yellowed pages, though faintly inked, held a lingering aroma of ink that refused to dissipate. Your domain should be the wind of acceptance, Wu Yuan asserted, like the ink in an inkstone that can cradle your words without hindering their flight. Once written, the words can linger within the domain for longer, and when they wish to disperse, a gust of wind can scatter them without sapping spiritual energy. Wen Yao paused, her fingertip unconsciously drawing circles. Suddenly, she raised her hand to inscribe the character for light in the air, and this time it did not immediately dissipate like before. The pale golden strokes hung in the air, gently swaying with the evening breeze, reminiscent of a piece of gold leaf caught in the wind. Her eyes brightened. Truly, I scarcely expended any spiritual energy just now. Binger suddenly swiped Wu Yuan's hand with her tail, her ice-blue eyes gazing up at him, as if inquiring, what about me? Wu Yuan lifted her into his arms, and the little creature instantly curled up, emitting a low purring sound. He recalled the silver threads within Bing-Er's bloodline and the visions of the ice plains, and a sudden understanding dawned upon him. Your domain should be breathing ice. Wu Yuan gently tapped her scales with his fingertip, not the kind that freezes everything, but akin to an ice lake in early spring, where living water flows beneath. You fear the heat. Thus, a cool breeze will forever blow within your domain. You enjoy being near me, so your domain can follow my mental energy. expanding beyond the confines of a single spot. Bing seemed to grasp the essence, rubbing her nose against his fingertip, the silver patterns on her scales suddenly brightening. The halo surrounding her expanded another half-inch, and the ice crystals within spun gracefully, somehow avoiding contact with Wu Yuan's clothing, as if an invisible hand were cradling them. Wen Yao suddenly uttered a soft "oh," drifting to the page in the chronicles of the northern frontier that detailed the mother nest. What about the realm of that mother nest? The scroll mentions it can devour all spiritual energy. Could it be because its domain is an impenetrable web? As Wu Yuan turned to that particular page, he beheld a blurred shadow depicted upon the paper, entwined by countless tendrils adorned with dark red patterns, reminiscent of congealed blood. He recalled what Steward Lee had said regarding the affairs of the northern territories. Knowing sooner was indeed preferable to knowing later. A sudden realization struck him. These visions were not merely for the sake of becoming stronger, but rather, they were a means to establish a firm foothold on that frozen expanse one day. The domain of the mother nest was one of devouring, reliant on sheer brute force. Wu Yuan traced the dark red patterns with his fingertips, pondering that the rainbow bridge of the 33 heavens and the infernal flames of the 18 hells depended on connection. If our domains were to intertwine layer by layer, akin to strung pearls, even if the mother nest consumed one layer, the others would support it, preventing dissolution. Adiwai suddenly spoke in a hushed tone, just like how I entwine vines around Wen Yao's characters, and Wen Yao's characters support Bing Er's ice. She lifted her hand to encourage the vines, and a slender tendril gently brushed against Wen Yao's floating character. Miraculously, the tendril's leaves grazed the strokes without being severed by the golden patterns, instead forming a small knot. Wen Yao smiled and nodded, inscribing the character with her fingertip. The pale golden strokes settling beside Bing Er's halo. The ice crystals abruptly slowed, as though tenderly cradled. Bing Er, in response, playfully waved its tail, and the ice crystals within the halo gently descended upon the character, remaining intact and instead coalescing into a tiny ice bead, hanging at the end of the stroke. Wu Yuan witnessed this scene and suddenly felt that these notions were not mere figments of his imagination. They had emerged through a dialogue with them. Bing Er's icy domain must possess a breath of its own, for it always sought warmth beside him. Wen Yao's characters must embody the wind, as her writing always carried a spirit that should not be confined. Adiui's domain must be the mountains and forests, for when she gazed at the vines, her eyes sparkled with light. None of this was orchestrated by him. They had revealed it to him themselves. As the night breeze grew cooler, the fragrance of locust blossoms thickened, akin to unyielding honey. Wu Yuan placed Bing Er upon the stone table, and the little creature immediately curled up beside the scrolls, its scales reflecting the vermilion patterns, bearing a striking resemblance to the patterns of the ice crystal trees depicted in the illustration. He picked up the Lingxi Danjade vial, pouring out 3 pills and gently placing them before the 3 little beings. Steward Lee had remarked that these pills could solidify their spiritual connections. There was no need to hastily construct domains. They should first allow their spiritual powers to become acquainted. Adiui cautiously took a pill, burying it in the earth beneath the stone table, where the vine roots immediately coiled around it, as if fearing its escape. Wen Yao let the pill float beside her character, the golden patterns gradually seeping into the pill, causing it to emanate a faint golden glow. Bing Er, using its paw, nudged the pill into its embrace, pressing it against its belly, while the silver patterns on its scales gently enveloped the pill, as if providing it with a cozy little blanket. Suddenly, Wen Yao floated before Wu Yuan, her skirts lightly brushing against his shoulder. Are you pondering how to connect our domains? Like constructing a staircase for 3 floors? Wu Yuan nodded with a smile, lifting his gaze to the night sky. The moonlight cascaded like water over the locust trees in the courtyard, over the scrolls upon the stone table, and over the tranquil figures of the 3 little beings. He recalled a saying he had heard before his rebirth. The realm is shaped by the heart, and the appearance arises from the heart. Perhaps domains were similar. They were not merely constructed through brute spiritual force, but rather intertwined through bonds, nurtured by each other's intentions, bit by bit. The staircase should embody our aspirations. Wu Yuan murmured softly. For instance, if Adiui wishes for the vines to climb into Bing Er's domain, the vines will find their own path. If Wen Yao desires her characters to rest upon Adiui's vines, they will not harm the vines. If Bing Er wishes for ice beads to settle upon Wen Yao's characters, the ice beads will remain intact. There is no need for deliberate action. As long as the intent is present, the spiritual energy will follow. Bing Er suddenly chirped, pushing the pill toward Adiui's vine roots, which immediately entwined around the pill and then nudged it toward Wen Yao's character. The golden patterns lightly grazed the pill, as if greeting it. The 3 little beings remained silent, yet through their actions, they intertwined the pills together, forming a gentle flow of pale blue, emerald green, and golden hues. swaying softly under the moonlight. Wu Yuan was struck by the notion of bond evolution that Stewardly had mentioned. Perhaps evolution was not solely about scales brightening or vines lengthening. It was about understanding each other's desires without words, knowing the direction to proceed without commands. He glanced down at the scroll in his arms and suddenly felt that the wolf and tree depicted in the vermilion illustration might have once shared such a connection. In the cold winds of the northern territories, constructing a bridge with their respective domains, warding off the tendrils of the mother nest. The distant star-picking tower chimed the time, signaling the third watch. Yuan yawned, leaning against the stone table and drifting into slumber. The vine roots gently coiled around Wu Yuan's ankle. As if fearful of his departure, Wen Yao gathered the characters floating in the air, transforming them into a stream of gold that slipped into his sleeve, leaving only the character suspended above his head. Bing Air leaped back into his embrace, curling into a ball, its silver patterns lightly brushing against the golden stream in his sleeve, as if sharing a whispered conversation. Flipping through Chronicles of the Northern Territories, Wu Yuan unexpectedly discovered a page containing a dried ice crystal petal, upon which were inscribed small characters on the reverse side. 30 years ago. Upon witnessing the wolf and tree merging their domains, I realized the marvel of the realm. In presence and absence lies strength. He gently closed the scroll, tucking the petal within its pages. Moonlight draped over Bing Air's scales, the silver patterns gleaming like scattered diamonds, settling upon Yuan's vine roots, which glowed green, making the soil shimmer with a faint azure hue. It fell upon the character left by Wen Yao, the golden patterns soft as cotton. He suddenly felt that there was no rush to construct these domains, akin to brewing wine. One must wait for their spiritual energies to grow familiar, for the bonds to take root like vines, and await the day when they would naturally emerge from their hearts. Bing Air suddenly nuzzled against him, its purring softening as if it had drifted into slumber. Wu Yuan gazed down at it, recalling Steward Li's words about this little creature's extraordinary bloodline, which had yet to fully awaken. Perhaps its bloodline would awaken not through forceful infusions of spiritual energy, but through this gentle companionship, each day nestled beside him. Listening to the rustling of Yuan's vines and watching Wen Yao's characters float, slowly coming to life, like spring snow melting without haste. When the weather warms, it will naturally thaw. Wen Yao's voice gently resonated from within his sleeve, tinged with a hint of sleepiness. Wu Yuan, do you think our domains will bloom flowers? Like the little white flowers that bloom on Yuan's vines? Indeed, Wu Yuan softly replied. Yuan's domain will be filled with flowers. Wen Yao's characters will yield ice beads, and vines will weave into Bing Air's icy domain, creating layers upon layers, more vibrant than the 33 heavens. The golden stream in his sleeve swayed gently, falling silent, likely having succumbed to slumber. Leaning against the stone steps, Wu Yuan cradled Bing Air, with Yuan's vine roots entwined around his ankles, and the character suspended above him. He suddenly felt that this little courtyard resembled a quaint domain of its own, possessing the chill of ice, the warmth of vines, the lightness of characters, and the rhythmic breaths of one another, intertwined and inseparable. As dawn approached, he drowsily fell asleep. In his dreams, he returned to that icy expanse, yet this time, the desolate peak was absent, replaced by a small grove where vines climbed the ice pillars, and luminous characters hung from the trees. With the wind's caress, the characters chimed alongside the ice beads, as if singing. He walked forward, Bing Air frolicking across the icy expanse. Yuan crouched beneath a tree admiring the flowers, and Wen Yao floated in the air, writing characters. No one spoke, yet they all understood the direction in which to go. Upon waking, the morning light graced his face. Bing Air lay upon his chest, its scales gleaming like sprinkled diamonds. Yuan still rested against the stone table, the vine roots having coiled into a small circle, within which a tiny white flower had indeed bloomed, no larger than a fingernail. Wen Yao drifted out of his sleeve, holding a locust leaf adorned with morning dew, on which golden characters read, "Wait for spring." Wu Yuan picked up the leaf, the dew at its tip cooling his hand. He turned his gaze toward the training ground, where students were already practicing their swordplay, the gleaming blades slicing through the morning mist like threads of silver. Yuan, rubbing her eyes, spotted the small white flower in the vine's circle and cheered softly. Wen Yao collected the character, her fingertips aglow with golden light, as if brewing new characters. Bing Air leapt from his arms, darting around the courtyard, its ice blue form darting past the vine circle, with ice crystals landing atop the small white flower, remaining intact and instead forming into a tiny dewdrop. Shall we practice cooperation again today? Wen Yao inquired, her voice imbued with a hint of anticipation. Wu Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his head as he tucked a leaf from the locust tree into the Chronicles of the Northern Frontier. Today, we shall not practice combat. Instead, we shall cultivate our thoughts. He gestured toward Bing saying, "If you wish for the ice pearl to rest upon Adai's flower, do not summon your spiritual energy. Simply envision it. Adai, if you desire the vine to catch the ice pearl, do not move your fingertips, merely gaze upon it. Yuan, if you wish for the words to chase after Bing allow the script to float freely and test whether you can connect your spiritual energies without uttering a word." Bing chirped lightly, the silver patterns on its scales shimmering as a small ice pearl levitated, drifting languidly toward the delicate white flower. Adai fixated on the pearl, and the vine's roots gently extended half an inch, as if awaiting its descent. Yuan inscribed the character for chase with her fingertips, the pale golden strokes following the ice pearl as if engaging in playful antics. Amidst the morning mist, the ice pearl, the vine, and the golden strokes gradually converged. Not yet touching, yet a faint luminescence danced between them, reminiscent of an invisible thread. As Yuan observed this scene, he was suddenly struck by the realization that the bond Li Ji had spoken of was indeed akin to the wind, imperceptible yet capable of guiding flowers toward the sun, leading clouds alongside the moon, and gently aligning the hearts of those connected. He picked up the Chronicles of the Northern Frontier, secured the Lingxi Dan Jade Vial, and watched the three little creatures frolicking in the morning haze, momentarily recalling a phrase from the scroll: "The domain is but a reflection of the heart." When hearts are intertwined, the domain naturally aligns. Perhaps the secret of the domain resided not in the strength of spiritual energy, but within the gentle morning light, the fragrance of flowers, and the laughter reflected in each other's eyes. From afar, the bell from the star-gathering tower signaled the start of class. Yet Yuan felt no inclination to move. He wished to linger a while longer, observing the scene. The ice pearl floating, Adai's vine patiently waiting, and Yuan's characters in pursuit. A trinity of hues, light azure, emerald green, and golden yellow, intertwining like freshly strung jade beads, gently swaying in the morning mist. He understood that the maternal nest of the northern frontier awaited, and the ceramic jars and the treasure trove concealed secrets. Yet in this moment, the courtyard resonated only with the soft sounds of light colliding and the quiet laughter of his little companions. Suddenly, Bing scampered back, nuzzling against his foot, its ice-blue eyes reflecting the morning glow, as if to convey a message of patience. Yuan knelt to stroke its head, glancing at Adai and Yuan, and felt a sudden epiphany. There was no need to hasten the establishment of the domain, nor the practice of the bond. Much like the cycle of sowing in spring and reaping in autumn, once the roots of the heart take hold, the destined day shall naturally arrive. He rose, observing the three little companions drawing near, and with a smile, declared, "Let us go for a meal first. When the locust blossoms bloom more profusely in a few days, we shall return to establish the domain, not with spiritual energy, but with the fragrance of flowers as our adhesive." Binding our thoughts together, Yuan's laughter rang out in the morning fog, akin to wind chimes, while Adai's vine tenderly entwined around his wrist, exuding warmth. Bing leaped back into his embrace, its purring resonating once more. Yuan cradled Bing following Yuan and Adai toward the dining hall, the morning light cascading upon them, elongating their shadows, merging them into one, resembling a newly sprouted vine yearning to climb toward distant horizons. Meanwhile, the Chronicles of the Northern Frontier lay open upon the stone table, the light streaming from the vermilion illustration appearing to glow even brighter in the morning light, as though responding to some unspoken call.